Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Phantom Beast, Analyzing All Things. Year 1506 of the Sea Circle Calendar. On the red Earth continent, a fishman with crimson skin ascended here with bare hands. His name was Fisher Tiger. He was on the verge of rescuing the slaves under the tyrannical grasp of the celestial dragons. Holy Land, Mariewa. Amidst a tempest of thunder and lightning, a boy curled up in the corner. Trembling in fear, he felt he was nearing death. Useless wretch, consume this devil fruit. Haha, what species is it? The Zoan type is the most tedious. It is indeed a Zoan type, merely in the form of a monkey. They were the celestial dragons, fervently in pursuit of pleasure. Every day, slaves from all corners of the world were shackled and delivered to their presence. In a desperate bid for survival, the boy ingested the fruit parched from a lengthy absence of water. He coughed violently, nearly retching it back. A bullet struck his heart. Useless, are you vomiting? He hasn't even been branded as a slave, and he's already dead. Damn it, throw him out. As the boy's corpse was discarded, a mechanical, unfeeling voice resonated in his ears. The hourglass activated, detecting a new soul, commencing its analysis. The soul exhibited tremendous potential, awakening Conqueror's Haki. The devil fruit was on the verge of fading, having been reversed for recall, currently undergoing appraisal. Conqueror's Haki fully unleashed, 3 types of Haki, proficiency at 0. Appraisal complete. Zoan type, monkey fruit, phantom beast species, form of the great sage equal to heaven. Undergoing analysis, nullifying the fruit side effects. Success in elimination, no longer despised by the sea. The hourglass was poised to inject vitality into this frail body. The grievous wound on the boy's chest gradually healed until the bullet casing was forcibly expelled. His body bore numerous severe wounds, non-fatal, yet exceedingly grotesque. He frowned slightly and regained consciousness. Damn, how could a truck fly to the 2nd floor of my house? Fortunately, it didn't kill me. Luo Ling opened his eyes, the first sight being an hourglass. The hourglass projected a panel filled with text. I guess I really was killed? Indeed, Luo Ling, the hourglass possesses various functions, such as analysis and reversal. You have obtained the monkey fruit, phantom beast species, form of the great sage equal to heaven, with full Haki activated. Is this the world of pirates? As an otaku immersed in the realm of anime and games, Luo Ling was well-versed in the world of pirates. Which faction am I in? No faction. Where am I? What is the specific time? Fisher Tiger, the hero of Fishman Island, is about to arrive. Fishman Karate, Sharkwave Straight Punch. He appeared in Luo Ling's vision, his blood-red skin emanating a soul-stirring shout. Luo Ling found himself dazed, staring at Holy Land, Mariewa. The night here was resplendent, illuminated brightly. The red Earth continent belonged solely to the celestial dragons. Thus the clarity of the starry sky remained unaffected. The Milky Way was so beautiful it felt cruel, as the cries of slaves rushing toward the sea echoed in his ears. Run, escape to the sea, seek freedom. Tiger fought valiantly, knowing that provoking the celestial dragons would attract the attention of the marine admirals. Yet he charged directly into Holy Land, Mariewa. I want to fight too. What nonsense, celestial dragons. Luo Ling rose, intent on following Tiger, but a small hand pulled him back. It was the trio of sisters, whom Luo Ling recognized at once. Hancock, sister, he knows your name. Don't waste time, let's go. Boom. Flames surged high into the sky, a sea of fire spreading, consuming everything in its path. Luo Ling was unceremoniously flung from the red Earth continent by Hancock. Whether you live or die is up to fate. Hancock, too, was seeking survival. They were merely fleeing towards the sea, indifferent to Luo Ling's fate. In the world of pirates, the true rulers were neither the tyrannical pirates nor the righteous marines. It was the celestial dragons. Luo Ling's gaze remained fixed on the flames engulfing Mariewa. The boy's anguished memories instilled in him a profound hatred for the celestial dragons. Nothing is indestructible. The celestial dragons cannot remain aloof forever. Look, the flames do not heed the so-called feelings of the divine. The wind was fierce that night, and the waves on the sea matched in size. It felt as if someone was secretly manipulating the winds and waves, intensifying their fury. When the Roger pirates clashed with the Golden Lion pirates, a bizarre, colossal storm and waves had also manifested. "I'm going to fall. I can't use moonwalk." Luo Ling was certain that if he fell, he would surely perish. Fortunately, a large hand steadied him. The celestial dragons have become increasingly irredeemable, even capturing such a small child as a slave. A green cloak obscured his face, but Luo Ling discerned his true identity from the words. "Dragon, are you taking him with you?" Ivankov found Luo Ling to be quite docile, a person of potential. "No, the old man is in the East Blue, send him there." Luo Ling felt the fatigue of this frail body and could no longer sustain consciousness, slipping back into slumber. The warship swayed incessantly amidst the winds and waves. Luo Ling was treated for an entire week. Upon awakening, Ivankov brought a cup of hot water to him. "Little one, you bear too many wounds. It took a whole week for you to heal. Your physical condition rivals that of a Zoan-type user. I've checked you show no fear of seawater, indicating you were likely not fed a devil fruit by the celestial dragons." Ivankov chattered on. Yet the question lingering in Luo Ling's mind was, did I really sleep for a week? Didn't the hourglass say I consumed a phantom beast type? How could it take a week? This was unreasonable logically. Even without awakening, I should have healed within a day at most. The prolonged hunger, cold, illness-induced frailty, and the severe injuries from beatings had all been restored. All right, now I understand the reason. The body was riddled with wounds. The fatal injury healed thanks to the hourglass, but took a long time to recover from internal injuries and ailments. Luo Ling hastily reflected in his mind that he had just digested the memories of this boy's past life. It was not merely tragic, it was horrifically so. To recover in a week was nothing short of miraculous. According to the memories, he had only lived for 8 years. Detection of character, Ivankov. Analysis yields attributes. Concern 10 points. Joy hormone 30 points. Shall I extract? 2 small bubbles appeared around Ivankov. Luo Ling refrained from grinning foolishly, opting to decline before taking a hot bath and enjoying a hearty meal. On the deck, the sea breeze billowed Dragon's cloak as Ivankov stood with hands on hips, relishing the leisurely moment. Dragon, a medical miracle that gravely ill and crippled boy has survived. Ivankov stood on the deck while Dragon gazed into the distance. It will take some time to reach the East Blue. Does that boy have a name? He mentioned it while eating. He's called Luo Ling. Dragon did not respond further. The sea continued its tumultuous waves as he pondered when the reign of the celestial dragons would come to an end. Having had breakfast, Luo Ling felt significantly better. This body was exceptionally frail. The struggles of hunger and cold, compounded by illness and severe wounds, left him barely able to hold on. Fortunately, after awakening, the robust vitality of the Zoan type began to strengthen rapidly. Luo Ling soon adapted to life aboard the ship, engaging in tasks within his capacity daily. He practiced basic physical techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. When alone, he trained in the abilities of the fruit, familiarizing himself with the 3 types of hockey. On this day, he arrived at the training ground once more. Warriors were sweating profusely, laboring tirelessly. Analyzing yielded vast attributes. Sweat 300 points, vitality 130 points, fatigue 85 points, basic swordsmanship 50 points. Shall I extract? Extract. Luo Ling chose the red vitality bubble and the pale white swordsmanship bubble. Chapter 2. The Dragon Strikes. The Conqueror's Haki. A mere poke could burst the bubbles, allowing for the direct absorption of related attributes. Luo Ling, with a heart full of satisfaction, approached them and began to throw punches. One after another. It was only in the deep of night that he left the training ground, drenched in sweat. After a refreshing blow of air, his small frame lay on the single bed. The tiny room had been prepared for him, previously serving as a storage space. Listening to the waves crashing against the ship, Luo Ling took a deep breath and tapped the hourglass, activating the attribute analysis. The analysis commenced and successfully concluded. Name, Luo Ling. Title, non-armament hockey. 5 beginner. Observation hockey, 3. Beginner, conquerors hockey. 1. Beginner, physical skills. 35. Basic, swordsmanship. 29. Basic, gunnery. 13. Basic, devil fruit. 31. Beginner, famous blade. None berries. 0. The analysis results indicate proficiency. The hourglass provides a space for unlimited storage. The hourglass can analyze, synthesize, extract, and reverse. During this period, Luo Ling had been eagerly hoping to acquire some attributes from Long and Ivankov. They kept their abilities restrained, making it difficult to extract any overflowing attributes. Stretching out his small hand, his skin began to stretch, soon transforming into a monkey's paw. Hourglass, can you allow me to awaken the fruit directly? Not possible. I'm currently analyzing basic physical skills and will soon synthesize. Synthesize? Luo Ling sat up with curiosity. His highest proficiency was indeed in basic physical skills, that if he could synthesize a powerful physical technique, that would be splendid. Fishman karate, or perhaps the Marine Six styles. As long as it wasn't the deathly iron body, he would be quite content. Perfect synthesis achieved, obtaining physical skill. Marine Six styles iron body, training iron body enhances defense, recovery, and fortifies the body like steel. Luo Ling initially wanted to refuse, but he had no effective techniques to showcase at present. The development of his devil fruit was limited, only achieving a transformation in form. A crystal-clear bubble appeared, and he gently tapped it. Knowledge and experience of physical skills rapidly integrated into his mind. Along with muscle memory, he tentatively exerted force. Hey, I can't move. After the state was lifted, Luo Ling felt on the verge of collapse. It was akin to standing there and taking hits. However, his body had indeed strengthened significantly, with a marked increase in both defense and recovery. The synthesis bubble provided a proficiency of 100, allowing for direct mastery, far surpassing the attributes extracted from normal bubbles. The 3 types of hockey were too weak. There was no opportunity for proper practice. Contemplating this, he closed his eyes and began to train his observation hockey. Sensing danger, the corridor, and the ocean, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Danger! Luo Ling sprang onto the table. In the next moment, the cabin door silently creaked open, and a figure stepped inside, brandishing a knife towards the bed, only to be astonished by the absence of anyone. Monkey! The assailant exclaimed in surprise, but Luo Ling had already transformed into his animal form, the beginner armament hockey enveloping his fist. A punch struck the intruder's forehead. After all, it was a Zoan type. The explosive power was formidable. As he incapacitated the attacker, several shadows appeared on the ship. Enemy attack. Who dares to ambush the warship where Long and Ivankov reside? Are they seeking death? Luo Ling landed, only to discover that the opponent had been struck in the forehead and killed. In the past, his strength had never been this formidable. The combination of his Zoan form, physical skills, armament hockey, and the newly learned iron body had granted him such immense power. Like a blade, so too were the guns. Luo Ling swiftly stored the weapons in the hourglass space, that a total of over 30,000 berries were also included. In the air floated about 10 bubbles, all stemming from the excess vitality and skills he had acquired post-mortem, including swordsmanship, physical skills, and even resentment and regret bubbles. Luo Ling popped a few that seemed useful, while allowing the rest to dissipate. Attributes acquired. Basic swordsmanship 50 points. Basic physical skill 40 points. Vitality 100 points. The attributes of the deceased require no extraction, allowing for direct absorption. All were basic attributes. It was no wonder they had been ambushed to death. Fortunately, by defeating enemies, he could obtain a substantial portion of their attribute points, comparable to the overflow from hundreds in the training grounds. Proficiency also saw considerable improvement. Luo Ling felt that if he could annihilate a pirate crew in one night, he could undoubtedly elevate to a new tier. How audacious were they to attack with such feeble strength? Were they premeditated weaklings? Luo Ling could not fathom their motives. Whenever danger arose, caution was paramount. The pure animal form of the monkey fruit was still too weak, so he opted for the combat form. His feet, hands, and tail transformed, significantly enhancing his recovery and mobility. Speed and agility became his advantages, while strength was supplemented by armament hockey and physical skills. Luo Ling hung upside down on the doorframe, waiting silently. The beginner observation hockey could only be employed through this ambush strategy. Bang! The assailant chose to fire first, hoping to avoid falling into danger upon entering. All this was disregarded by Luo Ling, who remained concealed behind the door framed in O1. After one person had died, this individual should have fled. Oddly enough, we've been discovered. If we don't leave now, we'll be ensnared. 2 individuals? Luo Ling held his breath. Using observation hockey to gauge their combat strength, upon confirming the enemy's strength, his tail gripped the doorframe. Like a scorpion, he hung upside down, swiftly slashing the long knife across their throats. Once more, a multitude of bubbles appeared. Attributes acquired. Vitality 200 points, physical skill 90 points, gunnery 30 points, swordsmanship 50 points. Luo Ling was left bewildered. How could their gunnery be inferior to their swordsmanship? What audacity did they have to fire a test shot? How many hands did they possess? He collected all weapons and berries, ensuring nothing could prove their identity. The corridor was now resounding with the sounds of gunfire and clashing swords. It was indeed an external attack. Luo Ling found it strange. How could so many enemies infiltrate without a sound? This was Long's warship, unless the devil fruit, capable of instant movement or allowing large numbers to infiltrate. An exceptional paramecia. He leaped out into the corridor, darting back and forth against the walls and ceiling, evading attacks. That place had the most enemies. The source must lie there. Luo Ling quickened his pace, his jumps gradually becoming more adept. He usually practiced only within the confines of the room. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A door. Luo Ling spotted a door leading to the spacious lounge of the crew's quarters. Individuals continued to emerge from within. These people were not particularly strong, but were accustomed to assassination, exhibiting a high degree of premeditation and planning. Little did they expect to encounter such formidable resistance, leading to their failure. Detection of the superhuman-type door fruit in use. The current owner of the door fruit had yet to be consumed by CP9 member Bruno. He was a pirate captain fond of ambushes and ship hijackings. Analysis complete, attributes obtained. Devil fruit, 300 points. Extract. Just as Luo Ling tapped to extract, he absorbed the pure attributes of the devil fruit to enhance his proficiency. The hourglass swiftly issued a new prompt. Detection of advanced awakened conqueror's hockey in use. Analysis complete. Attributes obtained. Conqueror's hockey, 1,000 points. Extract. Luo Ling had initially thought that with the chaos ensuing, he would be surrounded by attribute bubbles, making this an opportune moment for wealth. Little did he know he had received a grand gift. Hourglass, is this a beginner's gift package? Not quite. The use of Conqueror's hockey is naturally emitted. This is inevitable that wouldn't extracting just a little amount yield 10,000 points. Isn't that a bit excessive? The analysis results indicate that Long is too strong. With a hint of envy, Luo Ling opted to absorb it in an instant. His proficiency in Conqueror's hockey surged. 100 attributes equated to 1 basic proficiency point, 10,000 points directly elevated his Conqueror's hockey to intermediate. Chapter 3. The path through the sea of fire. For the first time since his arrival, Luo Ling witnessed a true powerhouse unleash their strength. In an instant, all invaders collapsed to the ground. Devoid of the will to resist, frothing at the mouth, the Conqueror's hockey had ascended to intermediate. With a proficiency of 5, not a single gem soldier fell. Long's mastery of Conqueror's hockey approached perfection. Luo Ling beheld a figure clad in a green cloak leap across, swiftly eliminating all attackers aboard the warship and plunging into the enemy camp. Shortly thereafter, an exhilarating voice echoed, "Steer left, heading towards Summer Island." 30 nautical miles away, this island is perpetually enveloped in summer, where even the night is caressed by the sultry summer breeze. Ivankov's resounding voice rouses the warriors from their stupor. The warship rides the tempest, cleaving through colossal waves, while the luminous moonlight spills generously over the nocturnal scene. After anchoring, they reach the shore. A small harbor conceals a pirate ship capable of accommodating 300 souls. Lorling follows the squad leader here. Where bloodshed is absent, though some lie unconscious upon the ground, a shattered bottle of wine spills its contents, staining the earth with dark red liquid. The tavern is dimly lit, with all within sprawled upon the floor. These individuals appear extravagantly dressed, adorned with no fewer than 7 gemstone-encrusted golden rings. They have all succumbed to the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki wielded by Dragon. Upon detecting the imminent dissipation of the Dor fruit, he begins to analyze it. Only one person lies crumpled at his feet, neck twisted, devoid of life. Lorling realizes this individual must have been a user of the Dor fruit. Dragon intentionally refrains from using his haki to harm him, merely confirming his demise. This group must have lain in wait on the island, observing passing vessels, seizing the opportunity to ambush under the cover of night with their fruit abilities. After Ivankov completes his analysis, he thoughtfully continues, "Let us gather supplies here. We must set off at once, brothers." Exhausted, Lorling returns to the ship's cabin after hoisting the final crate. One corpse remains here, while 2 more lay in the corridor, of no concern to him, and certainly not to be counted against him. The analysis concludes, revealing the devil fruit, Paramecia Dor fruit. Within a crystalline bubble, the Dor fruit hovers. That it is unexpected that even a devil fruit can be analyzed. Bruno will undoubtedly suffer a significant loss in combat prowess without this fruit. After taking a bite, he curses, "Truly dreadful," as he dispels the side effects and mitigates the incompatibility risks of the fruit. A sense of relief washes over Lorling. With a gentle push of his palm, he is grateful for the hourglass. Otherwise, consuming 2 fruits might have resulted in his immediate demise. He opens an air portal, discarding the corpse within, swiftly restoring cleanliness. There lingers a hint of blood, but with a gentle breeze, the scent dissipates, allowing Lorling to sleep peacefully. A week later, in the conference room, Ivankov instructs on the landing plans. This island is a winter isle, perpetually shrouded in frigid cold and heavy snowfall. In 1 week, we shall completely seize this place, and never again shall we offer heavenly gold to the celestial dragons. Heavenly gold is the tribute that all nations under the celestial dragons must submit punctually in the pirate world. The amounts are staggering, often necessitating that an entire nation tighten their belts. The royal family is not among those who suffer from hunger. They enjoy the finest luxuries, dreaming of ascending to become the new celestial dragons. Yet the celestial dragons will not retain their status forever. They remain forever ensnared in dreams. This winter island is named Dei Karl, where the king's favorite pastime is selecting a new queen each month. Lorling is assigned to a small squad tasked with support. A squad consists of 10 men, with hundreds of such squads aboard the warship. Before reaching the East Sea, this is their final battle. After disguising themselves as a merchant vessel, they dock, blending in as ordinary folk. Lorling dons a pair of sturdy snow boots and a thick hoodie adorned with charming bird patterns, shielding his ears from the biting cold. Beneath his jeans, he wears thermal clothing, his hands tucked in his pockets as he trails behind the captain. "Do not speak out of turn. Stay close, for you are now my son," Dragon states, placing a large hand upon his shoulder. As they pass through the port, the scene shifts continuously. Tea first. Revelers pour in and out of taverns, merrily drinking and celebrating the joys of life. As they venture into the streets, some individuals exhibit pale faces, ravenous, and scurrying about in search of any means to satiate their hunger. Deeper in the alleyways, an eerie silence prevails with scarcely a soul in sight. Yes, everywhere lies the dead. Hunger saps their warmth, and the cold ultimately claims their lives. Creak that a derelict door swings open, contrary to Lorling's expectations of a warm iron stove. Everyone is cocooned in tattered blankets, huddled in a corner, their expressions graved. "Mr. Dragon, must we wait? A week is far too long. More lives will be lost." A young man speaks, his voice tinged with anguish. Dragon remains silent as another middle-aged man rises. "Those damned royals, I would gladly slay them now. Yet Dragon continues to withhold his words that we need food. Without sustenance, there is no warmth, and only when we are fed can we fight," speaks a young man with long hair obscuring his face. Dragon's gaze fixes upon him, and at last he speaks. "We bring with us an ample supply of food, enough to last a week. Once everyone regains their strength, it shall be the time for the royals' downfall." All present seem to glimpse a flicker of hope, gazing at him with gratitude. Soon after, Dragon departs with Lorling, personally traversing the streets to analyze the terrain. "Mr. Dragon, if you are capable of dealing with the royals yourself, why must we wait a week? Lorling inquires, perplexed. When one king falls, another will rise in our absence, unless they all become me. Dragon replies coolly, handing him a piece of hardtack. This is all we shall eat for the week. To ensure everyone is nourished, Lorling notices a dilapidated house where someone has received the same rations, presumably from the GM army. The individual pauses, a flicker of realization brightening their vacant gaze before they begin to devour the food voraciously. Lorling takes a bite. The taste is abysmal, but it fills the stomach and preserves life, which is sufficient that a week later, flames roar once more as he witnesses the inferno engulfing the royal palace. Consuming everything in its path, snowflakes tumble to the ground, melting under the intense heat. The royal flag falls, quickly consumed by the flames. Lorling had previously wondered why ordinary people often lose their senses and set the palace ablaze after defeating the royals. Now he comprehends. The common folk harbor many fears. They are not incinerating civilization, but rather burning away their terror. Fear of the king. Gazing into the fiery snow, Lorling seems to grasp the purpose of his existence. He is neither a pirate nor a marine. He aspires to be like Dragon, to become a member of the GM army, much like the fire tiger ignited upon his arrival in this world. Mr. Dragon, may I refrain from going to the East Sea? I wish to join you as a comrade. Lorling confesses his innermost desires. Before you fight alongside us, you must grow strong enough. The old man is certain you can achieve this. Dragon concludes, Lorling, we eagerly await the day you set sail. Ivankov embraces Lorling tightly, nearly suffocating him. At dawn, a small island comes into view. The East Sea, Windmill Village. Chapter 4. Farewell to Luffy. First encounter with Ace. Dragon disembarks alone, leading Lorling into a quaint tavern. The shelves are laden with an array of spirits, alongside a fruit storage cabinet brimming with fresh produce. The tavern is deserted today, seemingly cleared by some unknown force. Makino sits at the bar. Little one, would you prefer a glass of milk or orange juice? I want apple juice, Lorling eagerly replies, gulping down the apple juice. Dragon sits to his left, while an elderly gentleman occupies the other side. Hero Garp. Upon detecting the character Garp, analysis commences. Attributes acquired. Enthusiasm 30 points. Optimism 50 points. Shall I extract this? Lorling ponders, questioning the utility of such attributes that by the way, Garp's attributes seem even more outrageous than Ivankov's. Now he must not only care for Luffy, but also for this little one. Luffy. Is he well? Dragon seemingly inquires casually. He is about to develop a will of iron. Garp confidently declares, then teases. And you wouldn't have come to reminisce with your old man, would you? He speaks nonchalantly while picking his nose. We are about to establish our headquarters in the New World. Dragon downs a shot of strong liquor. While Garp arrives alone, Sengoku will surely be troubled, but Ironbone Kong will likely be even more distressed. After finishing, Garp lifts Lorling and heads for the door, stating, you all are still too weak. Strive to grow stronger. There is no response. The corners of Dragon's mouth curl upward beneath his cloak, filled with delight. Without lingering in Windmill Village, Lorling is swiftly taken by Garp into the forest. According to the timeline, Luffy will not be taken to the Dayton family for another 3 years. They arrive at a small wooden cabin where Luffy awaits, famished. Upon seeing Garp and Lorling, his eyes light up. Upon detecting the character Luffy, analysis begins. Attributes acquired. Hunger 80 points, Optimism 100 points, Curiosity 100 points, Enthusiasm 100 points, Fatigue 50 points. Shall I extract? Refuse. Lorling is speechless. Do these two have any proper attributes? Luffy, have you not yet learned to cook? How will you become a brave marine in the future? Grandpa, I won't be a pirate. Bang, that hurts. After a powerful punch, Garp turns to Lorling. What is your name? Lorling, let us be friends, Lorling. Luffy had just been shedding tears from the pain. Yet in an instant, curiosity took hold of him. Galoo. Luo Ling observed numerous vibrant, inquisitive bubbles emanating from Luffy. You wish to become a marine? I aspire to join the GM army. With a resounding thud, a punch struck, nearly bringing Luo Ling to tears as well. The pain was excruciating. Before long, Garp had begun roasting meat, and after a hearty feast, famished Luo Ling and Luffy quickly forged a friendship. Upon the grassy expanse, gazing upward revealed a resplendent galaxy. Little Luffy pointed at the sky and proclaimed, "Luo Ling, be my crew member. You will encounter even greater crew members." Luo Ling declined this proposition. Luffy turned away, initially ignoring him, but within mere seconds, he began rambling on about various topics. Garp quietly observed this scene, reminiscent of the way he had cared for Ace years prior. That foolish child would often ask Garp if his existence was bothersome. Luo Ling soon adapted to the grueling training. Each day was a battle for survival in the wilderness, even being tied to a balloon and launched into the sky, or thrown into a valley filled with serpents. As his vitality grew increasingly resilient, Garp began imparting some combat techniques. "Luffy, come learn your grandfather's Iron Fist." "Absolutely not. Why should a pirate learn the Iron Fist of a Marine?" In a fit of pique, Luffy received another punch, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. "Look at Luo Ling, and then look at yourself." Luo Ling had no intention of becoming a pirate. Luffy pouted, noticing Luo Ling drenched in sweat. Diligently practicing his martial arts. From Luo Ling's perspective, Luffy's daily struggles yielded a plethora of attribute bubbles. Garp, on the other hand, only produced a few red health bubbles during his training sessions. The Hourglass analyzed Garp's martial arts progress, successfully synthesizing the technique. Marine 6 Styles Gale Foot. "Would you like to extract it?" "Extract." Luo Ling's face was filled with confusion. Garp was merely doing stances and throwing punches. How had he acquired Gale Foot? With little time to ponder, he opted for extraction. Upon obtaining Gale Foot, he gained a more formidable combat technique. During this period, he gradually acclimated to the perilous environment, significantly enhancing his foundational skills, day after day. The various dangers of the mountains became increasingly manageable. Luo Ling collected and synthesized the Marine 6 Styles from Garp. Curiously, Garp had only been teaching him simple stances and punches, dubbing it the Iron Fist of Love. Simply mimicking Garp's punches enabled Luo Ling to synthesize various combat techniques. As spring gave way to autumn, he experienced the complete cycle of seasons in the mountains. His foundational proficiency, 3-color hockey, and devil fruit abilities all reached new heights. Mastering the complete Marine 6 Styles on a sweltering summer day, the sun beat down on Luffy, causing him to sweat profusely. "Luo Ling, Grandpa says you must leave today. Will we meet again?" "Of course." Garp stepped forward, grabbing Luo Ling firmly. "You little rascal, you've shown enough courage. Now go be with another little rascal." "Luo Ling," little Luffy shouted from atop a log, "I will become strong enough, and we shall meet on the vast sea." "See you on the sea." Luo Ling was filled with anticipation. Was he truly about to set sail? Before long, he found himself tossed onto another mountain, home to the bandit Dayton. Here, another character resided. Ace was likely outside, not at home. The Hourglass analyzed the Iron Fist of Love, successfully synthesizing the technique. Iron Fist of Love, a silent fusion of advanced awakened armament hockey, famed for its unguarded strikes, urging you to love every one of your enemies. Would you like to extract it? Extract. Soon, a dark purple longsword appeared within the Hourglass space. Cursed, Luo Ling had a fondness for peculiar items. "You little brat, from now on, you must earn your keep. We don't accept freeloaders." Dayton and the bandits feigned ferocity. Luo Ling understood that the bubbles represented the truth. Dayton's exasperation stemmed from Garp. Though he appeared fierce, his heart was gentle and filled with compassion. Perhaps he viewed Luo Ling as a homeless child. This family truly had a dual nature. "Today, you will receive only a bowl of plain rice and a cup of water." The bandits pretended to be furious. Luo Ling joyfully savored the rice. He was growing stronger. With enough resources, he would surely set sail and turn this world upside down. The detection of Ace revealed attributes. Health 200 points, fatigue 100 points, hunger 200 points. "Would you like to extract it?" "Extract." Ace returned, carrying a wild boar, and unceremoniously tossed it inside. He had obtained a roasted chicken and some grilled meat. Luo Ling looked on, tears of longing streaming down his face. "Hey, who are you? Why are you drooling with such greedy eyes fixed on my food?" "I will never share with you, idiot." A minute later, Ace tore off half a roasted chicken and offered it to Luo Ling. "Thank you. When you find yourself in danger, I will certainly save you." Luo Ling replied with a smile as he ate. Even if he were to face the entire world, Ace retorted. Who would be foolish enough to take on the world? What matters is that I'm strong enough that I one team need your help. Chapter 5. Setting sail and encountering the celestial dragons in the early morning. As the first rays of sunlight broke through, Luo Ling stood at the door. What are you up to? Training you. Do you think you are strong? You need to train with me. Ace grumbled, twisting his arms in dissatisfaction. You are too weak, especially in martial arts and hockey. You might manage against ordinary foes, but this sea is ultimately a world of hockey. Luo Ling assumed an air of wisdom beyond his years. A world of hockey. Ace wondered what nonsense this kid was spouting. Defeat me, and if you lose, you must become my disciple. Ace, I didn't even ask for your name last night. I want to fight an unnamed opponent. Ace's competitive spirit ignited. He found this kid to be quite spirited. In a mountain forest on a flat patch of ground, Ace struggled to rise in just 10 minutes. Luo Ling had knocked him down over 100 times. Once, he merely wished to land a single hit on Luo Ling. Yet, without exception, he failed. The stubbornness within Ace compelled him to stand up once more. Is this what hockey is, Luo Ling? No, this is merely martial arts. Mystery flickered in Luo Ling's eyes. Truth be told, over the past year, he had nearly lost his sanity. Before Dragon and Garp, he had no room to act. He feared appearing insufficiently weak. Only in Ace's presence could he breathe a sigh of relief. More importantly, the food he had received last night, the kindness extended to him by Dragon, Ivankov, Garp, Luffy, Ace, and the Dayton family, remained etched in his heart. 3 years from now, I will be 12 to be why then, I will set sail. Until then, I will do my utmost to teach you martial arts and hockey. What is hockey? Ace asked curiously. If what had just transpired was merely martial arts, then what Luo Ling referred to as hockey must be something else altogether. Good question. Luo Ling turned toward a tree thicker than a person and jabbed his finger forward. Through training with Garp, his hockey had reached an intermediate level, and his martial arts had progressed from basic to proficient. Armed hockey combined with a finger jab. Boom! The tree exploded with a gaping hole. The Marine Six styles served as the foundation for hockey. Once mastered, one was essentially initiated. Not to mention, Luo Ling's exceptional talent allowed him to grasp it all seamlessly. This is armed hockey, a blend of offense and defense. Luo Ling closed his eyes and beckoned with his finger. Attack, Ace. You are far too arrogant. Ace, drained of energy, found it impossible to land a hit on him. He hurled a dozen stones, all evaded effortlessly by Luo Ling. Foreknowledge and the unknown. This is observation hockey. In the next moment, Luo Ling opened his eyes, tilting his head coldly toward the massive bear charging toward Ace. Boom! The bear collapsed, foaming at the mouth at a 1 in a million chance. The strongest clash with the strongest. This is Conqueror's hockey. The 3 types of hockey. For the first time, Ace gained a clear understanding. Now train with me. I will teach you the Marine Six styles and the 3 types of hockey. I won't call you master, Ace stubbornly declared. I'm 2 years older than you. Just call me big brother. TCH, if I defeat you in 3 years, then I will be the big brother. Let us see about that. Luo Ling, beaming with joy, extended his hand, and the two exchanged a high five. He would never allow the tragedy to repeat itself. Ace had yet to awaken his Conqueror's hockey, but he was merely 3 years away from it. As long as he understood it in advance, it was sufficient. Perhaps Ace would consume the flame fruit after setting sail. This time, he would be stronger, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts, and even mastering all 3 types of hockey. For the half-cooked chicken, I shall repay with the 3 types of hockey. A new achievement was detected. Teacher of the Flame Emperor, Progress 1, as the future master of the Flame Emperor Ace. Achieving this accomplishment grants substantial rewards, though Luo Ling did not expect there to be rewards. He merely wished to diligently train in martial arts and hockey, developing his fruit abilities before embarking on his journey as a GM army member. 1,000 days and nights passed. Luo Ling traversed the Galber Mountain Forest, the uncertain destination, and the Kingdom of Goa, occasionally descending to Windmill Village to share a drink with Makino, that he grew increasingly powerful. With a profound understanding of the pirate world, excelling in martial arts, marksmanship, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit abilities. Teacher of the Flame Emperor, Progress 100. Achievement unlocked. Rewards obtained. Swordsmanship. II technique. What can you use to block this sword that embodies 20 years of skill? Marksmanship, gunfighting technique. Have you heard of bullets that curve? Hold the gun as if it were a blade. One life card and a common sailboat. Luo Ling accepted the rewards, absorbing the essence. Upon seeing the rewards, he knew it was time to set sail. Ace had finally mastered armament hockey and observation hockey, and had begun to grasp the 6 forms of the Navy. Noticing Luo Ling's hesitation, he curiously asked, Luo Ling, why have I not awakened my conqueror's hockey? You will have the opportunity when you need to protect yourself or someone you wish to safeguard, Luo Ling replied calmly, while enjoying roasted meat. Ace, I am leaving the sea. Oh, a gentle breeze tousled Ace's hair and the beads of sweat on his forehead. At 10 years old, there were few in this world he truly considered family, and Luo Ling was one of them. Over the past 3 years, they had been both teacher and friend. Many complex emotions swirled within him. Yet they manifested only as a simple 0.2 days later on the shores of Galber Mountain. Ace raised his cup. Brother, Tisich finally acknowledged. Luo Ling drank the Brotherhood wine and leaped onto the sailboat. It was merely a small place to sleep. Indeed, very ordinary. Oh, by the way, 2 foolish fellows should be arriving at Dawn's house soon. Teach them as much as you can. If you swear Brotherhood, don't forget to tell them there is another big brother. I will, Luo Ling. Ace waved his little hand. He beckoned, and the wind and waves billowed the sails as they gradually drifted away. Prior to this, Luo Ling had purchased a substantial amount of food in Windmill Village and brought enough drinking water. He had no idea what awaited him on this journey. Would the East Sea surprise him? 3 months later, Luo Ling was dizzy from hunger aboard the ship. The adventure on a vast ocean was far from joyful. After leaving the island of the Kingdom of Goa, he began to drift, utterly unprepared for the vastness of the East Sea. He had only found a few uninhabited islands. Perhaps it was a poorly constructed sentence. He had set sail only to run aground, stranded in the sea. But such was the reality, he could not use the Dordor fruit to reach nearby islands, for he could see nothing. Would he starve to death? Luo Ling thought despairingly. That would be far too humiliating. Fish were not caught every day. About a week prior, he had not caught a single fish with a 7-meter fishing line, but he had gone out to sea. Yet no one knew. Luo Ling resolved that he would never tell anyone he had set sail so early. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing. One day, when he became famous, he would admit to setting sail on that day. A large ship was detected and was being analyzed. Analysis successful. The ship was heading to the Kingdom of Goa, belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons? Heading to the Kingdom of Goa? Luo Ling immediately thought of a possibility. This was the ship that had destroyed Sabo's small raft. Just as he was seething with anger, his observation hockey keenly sensed danger. He sidestepped and escaped the ship using the moonwalk. In the next moment, his small boat was blown to smithereens. Celestial Dragons. There are no admirals in the East Sea. You shall wait for death. Chapter 6. Even celestial dragons can feel fear. Boom! Another cannonball streaked through the night, heading straight for Luo Ling. They existed solely for carnage. Having been in this world for nearly 5 years, Luo Ling could not forget that fateful night. Each night, memories of his lifeless body flashed before him. The boy, amused by the lofty celestial dragons at every moment. How could he possibly forget? I merely set sail. I didn't even collide with your ship, yet you opened fire. Even after failing to kill me, you pursued me. Luo Ling dodged the attack, flashing through the air. It was suffocating, this group of vampires, the celestial dragons. From this day forth, I will make you all kneel. Without a speck of dust, he landed on the deck of the warship, only to find not rage, but a banquet in progress. With 3 celestial dragons surrounded by adoring followers, raising their goblets, while the servants forced smiles, the leading celestial dragons spotted the sudden appearance of Luo Ling and bellowed. Who is this? Let this filthy scoundrel die. Oh, Luo Ling chuckled softly, evading the attacks of the celestial dragon guards, and no matter how sharp the swords or spears, they could not harm even a fraction of Luo Ling too weak. Swish! More than 10 spears came hurtling toward him. He swayed his body, muttering 2 words, paper drawing. Dodging these attacks, the last armored guard lunged with a spear, less than 5 meters from the celestial dragons. Luo Ling effortlessly blocked the strike. Iron block! Bang! The gunshot rang out. And with his observation hockey, he anticipated the moment and swiftly dodged. Finger gun! Crack! The iron armor shattered in an instant. The guard's eyes filled with disbelief. Hey, you foolish wretch! Are you seeking death? A woman among the celestial dragons screamed. Announcing Luo Ling's death sentence, Gale Foot, a single kick sent the final obstacle flying, crashing into the iron plating, creating a dent that symbolized the power of the blow. 2 meters from the celestial dragons. The leader, sporting a small mustache, angrily raised his gun. Die, you lowly waste. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle as a bullet capable of easily taking a common person's life shot forth. Shave. Luo Ling appeared above the mustache man's head. Suspended in midair and kicked down. Crack! The oxygen shield shattered, delivering a lethal blow. The man spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. Everyone present went into a frenzy, screaming. They were celestial dragons. Once harmed, they would attract the wrath of an admiral. I am Charmako Saint. If you dare harm me, you are doomed. Another celestial dragon finally grasped the essence of fear, while the nearby female celestial dragon began to shriek. So you can feel fear as well? Luo Ling threw a punch at Charmako Saint, striking his face and causing it to cave in, distorting his entire visage. Not only am I a celestial dragon, but I'm also beautiful and noble. You wouldn't. The female celestial dragon, in a state of panic, attempted to retreat, only to find herself losing control of her legs. I am not one for such trivial matters. Luo Ling refrained from utilizing his fists, deeming them too tainted for these celestial dragons. Finger gun! In the moment the oxygen shield shattered, her so-called beauty was irrevocably marred. The piercing screams were unbearable. Everyone aboard the ship was reduced to tears, fearing this man who had injured, no, potentially killed a celestial dragon. This man had done what few dare to do in the entire world. You killed a celestial dragon. You cannot escape. Madman, you cannot escape. The entire world will place a bounty on you. Some spat at him, their eyes filled with resentment. Others stared at Luo Ling as if he were a corpse. You weep for such garbage? Luo Ling stepped on the head of one celestial dragon. Earlier, he had refrained from being too harsh, feeling his hands dirty. Now he understood that they had created fear. And this fear made you feel that submission was a given. I am different. I possess no bloodline that craves submission. I could see this moment. 2 more warships finally drew near. His earlier assault had been too swift. The entire encounter lasted barely over a minute. Consequently, the 2 escort warships rushed in at full speed to provide support. The celestial dragons forbade the Navy from boarding their ships, deeming it a desecration. This provided Luo Ling with the perfect opportunity. Over 500 sailors surged onto the deck, fingers poised on triggers, ready to fire at I am Rear Admiral Iron Dog of the EC's 43rd Division. Surrender immediately, or I will order you to be turned into a sieve. Oh. Luo Ling smiled playfully as he rubbed his fists, tearing a piece of cloth from the celestial dragon's body to wipe away the blood. Upon witnessing this scene, the Iron Hound could not help but swallow hard, while the soldiers instinctively recoiled in fear. After analyzing the situation, he acquired a wealth of attributes. 1,000 points of vitality, 10 points of strength, 9 points of speed, 15 points of martial arts, 30 points of marksmanship, 500 points of despair, and 1,000 points of fear. Should he extract these? Extract. Luo Ling selectively chose only the most useful attributes. Astonished at the profound level of fear exhibited by these celestial dragons, A.S. the Dragon Slayer, he reached a progress of 100, achieving a milestone that rewarded him with a martial art. Dragon Claw, a formidable technique derived from the dragon leader. Perfectly merging attack, defense, and speed, that he unlocked the ability to capture dark bubbles, which could be thrown at others to elicit the desired effect. Though, Luo Ling tested this ability, successfully grasping the dark bubbles of fear, despair, and resentment in his hand. In a flash, his swift figure vanished and reappeared before the Iron Hound, throwing the pitch-black bubble, visible only to him, onto the Iron Hound's body. The Iron Hound, unaware of the assault he had just endured, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of despair, fear, resentment, and loathing. The bubbles proved to be quite advantageous. However, he lamented that if not used promptly, they would dissipate. He then patted the Iron Hound on the shoulder, who remained trapped in a state of terror. All present dared not move. Having failed to comprehend how Luo Ling had struck, they only knew that the strongest among them had lost the will to resist. Luo Ling then pushed open the door to the cabin and, once out of sight, stepped through the air gate, vanishing completely. Before long, others began to notice his absence from the cabin and commenced a search, soon concluding that he had mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, within the hold of another warship, Luo Ling had infiltrated the area, indulging in a feast and gulping down soda. He simply needed to hide here until someone opened the air gate to leave temporarily. With the small sailboat destroyed, he would use this ship to venture into the New World. Unbeknownst to him, the closest place with the best medical facilities was still the kingdom of Goya. After a brief detour, he would inevitably return there to the coast of the kingdom of Goya. A multitude of onlookers would gather to behold the visage of the world's nobility. They were blissfully unaware that what awaited them would be several cold corpses. Chapter 7. Bounty of 300 million Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the office as Sengoku munched on senbei. Suddenly, the den mushi on the desk emitted a peculiar noise. The Marshal of the World Army, Steelbone Kong, spoke. Sengoku, a celestial dragon has been killed in the East Sea. A white goat in the room bleated nonchalantly, having just consumed a confidential document. Sengoku clearly had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. A celestial dragon in the East Sea, killed? His senbei dropped to the floor as he slammed his hands on the table in disbelief. The East Sea, that is the homeland of the heroic Garp, known as the weakest sea. Simultaneously, it is a legendary land. The marine hero Garp, Pirate King Roger, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, all three legendary figures were born here. How could such a catastrophe occur? We dispatched 2 warships for protection. Who in the weakest East Sea would dare harm a celestial dragon? The repercussions of provoking a celestial dragon are dire, potentially leading to the annihilation of an entire clan. Has this matter escalated beyond my authority as a marine marshal? 3 celestial dragons have been killed, and a bounty must be issued across land and sea. Your marines are merely a part of it. Steelbone Kong stated coldly through the den mushi. Thunk. Sengoku remained seated, frozen in place. Was the Iron Hound personally providing protection? Had he failed to do his duty, the celestial dragons forbade marines from boarding their ships, considering it a desecration, but in truth, they only wish to host a banquet, and one of them is dead. Dying due to arrogance and folly is truly absurd, Sengoku exclaimed. But wait, if this news is accurate, why haven't the 5 elders contacted me directly, or the Iron Hound? The Iron Hound seems to have been traumatized by the encounter and has yet to regain his senses, Steelbone Kong replied, pausing before speaking in a deep voice. The reason this matter hasn't been directly communicated to you is that it concerns the face of the celestial dragons worldwide. A notification. Steelbone Kong is responsible. This implies that from land to sea, all will unite. Once this individual is identified, there will be no escape. I've sent you a photo via the fax den mushi. Issue the bounty immediately. Sengoku glanced at the picture of Luo Ling, which must have been taken while he was aboard the celestial dragon's ship. So young. He questioned his own eyesight, realizing the audacity of the ignorant. Marshal, what is the bounty? Sengoku, as the Marshal of Marine Headquarters, regarded Steelbone Kong as a superior point 300 million. Upon hearing this figure, Sengoku nodded. This bounty is rather low. This individual has committed an act worth 30 billion berries. Defying the world. A fierce tiger has emerged in Garp's seed. He must be hunted down in the forest. Otherwise, the consequences of a tiger descending from the mountain would be unimaginable. That fellow seems to be in the East Sea as well. Will he take action? Steelbone Kong queried, knowing Garp's reluctance to ascend to the rank of admiral was due to his unwillingness to serve the celestial dragons. I will issue orders for a full-scale hunt in the East Sea. He will not escape. Sengoku did not provide a direct answer. In the East Sea, all kingdoms, islands, and naval forces of towns received the order. However, before the bounty notice arrived, they had no knowledge of Luo Ling's appearance. and could only await the announcement of the bounty. In the kingdom of Goya, the people remained oblivious to the fact that the world noble they had long anticipated had become a cold corpse. A week later, 3 warships were poised to dock at the coast. Yet no celestial dragon stood at the bow of the ships, only a multitude of white cloths draping the vessels. How peculiar are the world nobles, that they have such an affinity for white. It seems akin to a funeral. Silence. Do you wish to die by speaking such things? Perhaps. Otherwise, how could they be world nobles, welcomed by our royal family in the kingdom of Goya? Be quiet. I have yet to live my life fully. Do not speak further. Look, a small boat is approaching the warship. Many noticed Sabo's small boat, when suddenly a deafening explosion echoed, and the small vessel was reduced to ashes. Within the warship's command room, the Iron Hound had long since lost his sanity, shouting, "You dare appear in my path? Open fire! Ha! Where is that damned fellow? I will make him wish he were dead." The celestial dragon Charlemagne had perished, yet the flames continued to consume the lonely sail upon the sea. Ace and Luffy stood on the shore, witnessing this tragic scene. "Ace, Sabo is dead." Little Luffy's voice cracked as he wept. Heartbroken, Ace struggled to comprehend the loss of his brother to the sea. He hadn't even had the chance to introduce Sabo to their elder brother Luo Ling. He had told Sabo that upon setting sail, he would encounter a fellow named Luo Ling, a trustworthy ally and sworn brother. But now, it was all too late. Everything had turned to ash. It hurt so much. In the shadowy void, Sabo initially believed he had perished, only to awaken and discover he was still alive, albeit with a lingering pain from the blast. "I'm still alive?" Before him sat a peculiar youth clad in a baseball cap, short boots, a hoodie, and beach shorts. The youth took a bite of an apple and remarked, "What? Must you experience an accident, such as severe injury, amnesia, or a near-death experience, only to regain consciousness and reminisce about everything, yet find you can never recover the people and things you have lost?" Luo Ling, chewing on ham, replied, "I have no affinity for such cliché plots. I was born to mend regrets." He rose, opening an air gate that revealed a scene on the other side. To his surprise, he had returned to this wretched place of the kingdom of Goya, yet it conveniently confirmed that Mr. Dragon was nearby. With a wave of his hand, Luo Ling gathered all the items within the warehouse into his possession. He then traversed through the air gate to raid the holds of the other 2 ships, plundering all food and resources. The Hourglass's alternate space proved to be an impeccable storage solution, rivaling the natural abilities of the swamp fruit. Sabo remained in astonishment. How marvelous! Is this a paramecia-type devil fruit? Such abilities are entirely different from Luffy's. Can you take me away with you? Certainly. That is destined to be your fate. Finally, Luo Ling utilized his observation haki and the air gate to locate the concealed ship where Dragon and his companions resided. Even the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma was present. Stepping through the air gate, the 2 boarded the vessel, and as the cloak billowed in the wind, Dragon laughed, "I have come to retrieve you, Luo Ling, the paramecia-type door fruit." As Shion glanced around, the cabin door swung open, revealing Luo Ling stepping out alongside Sabo, a look of contentment adorning his face. Curiosity enveloped everyone present. Luo Ling had been concealed aboard the naval warship for a week, and his bounty had spread across the globe. Particularly, the world government's intent to hunt Luo Ling down in the EC had been intercepted by the intelligence network of the GM Army. The assassination of Celestial Dragon had indeed served as a spectacular declaration of allegiance. A staggering bounty of 300 million berries, dubbed the Demon Lord. According to rumors, he was often cited in the kingdom of Goa, which is how the name Luo Ling became known to the world. Emerging from the depths of hell like a demon, he was bestowed with the title of Demon Lord. The Celestial Dragons harbored a profound hatred for him, while pirates mockingly referred to Luo Ling as the Dragon Slayer. It was no wonder that despite their elaborate traps, they failed to capture him. He possessed the powers of the door fruit, allowing him to traverse freely. Even Dragon had not anticipated that Luo Ling would fortuitously acquire this fruit. Typically, when a devil fruit user perishes, their fruit reappears randomly. It could only be said that Luo Ling was exceptionally fortunate. "Welcome back, Mr. Dragon." Dragon had already devised a plan for him. "Your abilities are well suited for support and infiltration. Sabo, astonished, recognized the faces of these individuals from the bounty notices. Summoning his courage, he declared loudly, "My name is Sabo. I will return to the kingdom of Goa and bring about change here. Before that, please allow me to join you." Sabo, I shall remember this name, but there is no need for such volume. I can't hear you just fine. Dragon rarely smiled as he walked back to the cabin with Xiong. Luo Ling was elated. Not only had he rejoined his team, but the Hourglass had successfully begun its analysis. Detecting the character Tyrant Xiong, analysis initiated. Attributes acquired. Curiosity 5, Satisfaction 30. Blueprint synthesis underway. Pacifista prototype, advanced, progress 0. Requires the collection of bloodline factor blueprints, beginner. Modified human blueprints, beginner. Combat mechanism blueprints, beginner. Will you extract? Extract blueprints, discard the rest. Luo Ling mused. Once the blueprints were gathered, the GM army would rise in strength. Devoid of weaknesses, he intended to forge an invincible fighting force of death soldiers. Chapter 8. Burdened with the dreams of youth kingdom of Goa. The royal family and nobility took an hour to awaken from their stupor. The world's aristocrats, the creators of the world, the celestial dragons, were dead. 3 of them, no less. Their welcoming ceremony swiftly transformed into an impromptu funeral. To Luo Ling, this was merely a trivial affair, hardly worth mentioning. Many were puzzled as to why the noble lords wept, knowing only that their tears were a prerequisite for sustenance. "Father, we starve every day without crying. Why do we weep today?" A little boy inquired, bewildered, observing his father's honest and simple demeanor shift from dullness to sighs. Cry. The man had lived his life at the uncertain terminus beyond the kingdom of Goa. To put it plainly, he had grown up scavenging. There was no extensive explanation, nor did he understand the need for one. He actually felt like laughing. He knew that whatever could make the noble lords weep must possess some grave significance. Footsteps approached from outside, prompting the noble lord to beckon a servant to ascertain whether this household was lamenting the celestial dragons. The man, without a moment's thought, slapped his son and shouted, "Cry." The boy, pained, saw tears streaming forth like water. The servant nodded in satisfaction and moved on to the next household. In the East Sea, on a small island, Garp had just dealt with a few ill-fated pirates who had crossed his path. Holding the latest newspaper, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Previously, the bounty notices had been somewhat veiled, but now there was no longer any way to conceal the truth. Beside him, his first mate remarked solemnly, "This lad has just set sail and already has a bounty exceeding 100 million. His potential is immense." "What do you mean? Do you think you can catch him? That worthless bunch of celestial dragons can't even find this kid." Garp tossed the newspaper aside, joyfully settled into a chair, and began snacking in the Grand Line. Within the Devil's Triangle, shrouded in mist, Moria sat despondently in the castle atop his 3-masted ship, leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. "They're all dead, even the celestial dragons. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed." With a hoarse voice, Moria propped up his legs, gradually succumbing to despair, his belly growing ever more rotund. At Team Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Zephyr had just concluded training with the naval recruits. Unbeknownst to him, at the age of 65, he would lose everything he had left. Upon seeing the newspaper, he, already aware of the truth, merely pondered for a moment before hearing Kizaru's voice from outside. Oh, Sakazuki, how terrifying. Today's recruits are truly formidable, daring to slay celestial dragons at sea, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Such a fellow, regardless of whom he has slain, is a villain, a brutal individual, and must be executed. The fists of Akainu cracked ominously, his gaze resolute as steel to him. Luo Ling was no different from any other pirate in the New World. On an island, Doflamingo had just received an invitation to join the Shichibukai. Picking up the newspaper, he couldn't help but reminisce about his childhood memories. "Young master," his subordinate spoke respectfully. "Celestial dragons? Just the past victors." Hatred filled his heart. The celestial dragons were a remnant of his former identity. Next, he would embark on a year-long preparation for an opportunity. Soon, Dressrosa would be within his grasp. Doflamingo understood that it was their family's territory before they became celestial dragons, reclaiming it was only natural. On the Red Line, in the holy land of Mariewa, Im sat upon the vacant throne, while the 5 elders knelt before him. "Great king of the world, what has incited your wrath?" The 5 elders feigned ignorance. "There must not be a second time. Once the spark of rebellion ignites in people's hearts, it is challenging to extinguish. We must eradicate the roots. I'm thrust a blade into Luo Ling's bounty notice. At your command." In the EC, in Frostmoon Village, at the Ishin Dojo, Zoro was diligently training that evening, utterly oblivious to the arrival of a large ship. While Dragon was in discussion with Yasop, Luo Ling and Sabo arrived at the dojo. Quietly observing Zoro's rigorous practice, he was so absorbed that he failed to notice their presence. Sabo found it hard to fathom how a young boy could endure such grueling training. "Perseverance, you two have put in considerable effort, have you not?" Luo Ling remarked, just as the hourglass began its action. Detecting the character Yasop, analysis initiated, synthesis in progress. Perfect synthesis achieved, reward obtained. Swordsmanship, chaotic swordplay. This sword technique appears chaotic, yet it embodies the essence of swiftly resolving chaos. Among all sword arts, swiftness is the key. Detecting the character Zoro, mechanical analysis underway. Attributes acquired: Vitality 500, Fatigue 200, Reluctance 100. Luo Ling selected the necessary bubbles. Feeling his own vitality replenish, standing on a branch, he chuckled. "What are you reluctant about, young man? Do not disturb my training." Young Zoro continued his practice, drenched in sweat. "I possess 2 complete sword techniques, and as I grow, I cannot help but evolve them myself." "Sword techniques can evolve?" Zoro was utterly perplexed. Luo Ling leaped down from the branch, initiating his sword draw technique, unleashing a strike in an instant. The blade shimmered coldly, swiftly retracting as if nothing had transpired. Yet Zoro could discern that the towering trees had been cleanly severed. The slash was so impeccably executed that merely touching it would cause it to splinter. Sword draw technique. And there's another move. Without even drawing his sword from its sheath, Luo Ling began to stab the air erratically. In a fleeting moment, a flurry of blades flashed. He alone was like 1,000 troops. The chaotic swordplay appeared tumultuous, yet flowed like the boundless ocean. Chaotic swordplay. Are you here to challenge me? Zoro dropped the stone he had been holding, gripping his long sword, undaunted, unyielding, filled with intense battle spirit. "What an interesting fellow, just as optimistic as Luffy." Sabo exclaimed with delight at meeting Luo Ling. He had not lost his memory. During this time, he had tended to his wounds, trained, and learned, greatly benefiting from it. Upon seeing Zoro, he couldn't help but be reminded of Luffy and, to be honest, when I first learned Luo Ling's real name, I was quite taken aback. Ace referred to him as elder brother. "How reliable, Luffy? Is he strong?" Zoro inquired seriously. "No, he is a bit of a fool. If you meet him, you will surely like him." As Luo Ling spoke, he executed a slash with his sword, naturally holding back, refraining from using haki. "I wouldn't like a fool." Zoro unsheathed his sword to block, his expression grave. The simplest sword move still left Zoro's hand stinging. Shaking his hand, Zoro retorted, "You're truly a monster. Did you even use 1/10 of your strength just now?" "Not even close. I'm far too strong. I usually don't reveal my true capabilities." Luo Ling grinned, leaving Zoro speechless. Achievement unlocked. Eager to teach. Perfect synthesis achieved. Reward obtained. Great blade, 21 work. Heavenly demon, a perfect demonic blade, imbued with a strange aura. This is a bloodthirsty blade, growing stronger with each kill, naturally suppressing beasts. Luo Ling held the broken tooth in one hand and the heavenly demon in the other. Beaming. "Have you learned? Do you think I would learn? However, I will remember you." "Dual wielding," Zoro replied, somewhat haughtily. Luo Ling, "Sabo, it's time to leave." "All right." With a wave of her hand, Luo Ling and Sabo vanished into the night. Zoro then turned his gaze toward the grand ship anchored by the shore. "Luo Ling, Sabo, those names will be etched in my memory," he vowed silently. The waves rolled in, carrying fragments of moonlight, washing ashore white frothy crests. Leaves fluttered down, settling beneath his feet. The sea is the refuge of ships, and ships are the cradle of adventurers, laden with youthful dreams. Chapter 9. The Act of Gratitude, the Grand Line. Fuchsia Island. The Navy had laid down numerous ambushes. Luo Ling had been training under Dragoness guidance in the Grand Line for a year. Today, he sought a girl, 1 year his junior, named Kula. Not long ago, the Sun Pirates had announced the rescue of a girl. Luo Ling learned that the leader of GM Army, Dragon, had maintained contact with the captain of the Sun Pirates, Tiger. Logically, the girl, soon to be returned to her homeland, need not concern him. 2 years later, she would naturally join the GM Army following Tiger's demise. However, it was Tiger from Fishman Island who had once opened a sliver of hope for Luo Ling when he first entered the pirate world. How could he bear to see her meet a fate as humiliating as that which the timeline dictated? For a year, he had trained fervently in hockey, martial arts, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and fruit abilities. His strength had surged dramatically. All for the day when he could turn the tide. Tiger, you saved my life. Today, I shall save you. Luo Ling tugged at the drawstrings of his hoodie and lowered the brim of his cap. He leaped down from the tree. Hourglass. Analyze my current attributes. Analysis successful. Attribute projection. Name. Luo Ling. Title. Demon Lord Armament Hockey. 90. Intermediate. Observation Hockey. 89. Intermediate. Conqueror's Hockey. 98. Intermediate. Martial Arts. Navy 6 Styles 75. Iron Fist of Love 56. Dragon Claw 33. Proficient. Swordsmanship. Draw Sword Technique 55. Chaotic Sword Technique 15. Proficient. Marksmanship. Gun Combat Technique 28. Proficient. Devil Fruit. Monkey Fruit 90. Door Fruit 85. Intermediate. Items. Broken Tooth. Large Blade. 21 Craft. Sky Demon. Large Knife. 21 Craft. 3 Ordinary Swords. 3 Iron Guns. Life Card. Ordinary Sailboat Berries. 453,451 Bounty. 340 million berries. The power of hockey and fruits is divided into 2 major phases, awakened and unawakened, each of which is further divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Battle skills such as martial arts, swordsmanship, and marksmanship are categorized from low to high as basic, skilled, proficient, peak, perfect, and selfless. This level of power is sufficient. The 3 types of hockey and the devil fruit are on the verge of advancing to the advanced stage. His battle skills have transcended the basic level and entered proficiency. Luo Ling's strength had already surpassed his bounty. A true pirate-level powerhouse should be at least awakened or possess skills at their peak. In truth, had Tiger not been overly relaxed when ambushed, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries leading to his demise for blood loss. Boom! The battle commenced. Luo Ling swiftly sensed the direction of the conflict and immediately activated a portal, stepping through it. Fisher Tiger, what a splendid name. Yet, on this day next year, the Fishman will only find your name etched upon your tombstone. Navy Major Stowbury uttered these words expressionlessly, wielding bloodied twin blades. Under the command of Kizaru, he was the leader of this operation. The soldiers surrounded the area, hunting the Fishman tribe, the heroes of thousands of enslaved souls. Fisher Tiger, standing at 5.2 meters tall, Tiger could barely hold himself up, blood dripping incessantly. Caught off guard, he had fallen straight into the trap, and Stowbury struck swiftly, severely wounding him. Your scheme shall not succeed. Even wounded, Tiger was still capable of fighting his way out, that he must return. Otherwise, the Sun Pirates would lose all hope. Stubbornly, Stowbury's dual blades reflected the sunlight as he swung again, his imposing figure towering over the scene. His skull was extraordinarily robust, a testament to his formidable weaponry. Especially after hardening his hockey, the combat power of his head spike would dramatically increase. Almost too late, the battle had escalated quickly. The moment the sound erupted signified a successful attack and a grievous wound. A youthful voice unexpectedly pierced the chaos. Luo Ling emerged from the air portal, standing before Tiger, single-handedly blocking the incoming strike with broken tooth. Who are you? Stowbury was clearly taken aback, never anticipating that the one obstructing him would be the long-vanished Luo Ling. Upon recognizing the boy's face, his surprise morphed into anger, which soon transformed into delight. Demon Lord Luo Ling, you are just as wicked as Tiger. Today, I shall capture you both. Preposterous. Why am I deemed wicked? He supported Tiger, swiftly tossing him through the air portal. Simultaneously, he drew his sword, unleashing a brilliant light that fragmented into hundreds of beams. Swish! Luo Ling sheathed his sword, leaving everyone frozen in place. Bang. The first person lost their footing. Collapsing 0.2, 5, 10. More and more fell until only Stowberry remained to face him. The dual blades plunged into the ground as he desperately braced himself to avoid falling. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with disbelief. Even now, Kizaru was merely a rear admiral, and under his command, he was far weaker than he would be years later when he would surround and attack his mentor, Zifa. What is the name of that technique? Chaotic sword technique. Luo Ling cast a cold glance at him before stepping back into the air portal. Detecting the presence of Tiger, the system began analyzing. Analysis successful. Acquired attributes. Health 10, 000. Rage 9, 999. Hatred 9. 999. Mourning 9, 999. Perfect synthesis acquired. Reward. Martial art. Fishman karate. Luo Ling absorbed all the overflowed health bubbles from the Navy, merging Tiger's health bubbles as well, knowing he would soon need them. Aboard the drifting ship. This was Jinbei, Arlong, and the others' recent conquest. I loathe you, celestial dragons. No, I loathe humanity. You have rendered it impossible for me to love you. Tiger lamented, and though Luo Ling's observation haki had yet to awaken, he could still feel the overwhelming sorrow. His heart cried out. He had saved countless lives, yet none came to rescue him. Brother, brother! The entire Fishman crew of the Sun Pirates surged forward, vowing vengeance. I will avenge Brother Tiger. Arlong roared in fury. Human, what is your name? Why did you save me? Tiger, in dire straits, looked to Luo Ling. My name is Luo Ling. In that year. You saved me. Thus to repay your kindness is my principle. Grievances are to be addressed, but there is no need for gratitude. As Luo Ling spoke, he placed a hand on Tiger's forehead. The health bubbles rapidly fused, marking the first time he utilized this ability since acquiring it through analysis and synthesis. A powerful vitality surged within. Tiger felt as though he had gained the life force of 100 individuals. His wounds healed swiftly, both internal and external. Even his damaged organs mended. This encompassed the health of over 100 people, including himself. Brother! Jinbei exclaimed in sheer joy, astonished by Luo Ling's miraculous ability. Mr. Tiger, I've come to ask you a question on behalf of our GM army. Are you willing to join us? Brother, humans are treacherous. Why should we join the GM army? Arlong spat in rage, unable to comprehend how Tiger could forget the pain of his recent betrayal. Listen to Brother Tiger. Jinbei placed a reassuring hand on Arlong's shoulder. Cough, cough. Tiger spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood, forcing himself to rally. Dragon is right. I should not indulge in fantasies. A hint of gentleness flickered in his gaze, since establishing the Sun Pirates. He had endeavored to showcase the peaceful side of the Fishman race to the world. The Sun Pirates did not harm the innocent or kill enemies. What had they received in return? Ambushes, attacks, and the agony in his heart. However, I, Tiger, shall join alone. Whether other fishmen join is their own choice. They must not accompany me on this perilous venture. Perilous? Luo Ling pondered. Indeed, Tiger was too kind, unwilling to let the fishmen suffer further harm. The man known as the Black Arm Zifa, who refused to kill, had met a tragic fate. Brother, I will go too, Jinbei declared, eager to follow Tiger to know. Without you, how could I possibly be at ease? Tiger resolutely decided to leave alone. By what right do you take my brother away? You are the prime suspect. What nonsense, Demon Lord. You could very well be a human spy. Arlong spat venomously, his disdain for Luo Ling evident, seeing him as merely a child pretending to be significant. I won't need to go through such trouble to deal with you. Before Luo Ling finished speaking, a mere glance conveyed his intent, and his conqueror's haki surged forth, expressing his profound emotions toward Arlong. Arlong responded with frothing at the mouth and fainting as a result. Very well, let the name Tiger fade from memory for a while. Luo Ling pushed open another air portal. Demon Lord, as the Sun Pirates trembled in fear. Everything transpired too suddenly. Only Jinbei sensed the unusualness of the situation. Oh, Luo Ling turned to him, inquiring about his meaning. Take good care of Brother Tiger. The sea warrior Jinbei seems to comprehend that this is the most favorable outcome. Joining the GM army, Tiger paves another path for the Fishman tribe. Fear not. Loring has successfully taken Tiger away. Passing through the air gate, they have arrived on another vessel. Loring, you reckless fellow, you've strayed from the plan. Sabo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He cast a glance at Tiger before continuing to steer the ship. Detection of characters Jinbei and Arlong completed. Rewards granted. Martial arts, Fishman judo, and a devil fruit awakening experience card, which maintains an awakened state for 20 minutes. Consumes a significant amount of stamina and should be cherished. Just as he believed himself to be in a secure position, the hourglass emitted another alert. Detection of character Kizaru initiated. Kizaru has arrived. Loring and his cruise ship has been discovered. Chapter 10. Yada no Kagami vs. Door Awakening. Well, the Demon King who vanished for a year. Your ability must be the Door fruit, correct? There are quite a few who have perused the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Kizaru's mocking voice echoed as a beam of light vanished, and then reformed. He materialized aboard Loring, and Sabo's ship. 3 warships surrounded the area. Kizaru, despite his age, bore an expression not dissimilar to that of a vice admiral. The Door fruit allows traversal to any location, albeit with the limitation that one requires a point of landing. You believe I rely solely on the powers of my fruit. Without formidable Kenbunchiga haki, a Logia user is merely a target in the eyes of the strong. Kizaru strolled towards them, hands in pockets. Damn, the legendary monster Vice Admiral, Sabo exclaimed, seizing a water pipe and charging forth. Undeterred. Tisich, I could simply commandeer another of your ships. You are light, indeed swift, but my Door fruit is not to be underestimated. Loring positioned himself in front of Sabo, aware that his strength was insufficient to confront a Vice Admiral. Particularly the youthful Kizaru. Snap. Kizaru extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! 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 The 3 warships immediately opened fire, striking the vessel where Loring and the others were situated, all crew members having gathered there. Loring unleashed a punch, shattering an air gate. Go. I have selected a safe location for you all. Wait for me there. Loring, Sabo protested, reluctant to leave, for Kizaru was notoriously powerful. Loring had yet to face such a formidable foe. Go, Sabo, you must not shield me. Your strength is inadequate. TSK, how touching. Can you truly defend against this? Kizaru leapt forth, kicking the ground with force. Laser kick. The target was the air gate. Loring rose with an imposing aura. Retaliating with a kick aimed at Kizaru. Ordinary armament haki, Kizaru assessed. Elementary armament haki merely enables one to deliver effective strikes. Intermediate allows for haki hardening. Loring is at this level, sufficient to deal with you. Deflecting the kick, Loring transformed his weapon into the heavenly demon sword, wielding it with greater advantage during daylight. We await your return, Sabo shouted from across the air gate as Loring delivered a punch backward, sealing the portal. Cunning, with someone like you in the GM army, you are truly a difficult adversary. Kizaru frowned, having witnessed Sabo and the others escort Tiger away, feeling quite vexed. The prey had escaped. This route is closed. Mr. Kizaru, Loring's heavenly demon blade emanated ominous energy, thirsting for blood. Heavenly transcendent sword, a luminous sword coalesced, and in an instant blade met sword. The ensuing shockwave obliterated the ship's cabin. Flames spread as the warships continued to descend. It seems you are destined to perish in the fiery depths. Kizaru would not grant Loring another chance to utilize the Door fruit, and no need for your concern. In an instant, the blades had struck over 100 times. The terrifying shockwaves relentlessly ravaged the battered vessel. Youngsters truly are arrogant. How terrifying, Kizaru remarked, his pace quickening as he brandished the heavenly transcendence sword with increasing speed, unfaltering in his assault. The ship was halfway submerged. The sound of water rushing into their ears. Whoosh, a laser shot past him, and Loring unsheathed his sword drawing technique. In a heartbeat, Kizaru was cleaved in two. So swift. If your haki were 10 times stronger, you might have wounded me. Kizaru was astonished by the swiftness of Loring's swordsmanship. There's more. Sheathing his sword and drawing it again, 1,000 sword phantoms surged toward Kizaru. Within his Kenbunchiku, these sword energies were genuine attacks. Chaotic sword technique. A swift blade cuts through chaos. So fast, everything can be severed. The recently healed Kizaru was once again cleaved into hundreds of pieces. Whoosh, a luminous orb coalesced, revealing a brand new version of him. "You are injured." Loring observed Kizaru's left arm, which had been harmed, blood seeping from the wound. "He will heal quickly. However, you are in peril," Kizaru stated seriously. Loring first utilized the sword-drawing technique to slice Kizaru's form in half, followed by the chaotic sword technique, leaving no room for mercy. His kin Bunchaku was insufficiently strong, forcing him to frantically seek Kizaru's true body while infusing his strikes with armament haki, relying on numerical superiority. Yet he had only managed to inflict minor wounds that he surmised correctly that to truly contend with a master, one would need at least advanced haki, if not awakening. The smile faded from Kizaru's face, his cape billowing in the wind, the word justice heavy upon him, him. It was merely ambiguous. Loring stood upon rising seawater, employing moonwalk to avoid contact with the water, allowing Kizaru to mistakenly assume he was fearful. Kizaru had already suspended in midair, both standing in the void, patiently awaiting the ship to fully submerge, seeking an opportunity, a chance to prevent Loring's escape, a decisive strike. Loring remained motionless as a mountain, knowing that the next attack would be so swift that even the air gate would not suffice for escape. Unless one possessed the level of fruit awakening that, of course, he could also utilize the Zoan-type transformation to withstand the onslaught. Fleeing through the air gate would likely result in being riddled with holes. Kizaru would undoubtedly locate them on this island, capturing the severely injured Loring and the others, even erasing them on the spot. There was no need to worry. It was said that the celestial dragons detested Loring intensely. They demanded to see him alive, only to make his existence a living hell. Ironclad defense and recovery, coupled with armament haki, none could withstand it. The hourglass reward of the Fruit Awakening Experience card could be used for 20 minutes. Was that enough? Loring had contemplated awakening the mythical Zoan, yet 20 minutes would not suffice to completely defeat Kizaru. And he had his own means of escape. Sabo and the others remained on the island. He had to devise a comprehensive strategy. The priority was to ensure the survival of as many lives as possible. The Fruit Awakening Experience role had been utilized, granting a temporary awakening of the Door fruit for 20 minutes. The countdown had begun in an instant. Loring felt his mastery over the Door fruit surge dramatically. It was an obscure, yet tangible state of being, and he mused inwardly that this sensation of fruit awakening was indeed real. Even after the experience concluded, his proficiency with the fruit would increase, allowing for early adaptation to the fruit's awakening. Such benefits, how splendid! A doorframe-like white light appeared in his pupils. Doors, whoosh! All around him were countless air doors, leading to various locales. Among them were diverse scenes. Mountains, a household, the sea, the sky, and the interiors of warships. Fruit awakening, Kizaru harbored doubts. If this lad had truly awakened the fruit, was there any necessity for such arduous efforts beforehand? The very reason he had chosen this opportune moment was to prevent Loring from making a desperate escape, albeit by a mere fraction of a chance. Yada no Kagami. He transformed into a swirling orb of light, rapidly rotating, energy coalescing, thousands of light particles launching forth. Doors. Loring understood that evasion was unnecessary as the first particle of light struck him. A small door manifested from his form, causing the particle to vanish upon entry. As more light particles surged forth, countless small doors opened upon him, ignoring all attacks. Ha ha! How wondrous! Loring laughed heartily, realizing that the complete awakening of the Door fruit was astonishingly powerful. The fruit experience role granted the ability of perfect awakening, truly a monster, hidden from view. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his attacks, Kizaru's eyes shifted from mockery to coldness. Yada no Kagami, with an empty hand. Mirrors of light appeared in the blink of an eye. They materialized before Loring. As the laser kick approached, the heavenly transcendent sword also surged forward, slicing through the air. Doors. Loring's body twisted. His position transformed into a door, causing Kizaru to kick into emptiness. Scenes from the myriad doors abruptly shifted, transmuting into cascading blue seawater. They fell from above. Chapter 11. The New Three Admirals. A changing era. Kizaru, propelled by Yada no Kagami, surged forth at incredible speed. Coupled with his rapid-fire assaults, a brief moment of suspension occurred. This 1-in-a-million chance to obliterate Loring had turned into Loring's 1-in-a-million chance to strike. Seawater poured in from every direction. Boom! Coalescing into a massive sphere, the seawater formed a global entity. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru danced in place, shattering the water sphere. Damn! 2 consecutive large-scale attacks. Kizaru felt no fatigue, only frustration. His fruit had awakened, and he had rescued Tiger. Suspected to be part of the GM army, thwarting our plan, the yellow monkey landed on the shore, his expression tinged with displeasure. The confrontation with Luo Ling had left 3 warships affected, sustaining varying degrees of damage. Understood. The lieutenant meticulously noted all the information, his face revealing a hint of distress. He had not anticipated that the yellow monkey's personal intervention would yield no results. The little monster had already become a formidable force. Reluctantly, the yellow monkey commanded a search for Luo Ling on the island, but he was well aware that facing an awakened user of the Moku no Mi was utterly futile. This was merely for the sake of better accountability. After all, these matters were handled by his subordinates down on Fuxiat Island. In an ordinary cottage, Tiger was recuperating while Sabo and others wore anxious expressions. The recent clash between Luo Ling and the yellow monkey had sent shockwaves throughout the island, and they could feel the lingering tremors of the battle. In a corner, a little girl named Clara wiped her tears with her small hands. I didn't mean to. I know nothing. Her parents stood behind her, resting their hands on her shoulders. Clara was unaware of the ambush and attack. Upon learning the truth later, her decision to join the GM army was partly influenced by this experience. Clara was a year older than Sabo and would later excel in Fishman karate. She had been rescued by the Sun Pirates, only to see her benefactors grievously injured. Overwhelmed with guilt, she continued to wipe away her tears. Luo Ling's arrival meant absolute safety for them, a fact that even the yellow monkey could scarcely fathom at that moment. Why are you crying? You should be smiling that I teach you to cry, so you need not wear a forced smile. Now that I'm still alive, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Tiger said with a smile, and upon hearing this, Clara ceased her tears, managing a faint smile. Her parents trembled with fear, concerned about potential attacks from Sabo and the others. Suddenly, a door appeared, and Luo Ling successfully extricated himself. Without a moment to spare, he opened a portal. Hurry! There are only 10 minutes left of Fruit Awakening. We must escape. Luo Ling, I knew you could do it. Everyone rushed through the door, unable to indulge in happiness. Clara watched them flee as if they had never been there. Her mother wiped her tears and urgently said, Quick, gather your things. The Marines will surely come to inspect. We can't leave any traces. The man nodded. They had erred once and could not afford to make the same mistake again. Clara felt a buzzing in her ears. She wanted to call out for someone to take her along, but could not find the words. Was it hesitation? A day later, the terrifying GM army, having rescued Pirate Tiger, made waves across the island. She silently vowed to join them. Previously, a warship was making leaps, occasionally revealing a massive door that allowed them to traverse great distances, until it vanished from sight, no longer within the Navy's purview. This vessel was the one previously seized by Jinbei and his crew. It had traveled far during Luo Ling's fierce battle. There was no time to pursue. Had it not been for Luo Ling's Fruit Awakening, they would never have boarded the ship. Using the last few minutes of his Fruit Awakening, he continually passed through air gates, traversing the seas. Thus, he managed to escape like a golden cicada, shedding its shell. Tiger, are you all right? Jinbei observed that Tiger seemed much improved, less agitated. That I'm fine. From now on, we must part ways. Staying with you will endanger the Sun Pirates and Fishman Island, Tiger advised. I could tea that moment. Arlong lay unconscious, unresponsive. Luo Ling lingered awkwardly in the corner. His hasty escape had been a whirlwind, yet he found himself back in an instant, a situation awkward enough to etch an island into the sand with his finger. The Fishmen revered strength, and Luo Ling was indeed strong. The Sun Pirates had shed their previous arrogance, acknowledging Luo Ling's prowess. Luo Ling, why are you silent? Is Ice and tea like you? Sabo inquired curiously. His question plunged Luo Ling and the Sun Pirates into an uncomfortable silence. Jinbei broke the silence. Since we escaped danger, and Tiger S health has been miraculously restored by Luo Ling S skills, let us hold a banquet. A banquet? Sabo raised his juice cup, his relatively optimistic demeanor owing to his retained memories. Luo Ling drank milk and toasted with them. The awkwardness began to dissipate as they sang the tune of Bink's Sake out on the sea. The haunting melody of a pirate song drifted through the air. Luo Ling devoured a hearty meal, his mastery of the marine six styles allowing him to fluidly transition between techniques. After breaking through to mastery, he successfully grasped the ability of life return. Consequently, he indulged voraciously, swiftly digesting his food. Following the experience of fruit awakening, an overwhelming hunger surged forth, depleting his stamina. After such awakening, one must not neglect their haki. Both attack and agility needed to be maximized. Every true powerhouse must possess a well-rounded skill set. Luo Ling bit into a piece of roasted meat, digesting the combat experience. You really can eat. Continue, Arlong scolded angrily. Shut up. You'd best behave, Luo Ling retorted, uninterested in further conversation. The timeline had shifted. It was uncertain if Arlong would even venture to the East Blue. The tyrants of Fishman Street meant that the notorious Hody Jones was no longer a threat, replaced instead by the admired Arlong. The following day, Luo Ling encountered the GM army that had come to retrieve them, disappearing once more from the World S site. Not long after, the sea warrior Jinbei was appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. While Arlong furiously exited the Sun Pirates, returning to Fishman Street in Marineford, the yellow monkey reclined with his legs crossed, perturbed by a name mentioned in the meeting. Luo Ling. At the meeting, Warlord Brand New, who is still merely a lieutenant commander, has already emerged as a candidate to read the agenda. The formidable Demon King Luo Ling single-handedly rescued Tiger, thwarting our plans. Current evidence confirms he is the GM army. The threat level has escalated. He must be eliminated swiftly, and the bounty has been raised to 500 million berries. The assembled dignitaries exchanged glances that a year ago, when he first set out to sea, his bounty had been 300 million, breaking records in the East Blue. Now, after a year's absence, it had soared to 500 million berries. This individual, a supernova in the pirate world last year, had vanished for a year only to emerge as a new supernova this time. I wonder, is there a possibility that our bounty will be ineffective? He may very well disappear again, a vice admiral pondered, falling into silence. Not long after, Sengoku entered, poised to announce a significant matter to alleviate the current unrest. Pfft is training interns, while Garp remains unrestrained. The higher-tier combat power has become a mere facade. He must stabilize the morale. Ladies and gentlemen, after deliberation and decision, the Navy headquarters will appoint Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kuzan as the new admirals. Akainu remained silent, seemingly having anticipated this. The yellow monkey was displeased. He had not genuinely engaged in the previous encounter, attributing Luo Ling's unexpected use of fruit awakening abilities to his misfortune. Akiji was the most reticent. Several years younger, yet undeniably powerful, he had long been aware of Luo Ling's fruit awakening. However, since Luo Ling and the Yellow Monkey had not engaged in a true life-or-death struggle, it was difficult to ascertain Luo Ling's true strength. The Navy headquarters assessed Luo Ling's fruit awakening as primarily supportive and evasive. Lacking in offensive capabilities, Pfft exited the conference room. He and Garp walked side by side in tacit understanding. The sea was ever-changing, and increasingly capable youngsters were emerging. Truly remarkable. Garp seemed to glimpse the sea of his youth. A time when the Navy boasted himself, Pfft, and Sengoku, while the pirates included Roger, Whitebeard, and Captain John, a truly heroic era. Your mindset never grows old. I've been feeling fatigued lately. Perhaps I am simply weary. Garp found himself a loss for words, standing rooted in place, as if he could hear the melancholy in his old friend's heart. Pfft walked alone towards the corner. Garp watched his solitary figure. The shadow elongated like a lamentation of life's suffering. With the passage of time, did the ships of the old era have no place to dock? Chapter 12. Whitebeard 2. born of divine strength. As the waves crashed against the warship, Vice Admiral Zifa was training the new generation of Navy recruits. Since the incident involving his wife and child, he had become despondent, retreating to the sidelines. Fortunately, over the years, he had nurtured many monstrous newcomers. The new trio of admirals, the vice admirals of the headquarters, and even the future East Blue Gatekeeper Smoker all emerged from his tutelage. One man had supported the Navy through 2 eras. "Teacher, let us take a break," Ein said with concern. She was a user of the reversal fruit, capable of restoring youth, even to infancy. "No need. I've just been feeling unwell lately. Perhaps my old injuries are acting up." Zifa held a newspaper in his hand, but he felt a deep sense of melancholy, as if the sea could calmly observe everything, knowing that nothing could endure. In recent years, the GM army had surged forward, with Dragon, Kuma, Ivankov, and Tiger vying for dominance. Newcomers like Luo Ling and Sabo had ascended to the stage of history. Their power was no longer to be disregarded. Yet the celestial dragons continued to lift their noble heads, unwilling to acknowledge the changes in the world. For over 2 years, Luo Ling had been absent from the sea, as if he had severed ties with the ocean Zifa inhabited. Zifa knew that day would inevitably come. It was merely a matter of time. There is rain ahead, he murmured to himself deep within. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the stormy sea. "Mother, is that a naval warship? Are we truly going to attack?" "Of course, Waibaloo. You are the son of the strongest, Whitebeard, ruling over these waters. Your duty is to eliminate all foes." Zephyr turned around. Age had weighed heavily upon him, and his waning ambition significantly impacted his strength. Had he become so lax in his mastery of observation hockey? To protect the cadets, he resolutely threw himself into this battle. Bolts of lightning erupted. Whitebeard, too, rampaged forward, relentlessly wielding his blade that a ship was racing towards them at breakneck speed. Once it reached a certain distance, a youth on the deck stepped into the air, causing a portal to open with a resounding thud. He merely hoped he had not arrived too late. This was a crucial step in establishing the complete GM army. The rain poured down in torrents. Thunder rumbled fiercely. Only 2 cadets remained alive on the ship, and Zephyr, constrained at every turn, could only protect them. He was already wounded. A moment's inattention could result in Whitebeard, too, striking him down. Why attack those 2? Make it impossible for him to defend. "All right, Mother." Whitebeard, too, with snot running down his face, swung his sword at Ein. A terrifying force combined with the might of armament hockey. Ein, merely a cadet, stood no chance. No. Zephyr rushed forward with utmost speed. This was reminiscent of the situation with red-haired Shanks that if he saved Ein, he would inevitably be injured, perhaps even lose an arm. A tragedy was on the verge of unfolding. Waibaloo, attack and sever his arm. "As you command, Mother." With a mighty swing, Whitebeard too's blade descended, and Zephyr realized that if he dodged, Ein would surely be harmed. Years of neglect and training had eroded his ambition. In the world of pirates, a strong mindset was of paramount importance. After Moria was defeated by Kaido, he fell into despair. Zephyr's spirit had plummeted after the loss of his children. Upon learning of Roger's death, the Golden Lion retreated into obscurity for nearly 20 years. In contrast, Barrett continued to train relentlessly even while imprisoned in Impel Down. Blackbeard's crew would slaughter anyone upon hearing of an escape opportunity from Impel Down. The Supernovas, too, rapidly enhanced their strength within 2 years, and a steadfast mindset and spirited ambition were unshakable laws of the pirate world. Teacher Zephyr. I knew she was the cause of Zephyr's plight. Had he not had anyone to protect, he could have moved freely. One by one, cadets fell before Zephyr, pushing his mental state to the brink. Yet, as a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr remained resilient and unyielding. Even if he lost an arm today, he would ultimately depart due to Whitebeard II's ascent to the warlords of the sea. Having crossed his final line, "Do not be afraid," Zephyr appeared before Ein, attempting to summon the might of armament hockey to its utmost state. The blade fell, splattering blood, slicing through skin. Could he ultimately not withstand it? Before Waibaloo, a portal to the air opened swiftly in the blink of an eye. Luo Ling stepped forth, grasping the hilt of the long sword. Whitebeard, too, was furious. He possessed innate strength, and his armament haki was extraordinarily formidable. As long as he suppressed with sheer force, he could utterly crush Zephyr without fear. For over 2 years, since rescuing Tiger, the youth had vanished from the seas. The GM Army's world was a different battlefield from the Navy and pirates. They were at odds with the world government. During this time, his nearly breakthrough mastery of the three-color haki had successfully advanced to a high level. His proficiency in devil fruits and various techniques had also seen tremendous growth. The old woman perched upon Whitebeard 2's shoulder shrieked, "Why, Baloo, that fellow is the demon lord of the GM army. Luo Ling, kill him." "All right, mother. I will be invincible in battle." He attempted to crush the young man's hands with terrifying might. Advanced armament haki, strong enough to harden his entire body, signifying a leap in both quality and quantity. When the armament haki concentrated in his hands, its potency would increase significantly. Dragon's Claw. As he executed his body technique, the armament haki further fused seamlessly with his physique. Luo Ling's fruit abilities had long since reached an advanced level. As a Zoan-type user, his strength had also seen a substantial boost. He had ascended to the ranks of true powerhouses in the pirate world. To be a top-tier powerhouse, one must reach a certain awakening. He was but a step away. Your strength, body techniques, and armament haki are formidable. Why, Baloo could hardly believe that such a young lad could contend with him. "You monster, your strength is overwhelming. I am forced to expend so much ability to fend you off. However, my greatest strength is not mere power." Luo Ling's veins bulged as he poured every ounce of effort into his strike. With one hand supporting himself, the other clenched towards the air. Fishman Karate Shark Fong pummeling. This punch was not intended to strike Baloo. He could undoubtedly withstand it without a care. The target was the old woman seated upon his shoulder. "Baloo, save me." "All right, mother," she cried out in panic, and Baloo hastily reached out to assist. Luo Ling directly opened a portal, tossing the stunned trio inside and on the deck. Only he and Whitebeard 2 remained in confrontation. Oh, and there's an old crone. Character analysis of Zephyr was successful. Synthesis reward. Armament haki awakening technique, Flowing Cherry Blossom. Flowing Cherry Blossom is a technique, but if your armament haki has reached the pinnacle of high level, it signifies awakening. Detecting character Baloo. Analysis successful. Attributes acquired. Health 3000, Rage 2000, Foolishness 5000, Strength 10,000. Would you like to extract the strength of 10,000? Baloo's earlier assault on Luo Ling was quite merciless. The power unleashed transformed into bubbles, fleeting and ephemeral. If not extracted, it would dissipate. Extract. After more than 2 years of training to break through to advanced armament haki, he finally obtained the awakening technique. Flowing Cherry Blossom. The health and strength bubbles were absorbed in kind. Luo Ling felt his healing ability and strength bolster, and his armament haki surged instantaneously. Chapter 13. Three-sword style, Flowing Cherry Blossom awakening. Luo Ling clenched his fists. Fully alert, a vision flashed in his mind in an instant. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, leaves fluttered down, a small stream flowed gently, and someone was continuously throwing punches with unyielding ferocity, yet struggled to break through. 1 year. 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. Cherry blossoms fell upon his shoulders, and he finally understood that the essence of softness, like cherry blossoms and flowing water, was the ultimate destination. At this moment, the harmony of hardness and softness became the flowing cherry blossom. Mother, he's frozen in shock. Now is the perfect opportunity. Baloo, kill him. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Baloo dashed forth, his armament haki enveloping his great sword as he aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Luo Ling with overwhelming force. In a critical moment, Luo Ling suddenly opened his bright eyes. Even if no one sees, I can strike with abandon. Luo Ling swiftly entered his beast form for battle, his tail swaying and his teeth sharpening. "Aren't you a Paramecia-type user?" the old woman on Baloo's shoulder exclaimed in disbelief. If it were known that he possessed dual devil fruit abilities, Luo Ling's bounty would undoubtedly skyrocket. Who said that? I never claimed it. Luo Ling had long since developed the Sky King fruit and the Door fruit to advanced proficiency. He was merely a catalyst away from awakening, just like his armament haki. Upon fully transforming into a beast, his strength surged significantly. Left hand, celestial demon. Right hand, shattered fong. One demonic blade, one fierce edge. As the armament haki enveloped his fists and blade, the pink flowing cherry blossom haki swirled around it. Flowing like water, blossoming like cherry blossoms. Two-sword style drawing technique. Swish, he flashed past, slicing through the air beside Whitebeard with twin blades in an instant. Whitebeard, what are you standing there for? The old woman remained oblivious. In a split second, Whitebeard had already been struck. Mother, he's too fast. Nanny. Whitebeard sensed something amiss and dared not move recklessly, while the old woman turned in terror. Luo Ling stood behind them, sheathing his twin blades. It hurts! Whitebeard 2's chest was cleaved into a cross, blood splattering. The wound was grotesque and chilling, blood dripping. Due to the swiftness of Luo Ling's strike, the wound had yet to fully open. Move, Whitebeard. You've only sustained a minor injury. Send that so-called demon, Lord Luo Ling, to hell. The old woman was utterly unaware of what speed combined with a breach of defense truly meant, had it not been for Whitebeard 2's substantial blood. He would have already knelt. ASU command. Mother. Whitebeard suddenly turned, and the wound burst open, not only gushing blood but causing him to spew forth a mouthful of black blood. This time his blade moved even faster. The excruciating pain igniting his potential. In Luo Ling's perspective, bubbles of health, strength, rage, and agony swirled around him. Die. Whitebeard 2 roared, intent on ensuring Luo Ling met a fate worse than death. Three-sword style, chaotic sword technique. As Luo Ling called out the name of his technique, the old woman mocked, three-sword style. Are you going to bite the blades? Whoosh. In the next instant, 3 beams of light from his blades truly came slicing through, transforming into a whirlwind of sword shadows. Fool. It's my tail. I've added my tail. Luo Ling's tail had also hardened with armament haki, enveloped in flowing cherry blossom, as long as it was strong enough. Anything could serve as a sword. Tail blade. Tail gale. Mother, his swordsmanship is incredibly swift. Whitebeard's speed is not to be underestimated, yet in the face of Lorling's primarily speed-oriented sword techniques and chaotic swordplay, he seems rather inadequate. The sword technique strike once, aiming for a complete breach of defense. When confronting such a resilient opponent with formidable haki, one must evade his hands and weapon, allowing the haki to awaken, inflicting internal damage for a decisive kill. The chaotic swordplay, on the other hand, is executed in scenarios where the defense has already been compromised, delivering widespread and multifaceted assaults that saturates the target with relentless speed, ensuring that if one slash finds its mark, a second will follow, deepening the wound incessantly. Whitebeard 2 continuously regenerates his great sword, splintering wood from the warship, severing steel. The scene is utterly chaotic. Die, he bellows. Conjuring a tempest, Lorling's chaotic swordplay also inflicts indiscriminate damage, shattering numerous objects. Dust obscures vision, leaving one to rely solely on observation haki. The old woman, being a pirate from a bygone era, though her strength has waned considerably, still wields haki. Not wishing to alert Lorling and reveal her position, she remarkably falls silent. Within her observation haki, Whitebeard 2, Whitebeard, and Lorling remain motionless, anchored in place. Fortunately, Whitebeard still breathes, and longer. A surge of elation fills her heart as she realizes Lorling's heartbeat and breath are imperceptible. Is he dead? Mother, Whitebeard suddenly exclaims, his voice laced with incredulity, akin to a fool. He is dead. Ha ha. Well done, Whitebeard. The two share a frenzied laughter that lasts no more than 3 seconds. Pfft. Whitebeard's wound resembles a runaway child returning home after an escapade. It erupts violently. Blood surges forth. He experiences an unprecedented agony, his elephantine form savaged by a lion, surrounded by a pack of hyenas, ultimately reduced to mere bones. Mother, it hurts so much. Whitebeard dares not move. Fearing for his life, he slowly turns his head. This injury, however, cannot truly claim his life. It can only be deemed a severe wound. Impossible. You're the son of Whitebeard. Mother, am I truly Whitebeard's son? Indeed, your unparalleled strength. Your distinctive beard outshines any counterfeit. The old woman struggles to comprehend that Whitebeard has sustained such grave injuries. Blood flows incessantly, from his chest to his abdomen, finally pooling at his feet with every moment. Death beckons him with its scythe. Cough, cough, a dry cough shatters the silence. Dust dissipates. Lorling leans against his twin blades, fervor gleaming in his eyes. Initially, I employed your strategy, a classic case of sacrificing one for the other, reversing the momentum. Subsequently, it became a lion's hunt, causing even the mammoths to bleed. Ultimately, whether it be a pack of hyenas or ants, as long as the numbers are sufficient, the wounds will expand infinitely. Rising to his feet, Lorling's highly developed Zoan physique bestows upon him an unceasing vitality. Extraction. Lorling extends a hand into the air, capturing the blood essence bubbles visible only to him as the essence merges. His body rapidly heals. Mother, I feel my vitality waning. Every moment, Waibalu's life ebbs away, while Lorling incessantly absorbs. Utilizing his ability to extract attribute bubbles, Lorling vehemently replenishes his own vitality, simultaneously weakening Waibalu. Should a single flaw appear, it will be exploited infinitely. No system, yet a sandglass. I shall not permit your demise. Your body is of utmost necessity to me. Lorling's gaze is frigid. Though you may not be particularly astute, your indiscriminate slaughter cannot be forgiven. You shall become my prototype number 0, defeating the former Warlord of the Seas, the achievement. Warlord of the Seas, Progress 111 Perfect Synthesis, Rewards. Prototype Blueprints, Beginner, and Pacifist Prototype, Progress 30, requires gathering Bloodline Factor Blueprints, Beginner. Prototype Blueprints, Beginner, already obtained. Combat Machinery Blueprints, Beginner. Will you extract? Extract. Lorling absorbs the blood essence bubbles emanating from Waibalu, healing and restoring his energy to AT last. He has collected his first blueprint. The prototype experiment requires a flawless specimen. Vegapunk chose Bartholomew Kuma. Lorling chose Whitebeard 2 Waibalu. With so many former warlords of the seas combined, perhaps it would be better to call them the 11 warlords of the seas. Exhausted, Lorling declares, knowing that Waibalu still possesses the strength for one last battle. Let us determine the victor. Chapter 14 in the name of Z. Ascending to dragonhood, that Lorling's journey has yielded a new blueprint, reaping considerable rewards. Tiger has brought forth even more potent Fishman karate and Fishman judo, alongside his renown for liberating countless slaves. His aim is to escort Zephyr away and further refine the GM army within a more structured framework. He intends to introduce the Navy's 6 powers in a more scientific manner. Unexpectedly, one of the 3 blueprints of the Pacifist was also acquired. This body is perfect for becoming a prototype. After stating this, Lorling strides towards Waibalu. What do you intend to do? Mother, save me. Whitebeard 2 bellows, yet the old woman beside him remains motionless. In the next moment, a shattering sound erupts. The old woman had already been struck. Lorling's indiscriminate assault with chaotic swordplay leaves Waibalu unable to defend himself, let alone shield her. Bang! Her eyes widen in terror as her skin fractures into segments, fissures emerging, blood oozing forth, with a resounding crash. She is dismembered, leaving no trace of her existence. Lorling is indeed ruthless. That has always been his way, decisive in his killing. You killed her, killed her. She is my mother. I am Whitebeard's son. Whitebeard too roars in fury. And Lorling casts a glance at him. Waibalu has already crumbled. Defense is no longer in his repertoire. He merely attacks on instinct. Blood pours forth from his wounds. Lorling, hand on his forehead, chuckles softly. How absurd. In this so-called world ruled by deities, even scoundrels like you roam freely. Why should that be allowed? The sea breeze carries the ever-persistent scent of blood. Lorling has always felt that this aroma resembles blood diluted by water. Each day, countless innocent lives perish upon the ocean. Perhaps, within that scent, there lies not only salt but also the stench of blood. Silence. You shall merely become a perfect specimen that Lorling's hand collides with Waibalu's fist. To transform a fish into a dragon is no simple feat. Lorling has studied Fishman karate and Fishman judo for 2 years now. The dragon claw has been mastered for quite some time. Yet only today does he comprehend the essence of dragons and fish. Today, the fish leaps over the dragon's gate and ascends to the heavens. This technique is called ascending to dragonhood. Lorling's hand morphs into the shape of a dragon's claw. Flowing with flowing cherry haki, water vapor enveloping him, merging power and skill to their utmost peaks. The armed color haki, flowing cherry, condenses the moisture in the air upon his palm, adhering to the dragon claw. Prolonged practice of finger guns has enhanced his finger strength. The finger guns area, the entirety of the dragon claw, the memories of Fishman karate, and the armed color haki of flowing cherry ultimately converge into one. Mastery transcends from 100 to its pinnacle. At the moment of exertion, the unleashed power transforms into a wave of energy, coalescing into a pink dragon that surges past his arm, roaring like a dragon. Die. I am Whitebeard's son. Waibolu experiences unprecedented agony. His fingers shatter one by one, from his fist to his wrist, then to his forearm. This strike devastates from within, impacting his entire being, a genius who has reached the pinnacle of physical arts. Endowed with flowing cherry haki, while incapacitated by severe injuries, delivers a fatal blow with sheer force. Crack. Even the formidable Waibolu, with his powerful armed color haki, finds himself unable to withstand Lorling's assault, one arm rendered useless. Rolling his eyes back, foam spilling from his mouth. Even if Whitebeard too were to awaken, he would merely exist as a vegetable. Is Lorling cruel? What of the countless ordinary souls who have perished aboard this vessel? A glance reveals a sea of corpses. Boom! The torrential rain falls, yet it cannot dampen Lorling's attire. He treads upon the dark red rainwater, clad in well-worn boots, denim trousers, and a black zippered hooded coat. Lacking any lining, revealing his robust physique. This year he is nearing 16, flowing cherry-armed color haki dances across his being, repelling the rainwater. Had he arrived a moment sooner, these souls might have joined my GM army. Yet intelligence and travel require time. Even with a general timeline, one must seek more detailed locations and information. That he inhales deeply. With a push, he opens the air door on the other side. The injured Zephyr bears faint bloodstains upon his arm, fortunate to remain unmaimed. The other two students, exhausted, have also sustained injuries. Lorling tosses Whitebeard to Waibolu's body to the side. Zeta, with a grim expression, declares, "This fellow must be brought back to the Navy. His crimes are egregious." "No, I must take his body." Lorling's words leave no room for debate. Over the years, he has traversed numerous kingdoms, inciting fervent wars, thus amplifying his conqueror's haki. Not only has it reached an advanced level, but it also manifests silently, unreflective of his actions. This implies that he requires an opportunity to further awaken his conqueror's haki. "Why did you save me, you scoundrel?" Zephyr exclaims indignantly, bound by his principles to voice such a question. "Why, I have come to rescue you, and to take you away as well, Mr. Zifa. Surely you do not wish to witness ordinary people being bullied by pirates." Luo Ling sat wearily in the rocking chair. Feeling the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard too, had it not been for his impaired speed, he might have evaded the cunning tactics employed against him and vanquished the old man, leaving Whitebeard too in utter despair. With a single blow, the situation unraveled, culminating in an explosion. The one who would inevitably lose was Luo Ling, and given Whitebeard too's extensive combat history, a loss for Luo Ling meant certain death. Outside the cabin, the relentless rain continued to pour. You believe it still holds meaning to remain in the Navy. The establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea, the differing views of the new 3 admirals. What does the future hold? They are all your students. Surely you understand them better. In my eyes, as long as the celestial dragons draw breath, this nebulous notion of justice will persist. Your Z can never come to fruition. Z. A flicker of emotion crossed Zifa's gaze, and the wounds on his arm ached dully. When the name Z emerged, he hesitated momentarily. Luo Ling, since the opportunity had arrived, have you not addressed the Gorosei regarding this matter? From Ironbone Kong to Sengoku, were you not once a fleet admiral? Did you ever protect the celestial dragons? With pirates so arrogant and the celestial dragons so shameless, why can we not bring this to a definitive end? He spoke slowly, each word resonating within Zifa's heart. Mr. Zifa, join us. Let us transform this world. Let the Red Continent no longer belong solely to the celestial dragons, but to the entire world. Let the Red Continent belong to the whole world. Zifa had never felt his heart race so fervently. Cough, cough. What a foolish lad, spouting nonsensical rhetoric. He cursed under his breath, appearing devoid of a smile. Yet internally he was in turmoil. Gullah tea that moment. The transponder snail emitted sound. Zifa picked it up with ease. Yes, this is Zifa. Zifa, Vice Admiral, have you encountered an attack from Weibel? We have received intelligence. It is likely perilous. The voice on the other end wished to continue speaking. Dead? I am the sole survivor. Zifa did not divulge the survival of the two cadets. Whitebeard too's moves were grand and destructive, obliterating everything in their path. Some even cleaved in two, plunging into the depths of the SEIT would be impossible to account for them later. How are you, Vice Admiral Zifa? I am well enough, though I have sustained injuries. After responding, Zifa continued. What of Sengoku? I require an explanation. The route of this operation was classified. Who exactly leaked it? There was a moment of silence on the transponder snail before Sengoku's voice emerged. I apologize, Zifa. Speak. Why, Sengoku. Zifa was in pursuit of a final explanation that we learned too late. The new 3 admirals, along with several fleet admirals from headquarters, are all your students. In other words, those old-timers from the underworld and the new world do not wish for you to continue nurturing powerful warriors for the Navy. To maintain balance, this clandestine attack was executed. Sengoku sighed. Zifa, filled with rage, as a former admiral of the Navy, was privy to certain secrets. He exclaimed, Sengoku, you well know that CP0 under the Gorosei has always been in league with the underworld. Do not say another word, Zifa. Such matters concern the dignity of the world government. I understand. It is always about face, forever about face. Zifa closed his eyes, ceasing to ponder, relinquishing his struggle point 2 days later. The news spread throughout the Grand Line that former Fleet Admiral Zifa had been ambushed. With him as the sole survivor, the week passed, and Zifa resigned due to his injuries a month later. On the Sorbet archipelago, on a seemingly ordinary ship, Luo Ling sat in the rocking chair, basking in the sun. Sunlight danced upon countless bubbles, beautiful and resplendent. Beside him stood Ein and Binz, who had recently become his subordinates. Mr. Zifa, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Please call me Z. The man had short purple hair, a black cloak, and exaggerated sunglasses, looking as though he had shed over a decade of age. Set sail. Luo Ling spoke to the transponder snail. Across the vast ocean, numerous ships, sailboats, and warships traversed with varied intentions. Look, only that humble little boat appeared unremarkable. Destination, Red Soil Island, Baldigo, Chapter 15, Kuma's hometown, the gluttonous girl Bonnie.GM military laboratory. Researchers clad in lab coats were studying the blueprints of the original pacifists. I feel as though we are still missing a key component to develop this formidable weapon of war, but a senior scientist beside him pressed a button, opening the hatch to reveal the bodies of Whitebeard 2. The blueprints for the cyborgs included not only the combination of man and machine, but also cloning technology. The experiments had reached a certain limitation. May the captain make a breakthrough soon. After saying this, he inquired, by the way, why hasn't the captain shown his face lately? Oh, he mentioned he was setting sail to seek inspiration. Setting sail? ISNT, the head of the GM military laboratory? The researchers were none the wiser. This man, who had delved into the depths of academia and science for 3 years, was, in fact, the one who established the name of the GM military hero. Tiger, as well as Z. He single-handedly formed this team of cyborgs. With pleasant weather and gentle breezes, it was the perfect day for a voyage. Luo Ling appeared on a vessel that could accommodate 30 individuals. At last, it was time to set sail. The backward fruit user, Ein, held the position of navigator. The lush fruit user, Binz, served as the farmer. With his abilities, they could enjoy the freshest fruits and vegetables even at sea. Z stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. His asthma had been severe lately, and Luo Ling sought the blueprints for the bloodline factor to discover a cure. Black Arm Zifa, one could tell from his name that he would make an excellent sailor. Tiger, arms crossed, as the helmsman, was always prepared. Ein, dressed in a blue top and denim shorts. Her tall figure approached Luo Ling, offering a newspaper. Recently, a pirate named Ace has been doing quite well. He is said to be a natural user. He is my brother. Luo Ling sipped his cola as the small boat sailed alongside a marine train, heading towards an island in the Grand Line. That was Kuma's homeland. "Oh, brother, Isnt Sabo? He has always called you Luo Ling and acknowledged you as his elder brother." I was incredulous, and the others turned their attention to listen. Ace, quite formidable. Luo Ling gazed into the distance, the ocean growing ever more intriguing. They were approaching their destination, but he also activated the character projection. Analyzing, the character projection is now active. Name: Luo Ling. Title: Demon Lord. Armament: Haki. 95, Beginner Awakening. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Observation: Haki. 100, Advanced. The Conqueror's Haki. 100, Advanced. Martial Arts. Navy 6 Styles. 100, Iron Fist of Love. 100, Dragon Claw. 100, Fishman Karate. 100, Fishman Judo. 100, Pinnacle, Swordsmanship. Drawing Sword Technique. 100, Chaotic Sword Technique. 100, Pinnacle, Gunmanship. Gun Fighting Technique. 100, Pinnacle. Devil Fruits. Monkey Fruit. 100, Door Fruit. 100, Advanced. Martial Arts Techniques. Ascending Dragon Transformation. Items: Shattered Fong, Large Knife. 21, Craftsmanship. Heavenly Demon, Large Knife. 21, Craftsmanship. 3 Ordinary Knives and Swords. 3 Iron Guns. Life Card: 3 Ordinary Sales. Berries: 13, 853 for 51. Bounty: 573 million berries. All skills cultivated to their peak. Fruits and Haki developed to 100. Luo Ling had become so powerful that he needed a genuine battle, a struggle of fist to flesh to truly surpass his limits. This voyage was not merely to grow stronger. He had another purpose: to traverse the Grand Line and journey to the South Sea. The Sorbet Kingdom. The former ruler here was Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. Due to Luo Ling's emergence, Kuma had refused to become a warlord of the sea several years ago. He had opposed pirates with his formidable strength and refused to heed the commands of the world government, earning him the title of the tyrant that time. Luo Ling had led a team of successfully modified warriors, possessing the monstrous strength and physique of Whitebeard too, equipped with both melee and ranged weaponry. Upon their arrival, while guarding the Sorbet Kingdom, they stirred a worldwide sensation. Although this prevented Kuma from being coerced into becoming a warlord of the sea, it also sowed the seeds of danger. The South Sea was also the hometown of the gluttonous girl, Jewelry Bonnie. Someone from here. No one understood Kuma's kindness better than her. Tasty, in a small tavern, Bonnie was gnawing on pizza, her table piled high with dishes. It was hard to imagine how one person could consume so much food. Even before setting sail, Bonnie was already contemplating forming a pirate crew. A person pushed the door open, followed by a blue-haired beauty and 3 imposing, tall men. Everyone held their breath. This group appeared quite formidable. This Kuma's hometown. Even such a place is to be invaded by the celestial dragons. What nonsense! The youth erupted with profanity, prompting the others to swiftly cover their ears and feign ignorance. The proprietor dared not utter a word, and even the bartender remained eerily silent. They were all acutely aware that recently, the world's government had dispatched a substantial force to seize the Sorbet Kingdom. The bear, despite his formidable strength, found himself at a loss, as the ordinary individuals behind him were mere mortals. Over 2 years ago, a mysterious figure from the GM army had arrived, commanding a fearsome battalion that had decisively repelled the assault. Now, they advanced by land and sea, sending forth a rear admiral from their headquarters, Burning Mountain, Stolo Berry, and the Ghost Spider. Leading them was the equally formidable Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, tasked with the conquest of the Sorbet Kingdom. Would there be assistance from the mysterious figure this time? In a corner, only Bonnie, unperturbed, munched on her food. She mused to herself about the absurdity of these fellows. If they possessed any courage, they ought to confront the world government and the Navy head-on. Meanwhile, these individuals indulged in their meals, utterly indifferent to the fearful glances of those around them. Fortunately, they were perfect cyborgs, otherwise she would have no means to conceal her presence. The youth spoke, then waved his hand, summoning a towering monster that bore an uncanny resemblance to Whitebeard too, brandishing a long blade, its gaze vacant and equipped with ranged weaponry. Fully transformed into a complete prototype of the original pacifist. He still required the acquisition of bloodline factors, integrating the fruit's abilities into Kizaru's laser settings. Additionally, obtaining the blueprints for combat machinery would allow for the creation of an immortal being, endowed with a multitude of terrifying weapons and technologies. As combat cyborgs, Luo Ling had incorporated them into the hourglass space. With a mere wave, he conjured forth over a dozen cyborgs. One individual collapsed to the ground, seemingly recognizing something, trembling as they pointed at Luo Ling. It was the monstrous battalion that had appeared 2 years prior. He was that mysterious figure, the man whose rare appearances had historically sent shockwaves throughout the world, a figure far more terrifying than the title of Tyrant Bear, Demon Lord Luo Ling. Those two individuals beside him, could they possibly be the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and the Fishman Tiger, who once scaled the Red Soil continent with bare hands? Luo Ling disregarded the atmosphere. If you were an actor, your performance was utterly abysmal, thankfully at no cost to Bailey. Luo Ling wiped his mouth, calmly producing several high-denomination Baileys, and exited the tavern. Why was I not mentioned? Binns lamented. Perhaps it's due to your lack of notoriety. Ian responded coolly, stepping forward to stand beside Luo Ling. Hey, you are no different. You weren't mentioned either, Binns retorted, exasperated. The cyborgs approached with stoic expressions. The small tavern stood at the Sorbet Kingdom's coastal port, now brimming with 7 naval warships. Fishermen, upon witnessing the spectacle, fled in a panic. Bonnie leaned against the doorframe, nibbling on a pizza, quietly observing their retreating figures, unable to resist the urge to chase after them. Luo Ling, we do not require your salvation. I am merely here to exchange favors with Bear. What concern is that of yours? Luo Ling's lips curled into a smile, a blend of mirth and combat fervor. A manifestation of youthful spirit. Bonnie transformed into a small girl, sulking in the shadows, grumbling, incomprehensible fool. Chapter 16. The demon-slaying edict detection of the individual's ghost spider, Burning Mountain, and Stoloberry is underway for synthesis. Perfect synthesis achieved. Reward obtained. Blueprint. Combat machinery blueprint. Beginner. Progress of the original pacifist. 60 requires collection of bloodline factor blueprints. Beginner. Cyborg blueprints. Beginner already acquired. Combat machinery blueprints. Beginner already acquired. Detection of the individual Peach Rabbit. Analysis complete. Reward obtained. Dominance. Kinbunchikahaki awakening technique future sight that I seem to have glimpsed your impending defeat. Luo Ling's eyes glimmered with a scarlet hue. It had been too long awaiting this moment. 3 years had passed, and it was finally a grand occasion. Nonsense. The future of your GM army is undoubtedly one of defeat. Ghost Spider spat vehemently. Luo Ling's gaze turned fierce as he caught a glimpse of a fragment of the future. Bang! Projectiles zipped past him as he adeptly anticipated and evaded them. With a leap, he called out, "Onward, my sons, at your command, Father." The cyborgs resembling Whitebeard too brandished their great blades and leapt into action. Creak! On each warship. 2 cyborgs leaped aboard, their immense power nearly tipping the bows, producing the sound of wood and steel grinding against one another on the foremost warship. Peach Rabbit's 3 rear admirals were poised for action. Among them, Stoloberry had previously attacked Tiger and had been injured by Luo Ling. You survived? Tiger cracked his knuckles, approaching him, that if you have not perished, how could justice be extinguished? Stoloberry drew his twin blades, imbuing them with armed haki. You two can come at me together. Z tilted his head, laughing as he approached them. Burning Mountain and Ghost Spider, cautious not to underestimate their opponents, one grinning and the other wielding knives and swords with limbs transformed into weapons. Ian and Binns coordinated with the cyborgs and other elite marines, alongside 2 rear admirals and several captains from the headquarters. That I'll accompany you. Luo Ling smiled at Peach Rabbit, reflecting on the years of relentless growth and breakthroughs. Coupled with the abilities of a Zoan-type fruit that IT had rendered him even taller than Peach Rabbit by 10 centimeters, a veritable monster in the eyes of ordinary folk. You were just a child when you set sail. Now, you have truly become the Demon Lord. Peach Rabbit drew her sword, adorned in samurai attire, the navy cloak draped over her shoulders, enhancing her allure. Today marks my first day at sea, Lady Peach Rabbit. Your luck appears to be rather poor. Luo Ling unsheathed his broken tooth, his armed haki enveloping it, having spent years refining his technique. Swish! The long sword in Peach Rabbit's hand shifted colors, her peach blossom eyes radiating a terrifying light. Peach/Heavenly Moon. The petals swirled like a dance, coalescing into a whirlwind. Luo Ling seemingly beheld a crescent moon suspended at the blade's terminus. Chaotic blade wind listening clouds. Luo Ling sidestepped, executing a slashing motion that transformed into a myriad of blade lights, sweeping through like a tempest. Wind sweeping peach blossoms, clouds shrouding the moon. Damn it, Peach Rabbit, witnessing the momentum, surged forward with even greater speed and force than her previous probing attack. Both armed Haki and Kinbunchika Haki were at the awakened level, truly deserving of the title of potential future admiral. Luo Ling had never been one to indulge in pity for the fairer sex. He merely felt that seizing such a prime opportunity for a trial, while awakening his Haki, was exceedingly rare. Bang! The clash of blades erupted as Luo Ling pivoted and struck at Peach Rabbit's rear. What move is that? Swallow returns to nest. Luo Ling chuckled, noticing cold sweat forming on Peach Rabbit's brow as they engaged in fierce combat once more, until a certain moment arrived that in a critical instant. Peach Rabbit had presumed Luo Ling, like herself, was in a vulnerable state, but he countered with a swift strike. The sound of metal clashing rang out once more. Though the moves appeared identical, they concealed profound intricacies. This technique was named reversal shot. Before Luo Ling could finish his sentence, a trickle of blood appeared on Peach Rabbit's right arm. Your Haki is impressive, but your speed and power are even more formidable. I underestimated you. Everyone believed you were hiding in scientific research, yet your strength has surged dramatically. Peach Rabbit could distinctly sense that Luo Ling's armed Haki and Kinbunchika Haki were exceptionally powerful. Strength, speed, agility, and even martial arts and swordsmanship, all were undoubtedly at their pinnacle. How could such an entity bear to hide for 3 years after wreaking havoc in the world? Just how many of these cyborgs have you developed? Peach Rabbit was aware that Kizaru had a scientific combat team, rumored to be backed by Vegapunk. Initially, this would have been a measure to potentially overturn the existing world order. Little did she know. The GM army had made significant progress within just 3 years. Conversely, Vegapunk had yet to achieve a perfect transformation into the pacifist prototype. In an effort to expedite the experiment, he was scouring the globe for numerous test subjects. Who knows? Does it even matter? Luo Ling swung his blade once more, and Peach Rabbit leapt into the air. The golden sword in her hand, enveloped in armed Haki, could slice through anything. Her jumping power was terrifyingly formidable. As she swung her sword, Luo Ling drew Broken Tooth to parry. Boom! Luo Ling had never anticipated that Peach Rabbit, renowned as a swordmaster across the seas, would possess such formidable martial skills. A kick came hurtling toward him, her armed Haki hardening while also enveloped in a flowing layer of awakened Haki. Hey, this feels like donning a pair of glowing socks. Black ones, no less. You shameless wretch! Peach Rabbit's explosive power, combined with her extraordinary agility, caught Luo Ling off guard. Luo Ling raised his leg to block, striving to improve his speed with each encounter. You're joking. You, Peach Rabbit, are no match for my Chitian Dashung in terms of speed and explosiveness. Monkeys possess exceptional leaping ability too. The two danced through the air, repeatedly wielding their blades and executing flying kicks. The clash of Haki sent waves crashing upon the surface of the sea, causing the warships to sway. Quite impressive, Luo Ling remarked approvingly. Aware that this was a surprise attack, the world government had sent more than just the Navy. After all, 3 years prior, to persuade Bear to join the 7 warlords of the sea, they had threatened the life of an entire kingdom. Last time, Luo Ling had thwarted their plans with his newly developed cyborgs. But this time, the opponent was undoubtedly prepared. And indeed, it seemed, the resounding thud of footsteps echoed as a battalion of well-trained soldiers emerged from the alleyway of the port. With both naval and terrestrial forces at the ready. Fire, commanded Chatten, gripping the hilt of his sword with fervor. Boom! 100 flames erupted skyward from the harbor. Miss Toharu, I beg your forgiveness for my tardiness. Chatten, who had professed his affection for Toharu countless times, chuckled shamelessly. 2 future candidates for the title of admiral, accompanied by 3 vice admirals for the headquarters. Luo Ling suddenly realized the significance of the gathering. The convergence of 5 vice-admirals suggested the potential presence of an admiral in disguise. This was the demon-slaying order. The inferno blazed fiercely, radiating intense heat. Luo Ling and his companions were reinforcements. Embarking on their maiden voyage, clearly orchestrated by the Navy headquarters. Oh dear, how terrifying. Mr. Luo Ling, after years apart, you have grown so formidable. The strongest force of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kizaru, at his peak, you must have strengthened considerably as well. Luo Ling was fully aware that the last encounter had involved a fruit awakening experience ticket, allowing for an unexpected escape using the door fruit. The grandiose demon-slaying order indeed suited the demon lord well. The 2 men faced off, and Luo Ling swiftly repelled Toharu with a single strike. Weaklings, withdraw for now. With that declaration, Luo Ling unleashed his conqueror's haki, instilling fear in everyone present. Your potential as a king only necessitates your removal. Kizaru quipped, the golden laser abruptly halting mid-air. Chapter 17. The Shouts of Battle, a heavenly called IT, has been nearly 6 years. Do you have any idea how I have spent these years? Kizaru's laughter held an uncomfortable edge. Though his strength had evolved beyond recognition, the world still whispered of the day he was bested by Luo Ling, helplessly allowing the latter to escape unscathed with everyone, even that little girl, who joined the GM army a year later. This rendered him a mere laughingstock. All thanks to you, Luo Ling. The world now branded him the most incompetent admiral. Mirrors appeared out of thin air. Yada no Kagami. In an instant, Kizaru slipped his hands into his pockets and delivered a swift kick. Laser kick? However, the laser he had previously unleashed upon Luo Ling was still en route, showcasing its blinding speed. Bang! Luo Ling had transformed as well. His observation haki and armament haki had both reached a nascent awakening. His armament haki had been developed for 3 years, enhancing it to a formidable level. Just a step shy of promotion. Boom! This confrontation was far from the hasty and one-sided affair of 6 years prior. Luo Ling's speed, strength, haki, and martial prowess now genuinely equipped him for a standoff. He grinned impudently. Mr. Kizaru, I had thought you to be broad-minded and indifferent. Indifferent? Kizaru responded, retaliating with a kick. For 6 years, that guy Kazan has taken every opportunity to bring it up. Even old man Garp turns it into a joke. A sword formed from the blade of the Amano Murakumo. Let us see how you fare being ridiculed for 6 years. The world knows Admiral Kizaru possesses the powers of the light fruit, but few recognize his mastery of swordsmanship. You secretly defeated and abducted Whitebeard too, and even brought Zephyr into the GM army. You are nothing short of a demon. Kizaru's swordsmanship is centered on speed. Luo Ling's sword-drawing technique and chaotic swordsmanship are equally reliant on swiftness. Even as a Zoan-type user, his physique is exceptionally strong, yet agility remains paramount. Only through awakening can one truly attain the long-buried power of the heavens. Thus, Kizaru and Luo Ling's clash can be described as a contest of speed and agility. Sword after sword collided, sparks flying, character chat detected, initiating analysis. Analysis complete, triggering synthesis. Perfect synthesis achieved, reward obtained. Swordsmanship. Purple lightning. Moves as swiftly as purple lightning. Requires armament haki to be sufficiently potent, converging upon the sword's blade, and capable of evoking Conqueror's haki, manifesting as purple lightning, renowned for its speed and explosive power. Would you like to extract? Extract. Luo Ling's heart raced. This was not merely an awakening level reference for armament haki, but a prerequisite for the entanglement of Conqueror's haki. It bore resemblance to the Navy's 6 styles in mastering armament haki. Within the violet bubble, lightning danced. As Luo Ling absorbed it, he felt a profound enhancement in his mastery of swordsmanship, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki. Crack. His bones creaked. With dual blades in hand, his armament haki flowed like water, coating the sword's body and enveloping its surface. The fusion of power birthed purple lightning. Purple lightning serves as both swordsmanship and augmentation. Purple lightning. Chaotic blade dance. Swish. He swung his sword, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning. Unleashing the fastest speed and explosive power at the moment of drawing in the heat of battle with Kizaru, he unleashed his chaotic sword technique, enhancing both accuracy and probability of striking. Do you comprehend true speed? Kizaru would not hold back this time. Indeed, under his full force, every one of Luo Ling's dual blade assaults was effortlessly thwarted. Your dual blade style is nothing extraordinary. Your trump card merely serves as a bargaining chip to contend with me. Kizaru spoke truthfully. He could not defeat Luo Ling in a short time, and Luo Ling's aspirations to vanquish him were mere folly. The disparity was insurmountable. Kizaru, now 50, was at his zenith, brimming with combat experience. Every attribute maximized, executing each attack with finesse. T-Sich, is Mr. Kizaru here for personal vengeance, or is your superior simply displeased with me? Both. Kizaru offered no respite, gripping the Amano Murakumo once more as he charged forth. Luo Ling had numerous cards yet to play. He was merely testing the waters, gauging Kizaru's hidden strengths. After all, facing an unfathomable opponent who never even appeared to catch his breath warranted utmost caution. The demon slaying order, personally initiated by an admiral, had been in ambush for quite some time. Exercising 1,000 precautions was no exaggeration. What, are you about to utilize the fruit awakening again? Kizaru granted Luo Ling no opportunity for escape. His sword growing swifter. Luo Ling wished he could, but alas, he lacked a fruit awakening experience ticket. Such things were rare and elusive. Character Bonnie detected. Initiating analysis. Perfect analysis achieved. Reward obtained. 0.1 fruit awakening experience ticket. What? He had merely been at the tavern to satiate his hunger. Utilizing his observation hockey to gauge hostility and the port's ambush, that he failed to notice the gluttonous Bonnie indulging herself nearby. Surely at this moment, she had not fled the inferno, but rather hidden somewhere, feasting while observing the battle. The Marines continued to fire, each pull of the trigger releasing a barrage of bullets. A pink-haired little girl munched on pizza, tears streaming down her face. Help me! Someone save me! Don't be afraid, little one. Take shelter behind that cover. Okay, thank you, uncle. She hid behind the cover, peeking out to watch the fray. What a fierce character, at such a tender age. She could hold her own against a Navy admiral. Given the current trajectory, the demon-slaying order would soon escalate into indiscriminate attacks. Bonnie remarked, preparing to slip away. On the sea surface, battleships encircled in a vast formation, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Old man, shall we fire? Taitumaru inquired over the transponder snail, hefting a massive axe, his expression one of disdain. The Sorbet kingdom has been deemed forbidden by the world government. It ought to be eradicated. Kizaru calmly relayed to the transponder snail, casting a mocking glance at Luo Ling. Your armament hockey is commendable, but your observation hockey seems a bit strained. It appears your awakening is still recent and cannot keep pace with my speed. Thank you for your guidance, Admiral Kizaru. Luo Ling took a deep breath. Under maximum effort, he indeed found himself barely able to match Kizaru, even if he were to awaken a Zoan-type fruit, significantly enhancing his vitality. This battle would undoubtedly be a walk in the park. The experience ticket only lasted 20 minutes. Facing Admiral Kizaru, it would merely grant him a fleeting chance before it concluded. Luo Ling mused that if the ticket could extend to an hour, he would dare to make an attempt. 20 minutes. He had to wager the lives of everyone in the Sorbet kingdom, including Tiger, Zephyr, Ein, Binz, and Bonnie. Even if he possessed the Dordor fruit, he could not feasibly save everyone in such a short span. Beyond the island lay the vast sea, with no relocation point. Binz utilized the verdant fruit's abilities on the modified individuals. Ein applied the reversal fruit on Z and Tiger. Luo Ling understood the necessity of giving his all, for retreat was not an option. As a member of the GM army, he could not disregard the lives of all. It seems your plan has been unraveled. You can hardly bear to see lives lost in vain. And there are no vessels nearby to accommodate so many. Thus, you would undoubtedly resist to the bitter end, until utterly exhausted. Kizaru chuckled, his form transforming into a sphere of light. Yada no Kagami! Boom! A simultaneous barrage erupted from the fleet surrounding the island. Cries of despair filled the air as they ran, seeking survival, unaware that from the very beginning they had been cast aside by the world government and the Navy. In that instant, Luo Ling seemed to hear countless voices. A surge of defiance stirred within him, a singular voice, an unyielding shout. The cries of myriad beings, Battling against the heavens and the earth, he activated the fruit experience ticket, uttering a single word, door. Luo Ling's expression was devoid of emotion. As flames consumed the earth, the attacks of the yellow ape indiscriminately swept through buildings, innocent bystanders, and even marines. The boy felt a deafening roar in his ears, and the agony compelled him to shut his eyes as doors swung open in countless homes. They fled from one inferno only to plunge into another. There was no escape. At last he opened his eyes, and a blinding golden light emanated from his gaze, piercing through all filth. In the next moment, Luo Ling articulated two words with an authoritative breath, Qi-Tian. Chapter 18 Yellow Ape. Have you ever tasted defeat? I do not wish to perish. The flames are overwhelming. Why is there no one to rescue me? Help! My mother is injured. She cannot walk. Can someone explain why the Navy is firing upon us? We are all human. Do those who shoot not have families? Despairing elders hid in corners. Amidst collapsing structures and suffocating smoke, the young girl desperately cradled her mother, whose leg was broken, utterly alone. A young man, filled with resentment, could not comprehend how his sense of justice had been turned upside down. That a man sprinted through the streets, striving with all his might to return to his family. The flames rampaged mercilessly. Bonnie transformed into a little girl using her fruit abilities, running incessantly through the streets. That if Kuma succeeds, if the GM army prevails, if Luo Ling conquers the demon-slaying decree, everything would surely be different. She silently urged, we must not lose Luo Ling. The wind billowed his black cloak. The boy's eyes radiated golden light, discerning the countless tragedies unfolding amidst the inferno. In an instant, as he looked up, his cloak turned crimson, and his hat was whisked away by the wind, revealing a phoenix-winged crown of purple and gold, its wings ablaze like fire. Did you hear that? The yellow ape offered no reply, as the 8-foot-tall jewel relentlessly obliterated all in its path. The boy had not prepared the ability to create doors for himself, but rather for the countless families. After awakening his powers, innumerable doors manifested, swiftly concentrating them in a vast area, the kingdom's grand plaza, which had yet to be devoured by flames. They cried out, beseeching, as beings of justice, why do you turn a blind eye? My heart beats in rhythm with their pleas, a relentless sound knocking upon the door of justice. Luo Ling's hands gathered light and fire, as if molten metal coursed through them. In the final moment of cooling, it transformed into a resplendent weapon. From this moment forth, I shall not flee. Boom! The iron rod in his hand quivered, expanding to a colossal size akin to a battleship. That he drew a circle around those he saved with the door fruit. The iron rod glowing with golden light, scorching the ground, eliciting gasps from the people. They were bewildered by their salvation, unaware of the golden glow's origin. Look, there's someone battling in the sky. My goodness, could they be the villains? Are you foolish? The ones firing upon us are from the Navy headquarters. That person is opposing them. He must be a good guy. Go on, hero, do not lose to them. The crowd rallied, and soon a colossal circle of gathered golden light was drawn. Suddenly, it erupted with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! The light shot skyward, forming a semicircular shield, enveloping them all. He truly is protecting us. Look, the Navy warships can no longer harm us. Can he win? It seems he fights alone. He will surely prevail. The people gazed expectantly at the sky. The great sage equal to heaven faces the yellow ape. Is this the awakening of the fruit? Luo Ling smiled. One must interrogate their heart and continually draw closer to the fruit's will, until the very end, becoming one's true self, harnessing the latent power of the fruit. Fruit awakening. Zoan type monkey fruit, mythical beast form, great sage equal to heaven. Is it ineffective? The yellow ape ceased his rapid spinning. Looking incredulously at Luo Ling, his expression exaggerated. He beheld the people sheltered within the circle. Seems they must be eliminated. Otherwise, news of today's demon-slaying decree will spread from these survivors, causing trouble. The yellow ape finished speaking, once again summoning the heavenly cloud sword. A dual fruit user, fully awakened. What terror! If a foe like you continues to live, what irreversible changes will you bring to the world? He recognized Luo Ling's potential had escalated further. He must be eradicated here. Fire. First, level this island. Then eliminate everyone. After speaking to the transponder snail, the yellow ape's eyes finally reflected seriousness and gravity. Understood. The voice on the other end affirmed resolutely. 10 minutes remaining. Luo Ling smiled at him. What does that mean? The yellow ape questioned suspiciously. You need not comprehend. Luo Ling chuckled, referring to the remaining awakening time of the Dor fruit. I shall not grant you the chance to interfere. Boom! As the Rui Jingu Bang emerged, he bellowed, Take a hit from my staff! Bang! The purple lightning from his tail and the armed color hockey converged as the golden light of the fruit's awakening surged forth. The yellow ape's expression soured. He had not anticipated that an awakened fruit could amplify power to such terrifying heights. No longer did Luo Ling merely tread upon a moonlit path. He was riding upon a cloud. His speed and strength multiplied beyond measure, along with the extraordinary abilities of the mythical beast form. With keen insight, he enhanced his observation and perception, unraveling all the enemy's flaws. The somersault cloud, with its terrifying speed, rendered even light inconsequential. The Rui Jingu Bang itself demanded unimaginable strength. Once awakened, it could uproot mountains. The yellow ape felt genuine power. His speed was unparalleled, even exceeding in strength. Meanwhile, a door opened within the luminous circle. Just after using his fruit abilities, Ein and Binz appeared here. Not panic. We are the GM army. This place is threatened by the demon-slaying decree initiated by the Navy Headquarters General, the Yellow Ape. To survive, we must fight together and break out. On the opposite side of the door stood warships. Let's seize the ships and head for the New World. The people were taken aback. And soon, doors of air swung open simultaneously. The first stepped through, followed by the second. Then all surged forth. They yearned for survival. These madmen, this is what sets them apart from pirates and the Navy. Bonnie blended into the throng, following closely behind. Within each warship, doors of air materialized, unleashing countless enraged individuals. At the port, on the foremost 7 warships, 14 modified humans had their dormant seeds, preserved by Luo Ling. Activated by Binz using the flourishing fruit. This power, drawn from the New World, erupted, rapidly absorbing seawater. Vines that thrived on seawater surged forth, using the modified humans as sustenance, rampaging forth to ensnare the 7 warships, rendering them immobile. Furthermore, they spread towards the island, striving to transform it into a world of vines, extinguishing the great fire. The largest warship at the center of the 7 had transformed into a world of vines. Previously obeying Luo Ling's orders, Ein utilized the retrogression fruit. For Zifa and Tej, they were regressed 10 years. Both despised the devil fruits. Yet this was to save countless lives. Zifa, a decade ago, was still spirited. His armed hockey was at its peak, a true admiral's strength. Tej, 10 years ago, had not yet faced the great trauma of the Red Line battle, still possessing peak strength, even in confronting the 5 Navy vice admirals, including Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. The 2 had no fear. It feels as if the unscathed power has returned. Tej was immensely powerful. Few knew that he had been severely injured while rescuing slaves. Besieged by the Celestial Dragon's formidable strength and the Admiral's assault. Do you remember our teacher in his prime? Zifa laughed heartily. Although he was aging, joining the GM army compelled him to unleash this long-sealed power. Together, they would sweep away all obstacles, certainly beyond the capabilities of the 5 vice admirals. Ace had just set sail, with 4 years remaining before facing the world's conscription. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had yet to reach their peak strength. On each warship, enraged individuals were seizing control of the vessels in the skies above. Luo Ling grew ever more valiant. The yellow ape's expression darkened. The 7 main warships at the port were ensnared by vines, directly tethered to the island. The besieged warships were being commandeered by the throngs, with one already breaking free. Not to mention Zifa and Tej, who, utilizing the retrogression fruit, had returned to their 10-year-ago states. Suppressing the 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, a brilliant strategy. That luminous circle was merely your preparation. That is your true trump card, step by step. The yellow ape's disdain for Luo Ling reached its zenith. Possessing both strength and strategy, he must not be allowed to remain. Luo Ling's smile was wicked, each word deliberate. Yellow ape, have you ever tasted defeat? Chapter 19, the heavenly cloud sword extended from its hilt, transforming into a blade-like form. In the yellow ape's hand. The sword hilt bore blades on either side. You too are a monster. Have you ever known defeat? He did not respond, but countered with a question. Luo Ling chuckled lightly, brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang, that a battle will yield a conclusion. Calm sea god's needle, he shouted, as the weapon in his hand inexplicably magnified threefold. This was not merely a change in appearance, but in weight. Aura, and the golden light that grew increasingly radiant. Heavenly cloud sword, a being transformed into light, fleeting in an instant. Another, treading upon clouds, soaring through the heavens. Above the skies, fierce battles erupt incessantly. Upon the warships at the harbor, Zephyr and Tiger unite, their mastery of martial arts and armament hockey awakened, presenting an overwhelming dominance. Gradually, only Peach Rabbit and T-Pig remain to confront their adversaries. Fireburn Mountain has already faced defeat, sustaining various degrees of injury. The disparity in strength between rear admirals and admirals is stark. This maneuver is termed turning the tables. Luo Ling and Kizaru engage in a fierce clash, their speed and agility reminiscent of the flying Nimbus. With keen eyesight serving as a compensatory advantage. In terms of raw power, they even surpass one another. Flashing strike, cloud slash. Kizaru is repelled, unwillingly spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire being transforms into a mass of light. Condensed to its utmost purity, energy unadulterated, he becomes an even more formidable sword of celestial cloud. Whoosh, it slices through the air, the sound of rupturing airwaves ringing in the ears, causing discomfort to the eardrums. Celestial power, as swift as lightning, he suddenly steps forcefully into the air, employing a combination of moonwalk and flying nimbus. Golden light carries violet lightning, the sea stabilizer towering even above Luo Ling, who stands as a standard admiral. It spins incessantly. The flying nimbus bursts forth under the rapid footfalls of the moonwalk, a force unstoppable. The sea stabilizer spins at high velocity, merging violet lightning with golden brilliance, converging into a dazzling display of purple-gold electric light. Boom! The collision between the sea stabilizer and the sword of celestial cloud unleashes a terrifying shockwave. White clouds spiral upward, resembling two mushroom clouds. Successive waves and shockwaves arise. Even the ocean is stirred into 7-meter-high surges. Ultimate speed equates to unparalleled strength. Kizaru roars, rarely experiencing such a moment of being forced to exert his utmost. Luo Ling's strikes are ruthless, not only saving everyone but also suppressing naval forces, with 3 out of 5 rear admirals already defeated. The most promising, with the potential to become an admiral, Peach Rabbit, and T-Pig can only hold their ground under the peak prowess of Zephyr and Tiger. Defeat is merely a matter of time. In this duel, he cannot even secure a draw. Failing to subdue Luo Ling would mean that those who ought to perish under the demon-slaying order would tarnish the reputation of the world government. What face does the Navy headquarters have before the 5 elders? He would be mocked for many years. The longer it drags on, the more perilous it becomes if Zephyr and Tiger achieve complete victory. Aside from 7 main warships, all others would escape. Even if he kills Luo Ling, it would be of no consequence, for after paying a heavy price, Zephyr and Tiger would still turn against him. Trapped in a stalemate, waiting for the opportune moment becomes the very trap Luo Ling spoke of. 14 transformed beings of Whitebeard 2 superhuman devil fruits, 5 individuals, have altered the battlefield's dynamics. Luo Ling, living up to the title of Demon Lord at Mr. Kizaru. You are not mistaken. The faster the speed, the greater the strength, but this is contingent upon possessing mass. My mass surpasses yours. At equal speeds, I am stronger. Likewise, the faster one goes, the easier it is to disintegrate. Even if you're a Logia-type user, there must be limits, right? Limits? That term seems to have not been heard for a long time. Kizaru can no longer endure. The two unleash a terrifying might once more. The shockwaves rebounding upon them both bang. Both figures are sent flying, crashing into buildings, falling amidst the dust of debris. smoke envelopes, obscuring all vision on the warship at the harbor. You little rascals, go practice some more. This punch is a lesson from Z. Zephyr's fist strikes out, empowered by advanced armament hockey. He lacks a devil fruit ability, yet is renowned for the strength of his armament hockey. The Navy headquarters boasts a hockey prowess, second only to Garp, Black Arm Zephyr. He does not kill admirals. Without the deaths of wives and children and the assault from Whitebeard too, how could he have seen his mindset plummet repeatedly? Compounded by aging ailments and asthma, time is unforgiving. Ain's retrogression fruit rejuvenates him by 10 years, returning him to his youthful peak, free from ailments. Over the years, his mindset and ambition restored. It is as if he has been reinvigorated. Zephyr's punch catches T-Pig off guard. How can he be so powerful? It feels akin to the first time he encountered Zephyr, an overwhelming pressure, full of vigor. In the name of Z, the feeling of youth is delightful. It evokes nostalgia for those days of exploring the world. Tiger, too, shares this sentiment. He once adventured alone across the globe, only to be captured by the celestial dragons. After escaping, he continuously grew stronger, now returning to the Red Continent. He possesses peak strength, having saved many lives in that battle, leading to an epic showdown. The Navy headquarters, far in the Grand Line, could not intervene in time. Ironbone Kong clashed fiercely with those 5 elders known as the 5 Elders. Alongside the formidable combatants among the celestial dragons, had it not been for Long's GM army casting a watchful eye, that battle would have ended in tragedy. Escaping with his life, Tiger bears heavy wounds, both his physique and mindset having taken a toll. This is why he was attacked and gravely injured by a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. In his youth, Tiger reached the pinnacle without sustaining injuries. Naturally possessing immense strength, Fishman karate, ultimate technique, Wool-Eye pass, Peach Rabbit parries with her sword, armament hockey enveloping the blade, fully prepared. Suddenly, a water sphere bursts, transforming into a powerful shockwave. The legend is true. This man who escaped the Red Continent once battled against the ancient powers of the world. Hero Tiger. In the name of the sun? Cough just in time. There's still 5 seconds left. Luo Ling rises from the rubble of the building, the last 2 doors opening for Tiger and Zephyr. The voices of Zephyr and Tiger resonate from the transponder snail on his wrist. Fool, what will you do once we leave? The limits of devil fruit abilities are finite. If you weaken, then Ein must relinquish her powers, or face defeat. But if you grow stronger, Ein must bear the burden, with time constraints. Luo Ling wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Every power in this world demands an equivalent price. Do not keep her waiting anxiously. Tell her I will emerge victorious. Indeed, Ein's retrogression fruit remains unawakened, causing ordinary individuals to rejuvenate by 10 years, becoming weaker, which is inconsequential over time. Enhancement brings a cost. This is the nature of devil fruits. In truth, according to Z's design, I could allow a person to regress by 12 years. But this is a matter of fruit development. Currently, it has been 4 years. And 10 years is already the limit. Zephyr and Tiger understand this as well. Ein's current level of fruit development is insufficiently strong, likely having reached its limit. They traverse through the air gate towards the warships. Trusting her comrades during battle, Luo Ling continues forward. Not only has the experience of his door fruit expired, but the awakened state of his celestial power has also dissipated. Spit. He suppresses a mouthful of blood, the corners of his mouth staining crimson. The cost of awakening is truly heavy. The immense physical toll. Kizaru's strike is not to be underestimated. Come back. You can surely escape on your own. Ein's anxious voice emerges from the transponder snail. It sounds weak. She too has expended considerable energy. With 5 rear admirals defeated, Luo Ling's side has also suffered significant losses. The 14 transformed beings are entirely gone, simultaneously trapping Kizaru's warships, allowing countless others to escape. I am so strong. Naturally, I can leave whenever I want. I will win soon. Rest assured. Luo Ling shuts the transponder snail, his steps resolute. The inferno has been extinguished by vines. The Solb Kingdom, lush and vibrant. Polyusolino. Amidst the dust, Kizaru stands with his hands in his pockets, bearing wounds, the blood at the corners of his mouth revealing the truth of his condition. Despite the damage to his sunglasses, he maintains an arrogant demeanor. After all, youth brings immense potential, yet shallow depth. You little monster. Amidst the banter, he transforms into light once more. Amaterasu, Chapter 20. I found you, Kizaru. You are already 50 years old. How profound your foundation must be. Having battled countless formidable foes, a point in which I certainly cannot compare. But who says I am not young? Luo Ling brushes off the dust from his clothes before him as Kizaru utters the words Amaterasu. He transforms into a pure source of light, an elemental form. Whoosh! Mirrors appear in every direction, countless in number. 8 mirrors. His body continues to elementalize, condensing until it transforms into a sharp longsword, sword of celestial cloud. This sword appears motionless, yet it has already begun to dance. In Luo Ling's observation, he perceives that within 10 seconds, countless swords of celestial cloud will be unleashed. Indeed, Kizaru's elemental form translates into swords of celestial cloud, while simultaneously deploying thousands of 8 mirrors within his operational range. The purpose, to unleash a devastating attack that blankets the entire island in this final moment. Amaterasu. 3 sacred treasures. Yada no Kagami. Whoosh! The long sword dances, spinning at incredible speed. Countless smaller swords emerge, refracted through the mirrors, returning in a whirlwind. Light, how resplendent it is that in the blink of an eye, the thousands of 8 mirrors across the island begin to frantically refract an uncountable number of swords of celestial cloud. As the speed escalates, within merely 3 seconds, the swords of celestial cloud have nearly transformed into beams of light. The beams convert into light pillars. The Solb kingdom erupts in brilliant golden light upon the sea. Yet within it stands only Luo Ling, though the awakening of the fruit is immensely exhausting. The vitality and healing abilities of the Zoan type are astonishingly formidable. The Dor fruit remains unawakened, yet has been developed to a high level of 100, swiftly navigating through every vacant position. However, this safe zone is rapidly diminishing. The refraction is terrifying. The sound of swishing fills the air, a sea of golden light. Even observation Haki struggles to track Kizaru's true whereabouts. No wonder it is said that the 4 emperors possess the power to single-handedly annihilate an entire kingdom. The might of a marine admiral should not be underestimated either. Bang! As he set foot on the last remaining patch of solid ground, Luo Ling opened a portal in the air once more. Whoosh! He reappeared outside the island, by the port, where 7 main battleships had been rescued by Kizaru's formidable abilities. The creeping vines had compromised their internal maneuverability, rendering them immobile. The Marines were defeated by the cyborgs. The 5 vice admirals leaned against the deck, unconscious. Whoosh! The moment Luo Ling appeared, all 8 mirrors shifted, enveloping him once again. In an instant, half of a battleship was obliterated. This meant Luo Ling had no escape route. Kizaru's attacks were indiscriminate. Even if he fled to Peach Rabbit, he would be engulfed by the onslaught. If this continued, the entire island would vanish from the map entirely. This truly the power of an admiral. Having narrowly escaped moments ago, Luo Ling had managed to find a few more footholds. Kizaru's speed and overwhelming offensive left him no chance to recover. Having already awakened the powers of 2 devil fruits, his stamina was severely depleted. He had to constantly evade, suffering even greater losses. This was also why Kizaru remarked on his lack of depth. It was exhausting. Once struck, he could be bombarded with thousands of attacks in an instant. I said it before, a Kainu and Akiji could turn an island into a land of ice and fire, permanently altering the weather. Ace and Blackbeard's duel could incinerate half an island as the Flame Emperor. Now, this is what true warriors' battles look like. Once again, Luo Ling found himself at his last refuge. His breath became increasingly labored, his strength nearing its end. Just once more, let me awaken. At the very center of the island, Luo Ling found his footing. He stood upon the ground, surrounded by light, where all refractions converged into countless divine cloud swords, which simultaneously manifested as the 8-foot-long Yada no Kagami. Once struck, he would be riddled with wounds. His stamina and haki were insufficient to withstand such a barrage. Moreover, these attacks were indiscriminate, coming from all directions. No matter how he utilized the Dor fruit, There would always be gaps, unless the fruit awakened, but regrettably, he had already awakened the Chi-Tion fruit and lacked the stamina. There was but one glimmer of hope. He had awakened the Chi-Tion fruit. If he could just unleash its potential one more time. After that, he would undoubtedly lose all his strength and faint completely. Whoosh! A myriad of divine cloud swords came rushing toward him. Luo Ling cried out in desperation. Chi-Tion! The phoenix wings ignited, his black cloak stained a fiery crimson. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the Rui Jingu Bang fused into the sea stabilizing needle. From the awakening of the fruit to the unleashing of its full power, all was executed in one breath. Sea stabilizing needle, ascending to the heavens and transforming into a dragon. The final surge of armament hockey. Observation hockey, swordsmanship, physical techniques, fruit awakening, speed, and strength all converged into this single strike. He charged at breakneck speed toward Kizaru's true form, which he had finally located through his observation hockey. At the same time, beams of light swords traversed through Luo Ling, only to be rapidly healed due to the terrifying regeneration of the awakened Zoan-type mythical beast. Constantly healing, constantly sustaining injuries, Kizaru pushed his speed to the limit, forcing Luo Ling to endure even greater assaults. Luo Ling grinned foolishly, enduring all the pain, spitting blood as he laughed. "I found you, Kizaru. The little monster is seeking his own demise." Kizaru understood that Luo Ling's haki and stamina were depleted. This was merely to exhaust his energy as much as possible. Boom! The kingdom of Sorbet, enveloped in golden light, appeared as if it were the sun rising on the horizon. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted. All those fleeing were left in awe. They saw the golden light soaring into the sky. The state of Amaterasu was also broken at this moment. The light exploded. A colossal wave surged forth. Even though Luo Ling and the others had managed to escape to a distance, the wave stood over 20 meters high. Luo Ling, Ein, and the others stood on the deck of the battleship, gazing blankly into the distance. Ein still held onto a new blueprint that Luo Ling had tossed to her when he opened the air portal. That wave seemed to be Luo Ling's hand, using its last ounce of strength to push them away. The kingdom of Sorbet had vanished. The land was left as flat as a sheet. There was nothing left. The vines had turned to ashes. Devoid of plants, mountains, or buildings, and no ant. No bird could hope to survive. In the center of the island lay a great pit. Within the pit stood two figures. The youth had long since exhausted all his strength. His fists now driven only by instinct. "Die!" Kizaru stumbled. Just as he was about to be struck, a voice rang out. "Ice Age." In an instant, the entire island transformed into a glacier, the great military figure of the GM army. The demon Lord Luo Ling stood there, frozen in a pose of throwing a punch. He had become an ice sculpture. The first time he had gambled everything, the indiscriminate attacks of the Navy Admiral Kizaru were now enjoying the sweetness of survival. Despite being immobilized, he still stood as the victor on the surface of the sea. A solitary penguin kept vigil beside a bicycle. Wherever it went, there was nothing but IT seemed to be waiting for something. Deliberately waiting until the battle concluded, until everyone was saved, that IT hoped that the youth could rescue all, yet also wished he would not drift aimlessly across the ocean from then on. "Are you the one who saved the soul of Teacher Zephyr?" The curly-haired man exhaled a breath of cold air. Standing before the already unconscious and frozen Luo Ling, "I must say, it's the first time I've seen you in such a predicament." "Borsellino." Akiji casually lifted Luo Ling, saying nonchalantly. Kizaru, appearing disheveled, managed to rise, clearly having suffered serious injuries. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy. His haki and the extent of his devil fruit mastery surpassed that of Luo Ling. He remained silent for a while to regain his strength before speaking. "Kazan, there's a rumor circulating in Impel Down. People mysteriously disappear, with Ivankov being the first to vanish. You must ensure this kid doesn't become one of them." Akiji replied. "The human-animal kingdom made a grave mistake in capturing Ivankov. This time, it was you all fighting desperately to save Kuma. Wasn't it? This kid is fortunate enough. He should be able to survive in the 6th level of Impel Down." Admiral of the Navy, Akiji, even when addressing an old classmate, he preferred to keep his words few. This operation was also Sengoku's meticulous strategy. 5 vice admirals, 7 main battleships, 20 auxiliary warships, and 2 marine admirals. Luo Ling had no chance of survival. This was the treatment once reserved for Barrett, the descendant of the devil. Out of the frying pan into the fire, Kizaru cursed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In the end, Luo Ling's desperate struggle had only delivered him a severe injury, not a defeat. He thought to himself, having fled once and suffered heavy damage the second time, would the next encounter not lead to his loss? It was impossible. The vanquished shall eat dust. If Luo Ling were to be imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down, he would be doomed to never see the sunlight again. The next day, the news spread across the world. The prominent figure of the GM army, the demon lord Luo Ling, had been captured and imprisoned in Impel Down. Not a word was mentioned about his breaking of the demon-slaying order and saving everyone. All traces of him would be gradually erased. This was the price of the 6th level of Impel Down. The Grand Line. Impel Down, 6th level. The sound of clanking chains echoed as the battered youth slowly opened his eyes. Detected. Arrival at the 6th level of Impel Down, the legendary level. Perfect synthesis complete. Rewards obtained. Blueprint. Bloodline Factor Blueprint. Primary. First Generation Pacifista. Advanced. Progress 100. Needs to gather Bloodline Factor Blueprint. Primary. Already obtained. Cyborg Blueprint. Primary. Already obtained. Battle Mechanism Blueprint. Primary. Already obtained. Detected a multitude of individuals. Analysis in progress. Chapter 21. Analyzing Impel Down. Awakening Conqueror's Haki. That I'm injured quite severely. Are admirals really this strong? Luo Ling coughed lightly as he reflected on the battles of the past. Weibel lost due to speed and the attribute extraction bubbles of the hourglass. Initially, he was defenseless against Luo Ling's superior speed and then frantically drained vitality and life force from his wounds, ultimately achieving victory. After Kizaru elementalized, not only was it hard to find his wounds, but even his true form was elusive. The faster the speed, the greater the strength, which is terrifying. One could say that Whitebeard too had shortcomings. Kizaru had almost none. Once his chance, twice his coincidence. There shall not be a third time. Next time I will undoubtedly win. Bound by chains, Luo Ling realized where he was. Impel Down, 6th level. Odd. One would think that the celestial dragons, who detest Luo Ling to the core, would have sent him to the Red Line instead. Typically, those controlled by Sea Prism Stone would find their powers nullified. However, Luo Ling's Devil Fruit had its side effects cleared by the hourglass. The Sea Prism Stone and the ocean had no effect on him. His life-threatening injuries had healed. He was now rapidly recovering from regular wounds, with scars mending and falling away, in less than 2 minutes. He had completely healed, only to be met with an unprecedented wave of hunger. That I'm so hungry. Most of the people here are isolated, occasionally seen in large cages, spaced far apart, each holding one individual. After a moment's thought, Luo Ling directly retrieved bread and jam from the hourglass space. Shortly after, he produced ham, along with a small pot of alcohol, and fried an egg. Out in the world, with this hourglass space that proved even more useful than the swamp fruit. Luo Ling had essentially brought an entire ship with him. The vessel harbored a plethora of supplies. From the moment it entered the ambush, it vanished from the port, claimed by him. The phone bug on his wrist had been destroyed during the decisive battle. Luo Ling retrieved another one to adorn his wrist, calmly indulging in a sandwich while sipping milk. "Hello, is this Mr. Zephyr?" The voice on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment before erupting into tears. Laughter and various exclamations. First came mine. "Haven't you been captured and impelled down? It's a long story. My life here is largely unaffected. I come and go as I please. Just a heads up, don't worry. Tonight, I will head to the Sorbet archipelago to deliver the blueprints for the Bloodline Factor, along with the complete original Pacifista. You must develop a true weapon of war within these 2 years." After saying this, Luo Ling devoured 3 more sandwiches and set up a barbecue grill to roast beef. "Hey, what's that sizzling sound on your end?" Tiger inquired curiously. "That I'm barbecuing and sprinkling some cumin. That's all. See you tonight." Luo Ling retracted the phone bug, the aroma wafting through the air. The scent of roasted beef permeated the entire 6th floor. "Who the hell is that? I'm starving. I haven't eaten in a year." "Is that newcomer a celestial dragon? How can he enjoy such delicious food here?" Grumbles of discontent arose, and soon the guards rushed in at lightning speed. They too could detect the enticing aroma. But it was strange that Luo Ling was nonchalantly wiping grease from his mouth, as if nothing were amiss, with only a pile of beef bones scattered around. "You dare steal food? Silence!" A mere glance from Luo Ling, empowered by the observation haki, instilled an unprecedented fear in the guard, causing him to collapse on the spot, fainting. The conqueror's haki, a young king. What king? There are plenty of rulers here. Simply put, they are bandits. They laughed, waiting for Luo Ling's downfall. Having fainted one with his conqueror's haki, it would not be long before another approached. Luo Ling could not be bothered. His body and stamina restored, he felt invincible. However, though the sea prism stone chains did not diminish his strength, they still hindered his movement somewhat. Pondering this, he attempted to open a small air gate at his wrist, trying to extricate his hand from the sea prism stone. But all efforts ended in failure. The chains were exceedingly sturdy. Indeed, they were sea prism stone. This was the only way he contemplated awakening his fruit, his form swiftly transforming into a mythical beast. Unfortunately, it was a primary awakening, and his adaptability was not yet strong enough. He could only diminish in size. Small, small, small. His body shrank from over 3 meters to just 1 meter, rendering the chains that bound him remarkably light, allowing him to escape. Large, large, large. He quickly reverted to his original size. According to the powers of the mythical beast fruit, Luo Ling could shrink to over 1 meter or grow to 9 meters, depending on the level of fruit awakening achieved. As he gained freedom, the awakening of his fruit was lifted as well. The awakening of a Zoan-type fruit does not merely render one powerful when in a state of activation. It inherently enhances one's attributes significantly, especially vitality, defense, strength, and speed, which undergo a qualitative change. Luo Ling pushed forward, opening the air gate, arriving at the location of the man who had just mocked him. "Hey, how did you do that? That's a fruit ability, right? Are you some sort of freak?" The man bellowed, clearly agitated. This guy must have bribed his way into Impel Down, swapping out the sea prism stone chains for fakes. They cursed in frustration. Devoid of fear, garbage, Luo Ling unleashed a punch, striking down the drowning dog that he then opened numerous air gates, making his way through the 6th level of Impel Down, taking down all those who had been shouting moments before. After retracting his hands, he strolled calmly down the corridor. "Hey kid, let me out, and I'll help you dominate the seas," the arrogant Abelo Pizarro roared. Not interested, Luo Ling scoffed. "I can become an invincible warship in a massive cage." Saint One the Wolf grinned vacantly. "Release me, and I shall take you to witness the new era." The hunter of the crescent moon, Katarina Devon, emitted an unpleasant sound. Burp care for a drink. The gluttonous Bastchote's eyes sparkled with desire for freedom. But alas, this kid was impervious to persuasion. Luo Ling appeared to ignore them all, yet had already completed his analysis. Analysis of the characters Saint One the Wolf, Abelo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, and Bastchote succeeded. Rewards were granted. They were all potential captains under the Blackbeard pirates. Skill, Divine Blast, a guaranteed hit, relying on observation haki to pinpoint weaknesses, then triggering an explosive burst of armament haki. Any weapon, including stones and projectiles, can initiate a Divine Blast. Not bad, Luo Ling mused, realizing this was a personal skill. With this move, he could wield great power without weapons, merely using finger guns. Haki. Armament Haki Intermediate Awakening. A primary awakening signifies proficiency, while an intermediate awakening means it integrates seamlessly with one's very being, further enhancing both the quantity and quality of haki. Luo Ling felt his armament haki within him elevate further, finding it astonishing. So there was indeed a distinction between primary and intermediate awakenings. Wonder Kizaru was more monstrous than he. This was what Zephyr referred to as the disparity in haki. Analysis of Barrett succeeded. Rewards granted. Haki. Conqueror's Haki Awakening Technique Conqueror's Binding. This, Luo Ling's eyes widened as he caught sight of the arrogant man in the corner. The shortcomings of the 3 types of haki were finally compensated. He had genuinely stepped into the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. In the corridor, various bubbles of negative emotions floated about, but Luo Ling could not extract any. Only outside Barrett's cage were abundant bubbles of vitality and combat spirit drifting. Chapter 22. Barrett's Fist, Shiryu's Blade. Extraction. Luo Ling absorbed a multitude of useful bubbles, simultaneously pushing open an air gate. The sound of metal echoed. Barrett laughed thunderously. What a madman you are, freely coming and going even here. What is your nickname? Demon Lord. Luo Ling replied calmly. This time, no one mocked him. For those who did had tasted defeat. The 6th level of Impel Down housed many notorious pirates and villains, with a few good souls among them. Yet the overwhelming majority were not of noble character. Tisich, I might as well be the descendant of a devil. Barrett fixed his gaze on him, his eyes glowing. In an instant he sprang up, and despite the chains binding him, he kicked out with force. Luo Ling refused to be outdone, employing both martial arts and haki. Boom! Luo Ling mused that Kizaru had scarcely used any armament haki. Yet his quantity undoubtedly surpassed that of Luo Ling prior to his elevation. This was a true clash of haki. Barrett's armament haki was astonishingly powerful. Then there's this little demon, he roared, unleashing his terrifying conqueror's haki. Black and red lightning surged through the 6th level. What caliber of monsters are these, able to unleash such formidable power here? Are you daft? That guy is Barrett. For over 20 years, he has relentlessly trained in haki and martial arts. Never slacking for a day, he once went on a rampage after the Navy headquarters issued the Demon Slayer order, annihilating foes until only Garp and Sengoku could bring him down. Those who had recently arrived knew nothing of this muscular man's past. An elder chuckled. He and Crocodile once became supernovas, evenly matched, but later he surged ahead, a monster aboard the Pirate King's ship, having witnessed that grand era. Haha, once there was a monster so powerful, he severed his own legs to escape. Do you remember him? The Golden Lion Shiki. He has been in hiding for over a decade before I entered. They laughed as if sharing tales of family matters. It seemed Luo Ling's presence had made everyone more polite. The clash of conquerors haki and armament haki continued. The long-starved, untrained old souls could only endure, suffering under the strain. These unruly monsters, Golden Lion with a float fruit, could still fly even with severed legs. Why don't you give it a try? More laughter erupted. Luo Ling and Barrett disregarded them, continually clashing with martial arts and haki. For over 20 years of relentless training, Barrett's haki had become so powerful that it was always abundant. Even with the Sea Prism Stone, it merely limited his fruit abilities. Thus, even confined to the 6th level, this abyss of darkness, he could still look down upon all. Luo Ling adapted to the recently awakened conqueror's haki amidst the battle. He now understood that, in the original timeline, Barrett could match Luffy's Gear 4 Snake Man mode with just his fists, possessing overwhelming dominance. The combination of conqueror's haki and armament haki in a devilish mode was indeed unmatched in strength. It was all due to the awakening. Bang! The two struck fists against each other. Luo Ling was fortunate that all 3 types of haki had awakened, and the awakening of his fruit had also enhanced all his foundational attributes. His weakness lay in technique and martial arts, which were still only at peak level. Barrett, through over 20 years of diligent practice, had achieved perfection. His moves and combat style bore no flaws. Even so, his fruit awakening state remained overwhelmingly powerful even 20 years later. One can only say that the formidable beings in the world of pirates are nearly omnipotent. Haha, with your devil fruit abilities. In terms of haki and physical prowess alone, you are no match for me. Barrett laughed heartily, relishing the fight while keenly aware of Luo Ling's vulnerabilities. Just a little more to truly dominate the seas. Akin to the 4 emperors or admirals, one must possess overwhelming absolute strength. At the very least, one needs to develop all 3 types of haki to the intermediate awakening stage. Merely utilizing haki awakening and mastering it perfectly are entirely different concepts. Someone is coming. Luo Ling felt invigorated. Having such an opponent would greatly enhance his haki and physical skills. He aspired for all 3 types of haki to reach the intermediate awakening stage. Few could claim to have all 3 types of haki at the advanced awakening level. Such individuals are nearly legendary. In Luo Ling's eyes, only figures like Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard in their prime could attain this level. Most others possess some flaws. Tisish, you are quite cautious, Barrett mocked. There is surveillance den mushy here. Whether I return or not is inconsequential. I merely wish to ask a question. Luo Ling fought vigorously, perspiring profusely. Passing through the air gate, he returned to his cage. The newcomer held a cigar between his lips, gripping the famed sword thunderstorm. His gaze was filled with untamed defiance. 20 prison guards trailed closely behind, flanking him on either side. Hey, are you Luo Ling? Yes, I am Luo Ling. The visitor glanced at him, seemingly indifferent to the earlier battle. This man was none other than the yet-to-be imprisoned Shiryu of Arain. Currently, Magellan and Hannibal were merely his subordinates. Shiryu examined the bounty notice, a puzzled expression crossing his face. I asked this you. Yes, I was younger and thinner back then. In Shiryu's hand was the bounty notice issued after Luo Ling rescued Tiger. His feat of defeating Whitebeard, too, had become a concealed incident. After the Demon Slayer order, Luo Ling was also imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down, and the bounty was subsequently revoked. The Luo Ling depicted on the notice appeared youthful, brimming with the vigor of youth, smiling as he enjoyed hot pot. Was it you who injured the prison guard? Shiryu unsheathed his long sword, striving to suppress his murderous intent. Excitement coursing through his veins. Finally, a reason to strike. It was indeed me. I was rather impulsive back then. Luo Ling leaned leisurely against the wall, his limbs unbound by sea prism stone chains. Ha ha ha. Very well, as the chief warden. I declare that you shall die. Suit yourself. I also declare the same for your entire family. Luo Ling could hardly be bothered to engage further. Shiryu opened the cage and slashed out. Thunderstorm, purple lightning. With a crash, it seemed as though a curtain of rain was torn apart by lightning. Luo Ling wielded the heavenly demon, his eyes ablaze with killing intent, the sword energy swirling incessantly. I understand now. Conqueror's Haki can also be imbued into the sword. Bang! Shiryu no longer underestimated him. Realizing that Luo Ling's hands were not bound, was this a lapse in judgment? Shiryu possessed both speed and strength. With explosive power, he had not anticipated that Luo Ling would also possess immense explosive power, his strength surpassing his own. The swordsmanship was as swift as lightning. The two blades collided in midair. Luo Ling's Conqueror's Haki entwined. Augmented by his armament Haki, the power multiplied beyond measure. Onlookers were left aghast, while only Barrett laughed nonchalantly. He effortlessly deflected the chief warden's strike from a distance. The speed was astounding. Shiryu, the chief warden, had already moved so swiftly he was nearly invisible, even drawing his sword in an instant. At that moment, Shiryu was forced out the door, his expression grave as he gazed at Luo Ling. Yet his fighting spirit intensified. Luo Ling broke free from the sea prism stone chains, attempting to escape from Impel Down. No one can save you. Shiryu charged at him once more. I ask you, who kept me imprisoned and Impel Down? Luo Ling was curious about what transpired after he lost consciousness. Who altered the decision? Even before the Demon Slayer order, arrangements had been made to confine him to the 6th level. Who was it? Such immense power. You shall never have the chance to know the answer. Chapter 23. Do not underestimate the ability. User Shiryu did not believe that Luo Ling, having been gravely injured by Kizaru, could still defeat him after just waking up. Until just now, with a single sword, Luo Ling had not even needed to touch him. Where's the answer? Defeating you should yield it. The heavenly demon sword craved blood. Purple lightning dancing upon its blade, mingling with the flow of armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki entwined, and red lightning erupted. This scene left some monsters in the corner astounded. Hey, why would a monster of this caliber be captured? Could it be that, like Barrett, he was subdued by 2 Admiral-level Demon Slayer orders? I've been imprisoned for 20 years. Who is the current Admiral? The crowd murmured, their concern fixed on the battle. Hey, the weak have no right to spectate. Luo Ling rose with a smile, stepping out of the prison door. With a whoosh, some weaker beings fainted instantly, the guards unable to withstand the pressure, foaming at the mouth. The monsters on the 6th level, having long lacked exercise, were further demoralized. The poorer their mindset, the more severely their strength declined. There were even those who could not endure the awakening of Luo Ling's Conqueror's Haki. Upon witnessing others faint, they erupted in laughter. Ha ha! Has this old fellow imprisoned for 30 years become so weak? You little rascal, you've done so much wrong, yet your strength is so lacking. Huh. A waste who only knows to cling to life. In the corridor, Shiryu tilted his head, stepping forward swiftly, like his sword named Thunderstorm. The temperature seemed to drop, and moisture in the air began to condense as he transformed into a bolt of lightning. The corridor filled with vapor. This is my domain. Purple lightning, heavenly demon. Feast upon the wind and rain. Bang! This combined strike represented the strongest fusion Luo Ling had thus far achieved with his haki and swordsmanship. Shiryu appeared, and this sword was still delivered from a distance. Even with his sword enveloped in awakened armament haki, it could not break through Luo Ling's ranged assault, making him seem quite embarrassed. You don't seem that strong. Luo Ling had to admit that Shiryu's swordsmanship had reached a perfect level, with intermediate awakening of armament haki and initial awakening of observation haki. He had already surpassed what a mere devil fruit user could achieve. After all, those who awakened advanced haki were few and far between. Luo Ling possessed his own physique, strength, and speed, coupled with peak mastery of swordsmanship, allowing him to contend with Shiryu. Armament and observation haki were evenly matched. Conqueror's haki was his unique power? Hey, can you handle this? Luo Ling's strength had leaped to an entirely new level within Impel Down. This was what allowed him to engage Shiryu with such ease. Damn! The more Shiryu pondered, the angrier he became. His sword grew ever swifter, yet Luo Ling managed to counter perfectly each time. Indeed, sparring with you allows me to continuously enhance my swordsmanship and mastery of haki. You make for a splendid practice, dummy. Luo Ling sheathed the heavenly demon sword and retreated back into the cage. Casually waving his hand, he signaled for Shiryu to withdraw. You want me to back down? In the corridor, Shiryu's face turned an array of colors. Furious beyond measure, he swore this was the first time he had ever been so humiliated. Come out and fight me. Unless you tell me who arranged for my imprisonment and Impel Down. Luo Ling reclined with a casual demeanor, crossing his legs. Want to fight? Then you must be prepared to pay the price. Shiryu had intended to draw his sword, but remembering that Luo Ling had a paramecia fruit ability, he hesitated. If this brat were to escape while unbound by Sea Prism Stone, it would be game over. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "The Marine headquarters sent you to Impel Down due to concerns that you might escape to the Red Line, like Tiger, or be rescued by the GM Army Midway." Oh, Luo Ling's eyes sparkled as he pressed further. Which admiral? The Marine headquarters Admiral Akiji, Kizaru, reported directly by Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. Oh, Sengoku intervened. Could it be that old man Garp? Luo Ling mused, finding this reasoning somewhat plausible, yet it also reflected certain truths. The world government is not a monolith. Akiji and Sengoku were understandable, but Kizaru was indeed rather ambiguous. The truth matters not. Let us engage in another duel. Luo Ling rose with a smile, the fractured tooth and heavenly demon in hand, dual wielding. Shiryu gripped the hilt of his sword and held his breath, quiet enough to hear his own breathing. Rain song, thunder from the heavens that he transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing down the corridor. The thunderous sound was deafening. The prisoners clutched their ears, witnessing the lightning streak from entrance to exit, leaving only a trivial G.A.P.I. in a moment, so swift that the lightning had yet to disperse. Luo Ling stood in the center of the corridor, motionless. Crack! Shiryu landed, rainwater appearing upon the blade of Thunderstorm. Washing away the bloodstains, instinctively, he drew a white cloth to wipe the blood. Had it been in the past, his opponent would have undoubtedly fallen. Without exception. Alas, this brat has lost. He is still young and inexperienced. Dominance is a quality that necessitates accumulation and refinement. At such a tender age, how could he possibly comprehend this? Even the awakened form of dominance possesses varying degrees of potency. Goodness, I was unaware that dominance could even awaken. Nonsense. You were apprehended for slaughtering ordinary people indiscriminately. The only reason you did not faint earlier is due to your youth and the vitality of your dual-color dominance. Spare me your prattle. Look, that young lad is still standing there. Huh. He dares to call himself the Demon Lord. What now? Perhaps we should refer to him as Lord Demon King. Ha ha. The victor takes all. May he forever perish in this abyss of darkness. Shiryu disregarded the clamor and chaos, gracefully tending to the bloodstains. Suddenly, he was taken aback to discover that the blade of the thunderstorm sword bore no traces of blood, nor had the rainwater washed it clean. A rip. The sound of high-quality fabric tearing echoed. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. Tap, tap, tap. A gash appeared in his clothing at the abdomen, oozing crimson droplets that fell to the ground. When did you accomplish this? Shiryu asked incredulously. Forgot to mention, I specialize in speed, and unfortunately, I glimpsed your future defeat. Luo Ling stood firm, as Tian Yao and Shattered Fong retracted the hourglass space. Just moments ago, the hourglass had completed its analysis of Shiryu, delivering the most lethal blow. With the successful analysis of Shiryu, the reward was granted. Swordsmanship proficiency. Perfect. The flaws in swordsmanship were rendered moot the instant Shiryu drew his sword. Luo Ling triumphed through unparalleled focus and swiftness. In the wake of Shiryu's presence, a gate of air manifested at an astonishing speed, precisely where the lightning's breach occurred, diminishing his acceleration. The disparity in their dominances was negligible. Years of Shiryu's dominance accumulation were compensated by Luo Ling's conqueror's haki. His sword required no acceleration to achieve its maximum speed. Shiryu was left with that singular flaw. Otherwise, it should have resulted in a draw under the trial of swordsmanship. His advantage lay in his diverse methods. While Shiryu faltered due to overconfidence. Never underestimate those with abilities. From now on, I shall be the one to dictate matters on the 6th level of Impel Down, Luo Ling proclaimed, directly opening the air gate. Before sending Shiryu away, he muttered in anger, I will defeat you. We shall see. Upon returning to his confinement, Luo Ling opened a small air gate to observe the weather outside. The day was drawing to a close. It was time to rest before visiting the Sorbet archipelago. Chapter 24. The first generation of creation achieved. Luo Ling took a nap amidst the astonished gazes of the monsters. Let me out, and I will give you all my treasures. Captain, become my captain. I was ignorant of the rules. Ha ha, a bunch of cowards. He comes and goes as he pleases, clearly with his own agenda, while you worthless fools remain lost in dreams. After berating them, Barrett promptly commenced his training. The 6th level quickly descended into silence, reverting to its usual state. The guards awoke only as the moon ascended, yet they could see nothing on the 6th level. They fled in terror, not daring to cast a glance at Luo Ling. Thus began a day that marked the secretive 6th level of Impel Down, now harboring a forbidden secret in the place where Luo Ling resided. There was no provision of food or drinking water, and no inquiries were made. Aside from Shiryu, no one dared to set foot in this area. Night deepened. Luo Ling yawned and pushed open an air gate. Vanishing without a trace. Bang! With moonlit footsteps, he swiftly disappeared into the night. Sorbet archipelago. The Shaki Tavern. The person you're waiting for should be arriving soon, the proprietress Shaki remarked as she lit a cigarette and slid a glass of orange juice towards Ein. Ein, with his smooth blue hair and black cloak, was impeccably dressed, even sporting black knee-high socks that reached the edges of his shorts. Shaki, a glass of apple juice. The more sour, the better. What a peculiar taste, remarked a white-haired man beside him, his glasses reflecting the light, obscuring his gaze. That I am indeed curious. How does one escape from that place? Could he be the next golden lion? Young people are always capable of miracles. Just as you all were back in the day. Flattered by Shaki's compliment, the man fell silent, bursting into hearty laughter. The Sorbet archipelago is indeed a haven for pirates. Despite being adjacent to the Navy headquarters, it remains a hotbed of chaos. This small tavern, though obscure, is known to only a select few. Luo Ling and Ein frequently pass through here due to the good rapport between Kuma, Rayleigh, and Shaki. A youth entered, clad in the same black cloak, his slightly tousled long hair catching the light. Luo Ling. Ein could hardly believe it. He had truly escaped. I must return by morning. I merely came to replenish some supplies. After going through so much to escape, why would you want to go back? Certainly for strength. As my navigator, do you not wish to see your captain grow stronger? As he spoke, Luo Ling lifted the glass of apple juice. Delicious. Upon savoring the intensely sour apple juice, Luo Ling felt as if he had tasted the finest delicacy in the world. Little Monster Rayleigh shook his head, remarking on the strength of today's youth. I almost forgot to tell you, Mr. Rayleigh, before I encountered the demon slaughter order. I procured some wine for you from that little tavern, Luo Ling said, producing a bottle of exquisite wine from the South Sea. Thank you. Luo Ling Rayleigh enjoyed the unique flavor of the wine, and the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. Luo Ling listened intently as he spoke. During this period, those who had been rescued had safely reached islands and resumed their lives. With the acquisition of blueprints for combat machinery, the GM Army had further risen, and the scientific research class continued to make breakthroughs. This is for you. Luo Ling handed the blueprints for the bloodline factor to Ein. With this, the first generation of pacifists can be perfectly created. There are always things beyond human capability, and the Navy should also be progressing swiftly. Do not fall behind. Indeed, Ein carefully stored the blueprints. His expression somewhat somber as he murmured, "The world needs you, Luo Ling. You are mistaken. It is not me they need, but all those oppressed by the celestial dragons." Luo Ling replied, relishing his seafood lobster fried rice. In the coming time, the seas will undergo a tremendous upheaval. Just give me 2 years. I will change this world. 2 years, with the GM Army trained by Tiger, Zifa, and Kuma, alongside the pacifist first generation in combat machinery. There is ample time to contend against the world government. What we require is merely high-level combat power. While the bloodline factor may hold the key, aging is inevitable that I believe I shall find the answer. Luo Ling stretched lazily. Ein, grow stronger. The future seas are calling you. He rose and walked alongside Ein through the bustling streets of the Sorbet archipelago. Regrettably, no celestial dragons were out today. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to dispatch a couple of them. In the tavern, Shaki cradled her chin in her hand and said to Rayleigh, "Isn't he the person you were waiting for?" Rayleigh smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. He is not a pirate. He is of the GM Army. Before the answer is revealed, he is the answer. Yes, Shaki pondered this statement. She couldn't help but laugh. Luo Ling, accompanied by Ein, strolled through the winding streets, observing the warmth and coldness of humanity. He understood that he would need to isolate himself for a while in the Sorbet archipelago. The presence of evil pirates who trample upon the defenseless was pervasive in the auction houses. The lives of the weak were casually sold as slaves. Beneath the moonlight, within a modest abode, a woman tended to her ailing husband. Should he perish, her family would be doomed. Children wept, unaware of the grievances they had suffered. Luo Ling quietly observed it all and handed a book to Ein. Dragon slayers? Ein inquired, puzzled. This details the art of slaying dragons, specifically the celestial dragons, originating from my homeland. Luo Ling had documented all the dragon-slaying techniques he had learned in his previous life on Blue Star, inscribing them within. Get this published so that the world may behold this tome. Understood. I nodded solemnly. In the early hours of the morning, at Port 43, Sabo and Keela had long awaited their arrival. Ein, it's time to set sail. Luo Ling, won't you accompany us? Luo Ling stood at the port, bidding them farewell that I have more pressing matters to attend to. Sometimes we must wait for the right moment. Patience is key. Should anything arise, contact me through the telephone bug. Stepping back a pace, he activated the air gate. Swiftly traversing across the sea, he continuously teleported within sight that on the 6th level of Impel Down, the atmosphere remained perpetually dark, damp, and chilly. Luo Ling awoke in the afternoon. Having arranged a spacious bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a personal restroom in this place, he leisurely began to roast meat. Within the confines of his cell, the lights shone brightly, and the air gate regulated the temperature and humidity. As night fell, Luo Ling comfortably reclined on his bed, perusing the latest newspaper, and no one dared to scold him. Those who attempted to do so had already faced the consequences that on the 3rd day. Luo Ling sought out Barrett early in the morning, commencing his training in combat techniques and armament hockey that a week later, Rain Shiryu, fully healed, returned with vengeance. This time, Luo Ling refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities. He engaged in direct confrontation, honing his swordsmanship and observation hockey. After a month of such a lifestyle, he had grown accustomed to it. Luo Ling's strength surged dramatically with his mastery of Conqueror's hockey. Observation Haki, swordsmanship, and combat techniques continually improving. The IT must be said, Barrett was undeniably a prodigy in battle. A year later, the notorious Luo Ling of the 6th level mysteriously vanished. Barrett, feeling bored without anyone to spar with, found even the prison that had been his home for over 20 years dull. Luo Ling, where have you gone? Show yourself. Rain Shiryu, in a fit of frustration, realized that over the past 6 months, Luo Ling had increasingly overwhelmed him in their encounters. Almost as if it were child's play, he found a note on Luo Ling's beat. To meet an old friend, we shall duel another day. Oh. Rain Shiryu erupted in fury. I am the chief warden of Impel Down. Why should I duel you at your convenience? Soon, the prison echoed with laughter, the atmosphere delightfully buoyant. They were quickly silenced by a fierce reprimand from Rain Shiryu. In Impel Down at level 5.5, Ivankov stood in shock. Luo Ling, you've been imprisoned too. Ivankov, I've been here for a year that I came to show you something. Luo Ling raised his hand, revealing Whitebeard 2 Wubru, a perfect product of combat machinery and genetic modification. The pacifist prototype, number 0. It was a success. Ivankov could hardly believe it. This meant that once mass-produced, a genuine assault on the world government could be launched. Chapter 25. Only Haki surpasses all. Additionally, there are food, newspapers, and this is a transponder snail. You can contact me anytime if needed. I must take my leave. By the way, I am on the 6th level. Feel free to reach out if you require assistance. After attending a banquet, Luo Ling bid farewell to Ivankov. The world has yet to summon me. The tide is still in preparation. When the time is ripe, I shall emerge. Ivankov laughed heartily, remarking on the so-called level 5. In reality, it was a giant with the power of the giant tribe. Mori, who also led one of the 5 armies in the GM forces, the Western Army, he had created the 5th level through the power of the Devil Fruit, which also explained why Ivankov could boldly escape into this place. Luo Ling understood that the GM forces were vast, comprising 5 major armies, including the Great Sea Route, overseen by Ivankov. The leader was Dragon, with his advisor Sabo as the second-in-command. The headquarters was staffed by Kuma, Zifa, and Tiger, with Luo Ling heading the scientific research division. Each rescued kingdom bore the fruits of their labor, in the pirate world. The true adversaries of the world government had always been those courageous souls willing to fight. On the 6th level, Luo Ling was analyzing his current strength. With years of accumulated experience, he had closed the Hourglass analysis function for a year, witnessing a meteoric rise in his power. Should he reactivate it? Yes. Concerned about becoming overly reliant on the Hourglass, Luo Ling had shut it down for a year. During this period, his observation Haki had ascended to an intermediate awakening through countless battles. His swordsmanship had become increasingly refined. Since half a year ago, he occasionally fought Rain Shiryu using the no-sword style. The Conqueror's Haki-infused ranged attacks left Rain Shiryu at a loss. His combat techniques had reached perfect proficiency through repeated duels with Barrett. Now, Luo Ling could confidently reactivate the Hourglass. The analysis function was now enabled, distributing all analysis rewards accumulated during the period. Analysis of really successful, rewards obtained. Haki. Observation Haki Awakening Technique Wide Area. In an instant. Expands Observation Haki to its maximum, revealing the number, strength, variety, and even weaknesses of all enemies within range. Analysis of really successful, rewards obtained. Complete marksmanship. Pursuit Heart Perfect. The fired projectiles can curve and accelerate again, leaving enemies with no escape. Perfect synthesis. Rewards obtained. Iron Fist of Love Essence. The perfect product of Garp's combat techniques and Haki. Only through time and battle can you synthesize it, comprehend its essence to ignore any defenses and inflict absolute real damage. Is this all the rewards? Luo Ling pondered, for he had only been training in Impel Down and occasionally resupplying in the Sorbet archipelago. If he received too many rewards, it would indeed raise suspicion. The Hourglass projected his profile. Name. Luo Ling title. Demon Lord Armament Haki. 100. Intermediate Awakening Flowing Sakura. Observation Haki. 100. Intermediate Awakening Future Prediction Wide Area. Conqueror's Haki. 100. Beginner Awakening Conqueror's Haki Infusion. Combat Techniques. Navy 6 Styles 100. Iron Fist of Love Essence 100. Dragon Claw 100, Fishman Karate 100, Fishman Judo 100, perfect, swordsmanship, sword drawing technique 100, chaos sword technique 100, purple lightning 100, perfect, marksmanship, gunfighting technique 100, divine explosion 100, pursuit heart 30, perfect, devil fruit, Chi-Tian fruit 35, beginner awakening, Door fruit 100, advanced, martial arts, ascending dragon items, shattered tooth, great knife, 21 works, heavenly demon, great knife, 21 works, 3,000 swords, 3,000, iron guns, life card, luxury ship, 7 pacifist prototypes, belly, 53.8, 5 million bounty, 570 million up beside Luo Ling's three-dimensional image. A series of data appeared. The remaining weaknesses lay in Conqueror's Haki and the Door fruit. With advanced Awakened Haki being exceedingly rare, it was already uncommon for combat techniques to reach perfect proficiency, while the proficiency of the no-self level would likely be as scarce as the number of advanced Haki users, merely a handful. Exhaling deeply, he heard footsteps approaching. Luo Ling knew that the moment to test his success had arrived. Come out, Luo Ling. Range Shiryu seethed with indignation, eager to defeat Luo Ling over the course of a year. He had transitioned from slightly weaker to noticeably weak, and now he felt utterly restrained. Despite his constant growth, he remained oppressed. Luo Ling had nearly used him as a punching bag. Very well, I shall regard you as an appetizer. With a swift motion, he appeared before the infamous Chief Warden. This time, he drew Shattered Tooth. Prepare to die, you wretched prisoner. Range Shiryu stepped forward, his sword intent at least 3 times stronger than a year prior. With enhanced speed, power, and explosive force, the precision of his observation Haki and the might of his armament Haki had both undergone a transformation. The two moved at incredible speed, darting through the corridors, walls, ceilings, and floors. The madmen on the 6th level began their raucous cheers once more. Too fast, it's hard to see. Hee, this is exhilarating. Look, that sword has at least 70% of my strength. 70%. If you were that strong, would you have been captured? Defeat him. Let this lunatic Range Shiryu go to hell. Oh, it's a dogfight. The 6th level was rife with madness. After an exhilarating clash between the two top swordsmen, they finally reached the point where they had begun their duel. When did you become this strong? Range Shiryu could hardly believe it. He felt Luo Ling's Haki was greater than his own, his swordsmanship faster, and his techniques more refined, even without utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Luo Ling had perfectly suppressed him. In truth, Luo Ling had focused on honing his combat techniques and Haki over the past 2 years, but he understood one thing. The 6th level fell silent. They knew the outcome had been determined. In the dark corners, the madmen chuckled to themselves. Barrett, however, slowly rose, aware that this was merely an appetizer. The sound of chains echoed, in response to Range Shiryu's question. He spoke in unison with Luo Ling from his cell. Only Haki surpasses all. Indeed, if one's combat techniques and Haki are insufficiently strong, then the devil fruit will forever merely be an embellishment. Luo Ling sheathed Shattered Tooth, his blood surging. Range Shiryu's body suddenly erupted with a multitude of bubbles. Pfft, you fool, what are you trying to surpass? Without the Conqueror's Haki, a power possessed by few, you are already quite strong. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body riddled with dozens of sword wounds. The sword was too swift. The injuries required time to register. Once more, Range Shiryu was defeated, this time completely overwhelmed and decisively vanquished. He understood that in terms of Haki, combat techniques, and swordsmanship, Luo Ling had become a true peak powerhouse upon the seas. Yet still unsatisfied, he shouted through his bloodied mouth, "Tell me, Luo Ling, what exactly do you wish to surpass?" Pfft. Another mouthful of dark blood was spat out as he braced himself against the storm, refusing to fall. Defeated, Yuji Shilio had succumbed. Overwhelmed by a mere youth. How pitiful. To think he was hailed as one of the pillars of Impel Down. The closest to an admiral? He couldn't even match a single finger of the admiral from headquarters. Suddenly, the laughter was abruptly silenced. Yuji Shilio, unrestrained, executed his foe. He wiped the blood from his lips and raised his sword once more. I may be defeated, but I am not dead. As long as I remain conscious, is enough to slay you wretched failures of the great pirate era. Shadows began to rise. Who do you call a failure? Yuji Shiryu, I will kill you. I have faced Whitebeard. It was Kaido who defeated your father, not you. Yuji Shiryu. The sounds of combat erupted. Yuji Shiryu was already in a frenzy, driven by the sting of defeat and mockery, longing for bloody vengeance. Meanwhile, Loring stood before Barrett, empty-handed. Barrett's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, a mad grin plastered across his face. You're next. Chapter 26. The strongest beneath legends. Meet your doom. Loring, Barrett, I will surely triumph over you. The two engaged in a fist fight. Loring, towering over 3 meters, appeared almost normal in the face of Barrett. Their fists clashed, flowing Sakura entwining with Haki, a flawless martial art, enhanced by mid-level observation Haki, allowing them to evade every blow as much as possible. The initial awakening had transitioned to a mid-level awakening, signifying a significant increase in their Haki reserves, with a higher tier of effectiveness merely a bonus. Observing their fierce battle, Yuji Shiryu felt a growing sense of inadequacy. In martial arts, he was inferior to Loring. His observation Haki was also a tier lower, not to mention the Conqueror's Haki. However, as Loring and Barrett clashed, neither yielded an inch. Punch after punch, the shockwaves from their collisions reverberated through the cage. In that moment, Yuji Shiryu's fury intensified. He coughed blood and swung his weapon wildly. And no matter who you are, I'll strike you down. Impel Down, the 6th level, had descended into chaos. Help! Warden Yuji Shiryu has gone mad. Is there anyone to intervene? The Demon King and the Devil's Offspring are fighting, and we innocent bystanders are caught in the crossfire. Damn it, isn't Barrett a power user? How can he be so strong even with sea stone chains? Some guards attempted to intervene, but under the shock waves generated by Loring and Barrett's onslaught, they instantly collapsed to the ground. Ugh! A large group of individuals fainted. How dare these worthless fools chatter away? Barrett cackled. Locked up here, you will live your entire life as a fallen coward, unaware that every situation has its surprises. I believe in miracles. Why not beg me to set you free? Loring's aura surged, causing small pebbles on the ground to levitate. TCH, you're merely using us for your training. At least you have the self-awareness. Boom! The two executed a simultaneous kick. The clash of Conqueror's Haki erupted. The shockwave coalesced into a transparent sphere before exploding with tremendous force, unleashing a tempest of black and red lightning. Crack! The compressed Conqueror's Haki, driven mad by the impact, finally detonated. Boom! The cacophony of explosions resounded, deafening all in attendance. The range of their Conqueror's Haki nearly enveloped the entire 6th level of Impel Down. The shockwave swept forth, crashing against the will of all present like a tidal wave. Those few remaining, unscathed by the awakening level Conqueror's Haki, laughed maniacally, their eyes brimming with longing. What a terrifying disaster it would be if such monsters were unleashed. Ha ha! As if you aren't the monsters! How enviable it is to continuously train, maintain, and even break through limits in this hellish place. I lack such resolve. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the two figures vanished, only to reappear and vanish again. The Navy 6 powers, Fishman Karate, and Fishman Judo had all seamlessly integrated into Loring's every strike. The iron fist of love rendered each of his punches a tangible threat. As their exchanges escalated, the combat's pace quickened, with power and Haki flowing relentlessly. Barrett, bound by sea stone, could not utilize his devil fruit abilities. Moreover, within the confines of the 6th level, his combined fruit powers could only merge with scrap metal. Loring also refrained from using his fruit powers, relying solely on martial arts. Consequently, the two were nearly evenly matched. This battle had devolved into a contest of skill and Haki. Whose physical prowess was superior? Whose will stronger would ultimately determine the victor. You think you can win with the accumulation of 20 years spent chasing me in just 1 year? Barrett, injured, noted that they had been clashing for over 3 hours. If I don't try, how will I know? Loring, undaunted, felt his fighting spirit intensify. The longer the battle persisted, the more potential he unleashed, from 1 hour to 3 hours, until a day later. Magellan arrived specifically to halt the conflict, only to witness a dog-eat-dog scenario and promptly reported it. Receiving the order that one death was as good as another, he had no choice but to subdue the rampaging Yuji Shiryu. Imprisoning him on the 6th level as per orders as for the battle between Loring and Barrett, it had escalated to an admiral level. To interrupt now would be tantamount to seeking death. Magellan checked in every other day. Aside from his frequent stomach issues, he closely monitored this contest of hockey. On the 3rd evening, the two found themselves devoid of fighting spirit, sensing their potential had been fully tapped. Barrett perfectly fused his hockey with his being, reaching a peak state once more, even stronger, the devil form. Even his skin underwent transformation, the iron fist of love. Loring struck, knowing that Barrett's devil form exhibited signs of advanced awakened hockey and a trend towards selfless martial arts. The Iron Fist of Love represented the perfect fusion of Garp's advanced awakened hockey and selfless martial arts. Barrett, truly deserving of the title Descendant of the Devil. If not for the impending plot twist, he would undoubtedly reach that rarefied realm in his lifetime. Roger, Garp, Whitebeard. Only 2 survivors remain. The others can touch that domain in only a limited capacity. Loring was confident that if he could fully unlock the 3 hockey colors, martial arts, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and devil fruit powers to this extent, he would possess overwhelming strength. The Iron Fist of Love, a technique learned from Garp, allowed Loring and Barrett to merge hockey and flesh flawlessly, complemented by impeccable martial arts. Their fists accelerated. The clash of armament hockey intensified. Magellan, suffering from stomach pains, was reluctant to leave that it was too shocking. He could see the shadow of old man Garp in their fists. Hockey, martial arts, swordsmanship. As long as one is sufficiently strong, everything else becomes merely ancillary. Even the mighty Whitebeard, at every level, was at the pinnacle, aided by the tremor fruit. Roger, with his 3 hockey colors and swordsmanship, was not to be outdone, no matter how powerful one is. The abilities they can unleash at any given time are limited. Similarly, Garp's fists were simply the most straightforward weapon against Roger's pirate crew, no matter how strong or resourceful one may be. The techniques they can deploy are finite. Loring grasped this concept and launched another punch. 5 days and nights. The battle of peak warriors had endured for over 120 hours. Swordsmanship, martial arts, fruit abilities. Even if all your methods are maximized, the techniques available to you remain limited. It boils down to martial arts plus hockey, swordsmanship plus hockey, fruit plus martial arts, and most just hockey plus martial arts plus fruit. And you, Barrett. Loring lifted his head, his gaze filled with defiance. Simplifying complexity is the true essence of combat. Barrett's arm moved, the sound of chains clattering echoed, and he laughed heartily. To wield 3 methods simultaneously is the pinnacle. And I am that pinnacle. Cough, cough. A person's time is limited. To reach the highest level in any one aspect requires a long journey. By the time you achieve that, you will be a mere shadow of yourself. Frail and battered. Just like the tremor fruit. Even at advanced awakening, it bears the terrifying force of recoil, as Whitebeard learned. Loring stood, delivering a punch to Barrett's face. Barrett returned with all his might. They struck simultaneously. Both sent flying, crashing into the walls. All held their breath, silently awaiting the fate of these 2 madmen. Magellan entered the heavily damaged cell, hearing only the rustling sounds. The 2 collapsed in a corner, unable to move, glaring at each other with fierce eyes. Loring was taken back to his cell. Magellan commanded, and several guards promptly moved to drag him away. Barrett erupted in laughter, defiantly stating, "To defeat me, you must advance further. Rest assured, I will awaken before you do." Loring was convinced that if not for the plot twist, Barrett in his full state would undoubtedly possess the peak strength of an admiral. Amidst the coughs, Barrett smiled contentedly. Relishing the thrill of battle he hadn't experienced in a long time, he sat weakly, watching Loring being dragged away. As if transported back to the night, he was defeated by the ailing Roger. Gazing at the youthful visage before him. "Captain, it seems I have found once more the meaning of living." Chapter 27. Advancing to the king of the city. Arrival at Wano country, Lo Ling reclined comfortably within his cage. Savoring the soothing sound of the hourglass, that he successfully analyzed Magellan and received the following rewards. Attributes: Poison 3,000, Anger 2,500, Stomachache 4,000, But the analysis of the advanced city was also successful and synthesis was underway. Perfect synthesis yielded the following reward. Achievement. Legend of the Sixth Layer. Having been imprisoned here for an extended period, you have become one of the legends cherished by the survivors. Whenever your legend is recounted, a trace of kingly aura is added. Is this truly a worthless achievement reward? Lo Ling mused. This reward was quite mediocre. He had anticipated that analyzing Magellan would yield something more substantial. As it stands, the awakening of the fruit has always relied on his own efforts. It had been a year since Lo Ling had appropriately utilized his fruit abilities. It was time to focus on awakening the Dordor fruit and enhancing the Chi Tian fruit. The initial awakening was barely sufficient, while the intermediate awakening would allow for greater ease and an extended duration of activation, with Barrett accompanying him in terms of hockey and martial arts. Where could he train his fruit abilities? Lo Ling found himself restless and unable to sleep. At the break of dawn, he finally discovered the answer. He had seen in today's newspaper that Kaido had once again jumped into the sea, only to emerge unscathed. Beast Kaido. This was the moniker bestowed upon him in the world of pirates. In truth, a strike from the flowing Sakura, a blow from the conqueror as Haki, and a third from the awakened fruit. Only Haki reigned supreme over all. This was a declaration made by Kaido himself. The development of mythical Zoan fruits was indeed remarkable. Wano country, Onigashima, this is where I am meant to be. Lo Ling knew that there were still 2.5 years until Kaido transformed in 100 Beast Kaido and only 6 months until the Marineford War. Ace had been at sea for 2 years now. Presumably, Luffy must have set sail by now. The only regret was that his own strength was still insufficient, and he could only wait for the GM army to gradually grow stronger. The thought invigorated Lo Ling. The Dordor fruit needed to awaken, and his martial arts, Haki, and Chi Tian fruit needed further enhancement, all of which required Kaido. Early the next morning, Magellan came to check on Lo Ling's injuries. Hoping to prevent him from recklessly seeking conflict again, to his surprise, the empty cage contained only a note. I have matters to attend to. Will return shortly. Magellan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to anger. Tisich, this guy has gone off wandering again. It's normal. Just get used to it, he'll be back. Rain Ziri commented from within the cage. Who knows what such a man is waiting for? He seems to be part of the GM army. Perhaps something significant is about to happen. How intriguing that forthcoming future. Barrett laughed maniacally, clearly having recovered some of his strength. Hearing this, Magellan felt a pang of pain in his stomach and quickly departed. From that day forth, he came daily to check on Lo Ling's whereabouts. New World, Wano country coastline that a youth with disheveled hair set foot here. Onigashima should not be far from his place. Right? There's a small house. The scenery is decent, though the water reeks. Lo Ling calmly analyzed the surroundings. Wano country appeared wretched, and this was his first visit. Kabako village. This house must belong to Tengu Mountain's Fei Che. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Lo Ling took out a bag of grilled senbei. What a wonderful place, though it has been ruined by that fool Kazuki Oden. In Lo Ling's eyes, Kazuki Oden was indeed a man with far too many flaws. A soft-hearted individual, he sacrificed countless lives in Wano country to protect a handful of people, leading to families being torn apart. Even after being thrown into the oil pot, the red scabbards could easily break free from their chains. And after his death, various daimyos, including Komatsu, raised their banners. However, it was all too late. Even if Kazuki Oden had dared to lead Wano in battle against Kaido 5 years ago, he could have surrounded and starved Orochi. Even with the protection of the barrier fruit user, a good hand of cards squandered as someone who lived in the Kyushu of a past life. Lo Ling held no interest in such foolishly loyal samurais. Instead, he admired Zoro's clear-cut sense of love and hate. While pondering how Oden had ruined Wano country, Lo Ling couldn't help but curse. What fate and prophecy. Whoever dares to bully me shall be dealt with. 20 years, wagering the lives of so many for the future. Kazuki Oden, you are a fool. As these words left his lips, a young girl suddenly dashed out from behind a tree, landing a punch on his leg. You mustn't say such things. Kazuki Oden is the shogun of Wano country. What does that have to do with me? I am not a citizen of Wano. Lo Ling recognized her as Toki, who was only a little over 6 years old. Ignoring her frenzied punches, he offered her a bag of grilled sunbae. "Want some? You're a pirate," Toki exclaimed, having discerned something from his attire, her straw hat dropping to the ground. "I am part of the GM army." Huh. The more Toki asked, the more curious she became. Lo Ling answered politely, and she gradually looked at him in astonishment. "Is there really such a person in this world? Helping kind-hearted individuals? It turns out that beyond pirates, there are so many other forces at sea." Having devoured the grilled senbei, Toki's stomach continued to grumble. "Are you still hungry? Come, I'll take you to the seaside to fish." "Fish? We can't eat that. It's poisonous," Toki said anxiously. "Eating that would be fatal." "Don't worry, the fish from the sea are just passing through." Lo Ling led Toki to the shore, pretending to fish. The two waited foolishly for a full hour. "Big brother Lo Ling, are there really edible fish in the sea?" Toki asked curiously, given Wano's unique geography, with land only above the waterfalls. Catching fish from the sea was no easy feat. Of course, to his surprise, the fish showed no respect whatsoever, and they leapt straight into the water. Big brother Lo Ling. Toki couldn't believe that this brother who told her stories and offered her grilled sunbae would jump into the sea just because he couldn't catch a fish. Moments later, Lo Ling returned from the sea, stepping lightly as he dragged a massive fish weighing over 10,000 pounds. "Let us go back and have a proper meal, and we can dry the rest to make fish jerky." "That sounds delicious." Toki smiled sweetly, but just then a patrol team appeared on the beach, led by 3 gifted individuals. "Big brother, watch out. The beast pirates are here." She tugged his clothing and feared, "It's fine." Lo Ling glanced at them. As they charged forward, he pointed his fingers at the gifted individuals. Finger gun. Divine explosion. 3 consecutive shots hit the gifted individuals from a distance, causing them to explode on the spot. "Dare to strike the gifted, and you're as good as dead." Those waiting nearby began chattering in panic, but with a single glance from Lo Ling, they collapsed unconscious. The awakened conqueror Haki had already manifested physical harm. The weak would bleed profusely. "Big brother Lo Ling, let us go quickly, or we'll be discovered." Toki tugged at Lo Ling's sleeve. "Wait, let me finish them off." "Huh." Bang. Lo Ling delivered each one a parting shot with his finger gun. Tossing their bodies into the sea to feed the fish, they're just a bunch of wicked scoundrels. It's no loss to be rid of them. "Big brother, isn't that a bit cruel? You sympathize with the enemy?" Lo Ling's gaze turned fierce. He would not tolerate any sympathy for the E. With a swift motion, Tianyao parried the blow, but Luo Ling's strength was overwhelming, sending Yamato crashing into the wall in a disheveled state. "Damn it, how can you be so powerful?" She often perused the newspapers and was well aware that this towering man was none other than the formidable Jim military warrior, Luo Ling. Yamato had heard of Luo Ling and Luffy from Ace. Ace had remarked that Luffy would be the most troublesome opponent, and that Luo Ling's might far exceeded his own. Yamato had always found it hard to believe that Ace, who could hold his own against her, could possibly be defeated by anyone else. It was only after Luo Ling knocked her back with a single strike, and she felt that immense power that she truly understood. Indeed, there existed such a young and powerful monster. Had Ace not awakened yet? Luo Ling's attention, however, was fixed on Yamato's arm. The chains binding her had not been undone. This indicated that Ace's Haki had yet to reach the level of awakening. Had he become so preoccupied with his devil fruit powers that he neglected his Haki training? How disappointing to know. That's not it. Ace's observation Haki is quite strong and has already reached the level you refer to as awakening. Yamato explained, "It is only natural for someone with the power of a Logia to have their observation Haki further awakened. But as a Logia user, neglecting the mastery of armament Haki could very well cost him his life." Luo Ling harbored hopes that under Ace's tutelage, Luffy's Haki would not remain too weak. If Luffy's Haki strengthened prematurely, it would mean that the Straw Hat Pirates would also grow stronger sooner. Awakening their Haki, he intended to lead the GM military to overthrow the world government, leaving the truth of the world to Luffy, by imparting Haki to Ace ahead of time. Luffy would also gain Haki, which signified that the Straw Hat Pirates would gain strength sooner than expected, accelerating the progression of the pirate world. "You are quite serious," Yamato remarked nervously. This Luo Ling appeared somewhat different from the bounty poster. Likely due to age, Yet his personality was indeed akin to what Ace had described, boisterous, yet serious when it mattered most. "Where is your father?" "He is out waging war and will likely return by dawn," Yamato replied bashfully. Since Luo Ling was Ace's older brother, he was effectively her older brother as well, and his might was formidable. Would Kaido approve? Would the Navy consent to a marriage alliance with the Whitebeard pirates? "What are you thinking?" Luo Ling interrupted Yamato's spiraling thoughts. "Nothing at all," she exclaimed. With a casual flick, Luo Ling released the chains, allowing them to explode in midair. In truth, undoing such restraints required armament haki. With observation haki also at the level of awakening. Only then could one seize the right moment and employ the appropriate method. "Luo Ling Gij," Yamato exclaimed in delight. "What binds you is not these broken chains, but your heart. That my heart." Yamato gazed at him in confusion. "Do you understand what it means if the prophecy is realized prematurely? That signifies that fate has arrived ahead of time." "No, it is the determination of man to conquer destiny." With that, Luo Ling's form began to morph into that of a mythical beast. His cloak shifted from black to blood red, and the twin feathers of his purple-golden crown hung down like flames ablaze. "For one more night, use your abilities and train with me." "What? You intend to challenge Kaido?" "Hurry, he is incredibly strong." Yamato, still pondering Luo Ling's words, snapped to attention upon hearing his intention to challenge Kaido. Without further ado, Luo Ling advanced toward her. Despite Yamato wielding a wolf fawn club, she found it challenging to contend with him, who was barehanded. How could his strength have surged further? It was hard to see. His speed was astonishing. Yamato swiftly transformed into her beast form. Animal type: Inu no Mi, Mythical Zoan, Deiko Kutin, Divine Foot, White Serpent Drive. Bang! Luo Ling blocked Yamato's strike with a single hand while in her beast form. No, Samurai Ice Fong. The chilling aura suddenly dropped the temperature of the air, causing frost to form on the ground. Crackling with the sound of freezing, a frigid tempest surged toward Luo Ling. Golden light erupted from him, like flames dancing, melting away the icy onslaught. Ice Slash, a powerful strike from Yamato in her beast form, frost coalescing on her wolf fawn club. Yamato's movements quickened as she launched a gravity-infused strike toward Luo Ling's palm. Luo Ling's hand effortlessly intercepted the attack, and as Yamato shouted, her conqueror's haki flared. She realized that she could hardly land a hit on Luo Ling. No matter how she attacked, Luo Ling responded flawlessly. His martial arts and swordsmanship were impeccable, and his mastery of all three types of haki surpassed her own. In that moment, Yamato comprehended the truth of Ace's words. "I'm going to attack." Luo Ling's fist shimmered with cherry blossoms. Gathering haki, his observation haki, allowing him to foresee and perfectly evade every strike. Fishman karate. Heaven's Gate. Water vapor coalesced around his fist, layer upon layer. Spiraling like a whirlpool, with a thunderous roar, Yamato found herself with no options for retreat and could only defend in place. Mirror Mountain, frost and haki fused together, forming a suit of icy haki armor around her. The water vapor that first encountered the freezing air was rapidly condensed, unable to withstand the force, and the ice armor shattered. Pfft! Yamato spat out a mouthful of blood, her heart shaken by the sheer power of his martial arts and haki. Even within the ranks of the four Emperor's Beast pirates, the only one who could rival him would be the governor. Kaido! No wonder he dared to come to Onigashima alone. He was indeed stronger than AC. In that moment, Yamato finally understood the meaning behind Luo Ling's words. Does a prophecy have to unfold at a specific time? As long as one is strong enough and adequately prepared, it is not impossible for it to be realized prematurely, even altering fate itself. If it were a year ago, we could have battled. But now we must await Kaido's return. Yamato did not contest Luo Ling's statement. It was indeed the truth. Beneath the moonlight, she lifted her gaze toward this girl who aspired to become Kazuki Oden. Smiling softly, "Become yourself, Yamato, that I will take you to see to become who you truly are, not anyone else. Become myself?" "Not anyone else," Yamato hurriedly replied, "but I wish to become Kazuki Oden, to be a strong warrior like him and venture out to sea." What you owe are those samurai lords. You do not idolize Kazuki Oden, but yearn for adventure. If you do not believe me, then watch me fight. Is that so? Yamato questioned herself inwardly. If I conquer this so-called prophecy and fate, becoming myself, Luo Ling, and not someone else, can you also become yourself? Yamato, is that possible? Yamato still hesitated to respond, looking down at her wrist, where the chains had indeed vanished. What held her captive was not the chains, but her own heart. The two gazed at the sea, waiting for dawn to arrive. Across the vast ocean, warships sailed, filled with people cheering. The beast pirates had returned, standing at the harbor. Luo Ling basked in the setting sun and suddenly looked up. Conqueror's haki surged, crashing against the waves on the flagship of the beast pirates. The towering Kaido laughed heartily, unleashing brilliant Conqueror's haki that stirred up massive waves. The ocean roared and exploded. Chapter 29. Sweeping the beast pirates, look who has come. A remarkable little brat. Kaido had just returned from battle, having dealt with some recently audacious pirate newcomers. His fists still itched, and the appearance of Luo Ling at Onigashima undoubtedly added to his amusement. The demon lord, Luo Ling. Hasn't he already been locked up? Jin crossed his arms. Puzzled, he thought that, no matter how arrogant he was, he would surely suffer a miserable defeat before Kaido. That I heard he was defeated by Kizaru. Looks like he's quite brazen now. Queen, sharing the same notoriety, wore a mocking smile, viewing Luo Ling as nothing more than a joke. Let me handle this level of enemy. Jack's anger surged, wishing he could tear Luo Ling limb from limb. How dare he come to Onigashima to stir up trouble, showing such disrespect to the king of beasts. The Flying Six had yet to gather, and Drake hadn't even ventured to Sorbet archipelago. However, the infamous reputation of the beast pirates had already spread throughout the world. Ever since Shanks claimed dominance in the New World, the status of the four emperors had become unshakable. Anyone daring to meddle in the New World would face utter annihilation. The beasts are already itching for a fight. The guards on Onigashima were few, but that didn't mean there were none at Wano. There were still beast pirates stationed in various locations. Places like Rabbit Bowl and Ninely still had a significant presence of their forces. Luo Ling dared to come to Wano alone, demonstrating a level of audacity that surpassed even aces. Defeat him, and tomorrow, I want to see this brat at Rabbit Bowl. Kaido lifted his sake gourd. Taking a hearty swig, departing with a beaming smile, he mused, Ace, Luo Ling, which of you will be Joy Boy? A lone figure daring to enter the dragon's lair. Such a person truly embodied the vigor of his youth. With Kaido's words, the beast pirates erupted into cheers. Brother Kaido, we will make him regret being born into this world. Boss, I will ruthlessly slaughter him. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. The vessels gradually approached, monstrous figures stepping down, illuminated by the dawn's light. Leading the charge, Kaido strode past, wielding his wolf fawn club. I will defeat you. Kaido, little brat, prove that you have what it takes. Kaido paid no heed as he ascended Onigashima, while Yamato felt a wave of trepidation beside him. You, who wish to become Kazuki Oden, will forever remain incapable of becoming as boastful as he was. Kaido disdainfully uttered a remark that I aim to become. For reasons unknown, the words of Yamato lingered on the tip of her tongue, but remained unspoken. As the sun ascended, Kaido strode past her, and in his line of sight, Luo Ling stood alone against the formidable beast pirates. An army of countless foes. Recalling the words previously spoken by Luo Ling, she remembered Ace had also advised to follow one's heart's will. Ultimately, the words about becoming Kazuki Oden were never voiced. Luo Ling's shadow stretched long, but he was tall, possessing the stature of a general. Yet in the presence of these monsters, he appeared diminutive. The three great banners, Flying Five, True Hit, Giver, and Laugher, Waiter, all were present, except for the barbarian. Little ones, whoever kills him shall be rewarded with 100 million berries. Queen screamed, I will personally bring him down. Jack, seething with rage, had transformed in his beastly form, dual blades in hand. The scene was cluttered with figures, and the laughter of the laugher grated on Luo Ling's ears. Let us clear some trash first. Luo Ling looked up, and in an instant, unleashed his conqueror's haki, surging forth. The three great banners approached silently, all transforming into their beastly forms. The Flying Five, with grim expressions, entered their battle stances, fully prepared. Only then did the True Hits comprehend the gravity of the situation. He felt unwell, as if he might faint at any moment. The animals on the giver collapsed one after another. The laughter of the laugher abruptly ceased, and the world fell silent. The waiter, without exception, was swiftly cleared out, just like the laugher. Numerical superiority meant little. Luo Ling's shoulders shifted, his feet stomped, and he pointed a finger at them. Finger gun, divine rain, a relentless barrage of finger guns, a fusion of hockey, martial arts, and marksmanship surged forth in that instant, propelled by the pursuit heart. It accelerated further. The true hits intended to endure it, but one and all were violently knocked to the ground. The three great banners deftly evaded using observation hockey, while the furious Flying Five was slightly slower. Is this guy toying with us? Run T prepared a headbutt, eager to smash Luo Ling into oblivion. To developed the finger gun to this extent. Does this guy even need a weapon? Pfft was once a genius of the Navy's 6 styles. The Black Moria, resembling a spider, exhaled smoke. It would be most amusing to see such a brash little fellow devoured. The surviving true hits continued to evade, but the effects of pursuit heart allowed for brief tracking. The Triceratops Shiki, armed with a spiral blade, was ready to cut Luo Ling into pieces. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Drought Jack charged like a mammoth, barreling toward Luo Ling. Your strength is too feeble. As Luo Ling transformed into his beastly form, his stature surged once more, and employing Fishman judo, he seized the mammoth's trunk. Overhead throw! Bang! Jack felt as if the world was spinning. The ground was smashed into a crater. Kaido, give me just 10 minutes. Luo Ling's shout caused Kaido to momentarily pause, yet he soon resumed his approach with a smile. Grow stronger, young man. If you defeat me, you shall be Joy Boy, and this world will become far more interesting. If you cannot best me, the prophecy shall unravel, and I shall unleash a war that engulfs the entire world. Kaido mused. Point 3 sword style. Nose Gale. Raging Wind Song. With a beastly transformation and 3 sword style. Luo Ling's explosive leap propelled him upward. The descending Jin transformed into a flame, and with a swift motion, he executed a classic disfiguring technique. Ferret's self-respect, swish, the flying knife sliced through the assault, as Luo Ling darted past in midair. Jin, seizing the opportunity, drew his sword in midair, flames engulfing the blade like magma, surging forth. The scorching dragon of fire incinerated everything in its path, suffocating the air itself. Dragon of fire. Luo Ling's slash coalesced into a whirlwind, rising forcefully, transforming into 3 daggers that tore the fire dragon into fragments until it dissipated. Take this! Queen leapt from the side, his great sword aimed for a horizontal strike. Door. Luo Ling neither dodged nor withstood, instead opening a massive air portal. The next moment, Queen's strike appeared before the true hits, sweeping across. Seizing the moment to land, the Flying Five had long been waiting. You prepare to die. Run T transformed into a massive-headed dragon. Launching a powerful headbutt. From the side, Peggy Wan, as a Spinosaurus, opened wide to bite at him. Shiki executed an aerial slash with a triangular spin on the other side. Fuzz charged with the ferocity of a saber-toothed tiger. Armed with haki, the Black Moria spun into a wheel, morphing into a wolf spider, aiming to deliver a fatal blow from behind that I never expected. While you usually have a strained relationship, your synergy in battle is terrifying. This time, Luo Ling refrained from using the door fruit. Activating his Chi-Tian form, he intended to swiftly eliminate these foes. Large. Luo Ling, towering over 3 meters, transformed into a 9-meter giant. In his hand, the Rui Jingu Bang wielded the might of thunder. With a sweeping motion, the Flying Five were all within the attack range, the terrifying might and haki intertwining and enveloping them. The sheer force inflicted heavy damage from a distance, sending them all flying. Damn, what kind of power is this? Run T cursed, rolling her eyes. Luo Ling planted the Rui Jingu Bang into the ground, turning to face the just-risen mammoth, seizing the mammoth's drought. He spun around, hurling the Day's Jack directly onto the peak of Onigashima. Queen, in his brontosaurus form, stomped forward, but Luo Ling caught his head with one hand, forcefully slamming it toward the ground. Boom! The earth shattered upon impact. Fracturing spiderweb-like around Queen's head, dust billowed. Jin unleashed another slash, this time a more potent fire dragon. Guardian Fire Dragon. Its range, temperature, and power had all significantly escalated. Get down here. Luo Ling grasped the Rui Jingu Bang, wielding it with both hands and striking skyward. The fire dragon was struck in half, and in that moment of pause, Jin was abruptly sent flying to be able to challenge me while my haki is fully unleashed. Along with my martial arts and Chi Tian form, is indeed your honor. Luo Ling, shrouded in mist, ascended toward the peak of Onigashima. Kaido, with a broad smile, did not intend for his subordinates to exhaust Luo Ling's stamina. He merely sought to assess his qualifications that he wielded his kanabo, exuding an overwhelming hakai. Is this flame cloud? No, it's the Nimbus Cloud. Luo Ling, having achieved his wish, finally encountered his mentor, Kaido. Chapter 30. Kaido's Instruction. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A greeting, a tribute. Kaido's kanabo, moving at breakneck speed, roared with lightning, the flowing cherry blossom haki and conqueror's haki entwined and coalescing. Purple lightning heaven's hook, with a sweeping strike. Luo Ling's counter was equally thunderous. A fusion of haki boom. The two stood motionless, their imposing presence causing shockwaves to erupt. The ground beneath them collapsed, crumbling in waves, sending countless boulders flying amidst the dust. A green dragon soared into the sky. It spiraled in the dawn's light, gazing down at the earth from above the port of Onigashima. The surviving members of the Beast Pirates lifted their heads in astonishment. He truly did it. When did the GM army become this powerful? Damn, it hurts so much. Kaido, you must kill him. They had originally intended to cheer him on, but in the next moment, Luo Ling's roar terrified them, rendering their faces pale. Roar! The earth was mercilessly pounded. The diamond giant ape emerged from the dust, its fangs glinting ominously, its tail adorned with a fiery red ring. It planted the colossal Rui Jingu Bang atop the peak. Jack, rolling his eyes, lay motionless in the crater, sprawled out like a letter. What a monster! The secret intel in the Navy claimed you were a dual fruit user. It seems that was no mistake. Kaido grinned. Cheering loudly, bad wind, dragon breath, first wind blades swept across the ground, and Luo Ling roared, evading them all. Barely a breath later, the green dragon opened its mouth, gathering searing flames. Boom! The flames surged forth, and Luo Ling roared again. Large. 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 After awakening, he possessed 2 animal forms, the normal long-armed stone monkey and the diamond ape. This state reached a towering 20 meters, and with 3 shouts, it surged to 60 meters. He pounded his chest, baring his teeth in a grin. Flames licked across his body, yet Luo Ling remained unscathed. You can actually ignore the flames attack. I'm the indestructible diamond body, with a copper head and iron arms. Born a stone monkey, your attacks are utterly trivial. In diamond ape form, his defense was vastly enhanced. Tornado bad wind. The green dragon landed, spinning at high speed, while simultaneously unleashing a dragon's roar. Bad wind and thunder roared forth. Luo Ling endured the relentless attacks of thunder and wind blades, his grin growing increasingly maniacal. Incredible. What allows you to maintain your mythical beast form for so long? I adore this power. You are undoubtedly the first to develop your fruit to this extent within the mythical beast category. His eyes gleamed with a yearning for power. Ignoring any attack, his immense strength and formidable defense were truly overwhelming. The green dragon Kaido boasted thick blood and high defense, and so did Luo Ling. How dull! It appears you are strong, but your level of development is too low to be entertaining. Kaido relinquished his beastly form, emerging instead in his formidable hybrid state. Similarly, Loring reverted to his celestial form. Your appearance is utterly extravagant, as if you hail from another realm, entirely alien to this world. Kaido gripped his kanabo with both hands, the conqueror's haki enveloping him, his speed reaching unparalleled heights. Roar, thunder, 8 trigrams. Loring wielded the golden staff, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Focus, sea god needle. The Rui Jingu Bang was further enhanced, its golden radiance doubling in brilliance. In the fleeting moment of their blades clashing, time seemed to halt momentarily, followed by an overwhelming shockwave that radiated outward. Kaido reveled in the thrill. Few could match his speed and power in a single blow. Loring, enveloped in mist, moved with astonishing swiftness. Possessing the keen eye of insight, he could discern the strength and abilities of his adversaries at lightning speed. Should it be an invisibility fruit, a nine-tails fruit, or any form of transformation, such tactics would prove futile. His already formidable observation haki surged to new heights. His armament haki, bolstered by divine strength, shattered all defenses with ease. With unassailable copper-skinned arms, his defense was formidable. After their collision, both warriors staggered backward, retreating 3 steps before firmly planting their feet. Kaido, ecstatic, accelerated even further. Vanishing for an instant, he reappeared mid-air, wielding his kanabo. Descend, 3rd generation, Heaven's Gate. Loring raised the sea god needle to block. As Kaido rebounded, he immediately launched a long-range attack, the kanabo crackling with energy. Diamond, arrow, the binding spell. The sea god needle, placed upon the ground, radiated haki that coalesced into swirling lightning. Effortlessly deflecting the incoming strike, Kaido tossed aside his wine jug, his intoxication deepening as he laughed heartily. After intoxication, thunderous wrath. Lightning surged once more, striking with even greater ferocity. Loring seized the sea god needle. Launching another attack on Kaido, their exchanges multiplied, their speed intensifying. Yet neither sustained injury. Loring was astonished at the sheer strength he exhibited upon fully awakening his celestial form. After all, his previous skirmishes against Shiryu relied solely on swordsmanship and haki. While his bout with Barrett involved physical prowess and hackide, it had been far too long since he had engaged in a full-scale melee. You seem to have reached your limits. Kaido felt exhilarated. Loring proved to be an equal match for him in such a brief encounter, which was quite remarkable. However, a flaw had quietly emerged. What has happened to my abilities? Loring possessed ample haki, yet for reasons unknown. His celestial form began to fade. How could this be? In contrast, Kaido remained in peak condition. The brilliance gradually dimmed, the celestial form dissipating. It seemed to have reached your end. Military mandala. Dragon's rampage. Kaido swung his kanabo at blinding speed. Determined to bring Loring to his knees. Celestial. Loring once again activated his celestial form, amplifying his speed and power exponentially. With hundreds of powerful strikes per second, he countered with a flurry of swordsmanship. Yet this time, Loring felt his stamina waning further. Although his haki remained robust, why did his energy diminish so drastically? Loring recalled a similar experience during his last battle with Kizaru. However, this time was far better. At least he retained clarity after his second transformation. Kaido approached step by step, stating, "Your conqueror's haki appears somewhat lacking. Furthermore, you seem to misunderstand how to merge the mythical Zoan with your very essence." Merging the mythical Zoan with oneself? Loring realized that Kaido had undoubtedly achieved an intermediate awakening. While he remained at a novice-level in the previous exchanges, he could only defend and block, managing to avoid injury in his celestial form. The inability to break through defenses must stem from a deficiency in his conqueror's haki. The key lies in merging with oneself. With so much haki within me, how can my stamina decline? Logically, it should deplete uniformly, shouldn't it? Facing this inquiry, Kaido remained patient, responding, "Is that so? When you are utterly exhausted and lying on the ground, you should still be able to utilize your conqueror's haki, the very least, as long as you retain consciousness. You can employ your observation haki. How could they be the same? Once a person develops a weakness, vulnerabilities arise. Just like your fruit ability, it accelerates stamina depletion, simply because your haki and fruit powers are not perfectly fused. Once you exhaust yourself, your haki will remain. But without stamina, you can only stare blankly. Is it truly possible? One must possess no weaknesses. Every ability must merge flawlessly. Only then can one advance and retreat together. Loring's eyes widened in astonishment, enlightenment dawning upon him. Indeed, Kaido was the foremost mentor in the world of pirates. Reflecting on the past, even Kizaru's indiscriminate attacks were seamlessly blended with observation haki and elemental abilities, allowing him to instinctively lock onto his foes. Barrett's transformation into his devil form was also a perfect amalgamation of haki and his physique, enhancing his strength exponentially. Great might, thunderous trigrams. Loring sensed an impending strike, one powerful enough to severely wound him. Kaido unleashed a blow, sweeping across the skies. Mist enveloped Loring once more, yet this time, golden luminescent patterns coursed across his body, etched into his form. This was the imprint of his conqueror's haki and armament haki. Chapter 31. The fusion of ultimate techniques, the celestial great sage. Kaido's strike approached like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust, his speed reaching its zenith, the air around him exploding with a deafening roar. Only Yamato and Jin knew the true strength of Kaido's assault. Even they would fall unconscious upon impact. Loring was indeed formidable, yet he had begun to suffer from a mismatch between his haki and stamina, a flaw preventing him from fully unleashing his Zoan form. Perhaps he needed another decade of training. Kaido laughed heartily, swinging his weapon with the force of a tidal wave. The haki erupted in shades of black-red and black-purple lightning, arcing toward Loring with blinding speed. The golden patterns finally converged upon his forehead, his eyes igniting with radiant gold. The mist swirled around him, transforming Loring into a tempest. As the attack approached, he deftly evaded, slipping into the shadows like a whispering breeze, as if a cloud or leaf lifted by the wind. Boom! Kaido's strike met empty air, the ground above Onigashima buckling under the immense force, rocks erupting in a cacophony. A massive shockwave radiated outward, clearing the battlefield. Jack, lying in the crater, was swept away, plummeting from the peak of Onigashima, and no one paid him any heed. Their focus remained fixed on the battle above. The mist radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Loring stood amidst it, his red cloak billowing in the wind, wings of the phoenix unfurling gracefully. His keen insight grew purer, his eyes sparkling with brilliant gold. His stature transformed to match Kaido's, yet adorned with numerous golden markings that coalesced at his forehead. The fusion of armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his very being, a manifestation of the devil fruit, the celestial great sage. In this state, Loring surpassed his celestial form, becoming even more potent, such terrifying power, truly a creature of immense potential. Kaido, smiling, rose to his feet, relishing this battle. Only such encounters provided true excitement. Otherwise, defeating a mere weakling was utterly mundane. Great might, thunderous trigrams. Once again, he unleashed the same technique. This time, Loring did not evade. He shook the sea god needle, its power surging dramatically, the golden light growing increasingly radiant. Sea god needle. Heaven-raising force. Buzz! Their weapons met with a thunderous resonance, echoing like the tolling of an ancient bell. Kaido employed a technique of the great king of Buddhism. Loring, embodying the celestial great sage, appeared as if they were born to be adversaries. The king of beasts. Loring stood suspended in the A.I.R.D. Oh, you dare to challenge me, you insolent brat. Kaido's body ignited in flames, enveloping him in an inferno. This technique represented the battle form of the fire dragon, with flames enveloping even his Kanabo. In my homeland, only the mightiest beasts can become demons, those being the mythical Zoan. And I am the king of all beasts. Kaido's feet struck the ground, melting the very stones beneath him. The temperature was astonishingly high. Mythical Zoans are rarer than Logia types. Such audacious ambition, little brat. What sort of king do you wish to become? Kaido's grin was carefree as he sprang to life. Though he had not transformed into a fire dragon, he remained in a remarkably powerful state. King of all beasts, Loring harbored no fear of this fire dragon form. He wielded the sea god needle in one hand while forming seals with the other. Shielding spell. A circular golden shield enveloped him entirely. Ancient script danced across the surface of the protective spell. Kaido struck. The scorching heat and haki converged, attempting to breach the shield. Yet Loring, unperturbed, maintained his stance, allowing no harm to befall him, regardless of the intensity of the flames. Seal! With a single utterance, the shield manifested at his surface, the characters swirling. Such marvelous power! Kaido could not help but exclaim in admiration. It seemed he had trained an extraordinary pupil. With this thought, Kaido felt a sense of satisfaction as his attacks grew increasingly fierce. In a fierce confrontation, Luo Ling and his opponent engaged in a relentless battle, their speed and attacks escalating with each exchange. They soared through the air and landed with a thunderous impact, each pursuing the other with fervor. Indeed, it was akin to a great sage battling a fearsome dragon, flames roaring and scorching all in their path. Today, as the Demon King emerged, countless beasts bowed in submission. Your Conqueror's Haki seemed to remain a shortcoming, and the temporary enhancement of your fruit's abilities further drained your stamina. Advancing together implies diminishing weaknesses, thus augmenting strength, yet it also demands total commitment. A single defeat could lead to utter unconsciousness or even death. Kaido swiftly discerned Luo Ling's vulnerabilities, and with a sense of urgency for his beloved pupil, he seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Kaido, the ever-dedicated mentor, nearly moved me to tears. Luo Ling, overwhelmed with gratitude, retaliated with a strike potent enough to shatter skulls. I end their exchanges. Both occasionally faltered, relying on internal attacks. They both sustained injuries, appearing unscathed outwardly, but actually suffering grievous internal wounds. Teetering on the brink of spitting blood, breaching your defenses was already a monumental challenge, and subduing you proved even more formidable. After speaking, Luo Ling felt his energy waning once more, coughing up black blood. Kaido also felt the taste of iron in his mouth. Suppress me? Kaido scoffed that you've merely exchanged blows with me. Do you think you could suppress me? Those capable of such feats are nearly extinct in this world. Weary, he rose and approached Luo Ling as if to execute him, raising his spiked club. Although he could not fathom why you awakened Conqueror's Haki, he perceived no royal potential within you. Even if you proclaimed your ambition to become the king of all beasts, you lacked the form of a true sovereign. This, he surmised, was the reason your Conqueror's Haki had stagnated. To rectify this flaw, one must possess a sufficiently grand ambition. Luo Ling, momentarily lost in thought, was suddenly sent flying by an attack, his body colliding with a massive rock, blood spilling from his mouth. Sufficient grand ambition. Since setting sail, why had he faced so many setbacks? Each voyage had been a battle, and the days of his renown amounted to mere moments. Excluding his time in seclusion for training, he had only been at sea for about a week. What ambition could he truly claim? As the head of the Scientific Research Division of the GM Army, he commanded a formidable scientific force. But beyond that, his thoughts drifted as Kaido charged at him once more. The two had fought from dawn until afternoon. And while Luo Ling appeared to be faltering, today marked the fourth time he had activated his mythical beast form, sustaining it for over 10 hours. He pondered the notion of ambition. Was it truly necessary? Kaido, Ling, and others harbored ambitions. Luffy and Shanks cherished the freedom of adventure. Whitebeard sought family, and Garp stood for justice. What of Luo Ling? Snap out of it, kid. A moment's distraction on the battlefield could cost you your life. Kaido admonished, and, as his warning faded, the next attack came swiftly. Cursed fate! Luo Ling was hurled once more, crashing into one of the great horns of Onigashima, the sound of cracking echoing through the air. Falling from the pinnacle of the island was akin to a leaf drifting down. Two fatal injuries shattered the boy's consciousness. It was said that all Zoan-type devil fruits possessed a will, and only by aligning with that could one awaken the latent power within. The weak would be supplanted by the fruit's will, while only the strong, those with formidable will, could truly awaken. Are you still you? Do not allow the fruits to consume you. Kaido stood at the edge of the cliff, concern etched in his gaze. But if Luo Ling still drew breath, he would not hesitate to deliver a finishing blow. Just as he prepared to turn away, Luo Ling's voice resonated through the heavens. Shadow Clone Technique, Chapter 32. The Law of Heaven and Earth Ambition, Freedom, Familial Bonds, Justice, the Desire to Prove Oneself. There are countless motives. I had always perceived you as reckless warriors, only to realize at that moment that it seemed impossible to grasp ambition without sacrificing freedom, or to protect familial ties without forsaking justice. How absurd! Do not cloak your avoidance in such grandiloquent terms. I shall do as I please. Centuries hence, it matters not if people aspire to be Joy Boy or the Pirate King, nor does it concern me if anyone wishes to become Luo Ling. I shall live as my true self, and that is what truly matters. Luo Ling appeared at the cliff's edge, his confidence radiating with a power reminiscent of the divine. Kaido's heart raced with excitement. Could this be the one? For the first time, he had struck a harmonious fusion, merging fruit and body, achieving the pinnacle of Haki in a second surge. The Conqueror's Haki awakened once more. The aura was palpable. Your ambition surpassing even my own. Are you intent on overturning this world? Kaido's form began to transform, scales erupting forth. Indeed, Luo Ling's presence surged, his aura rising as he no longer found himself at a disadvantage before Kaido. Compensating for all weaknesses, this was enough to demonstrate that with the advancement of his fruit's development, the Conqueror's Haki had further awakened. As Kaido launched another attack, he sensed Luo Ling's power had intensified, the Conqueror's Haki becoming purer and more potent. Could he be Joy Boy? Kaido's excitement swelled as he swung his club with the force of a tempest. You merely stand on equal footing with me, and only in this state. In this state, Luo Ling's heart raced with surprise just as Kaido transformed into a soaring azure dragon. Fire Dragon's torch. The true form of the crimson flame azure dragon radiated intense heat. Creating a cacophony in the air, the Conqueror's Haki coalesced at the dragon's head, ready to explode upon impact, obliterating all in its path. Kaido, transformed into a dragon, was already a formidable force, and with the flames enveloping him, he became an even greater behemoth, reminiscent of Akinu's hellish dog. Few could withstand such a strike. It was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the pirate world, with an expansive heart and ambition vast enough to consume the heavens. This was the essence of a true conqueror, one who sought to tread upon the highest peaks of any domain. To achieve such heights, one must further elevate their perfect fusion, and yet I, after years of effort, have only attained this level. Ingrained within me, becoming a part of my very being, not even Sea Prism Stone or the sea could subdue you. This is the ultimate truth, Kaido smiled, his killing intent palpable. The ultimate truth. Luo Ling absorbed Kaido's words. The Fire Dragon's torch, Barrett's devil form, and Garp's iron fist of love represented the highest echelons of power. Barrett achieved perfect fusion, brushing against the threshold that birthed his devilish physique. Kaido, in the form of the Fire Dragon's torch, had taken it a step further, attaining advanced awakening of his fruit's abilities, surpassing Barrett. Garp's iron fist of love, seemingly unremarkable, had achieved a seamless blend of haki and physical prowess. His attacks lacked the terminology of haki. His observation haki was merely his innate perception. Incredible. Kaido was astonishingly powerful. Luo Ling concluded that Akainu must have similarly developed his fruit's abilities to their utmost potential. The strength of the four emperors and admirals implied they could develop certain abilities to their zenith, representing the rarest of the strong. Luo Ling laughed heartily, understanding now why Kaido claimed only haki could surpass all. It became clear why Roger's God Avoidance allowed the peak Whitebeard to simultaneously wield the Tremor fruit and all three types of haki. It was no wonder that Garp and Roger, united, could defeat rocks. Kaido understood that only by achieving the pinnacle of haki development, as he and Roger had, could one truly attain power. The development of the fruit, however, still influenced him, while gaining unparalleled vitality and strength. The abilities were flashy, yet this also led to a perfect fusion of his haki with his body. But it was not the ultimate form. Barrett, through arduous training of haki, had risked everything, and due to a lack of enemies and battles, he had solidified his body to the point of fragility upon reaching his limits. Luo Ling, too, had reached a state of perfect fusion, devoid of weaknesses. However, he had not genuinely attained the pinnacle in any aspect, which remained his vulnerability to "I thought myself strong, only to find I still possess weaknesses." Thank you, Kaido-sensei. Even at this moment, you continued to teach with patience. Luo Ling's expression of gratitude was to bring Kaido down. With a flash, another Luo Ling appeared above Kaido, mirroring his state and aura. With another flash, countless figures erupted forth, an increasing number of Luo's Ling emerging. In no wonder it was called the shadow clone technique. Was it akin to a ninja's trickery? Kaido grinned widely. Such trivial antics are truly dull. Indeed, they were mere tricks. Each clone could only sustain itself for 10 minutes, wielding 1/10 of his power, and upon breaching their defenses, would revert to their original form. Luo Ling spoke candidly, knowing Kaido would undoubtedly see through their flaws. Why observation haki is not to be trifled with. You do not speak falsely. Yet how many can inflict harm upon you now? Kaido towered like a mountain, spiraling through the heavens from dawn to dusk. He showed no fear to this moment. The full moon hung high. Dozens of clones surged forward, besieging Kaido. Such attacks would prove futile. Kaido lifted his dragon head, the temperature reaching its zenith, unleashing his full explosive power. Boom! Fire Dragon's torch, Ascending Dragon, Flame, 8 trigrams. Kaido, the Beast King, erudite and versatile, part of the Buddhist King series, a Taoist 8 trigrams technique, transformed into a blue dragon. He delivered sage-like teachings, inclusive of all, majestic martial arts, swordsmanship, and the fruits of one's labor are all without exception. Indeed, the fruits have been developed to their utmost potential, enabling a further enhancement of abilities in the form of the Fire Dragon's Great Torch. All of Luo Ling's avatars were sent sprawling by the collision with the Fire Dragon, the searing heat causing unbearable pain to his hands. Heavenly Law manifested. The primary awakening not only enhances form, but also elevates various attributes. The simplest two abilities lie in empowering the Golden Cudgel to serve as the stabilizing needle of the sea, allowing for size alteration, the intermediate awakening stage, in addition to attribute enhancements. 3 new abilities emerge. The Avatar Technique, Heavenly Law manifested, and the Protective Spell. His body sways, growing ever taller, reaching heights of 100 meters, then 1,000, until he towers above the clouds at a single fist is as massive as Onigashima itself. Not to mention the equally transformed stabilizing needle of the sea. With the divine physique of Luo Ling, a single strike sends Kaido, even amidst the Fire Dragon, soaring into the heavens, the stick of the Celestial King. He is so colossal that he can be seen from every corner of Wano. In this single blow, merely the whirlwind it generates stirs up a titanic wave. Those at the harbor, who had only just regained consciousness, faint once more. Everything touched by the Fire Dragon melts in a magma. Luo Ling exerts all his strength, and Kaido, now the size of the stabilizing needle of the sea, meets this attack with overwhelming force. The shockwave transforms into a scorching wave of heat and golden light, igniting the peak of Onigashima, with golden rays piercing the sea and penetrating the ground, possessing formidable combat prowess. This is also one of the abilities acquired at the intermediate awakening stage, belonging to the fundamental golden light. The abilities gained from the primary awakening, such as the Somersault Cloud, the Fiery Eyes, and the Bronze Head and Iron Arms, are no different. Kaido possesses the power of the dragon, capable of traversing the seas and breaking through the skies. Luo Ling wields demonic power, becoming a celestial warrior. Luo Ling, what kind of world do you wish to create? A classic inquiry. Kaido laughs maniacally. How delightful. Could Joy Boy be on the verge of emergence? Yet he perceives that Luo Ling still has the potential to grow stronger. I want to create a world where no one is bullied. Everyone, no one is bullied. Kaido muses that this answer is quite commendable. However, to allow him to be defeated just like that is absolutely unacceptable. Boom! At the instant the Fire Dragon is breached, the stabilizing needle of the sea strikes skyward, directly shaking the clouds away. A boundless clear sky, with moonlight cascading upon the earth, and the vast C.2 figures stand suspended in the air, having reverted to their human forms, exuding a murderous aura. You are still not strong enough. Kaido, the beast, spews blood, his fighting spirit unwavering. Defeating you is no easy feat. The demon lord Luo Ling inhales deeply, invigorated and spirited. Chapter 33. Kaido Sensei, class is dismissed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Kaido's weapon has long since fallen to the ground, now barehanded. The next phase is a pure contest, a brawl, to see whose recovery ability is swifter, whose vitality is stronger. Luo Ling exhales a breath of foul air when it comes to fruit development. In this era, only Whitebeard and a few others can rival me. And you, being of the Zoan type, have a lower level of development and thus a slower recovery rate. After saying this, Kaido bursts into laughter. Newgate has grown old. He reminisces about Newgate on Hakanosu Island, extending his hand to invite him instead of rocks. It feels like just yesterday. With a wistful glance back, only half of his life remains. Big Mom is entrenched in Whole Cake Island. Her children fierce as dragons and tigers. Are they not worthy? Luo Ling shouts, knowing that Kaido, also of the Zoan type, has reached his zenith. His fundamental attributes will see a significant boost, especially his vitality. With the same injuries, Luo Ling will surely recover more slowly. The old hag's insanity is as commonplace as the weather, posing no threat. Kaido laughs heartily, with visible wounds beginning to scab over. Each breath they take resonates throughout the 100 beast pirates at Onigashima-s port. Yamato hears the sound of her own heartbeat. Luo Ling's recent words still echo in her ears. Be yourself, make this world one where no one is bullied. Kazuki Oden, the pirate king. Yamato wanders uncertainly. Should she strive to become herself? How does one achieve that? What do the past 10 years even mean? Yamato! In the sky, Luo Ling calls out to the port. Yamato, I want to take you, to live for yourself, to set sail for the sea. Do you wish to? Doubts dissipate like smoke. Yamato's heart surges. She cries out, I do, to set sail for the sea. Leaving no regrets. Seek death. Kaido growls threateningly, his fists clanging ominously. What are you threatening for, Kaido-sensei? Your enemy is me. Luo Ling coughs lightly, his breathing finally returning to normal. The Navy has 3 admirals. Akainu, decisive in his slaughter, is the strongest force of the Navy headquarters. Has he not yet reached that level? He is the Navy, not a pirate. Surely you do not think that the enemies of the Navy are pirates. Do you? Kaido's eyes gleam like torches. He gazes at him and chuckles. It is you, indeed, who were there before rocks unleashed it all, creating the legendary era of Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. The Navy was invincible, never tasting defeat. Even today, it is only in the New World that the 4 emperors wield their dominance, across the seas, the Grand Line, and countless kingdoms within the World Alliance. The Navy and the world government still hold sway. It wasn't until the dragon appeared, and your GM army emerged, that they finally had a true adversary, a real enemy. Luo Ling did not expect Kaido to possess such clarity in his understanding of the world. Indeed, this fellow is a genuine pirate lord. The air begins to hum, signaling that Kaido has regained his composure and is preparing to strike. Kaido, your methods are indeed more straightforward, but you also have weaknesses. In terms of martial arts, I have encountered someone even more deranged. Regarding hockey mastery, I have endured the iron fists of an oldham in swordsmanship. There is Mihawk, who single-handedly upholds the 7 warlords of the sea. As for the fruits, a Kainu's magma can withstand anything in this world. You are far too well-rounded, which has led you to only achieve perfection in the Azure Dragon fruit. When Luo Ling articulates this, it raises a crucial point. That any individual who has achieved intermediate awakening in the 3 types of hockey and perfected any one of martial arts, swordsmanship, or marksmanship would suffice to contend with these giants. Only those who could develop one aspect to its utmost, like Kaido, can ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors or admirals. Yet you still do not qualify. Kaido laughs heartily. His vitality and physical strength have recovered by half. While his grave injuries will take time to mend, in contrast, Luo Ling's stamina, haki, and physique are all severely compromised, yet his recovery rate is swift, having regained 1/5 of his strength in mere moments. Indeed, ultimately it is too slow, the gap between intermediate and advanced awakenings. You have also forgotten, I am a dual fruit user. Luo Ling extends a hand into the air gate, the moment this door appears around Kaido. He retaliates directly. Another door opens elsewhere. Luo Ling's seemingly ineffective attack is once again effortlessly blocked. Are you toying with me? Kaido no longer hesitates. I must not give Luo Ling further opportunities. He excels in swordsmanship and hockey, as well as fruit abilities. Luo Ling fears none in martial arts, from start to finish. Kaido has hardly let go of his kanabo, while Luo Ling, who has battle Barrett for a year, is quite the opposite. Got you. Luo Ling's attacks have but one objective, to capture the energy bubbles. The door fruit is his ability, and the hourglass likewise. Time and again thwarted, these seemingly ineffective assaults are In fact, siphoning off Kaido's blood and energy bubbles, detecting the character Kaido of the 100 Beasts, attributes gained. Health 50,000, health 38,000, health 1,000, fury 7,800, satisfaction 10,000, fighting spirit 43100. Will you extract? Extract. Luo Ling delivers a punch to the energy bubble, reclaiming all the vitality he has expended in this battle. An overwhelming surge of life force floods into his body like a spring. Kaido-sensei, I didn't expect you to be so satisfying. He simultaneously absorbs the satisfaction and fighting spirit bubbles, and an infinite fighting spirit ignites in his eyes. For formidable beings like Kaido, the more overflowing attribute bubbles, the more it signifies their weakened state. Analysis complete. Reward obtained. Martial arts. Sword interception. A technique derived from the utmost martial arts of the cosmic pirates. In the world of pirates, it requires the perfect fusion of haki, martial arts, and physical prowess, converging at the fingertips to carve open the horizon of hope. Luo Ling's healing speed accelerates, while his breathing intensifies. His life force is so potent that it begins to overflow. How he feels his breath becoming smooth. What is this power? A hint of doubt flickers in Kaido's eyes. Through his observation haki, he senses that Luo Ling's recovery stems from the external. It is as if something is penetrating his skin, rapidly transforming into life energy. Apart from the Dordor fruit, you possess another Paramecia-type fruit, Kaido remarks. Absolutely. The earlier use of the Dordor fruit to reach here must have been for some specific purpose. Otherwise, why not do so during the melee? It must be that in this moment of weakness, there is something that Luo Ling's mysterious Paramecia-type fruit can exploit. Intelligence from the underground world indicates that after Whitebeard 2, Wiper assassinated Zifa, he mysteriously vanished. Shortly thereafter, 3 years ago, you single-handedly supported Kuma's nation, becoming a cyborg. And when you were captured by the Demon Suppression Order, it is rumored you used 14 cyborgs all at once. Now it seems, all of this has an answer. You must possess some ability to seize certain traits from others when they are in a weakened state. Waibalu was defeated at your hands, which is precisely the reason why Zifa joined the GM army. That it is through this very superhuman ability that you discovered his weaknesses, including the Navy's experimental weaponry, which you acquired using the same method. Kaido hit the nail on the head. With just a brief exchange and previously gathered intelligence, he deduced that Loring still harbors some hidden power, possessing 3 devil fruits. You truly are a monster. His excitement grew. If he could slay Loring, it would surely be an exhilarating encounter. Kaido, the master of battles, has unparalleled experience. Loring was convinced. Kaido surpassed Kazuki Oden by more than just a small margin. He is a formidable villain, a nefarious entity, yet undeniably more cunning than the righteous Kazuki Oden. He raised his head, his gaze sharp and piercing. Kaido, I shall not allow you to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Such audacity! Kaido transformed into a bolt of lightning, arriving in an instant. Loring restored to his prime, his haki and martial prowess fused perfectly. TOB on the safe side. He brought his fingers together, delivering a resplendent strike. Light pierced the darkness, in the sky. It shone brighter than the moonlight, a straight line like the horizon. It flashed, but a beam of light swept across Kaido's form. Loring appeared behind him. Blade meets sword. Golden skyline. Boom! Kaido's pupils dilated. His chest, already wounded by the divine needle, exploded at that moment, blood splattering everywhere. You are Joy Boy. Kaido uttered these words with a final breath as he plummeted from the sky. His wish finally granted. The strong stand alone. The defeated require no further words. So what if he has seen through your abilities? Loring has replenished all his lost vitality from this battle, restoring his strength to nearly full capacity. While Kaido has only just regained a little over half. The Zoan-type healing is swift, yet it cannot surpass Loring's absorption of vitality bubbles. Kaido, class is dismissed. A torrent of vitality bubbles erupted from Kaido, plummeting straight down from Onigashima. The earth shattered upon impact, dust swirling. Yet the dust eventually settled. N01 remains undefeated. No one is invincible. Had Loring not possessed the hourglass, he would have perished on the red line. and Kaido would have quietly awaited Joy Boy's arrival. Fate, from its very definition, was meant to be shattered. Chapter 34. To the flower capital, Big Brother. Jean was incredulous. How could Kaido, the governor, suffer defeat? Queen felt as though her worldview was collapsing. Whoosh! Jean, disregarding his injuries, soared away at breakneck speed. Get lost. Midway through his flight, Loring's fist struck, severely injuring him. Iron Fist of Love, providing you the most authentic experience of damage. Jean was sent crashing to the ground, landing beside Queen, creating a massive crater. And you, without hesitation, Loring punched Queen. The latter fell to the ground in response. Loring unleashed his haki in full, his fists moving faster and faster, knocking down one Beast Pirate member after another who had barely risen. Until his final punch was thrown. With his breath at its peak, Loring defeated all members of the Beast Pirates that do not pursue a cornered foe. Such words I do not believe. Patiently, he located the sea stone chains on Onigashima. Packing everyone up, Loring understood that at this level, the best he could do was confine the Flying Fish Riders. These fellows were inherently strong and proficient in martial arts and haki. Locking them in a rabbit bowl would be futile. He simply bound the small fry and the true fighters together. Yamato, wait for me here for a few days. All right. Yamato did not know where Loring was headed, but with the defeat of the Beast Pirates, she had gained her freedom. Waiting was no burden. Defeating the Beast Pirates, analyzing the perfect synthesis, ship, flying Black Pearl, as the name implies, a patched-together pirate ship with the abilities of flight, diving, resizing, and self-navigation. Kaido, the three calamities, the Flying Fish Riders are secured. Loring lifted them with one hand, reaching the shore, and tossed the ship out that a grand vessel appeared immediately. For safety, Loring directly dumped the lot into the sea. Tethered by a massive chained eye in the water, bound by sea stone, the safety factor was increased tenfold. Along the way, Loring opened gigantic air gates, traversing the immense force visible to the eye after the awakening of Chitian. Loring felt his mastery over the Dor fruit had further matured. Within 3 hours, navigating the sea, flying, diving, Loring soon laid eyes upon Impel Down. He stowed the pirate ship with one hand and, pulling the chained prisoners, opened the air gates, tossing them directly into Impel Down. Exhausted, Loring lay in his cage, utterly worn out, drifting into a deep slumber. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Wano. In the evening, Kaido awoke from his slumber, immediately spotting the muscular madman in the cage. He found the figure somewhat familiar. This place felt oddly known. Imprisoned? Could it be the rabbit bowl? Hey, that guy's awake. What on earth did Loring bring back? I don't know. He is standing up. Ha! He is locked up with Barrett. Is Loring deliberately stirring trouble? They cackled madly, utterly deranged. Only then did Kaido come to his senses. Barrett, a man imprisoned for over 20 years. Could it be that he was locked and Impel Down? His observation haki swept through, sensing Loring comfortably asleep, inciting his fury. Soon, he roused all members of the Beast Pirates, their rage palpable. Loring, you damned scoundrel! Kaido was furious. The illustrious Emperor had been confined to Impel Down. Bound tightly. Keep it down. That guy has a bad temper. Barrett smiled calmly, sensing Kaido's strength, considering him a worthy opponent, that he got a bad temper. I have an even worse one. Kaido stood, the three calamities and the Flying Fish Riders rising alongside him. Looking fearsome, thunderous 8 trigrams, an arm wielded as a weapon, a greeting from one of the 4 emperors. Barrett, undaunted, immediately transformed into his devil form and charged forward. The impact of the 3 calamities was minimal. They simply could not use their abilities, whereas Jean's species advantage allowed him to wield that unique flame. Among the Flying Fish Riders, Fuzfuru was evidently stronger. Being a Zoan type, his haki and martial prowess enabled him to gain the upper hand with relative ease. Before long, Magellan arrived, his face filled with worry. He approached Loring, looking helpless. Loring, do not engage Barrett. Avoid trouble, that I'll bring you some food tomorrow. Loring, still comfortably asleep, rubbed his eyes. That I don't need food. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be me fighting, right? Magellan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he instinctively approached Loring, yet the battle continued. What is happening? At this moment, the guards were left speechless in astonishment. Magellan slowly turned his head and saw a group of fearsome monsters locked in Barrett's cage. He felt as though his world had been turned upside down. Loring, that guy is Beast Kaido. Loring cooked soy milk, fried dough sticks, and munched on tea eggs. Breakfast served for dinner. Can you not eat that? The prisoners in the cage, catching the aroma, angrily shouted, Magellan, the chief warden, I report this brat for breaking the rules. Its Kaido. Did you not see clearly? This brat captured Kaido. Nanny, Beast Kaido. They quickly transformed into expressions of shock. Akin to Magellan. 10 minutes later, in the chief warden's office. Magellan dialed the snail phone. Hello, this is Magellan. I must report something. I know it's after hours, but this matter is imperative. Beast Kaido is imprisoned. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a simple question, replaced by a longer silence. The following day, major news emerged. Before confirming the truth in Wano, no one dared to appear. The renowned Kaido had inexplicably shown up in Impel Down. Magellan, numbly making his way to the 6th level, found Loring had vanished. Habitually, he glanced towards Barrett, who was glaring at Kaido with an irritated expression. Magellan left, suffering from stomach pains, following his superior's orders to dispatch an admiral for confirmation and to send someone to Wano. What on earth is happening? In Wano, Loring returned, having eaten well and rested, dragging a chain that bound all the true fighters and their givers, opening air gates directly to the rabbit bowl. Yamato rushed over, eager to set sail, her excitement at its peak. I could see this moment. On this land, silent for 20 years, even the flower capital remained oblivious to the monumental events transpiring on Onigashima. Rabbit Bowl. Uncle Leopard 5 and other bosses for various places were hard at work. Famished, they had long since lost their spirit. Defeated, what courage do they possess to survive? They were merely a group of wandering souls. Just then, a door appeared out of thin air. Loring dragged the chain. Laden with people, thousands of them, tumbling to the ground, creating a metallic clamor. Rabbit Bowl. Daiha gazed around with a sense of delight, but his mood swiftly soured. Uncle Bao Wulong stared blankly at the scene before him. It is worth noting that there were several real fighters stationed here, with Quinn often taking the watch. Who are you to dare drag the true fighters of the 100 Beasts pirate crew? An enraged true fighter exclaimed. Before Luo Ling could respond, Daiha struck him down with a single blow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would kindly confine them here, I have pressing matters to attend to and shall depart shortly. With a mere technique, he created dozens of duplicates of himself, effortlessly severing all chains and obliterating them. You regard us with such disdain. The givers and waiters seethed with fury. Silence, as Luo Ling opened the air portal. All enemies fell to the ground in unison. The flower capital. Bao Wulong was still in shock until Luo Ling uttered these words, at which point he experienced a sudden epiphany. What on earth had transpired? How had the 100 Beasts pirate crew become so vulnerable? Who was that mysterious boy? They were filled with a multitude of questions, and after a moment of silence, they inexplicably burst into cheers. Tears brimmed in their eyes. Confine them to the flower capital, to the flower capital. They understood that something monumental must have occurred in the outside world. Chapter 35. Yamada no Orochi, unbearably weak in the Rabbit Bowl prison. Hisong walked out in disbelief. The visage of Luo Ling lingered in his mind. He moved among the samurai, heading towards the flower capital, to the place where all answers awaited. Shimei, Ling Hobaiwu. Luo Ling appeared in succession. Clearing the area, he left behind only a solitary figure who quietly departed, uttering a single phrase. To the flower capital. In the weapon factories and slave mines, people, battered and weeping, rushed toward that place they had never dared to envision. The flower capital. What momentous event had transpired in Wano country? Why had the mysterious boy chosen to save them? An ever-growing array of questions, curiosity, and ecstasy surged forth alongside their tears. In the Ninely region. Ashura was drinking merrily among the mountain bandits when Luo Ling suddenly appeared. Who are you? He demanded angrily, ready to draw his blade and teach Luo Ling a lesson. Stop! Daiha intervened, blocking the attack and speaking for Luo Ling. To the flower capital. Kaido has been defeated. Slay Orochi and open the country. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you mad? Ashura found it laughable. Kaido defeated. Who do you think you are? I await you in the flower capital. Luo Ling left behind a single sentence, offering no explanation or retaliation. Although Ashura was formidable, in his eyes he still paled in comparison. An adversary of Jack the Drought's caliber was no longer within Luo Ling's domain to confront. Damn it, who would believe your outrageous claims? Ashura fumed. Not long after, as Luo Ling departed, a subordinate rushed back hurriedly, flustered. Boss, it's gone. Everything is gone. All the pirates of Nine Li and Orochi subordinates, either dead or fallen. What? Ashura was aware that there were still true fighters and givers stationed, along with a multitude of warriors and pirates under Orochi's command. How could they have fallen so easily? Ashura rose, recalling Luo Ling's words, to the flower capital. His tone was resolute. In Kabuto village, Shiryu savored her fish meat with utmost seriousness, feeling fortunate to have such food over the past few days. Most of the fish had been turned into salted fish, leaving only a small portion that had now lost its flavor. Yet compared to other fare, it was an exquisite delicacy. Everyone, come quickly. Xuanyue Kanga, dressed in comical attire, produced a bounty of food. These were all pilfered by Tereo, along with some that he himself had stolen. The villagers joyfully came to partake. Though the food was ordinary, it was sufficient to fill their bellies that a door opened quietly, and Luo Ling stepped through. Kanga immediately assumed a defensive stance, but soon began to dance, pretending to perform. I am but a humble performer, here to sell my food. May I ask why you grace this place? Please, watch me dance and laugh. He sang in a melodious tone, executing silly dance steps with exaggerated expressions, occasionally fanning himself. The villagers erupted into laughter, harmonizing seamlessly, and no need for pretense. Xuanyue Kanga, you are a noble of Wano. Luo Ling sighed. What Xuanya, what noble? I am merely a performer, dancing for my lord. Kanga dared not acknowledge it. Luo Ling, big brother. At that moment, Xiaoyu emerged from the house, cradling a bowl of fish soup that had lost its flavor, her little face beaming with joy. Daiha stood beside Luo Ling, feeling a pang of sorrow. You recognize him? Kanga, initially believing Luo Ling to be one of Kaido's men, was suddenly filled with delight as he gazed at Luo Ling. Yes, Luo Ling, big brother has gone to confront Kaido, Xiaoyu said with innocent delight, while the villagers and Kanga fell silent. Tengu patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, his gaze towards Luo Ling seemingly conveying that she need not feel guilty. After all, how formidable was Kaido? I have triumphed. You may swiftly proceed to the flower capital. To the flower capital? Triumphed? No one dare believe it. Kaido still commands 100 Beast pirate crew. How could they possibly be defeated? Naval warships from Marines had arrived off the coast of Wano, unable to disembark, yet their presence was undeniably strong. Luo Ling left those words hanging in the air, caressing Xiaoyu's cheek. To the flower capital. There, witness the opening of the country with your own eyes. Yes, while no one believed it, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly have faith. Open the door. Luo Ling raised his hand, his spirit ascending continuously. He felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, not due to any ambition or desire for conquest, but simply a soothing sense of elation. He felt as if he could go anywhere in just a single step. This feeling was profoundly subtle, akin to pushing open a door and wandering freely throughout the world. Was this the alignment of the fruit's will? Luo Ling had never anticipated that the awakening of the door fruit would be so extraordinary. With a heart like a door, all things open, doors appeared throughout Wano. The door fruit, a harmonious will, the fruit had awakened. Luo Ling's voice echoed from within the door. Step inside. Journey to the flower capital. Shimei, Rabbit Bowl, Lingho, Baiwu, and Nine Li. Thousands of doors manifested across Wano. They rejoiced exuberantly, as pirates and warriors alike had been vanquished. Many witnessed Luo Ling effortlessly dispatching those weaklings, surging into the doors at Kabuto village. Xuanyue Kanga was awestruck by the bustling streets on the other side of the door. The villagers followed Luo Ling, numbly moving forward. Beside Luo Ling were Xiaoyu and Daiha. Thousands of doors appeared at every corner of Wano. Those impoverished, starving, and ailing emerged from within, stepping onto the earth. The flower capital. The scenery was breathtaking, bustling with life. Food stalls lined the streets, and shops brimmed with patrons. People from all corners of Wano arrived suddenly. Gazing at the inhabitants of the flower capital in astonishment, Sam Lang, "Uncle, long time no see. Shiryu, I thought you were dead." Familiar faces, friends, family, and long-lost acquaintances reunited. The flower capital quickly became overcrowded. Everyone gathered, chattering excitedly about Kaido's defeat and the fall of the 100 Beast pirate crew. People were left in shock, rushing toward the place where Orochi resided, in the Shogun's mansion. Orochi was listening to a tune while Xiao Zi danced gracefully. Tereo, with a long blade in hand, rested his eyes. "Lord Orochi, intruders have breached the premises. We must flee." The ninjas suddenly burst in, urging him to escape. "How dare you? Who is it?" Orochi heard the commotion. "There are so many, countless numbers, too many," before he could finish. Tereo jolted awake from his slumber, blade drawn, and struck down one of the ninjas on the spot. Orochi erupted in fury, as Xiao Zi instinctively fled to seek Tereo's protection. "Kill him!" Orochi roared, pointing at Luo Ling. "Oh!" Before Luo could make a move, Hisong and Ashura appeared behind him. Joined by Xuanyue Kenga, Bao Wulong, and other leaders, a multitude of frail warriors followed suit. All of Orochi's subordinates, including that old bald head, had been dispatched. Ashura, Hisong, Tereo could hardly believe they had come in person. What on earth had transpired in Wano? "Fight crazy Shiro!" The black charcoal Orochi seethed, drawing his twin swords, his 8 heads rising grotesquely. "Chop!" Luo Ling remained unfazed, issuing the command. Everyone surged forward, and the first blade was drawn by Tereo. "Nanny!" The black charcoal Orochi couldn't believe Tereo would ambush him. 7 heads fell in unison, leaving only the last one. "Kill him!" Luo Ling picked up Orochi's blade and handed it to Xiao Zi. "I cannot wield a blade." The girl trembled, filled with trepidation. "Slay him, and Wano will belong to you. Spare him, and Wano will belong to me." The crowd looked at Luo Ling, holding their breath in silence. Xiao Zi, the final head of Orochi, screamed, and my true name is Kazuki Hiyori. With a mighty swing of her blade, the last head of the colossal serpent fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The so-called prophecy spoke of 2 more years, while the Kazuki clan had not yet traversed the sands of time for the past 2 decades. Those who do not believe in fate have already severed all ties. It took the crowd a considerable amount of time to regain their composure and steady their emotions. The events that transpired in such a short span were overwhelming, each more shocking than the last. Upon confirming the complete disappearance of the Beast Pirates from Wano country, Kazuki Hiyori was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down her face like a fountain. People rushed to share this joyous news, celebrating exuberantly, resolute in their decision to commemorate this day as Spirit Day, honoring the contributions of Loring in the streets of Flower City. Loring was savoring Odin at a small stall, with Yamato also relishing the meal. Centered around Kazuki Hiyori were Denjiro, Ashura, Doji, Komatsu, Kinmen, and Reizo, all gathered nearby. The children gazed curiously at this great hero, envisioning how he had vanquished the formidable Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Men, women, and children alike were captivated by Loring's presence. "Loring-kun, what will you do? Wano can become your ally, but we must never allow you to become our master," Hiyori mustered her courage to say. "Here, have this radish." Loring offered a piece of radish to Toki, watching as the little girl's cheeks puffed up with delight. "I'm not interested in those matters," he remarked, taking a sip of sake and relaxing his brow. The reason for gathering everyone from Wano and Flower City was not to annihilate or conquer them, but rather due to the impending battle. Aside from Flower City, Wano could very well be razed to the ground. He stood up, letting out a satisfied burp, his round belly returning to its normal state due to the sustenance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wano was to be leveled. The monsters were coming. Loring lifted his gaze towards the outside of Flower City, where a volcano loomed, shrouded in clouds at the heart of Wano. At that moment, beneath the volcano, a man clad in a cloak of justice was leading a horde of monsters. At the forefront stood Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Behind him were the hastily summoned Tama, Fujitora, Kinman, and Vice Admiral Tu. Outside Wano, 20 warships encircled the area, with anxious marines awaiting their fate. The Demon-Slaying Order, Demon-Slaying Lord. Chapter 36. Eruption of the Volcano, Destruction of Wano. Loring utilized his observation haki to locate everyone in Wano, opening a gateway to transport them to Flower City. The unique geographical position of Flower City, situated atop a mound, resembled the royal capital of Alabasta. The people were filled with trepidation. Who was approaching? What could instill such worry in Loring? Loring, I can fight too, Yamato exclaimed excitedly. There are only 6 coming. Is there anyone else capable of combat? A massive air gate swung open, revealing Akainu and his entourage beneath the volcano. I intend to make them regret coming to Wano that I still have the strength to fight, declared Loring, invigorated by the food and rest. Denjiro, Ashuradoji, Komatsu, and Reizo stepped forward as well. The Kinman took it upon himself to steady the crowd. In the upcoming battle, remember this moment and never forget. Do not show ignorance, Loring admonished sternly. The crowd fell silent, their gaze fixed nervously on the air gate. Following Loring, they stepped through the portal, beneath the volcano. Akainu had been waiting for some time to confirm matters concerning Wano. The Navy headquarters dispatched 2 admirals. Point 1 was Akainu, who personally came to Wano to initiate the Demon-Slaying Order. Regardless of who emerged victorious, it would not be the Navy or the world government. Thus they intended to eradicate it entirely. The other was Kizaru, sent to Impel Down to ascertain whether Kaido was truly present on the plains. As Loring made his entrance, the expressions of Tama and the others soured. That weren't you at Impel Down. He remarked nonchalantly. Point 1 person initiated the battle to obliterate the beast pirates. You are shrouded in too many mysteries. Suru analyzed coolly. It seems invoking the Demon-Slaying Order was indeed a wise decision. The weasel drew his blade, prepared for action. Only Fujitora remained composed, using his observation haki to sense Loring and the situation in Wano. Confirming that everyone was gathered in one place, he finally felt at ease. Fujitora, prior to the global conscription, was merely a rear admiral stationed at a branch. This assault occurred simply because he was fulfilling a mission in the New World. Tsuru happened to be at headquarters, while Tama received the notification en route after completing her task. Their team, hastily assembled, found themselves inexplicably facing Loring. Unyielding spirits, it seems you excel in deception, Akainu declared, his body radiating molten magma. A chunk of earth was sent flying as Fujitora leaped onto a massive boulder, drawing his sword. The monsters surged forward. The combatants at Loring's back were no weaklings. The 3 from the Akazuya 9 were more than capable of matching Jack's strength, with Reizo regaining his vigor as well. Yamato engaged Fujitora, shattering a boulder with a swift kick, her speed akin to a tempest. Starfall volcano. Akainu remained rooted, launching an assault towards the sky, where soon, large, searing magma clumps began to rain down. The earth trembled under the pressure. Fujitora drew his sword as meteorites descended. The crowd, dodging the molten rocks, gazed in shock at the attack. Even the vice admirals were left bewildered. Teaming up with Fujitora is truly perilous. Roar! Yamato unleashed a chilling blast of freezing air towards the meteorites. Gate? Loring snapped his fingers, summoning a gate large enough to encompass the meteorites. Boom! Out at sea, an enormous stone, ablaze and accelerating, plummeted. The terrified Marines had no choice but to alter their course to evade it. Towering waves surged, nearly dragging their warships to the ocean's depths. Simultaneously, Akainu's attacks were entirely redirected. Damn it! Akainu and Fujitora realized that such tactics could no longer be employed and resumed their offensive. Take my blade. Tama evaded Denjiro's onslaught and redirected her assault towards Loring. Step aside. Loring effortlessly sidestepped using the air gate. Curse you, Tama, having just landed, was immediately met with Denjiro's follow-up strike. What are your intentions? Akainu approached with a grim expression. None of it matters. Eliminating you is of utmost importance. He unleashed a punch, molten heat radiating, akin to Kaido's fire dragon torch. It was no wonder Akainu's strikes were so vicious. He had indeed perfected his fruit's capabilities. Especially his Magu Magu no Mi. The temperature would escalate even further. This punch was no mere Magu Magu, equally formidable. Loring dodged, wielding his blades with precision. Two-sword style. Rapid blade slash. The severed Akainu collapsed to the ground. Igniting the underbrush, the molten magma coalesced until it formed a complete human shape. Impressive haki, but you were just a tad slow, Akainu mocked. Loring understood that it was not due to his haki's weakness, but rather Akainu's observation haki and fruit mastery were sufficiently potent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to evade the combined assault of the Flower Sword and the Phoenix during the Marineford War. Is your strongest asset your observation haki? It rivals your fruit. Loring found this realization astonishing. Only a sufficiently powerful observation haki could allow one to dodge such a lethal attack. That be why foregoing excessive development of armament haki. A natural user like him opted for a balance between observation haki and fruit abilities, with a slight deficiency in armament haki. That Loring's judgment was not flawed. Everyone possesses strengths and weaknesses. Kaido was strong in all aspects, augmented by his conqueror's haki. Knowing this was of no consequence. One only needed to excel in their specialties. The more one desires, the weaker they become. Akainu erupted from the ground, molten magma bursting forth. Was this the divergent path to strength in the world of pirates? Loring narrowly evaded the strike. Still reeling, Akainu delivered another punishing blow. Canine bite. Crimson Lotus. His fist transformed into a massive dog head, expanding its range while diminishing its power and lethality. Cowardly wretches, will you still rely on your fruit abilities to evade? Akainu shouted, his mastery of taunt impeccable. And what else? Loring, undeterred, opened over 30 gates surrounding Akainu. Since awakening his door fruit following his mental and spiritual evolution, this marked the first formal application in combat that a provocation tactic. Loring would never deign to glance at it. You won't allow me to use my abilities? Then I shall. Ocean's tide. He grinned, unleashing a torrent of waves from the myriad gates, enveloping Akainu within. The canine bite. Crimson Lotus was incessantly battered by the waves, emitting hissing steam. Loring. Akainu seethed with rage. What kind of technique is this? Fortuitously, he enveloped himself in magma, evaporating the relentless waves, white steam billowing forth like crashing surf. Sky ocean. Luo Ling snapped his fingers once more, and dozens of doors emerged beyond the siege surrounding Akainu, expanding even further. Just as Akainu found an opening and burst forth, he found himself immersed in the sky sea conjured by Luo Ling. Enormous water spheres swirled in the air, continuously drawing seawater from below. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. An inability user subjected to such an assault, if unawakened or feeble, would meet immediate demise. Earthquaking Fire Lotus. Akainu, seething with rage, witnessed a fire lotus erupting from within the water sphere. The lotus exploded, forcefully dispersing the surrounding seawater. Immediately after, Akainu descended to the ground like a lotus seed, resolutely continuing his excavation. Shouldn't there be another attack from the Hellhound? Luo Ling felt a flicker of confusion. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him, and Fujitora and Kizaru soon regained their senses. This is bad. The crowd halted their assault, left in a state of bewilderment. Through their observation haki, they sensed Akainu emerging from the molten depths of the Wano country's volcano. The Demon Slaughter Order implied that no one on the island would escape unscathed. Should this volcano erupt, Wano would be utterly annihilated. The mission would be flawlessly accomplished, preserving the dignity of the world government and the navy. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked, and the long-accumulated power was unleashed by Akainu. The force capable of obliterating a kingdom was awakened. The dormant volcano erupted. A heat wave soared upwards, transforming into a torrential rain of fire and ash, forming a mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. Luo Ling felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the forces of nature. The Navy Admiral, truly terrifying. Chapter 37. Composure before the Admiral. The Demon Slaughter Order was not intended for Luo Ling. It was undoubtedly meant for Wano. Upon realizing that Luo Ling was likely to be a double fruit wielder, Akainu hastily opted to trigger the volcano. As long as Wano was eradicated, Luo Ling's capabilities would become inconsequential. Meteor Volcano. This time, the meteor volcano erupted from the crater, sending forth a terrifying roar that reverberated painfully in everyone Volcano's ears. It was as if a divine dragon was tumbling through a sea of clouds, roaring like a thunderstorm. Wano was doomed. Who could halt the volcano's eruption? Even Akainu, once the volcano erupted, would be powerless to stop it. The citizens of Flower City trembled in fear, wondering if they were truly about to perish. No wonder Luo Ling had said that the real enemy had arrived. They finally believed in their grim fate. They were on the brink of establishing a nation, about to fulfill Kazuki Odin's dream. "Tsuru, don't give up," Tsuru shouted defiantly. "Shut your mouth. I am the one who will establish the nation, not Kazuki Odin," Luo Ling retorted, silencing everyone that it's time to leave. Fujitora levitated with large stones, transporting Momonosuke, Tsuru, and others along. "Notify all ships to steer clear of Wano," Tsuru commanded without delay. Luo Ling, yet again, was the cause of a kingdom's destruction. Momonosuke seethed with rage, wishing to strike Luo Ling down. Over the past year, she had grown immensely powerful, eager to confront Luo Ling directly, only to have her chances evaded cleverly. "Nonsense," Luo Ling exclaimed. "Last time it was Kizaru's doing, and this time it's Akainu. It is clearly your Navy's fault. Why should I bear the blame?" Momonosuke could not counter. "When we meet again, you will know the pain of being severed in half." Her frustration boiled over as she brandished her sword in defiance. The likes of Onamaru and Weasel felt overwhelmed. Their recent battle with Shiryu and Azura Boy had left them under immense pressure. Was Wano truly this formidable? How had Kaido succeeded back then? As the Navy Vice Admirals departed, Yamato and the others returned to Luo Ling's side. They awaited his decision. Were they to abandon Wano entirely? "Let us go to Flower City," Luo Ling declared, smashing open a door with a single punch. "We're leaving. What will you do?" Aside from those with natural powers, who can survive such a volcanic eruption? Yamato positioned herself in front of Luo Ling, her aura radiating dominance, attempting to take a stand. "Flower City is elevated and 1T be submerged by lava. I will create a sufficiently large air gate to protect the skies above Wano from destruction. You must fend off excess attacks while I engage in battle. Either we defeat Akainu or drive him back." Luo Ling was confident he would never falter, just as Akainu had chosen to forego extensive mastery in armament hockey, opting instead to delve deep into observation hockey and fruit mastery. It did not imply he lacked armament hockey. Rather, it was simply weaker in comparison. He also lacked conqueror's hockey, forcing him to train both to their utmost limits. Luo Ling, however, had developed formidable all-around combat strength. Bolstered by conqueror's hockey and enhanced armament hockey at his peak, he was more than capable of engaging in battle. For you, the timing, location, and people are just right. But I too have awakened my double fruits. How ludicrous. Initially, I merely wished to save a few people, never anticipating that this would lead to my fruit awakening. Perhaps it was all meant to confront you. Akainu, the 100-fold enhanced meteor volcano, descended. Luo Ling stood alone, gazing at the molten flow rushing towards him, the fiery rain obscuring his vision. The volcanic eruption released clouds of ash that darkened the sky, and the air became choked with smoke. Luo Ling did not intervene. The land and environment of Wano had long been tainted by Kaido's years of pollution. Everything was toxic. It would be better to let it all be destroyed, allowing for new soil to emerge, more suitable for cultivation. The people of Wano watched the silhouette of one man standing against an entire volcano. Tears welled in their eyes, choked with emotion. Boom! The terrifying sound reverberated once more. A colossal molten giant extended a massive hand from the volcano's mouth, struggling to emerge. The molten giant was slightly smaller than the volcano itself, as lava erupted from the crater, scorching the earth and flowing over it, incinerating all in its path. The volcano spread forth, followed closely by the rolling molten flow. Wano transformed into a sea of fire. Luo Ling stepped lightly, suspended in midair. The molten flow had already streamed past the outer layers of Flower City, cascading into the sea. The giant loomed high above, surveying the land. Luo Ling raised his head, as if gazing at a world-ending behemoth. "Since your form is so enormous, let it be severed entirely." With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the molten giant in half. Boom! The giant's leg shattered as it swung a fist towards him. With another strike, Luo Ling sent forth a wave of sword energy, severing its arm cleanly. The larger the body, the more vulnerabilities it contained. Did you not grasp this, Akainu? Swish, swish, swish. With 3 consecutive sword strikes, the blade light danced, cleaving off its arms and head. The third strike landed squarely on the molten giant's forehead. What kind of power was this? Tsuru was astounded. Each surge of sword energy could surely cleave through Flower City. He was exceptionally talented. Could Kazuki Oden have matched him with such ease, even in his prime? Beppo felt admiration. The only time Kazuki Oden had showcased his strength upon returning to Wano, he had been ambushed by Kaido and met defeat. High above in the sky, Luo Ling decisively drew his sword once more. With a vertical slash, he forcefully split the head, which was a staggering 30 meters in size, revealing a molten figure bursting forth. Akainu emerged like a mad dog. Hellhound, protective charm. Luo Ling had awaited this moment. He had already activated his transformation, perfectly harmonizing with it, while bolstered by the protective charm. Akainu's fist transformed into an intensely heated canine head, charging towards Luo Ling's head, only to be blocked by the golden light of the protective charm. You, the scourge of the world, shall perish, Akainu roared like a wolf. Crack! The anticipated sound rang out. The protective charm had failed to withstand Kaido's most potent strike. How could Akainu's hellhound be obstructed? 3 seconds. This was all he needed. Ha! Taste my 1,000-pound blow. Akainu's fist barreled forth. Luo Ling pivoted smoothly, his golden staff swinging towards Akainu's midsection. Take it to the face? Luo Ling was not ready to meet his end. Bang! Even in his elemental form, Akainu felt an intense pain. Pfft! Black blood spewed forth. Luo Ling smiled at him. The essence of the natural fruit lies in the necessity of locating the main body. For those like you and Kizaru, who are so powerful they evade detection, I have another method. This technique was initially intended for Kizaru, but now it was perfectly suited for you, as a general marine. You boast of your prowess, yet dare not withstand my assault. How ridiculous! Akainu's expression darkened as he readied another punch to— Oh! Luo Ling was unfazed by such provocation. He calmly replied, You natural types need a sufficiently large area of attack to cover your entire body. Otherwise, it is futile, no matter where you hide. Having said this, Luo Ling shook his golden staff and bellowed, stabilizing Sea God Needle. Akainu was already furious. Luo Ling had been evading his blows, refusing to face him head-on, which was quite different from Kizaru's demeanor. As Luo Ling shouted, the iron staff in his hand expanded from a normal size to wider than Akainu himself, with an attack covering him entirely. The strike would surely succeed. You madman, I will undoubtedly capture you and bring you back to Impel Down. Akainu's voice was resolute. He firmly believed that evading one of Luo Ling's attacks was not insurmountable. He merely needed to land a single hit to achieve victory. The power of the magma fruit was unparalleled in its lethality. Chapter 38. The Establishment of a Nation 1,000-pound, to Luo Ling. The Dinghai God Needle resembled a diminutive mouse that had stumbled upon a jade pillar within a grand palace, striking another mouse with a single blow. Behind Akainu, the volcanic lava continued to erupt with relentless fury, his rage palpable. Despite having summoned a volcanic eruption from the depths of the earth and successfully transforming an island into a sea of flames with his demon-slaying order, he found himself hindered by an insufferable pest. Luo Ling was not mistaken. As long as the area of effect was sufficient and the attack reached every part of the natural element with enough speed to prevent evasion, the location of the true body became irrelevant. The Conqueror's Haki would obliterate, striking the entirety of this individual's being. Damn it! Sakazuki had not encountered such a frenzied assault in quite some time, feeling a tremendous force, infused with Conqueror's Haki, crashing down upon him from the Dinghai God Needle. An excruciating agony surged within his chest as the Haki assaulted him from all directions, the Conqueror's Haki and flowing cherry blossoms mercilessly invading him. And then there was this. Luo Ling raised the Dinghai God Needle high above, aiming once more at Akainu, who had barely regained his footing after being sent flying. This strike would commence from the head, embodying both speed and area of effect. Magma God. Akainu could no longer endure. This reckless assault was undeniably effective. If he, as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, were to be injured in such a manner, how could he maintain his standing? As his words fell, the molten lava on the ground surged upward, merging with him to form a colossal magma giant. With all his might, he braced against the impact of the Dinghai God Needle. It was too heavy. Could such a weight truly be wielded by an ordinary person? Were all the newcomers of this era akin to Kaido and Whitebeard? This strike proved ineffective, as the giant continuously obstructed with its unrelenting magma hands. The absolute suppression and coverage of power had not been achieved. Luo Ling was resolute. He would never engage Akainu in battle on an island enriched with volcanoes or subterranean fires again. Once the natural element gained the advantage of time and place, their combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. On one hand, Akainu evaded Luo Ling's attacks, while on the other, Luo Ling skillfully dodged Akainu's blows. The two seemed locked in a stalemate, both being combatants of strength and intellect. They would naturally seek to uncover each other's weaknesses. Shadow, clone technique. With sufficient numbers and dazzling attacks, they could confront him. The 32 clones mingled with the main body, and, at a single command, they all surged forth. They all chanted protective incantations in unison. Grand, grand, grand. Their voices echoed as they transformed into towering figures, launching a multitude of attacks toward Kaido. The bewildering assault of the mythical Zoan type, Akanu's magma giant, was battered and torn. Collapsing once more, the two sides could very well remain at an impasse. Luo Ling's haki might deplete, but the volcano behind Akainu provided him with the potential for prolonged combat if they continue their clash. It could easily last 5 days and nights. First, let me draw a circle, and then we shall engage in a proper battle. While the 32 clones continued their relentless assault, Luo Ling seized the opportunity. Grasping the golden cudgel and drawing a circle toward the flower capital, that a golden protective shield appeared above the gate, impervious to the surging magma. You still have the strength to assist others? How laughable! Akainu had broken through the encirclement. The clones had limited combat power and could be easily dispatched with a single misstep. That a duel between strong warriors often hinges on a fleeting moment. Akainu, bursting forth, believed Luo Ling's defenses to be weak, presenting a prime opportunity for attack. Hellhound! Gate! Luo Ling seemed to have awaited Akainu's arrival for quite some time. An air gate materialized at the point of Akainu's fist. The exit positioned behind him. This caused him to unwittingly strike himself, creating a gaping hole in his chest. Akainu, composed yet on the verge of fury, could hardly contain his anger. No wonder Kizaru, that lethargic fellow, could be provoked to unleash indiscriminate Amaterasu forms by Luo Ling. Such opportunities were indeed infuriating. If it were a normal day, repeated use of Hellhound would have already left several holes in Luo Ling's body. It seems your true body was not in your chest just now. Luo Ling smiled innocently, combining the Chi-Tian form with the Dor fruit, although there was a disparity in mastery between the two awakened fruits. Their synergy was remarkably harmonious. You, a mere mouse that can only hide and evade. Akainu was so enraged he wished for the volcano to erupt for a fortnight. Oh, he had just claimed that Luo Ling would not dare to approach. The young man appeared right before him. Chi-Tian Desheng. With all 3 types of haki unleashed, speed, strength, agility, and healing capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. With ample stamina, what fear did he have in close combat? Iron Fist of Love, all true damage. His fist moved with such swiftness that afterimages appeared, striking every part of Akainu's body. As long as the speed was fast enough, he could land blows across the entirety of his form. Did you truly believe you could locate my true body? Akainu had initially attempted to engage in a fist fight, but alas, Luo Ling's entire being was enveloped in flowing cherry blossoms and conqueror's haki, effortlessly deflecting all of his attacks from a distance. You think I cannot find you? Luo Ling's eyes blazed with intensity, the golden light and flames converging within them. His observation haki was not only at an intermediate awakening level, but also possessed both foresight and broad-spectrum capabilities. Are you aware of a certain gaze known as the Fire-Eye Golden Eye? To Luo Ling, the natural element appeared as mere monsters and demons. The initial awakening during his battle with Kizaru had been subtle. Under Kaido's meticulous guidance, his fruit had further awakened. The Fire-Eye Golden Eye had honed its observational prowess against those with Devil Fruit abilities. The fusion of Observation Haki and Fire-Eye Golden Eye was seamless. At such close proximity, he could see within Kaido's molten form, where even the bones seemed to be absent. Only a single, minuscule point was genuine. It was remarkably tiny, continuously evading at a rapid pace. The Observation Haki allowed for premonitions, while the Devil Fruit granted him ease. How remarkable! Sakazuki! Luo Ling's attacks were unannounced, employing a flurry of concentrated strikes to scatter Akainu, forcing him to evade and preventing him from mounting a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, he utilized the Fire-Eye Golden Eye to locate Akainu's true body. Found you, Akainu. This time, it was not a desperate strike akin to his confrontation with Kizaru. Luo Ling, leveraging his own strength and experience, pinpointed Akainu's true form that a punch landed squarely on that evading point. Poof! Akainu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had assumed it was mere luck amidst Luo Ling's incessant attacks. Yet progressively, more and more assaults inflicted harm upon his true body. Akainu, with his robust blood and formidable defenses, was arguably the strongest in that regard among the three admirals, if one did not locate the true body. It was only a matter of time before Akainu would retaliate with explosive force. This fellow struck swiftly, employed a variety of tactics, dealt high damage, particularly with critical hits and direct breaches of defense, inflicting burns upon his innards with magical harm. Simply absurd. Luo Ling could only resort to extreme concentrated coverage attacks, combined with the unique abilities of the mythical Zoan type, to seek out the true body. Various attributes had not reached Luo Ling's level, barely even grazing Akainu's hide. With each connection to the true body, Luo Ling felt an intense burning sensation. His protective incantations had sustained damage. After retracting his fist, he discovered it had been scorched. Despite the dual wrapping of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, along with the golden incantation and the resilience of his body, he still suffered harm. Surely, you must have realized that the location of the true body means concentrating the strongest power at a single point. Which you believe to be my weakest area, in fact, is the hottest spot. Blood oozed from the corners of Akainu's mouth as he smiled darkly. I'm a Zoan type. This injury will recover swiftly. Luo Ling replied with a smile, refusing to be outdone. But what of your Haki? Just now, you unleashed 48,000 punches, expending considerable stamina and Haki. Can you truly disregard that? Sakazuki laughed. He had indeed been wounded. But what of Luo Ling himself? Neither had engaged in a life-or-death struggle. It was evident that to determine victory, one must emerge either dead or severely injured. This is what an admiral of the Navy looks like. Luo Ling chuckled. No wonder they say admirals are on par with emperors. With two admirals joining forces, it would be futile for anyone to intervene. If I am not mistaken, the Impel Down should also be facing trouble. Though it may not fall under your Navy headquarters jurisdiction, they must have dispatched an admiral to assist. No? Luo Ling remarked with nonchalance. What does that have to do with you? Akainu sneered, his body drenched in blood. Clearly a result of Luo Ling's genuine injuries that, in terms of speed, you should find it difficult to surpass me. If I cannot kill you, I will return to Impel Down and release them. Despicable! Withdraw! You cannot defeat me alone, Akainu. Luo Ling declared fiercely, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. Rather die than retreat. Akainu fears death. What a joke. He would dare to crawl out of the abyss to fight again. Even if beaten to the ground, Luo Ling had no desire to continue the battle. Akainu had the upper hand with time and place, clearly unwilling to relent. Gate! His expression shifted, and doors began to open within the molten lava. Akainu instantly comprehended Luo Ling's intent and saw himself slipping through one of the gates, retreating to a safe distance. Well beyond Akainu's reach, the coast of Wano, doors of air opened, and lava cascaded from above. Quickly, take cover, the vice admiral shouted. Fujitora immediately drew his sword, manipulating gravity to prevent the lava from descending. Roll! In the skies above Wano country, Luo Ling once again hurled insults at Sakazuki in the distance. You are the most despicable person I have ever encountered. Likewise, Sakazuki gritted his teeth, knowing that with dozens of warships at stake, he could not afford to gamble, especially since Luo Ling was exceptionally adept at evasion, transforming what should have been an advantage for the Navy into a disadvantage that, if this continued, Luo Ling would seize the opportunity and obliterate all the warships and marines, then make his escape. It would be a loss without gain. Recalling the incident with Kizaru and the demon-slaying order, where the fear of death allowed Luo Ling to slip away while everyone else was left to flee. The cost had been too great. Moreover, Luo Ling had grown stronger, a far cry from his former self. The price would only escalate. Retreat. Sakazuki loathed this word. According to his principles, he should fight to the bitter end. Now, however, Luo Ling chose not to engage directly, instead threatening with his abilities the detestable GM forces. Upon receiving the order through the transponder snail, all warships turned and retreated. The demon lord had established his presence. Fujitora plunged molten magma into the sea and sheathed his sword. Veins bulged on Sakazuki's forehead. Had Luo Ling not frequently clashed with Kizaru, even going so far as to kill celestial dragons? In just a few years, how had he become so cunning and treacherous? Standing at the bow of the ship, his anger swelled, yet he felt powerless at that moment. In the skies above Wano, all eyes were fixed upon Luo Ling's figure. Tears brimmed in their eyes, having awaited this day for 2 decades. Luo Ling roared to the heavens, still possessing 8 clones. The overcast sky was intermittently illuminated by falling meteors. Flames lit up their silhouettes, casting 9 shadows in the eyes of the onlookers. Xuanyue Kengjia exclaimed in astonishment. The heavens have fallen. 9-fold shadows. Luo Ling closed his eyes, watching the retreat of the Navy warships, and roared skyward. The nation is reborn. In that moment, the floodgates of tears opened for all, for they had not awaited Joy Boy, but Luo Ling. Deep within Yamato's heart, the memory of her conversation with Luo Ling resurfaced. Why become someone else? Strive to be yourself. On the sea, Tsuru paused, glancing back at the equally astonished Momonosuke. Sakazuki felt nothing but rage, his visage contorted. What a miracle! Their crying yet appears so blissful. What charm does that man possess? Fujitora pondered, intrigued by the man who embodied both treachery and integrity. If only I had not blinded these eyes. Chapter 39. I become the demon lord of Wano above the flower capital. Luo Ling spread his arms wide, embracing the flames and tempest. Open, he softly uttered a single word, akin to a deity, opening thousands of gates in Wano. The ocean seemed to descend from the heavens, flooding the land and hastening the cooling of the magma. For an entire day and night, the volcano finally quieted. Wano was reborn. The volcanic rock and new soil would serve as the ideal foundation for plant growth. Luo Ling descended upon the flower capital as if nothing had happened. The crowd surrounded him, and someone cried out, "General Luo Ling." The people erupted into cheers, initially met with resistance from figures like Tsukit and others. But soon everyone joined in, feeling a tremor deep within their hearts. The faith they had held for the Kazuki clan over the past 20 years appeared feeble in the presence of this tangible savior. They did not utter the title general, yet could not quell the fervor of Wano's populist, T.O. usher in a new world for Wano. It was not the Kazuki clan, but Luo Ling himself. The youth smiled, shaking his head. There are no more generals, neither the Kazuki clan nor the Kurizumi clan, nor I will allow anyone to rise above you. From today onward, Wano will be divided into Onigashima. The flower capital, Kuroko, Tibako, Shime, Suzu, and Shiro, each establishing a daimyo of their own choosing. The 7 daimyos will not be hereditary. Rather, they will be elected by the people from each region, with all significant decisions made by you. Luo Ling paid no mind to who would become the daimyo of which region. He was indifferent to Yamato being chosen as the daimyo of Onigashima. Someone proposed defining Luo Ling's title as the Demon Lord, establishing him as the spiritual symbol of Wano, akin to the legendary 6th Demon King, that in truth, they would soon set sail, and any honor or privilege would hold no meaning. The only change was that Wano would no longer have generals. The seven Daime would form a round-table council, with Luo Ling at the helm. 2 years later, when Momonosuke and Kinemon arrived, they would likely find themselves unable to secure even a single Daime position. The era of generals had become a relic of the past that a week later, the people set foot on the land, embarking on a new life, with the flower capital and Onigashima swiftly transforming into their sources of sustenance. Within a year, this land would yield new grains, vegetables, and fruits. Beneath the cherry blossom trees, Luo Ling donned a cloak as he bid farewell to the crowd. The position of conference leader and daime of the flower capital is merely a title. I care not for it, just as I do not wish to be confined by any doors leading to any destination I desire. Mr. Luo Ling, farewell. The people waved their hands at the port, their eyes filled with tears. What prompted their weeping? The youth had said, "Do not yearn to become someone else. Do not wait. Do not fear that a pitch-black ship slipped into the water." Yamato followed Luo Ling's silhouette onto the deck. "Luo Ling, is this the ocean? Call me captain." Luo Ling placed his hands on his hips, and with a thought, the Black Pearl began its voyage autonomously. "Captain!" Yamato exclaimed with delight, as a newspaper fluttered into her hands with the sea breeze. Luo Ling handed over some berries, casually biting into an apple while glancing at the front page and the latest bounty notice that a bounty of 1 billion. Yamato cheered beside him, as if the bounty were not for Luo Ling, but for herself. "It seems Sakazuki has been complaining about me. How petty, I did not even kill him." Luo Ling understood that this bounty was too low, as the world government was intentionally downplaying his impact, and the GM forces were certainly not worth promoting. Furthermore, there were a myriad of shocking revelations within the news. Kaido the Beast had been imprisoned in Impel Down, saving the world due to Sakazuki's personal campaign against Wano. The era of the worst generation had risen, with Blackbeard becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Supernovas were set to converge upon Sorbet archipelago. Luo Ling was momentarily taken aback, confirming that the newspaper was from yesterday, meaning Luffy and the others were set to arrive at Sorbet today. Kuma had been altered by Luo Ling and no longer posed a threat of becoming a warlord. Thus, who would step in to assist before Rayleigh intervened? The subordinate pirate crew was on the brink of annihilation. Luo Ling promptly snapped his fingers, and doors of air manifested in the sky, reducing the distance to fly. The pirate ship unfurled its wings, and the jet engines of the stern ignited, soaring into the sky as it traversed through the air gates. A flying ship. Yamato's eyes sparkled with wonder. "I hope we make it in time. Let us just not be completely wiped out," Luo Ling murmured. "Sands of time. Has the analysis been completed? Sakazuki, Fujitara, Fu, and Weasel have been successfully analyzed and are currently being synthesized. Perfect synthesis achieved. Reward obtained. Devil fruit. Zoan type pig fruit, mythical beast type, Tiampong form. Side effects of the fruit have been eliminated. Please consume with ease." Another mythical beast fruit? Luo Ling stared at the devil fruit, resembling a ginseng fruit, in surprise. Taking a bite. Delicious, though it lacks a soul. After the side effects were removed, the flavor became extraordinarily sweet. He decided to cultivate this fruit in secret. Transforming into a giant wild boar was hardly appealing. After consuming it, Luo Ling utilized his prior awakening experiences with the fruit of the all-knowing and the Dordor fruit, significantly accelerating his mastery of the Tiampong fruit. After carefully assessing and experiencing its capabilities, Luo Ling was nearly certain of the Tiampong fruit's powers: infinite consumption and water manipulation that a truly overpowered fruit. The ability to consume infinitely allows him to open a consumption domain both internally and externally, devouring any substance and converting it into energy. Water manipulation not only renders him immune to seawater, but allows him to control it, enhancing his abilities in conjunction with Fishman martial arts, and enabling him to breathe underwater. Did it still require the elimination of side effects? With the ability to control water and breathe underwater, what could possibly remain as a side effect? Luo Ling sensed a slight transformation within himself. This mythical beast fruit was indeed remarkable. Adjusting to its power, the gnawing hunger compelled him to indulge heartily. Initially, Yamato could keep pace with his voracious appetite, but soon he was the only one voraciously devouring everything in sight. Is Luo Ling's stomach a black hole? Yamato wondered, sitting beside him in a carefree manner, finding this adventure quite exhilarating, especially aboard a flying ship. Are you sure you don't want to eat more before the battle? Luo Ling replied while eating, and oh thanks, I've already had plenty. Yamato gently rubbed her small belly. The Chambord Islands. The Dragonites being sent flying signifies the arrival of an admiral. Kizaru is undoubtedly the chosen one. Recently, the Navy has been gaining momentum, which causes him a twinge of worry. Kaido has been imprisoned, and Whitebeard's ace has also been captured. Next comes the meticulously laid plan to topple the Whitebeard pirates. Should the Navy succeed, 2 of the 4 emperors would be directly diminished, disrupting the balance of the new world and heralding a chaotic new era. With this in mind, his foot was about to descend. The Straw Hat Pirates, riding a wave of success, engaged in activities beyond mere piracy. The captain, Luffy, is none other than the grandson of the legendary Garp. Kizaru felt weary. He had allowed their attacks to persist. Refraining from retaliating, one kick would surely injure Zoro severely. Yet he continued to wait. Has no fish taken the bait yet? Kizaru ceased his playful demeanor and unleashed a kick, an old relic of the bygone era. Rayleigh soared through the air, his sword slashing down. Finally, some excitement, Kizaru thought as he prepared for battle, a black pirate ship with wings flew into his view. On the deck stood a horned girl from the demon tribe, squinting and smiling at him. Just then, a boy quietly appeared beside the tall girl. Upon his emergence, Kizaru's pupils suddenly focused. The ease and comfort he once felt vanished, replaced by an exaggerated expression. It seems you always appear in the wrong place at the wrong time. Luo Ling leaned against the railing, smiling at him. Long time no see, Mr. Kizaru. Chapter 40. The Straw Hat Pirates, reunited with Luffy. Big brother. Luffy immediately recognized the person aboard the ship. After all these years, his basic features remained. Especially that rebellious grin, I seem to know you. Zoro had a vague recollection of the childhood ship that arrived at Frost Moon Village and the powerful swordsman B.O.Y.T.O. this day. They met again. Luo Ling had become the chief officer of the GM Military Science Research Department, boasting a bounty of 1 billion berries. Rayleigh had rescued Zoro and felt somewhat relieved upon learning of Luo Ling's arrival. Kizaru's expression darkened. How could he encounter this guy in such a place? Relentless. You could foresee the future, yet you knew I would come here. It is no easy feat for an admiral to handle 2 formidable figures. After saying this, Kizaru waved a hand, gathering light into the sky-soaring cloud sword, and without hesitation, he struck at, I am merely an old man nearing the end of my days. What you truly worry about is this nearly rivaled demon lord. The self-proclaimed elder Rayleigh blocked blow after blow, reluctantly admitting to his old age, his heart willing but his strength waning. In his youth, saving everyone was a trivial matter. Now he could only hold his ground against Kizaru, waiting for Luo Ling's aid. What is that? Yamato jumped from the ship, walking alongside Luo Ling, as a massive peacekeeper resembling Moria was dispatched in the distance to combat pirates. Luo Ling understood immediately. After losing Kuma, the perfect test subject, they had chosen the towering Moria as the experimental prototype to create their own peacekeeper. You'll find out if you try. Good. Yamato, intrigued, dashed forward and shouted. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! The Moria model peacekeeper lasted only 3 seconds before it trembled and exploded. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were left in disbelief that so strong, truly deserving of the title Demon Lord. Even one of his subordinates possesses such combat prowess. Robin calmly analyzed. Luffy has an older brother. What kind of family does he come from? Nami was astonished, feeling as if the world was spinning. Luffy had already been under tremendous pressure due to the overwhelming gap in strength with the Navy Admiral, and now it had somewhat eased. Just as he rescued Zoro, he was met with a question from Luo Ling. Luffy, you clearly possess haki. Why are you so weak? Didn't Ace teach you properly? Luo Ling had initially thought that by teaching Ace haki, Luffy and his crew would significantly improve in strength, that it now appeared that this was far from the case. Typically carefree Luffy seemed flustered. Luffy was criticized for being too weak. The Straw Hat Pirates could hardly believe it. Who else besides Luo Ling had the right to say such a thing? I have defeated every opponent I have encountered. After saying this, Luffy, unwilling to elaborate further, insisted. The Admirals are too strong. This is definitely our first escape. Indeed, Mastering the fundamentals of haki is insufficient in the face of an admiral. Luo Ling was not reproaching him, but merely confirming Luffy's mindset. Once confirmed, he realized that Luffy was genuine and straightforward. Defeat is not terrifying. What is dreadful is the inability to accept failure. This is nothing. I have been knocked down more than once, and escaping has become routine. After saying this, Luo Ling clenched his fist. You all head to the port. Immediately set sail. I will hold off the navy. Set sail. In the original timeline, Kuma had recognized the weaknesses of the Straw Hat Pirates. Understanding their strength was inadequate to continue adventuring in the New World, sending them to various places for training. For Luo Ling, there was no need for such elaborate measures. Having injured a Dragonite, the Straw Hat crew would be relentlessly hunted. Your actions are but superfluous, Kizaru sneered, while he could be held back by Rayleigh and Luo Ling. The Straw Hat crew would undoubtedly be unable to escape. They would be pursued to the ends of the earth. Big brother, Luffy refused to flee. How could he watch Luo Ling in danger? Rest assured, I am quite strong. A mere Kizaru is nothing to worry about. Next time, I will teach Ace a lesson. What on earth did he do to leave your haki in such disarray? As Luo Ling scolded, his long sword was drawn in an instant, slashing towards Kizaru. Sparks flew. Only then did Kizaru understand why I kinda said Luo Ling's strength had already reached an entirely different level. The rain of swords from Rayleigh was witnessed by Kizaru, who couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. To have awakened all three forms of haki at such a young age is indeed formidable. Rayleigh-senpai, leave Kizaru to me. They are all gravely injured and require your assistance. Good. Rayleigh turned to escort Luffy and his crew to safety. Big brother. Luffy was reluctant to leave. In truth, he had nearly exhausted all his combat abilities. Watch closely, Luffy. Luo Ling's sword strikes became increasingly rapid, his figure suddenly vanishing, appearing beside Kizaru with another slash. In terms of speed, he was on par with Kizaru in his normal state, but his power surpassed it. In a mere duel of swordsmanship, there was no clear victor, yet he dragged Kizaru into a quagmire. The Straw Hat crew watched in shock, able to effortlessly match a Logia user before setting sail. Luffy had trained under Ace to master haki. Zoro, Sanji, and the others had also awakened and grasped it in succession, yet they could not reach Luo Ling's level. The upper limit of haki is indeed astonishing. Amaterasu, seizing the opportunity to escape, Kizaru attempted to flee, but Luo Ling pointed his finger like a spear, his haki blocking him like cannon fire. Stumbling a step, the ease on Kizaru's face vanished entirely. How troublesome. Just as Akainu had said, fighting this guy means either being beaten to death or dying from frustration. During their first battle, Luo Ling had been at a complete disadvantage, only managing to escape in a desperate retreat using his awakened abilities. In their second encounter, he did not flee, but allowed a nobleman from a kingdom to escape, costing the Navy dozens of warships. Now, in their third battle, Luo Ling was at ease, effortlessly rescuing the Straw Hat crew from Kizaru. Potential is indeed an enigmatic thing. Would their next meeting result in his defeat? How terrifying. Today, might you also become a member of the Supernovas, a figure worth 1 billion berries, having only spent a month at sea? Kizaru attempted to mask his thoughts with words, increasing the speed of his sword strikes as he pursued the Straw Hat crew as best he could. It has been a long time. Shouldn't we catch up? What is Mr. Kizaru in such a hurry about? Luo Ling was aware that any misstep would allow the opponent to slip away. They were both in a rather awkward position. Be it an admiral or one of the four emperors, neither had yet reached the realm of legend. Only figures like Roger, Garp, and Whitebeard stood in that echelon. Luo Ling, possessing no true shortcomings, also lacked a singular exceptional skill. Neither could completely suppress the other. Unless they engage in a life-and-death struggle, Luo Ling might have the opportunity to extract attributes using an hourglass, returning to fight anew in a healed state. You have grown significantly stronger, yet you seem to have forgotten that nothing is swifter than light. Kizaru struck with his sword, blocking Luo Ling, the fleeting opportunity spinning rapidly into the sky. Yada no Kagami. Damn, Luo Ling was truly at a loss for words. Was he still pursuing him at this moment? The Thousand Sunny had yet to finish its coating and would likely be turned into a sieve. I believe we shall meet again soon. Luo Ling leaped out, grasping Yamato's hand, stepping onto the surface of the sea that a beam of light shot towards them as Rayleigh stood at the port. Preparing to rise and intervened, a door larger than the ship appeared, directly absorbing all incoming attacks. Luo Ling stood on the deck, facing away from the Straw Hat crew, asking, "Where are you all headed?" Just as Luffy was about to blurt out Fishman Island and the New World, Nami covered his mouth. Nami said seriously, "Luo Ling, with our current strength, what are the chances of survival in the New World?" "Not at all. After enduring several instances of severed limbs, one can eventually rise above it all. I have faith in your potential." Luo Ling calmly uttered these rather sinister words. Upon hearing this, Robin inexplicably flushed with embarrassment, finding Luo Ling delightfully cunning and his ship utterly charming. Lacking an arm, Usopp bellowed, clutching Chopper, a broken leg. Chopper wept profusely, reduced to a pitiful figure. Luo Ling regarded them, presenting a new choice. "You may also choose to grow stronger." "Grow stronger? Then let me become powerful." Luo Ling. Luffy quickly regained his optimistic demeanor. "We still need an opportunity." A day later, the youth lay on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, basking in the sunlight. Yamato was animatedly recounting the might and martial arts of the New World. Although her words seemed rather ordinary to Luo Ling, they were perceived as a source of strength by the Straw Hat crew. Luo Ling sensed that the moment was approaching, a chance to shatter their illusions and make them aware of the New World's brutality. As usual, Nami purchased a newspaper. She took one glance and stood frozen in place, soon followed by more companions who also became statuesque. Luo Ling, as if anticipating the unfolding events, waited in silence. It is commonplace for one to face defeat. Whether it be Ace or Luffy, one must endure to grow. The difference this time is that he and Sabo are together. The Battle of Marineford shall not be lost. "Luo Ling," Luffy shouted, rousing all from their stupor. "Ace is to be executed." Luo Ling rose, maintaining an air of calm, without a hint of panic. Let us depart for Impel Down. Chapter 41. A major incident. The Kaido Pirate Alliance. Impel Down. This place may appear tranquil on the surface, yet significant changes had already transpired beneath. Not long ago, Jinbei had rejected the summons of the 7 warlords of the sea and was imprisoned in the underground city down on the first level. Luo Ling, hands in his pockets, calmly emerged from an air gate, followed by Yamato, Luffy, and others. Ace should be on the 6th level, the hidden and lesser-known tier, where powerful beings abound. We must not allow those notorious individuals to escape. Luo Ling had always harbored resentment towards Luffy's decision to liberate countless prisoners from Impel Down. Those scoundrels would undoubtedly cause the deaths of countless innocents. Luffy nodded, with Zoro, Sanji, and others joining in. Haki is the best means of countering devil fruit abilities. You must continually grow stronger. This is your adventure. I shall not interfere. Luo Ling, aren't you coming with me to rescue Ace? Luffy asked, puzzled, as he recalled Luo Ling's boldness. I must hold off a more terrifying foe. You go ahead. Luo Ling intended to lie in wait, anticipating the arrival of the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy would not perish alone. After all, he had the entire Straw Hat crew, along with Yamato. Soon, their movements were detected, an air gate opened, and Luo directly stepped into a cage to conceal himself. Hey, who are you? A towering and menacing figure stood before him, appearing rather small in comparison. Luo Ling flashed a smile, non-committal. With a burst of Conqueror's Haki, he rendered everyone in the cage unconscious, using a din-din mushy to communicate. Beep, 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 gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Luo Ling, it's Sabo. Where are you? I'm en route to Marineford, without any companions. This battle is too perilous. And you? Sabo sounded anxious, having rushed out upon learning that Fire Fist Ace was to be publicly executed. I'm with Luffy. We will surely arrive at a critical moment. Luo Ling replied calmly, knowing full well the enemies he would soon face. Time trickled away, and Impel Down grew lively. More and more troops began to pursue the Straw Hat crew. He remained undisturbed, arms crossed, resting. After a while, the din-din mushy rang. Luo Ling, we are leaving Impel Down for Marineford. Where are you? The voice of Ivankov came through to, I need to wait a bit longer. You all go ahead. Luo Ling set down the Din Din Mushi and continued to wait. The time until the execution was drawing neared. In the underground of Impel Down, on the 6th level, Blackbeard's crew swaggered through. Unbothered, gazing at a cage, they had accepted a batch of comrades. Yet their gaze was drawn to another cage that had been opened. Two colossal figures stared at him with predatory intent. Beast Kaido. The Devil's descendant Barrett. You two are imprisoned here. Shut up. Barrett and Kaido emerged side by side, with the All-Stars trailing behind. What in the world are you doing? Kaido glowered, crushing an iron pillar into a ball. Flames scorching it into a new spiked club. Ha ha ha. How about forming a pirate alliance? A new era is upon us. Let us venture to the new world together. To Marineford, Kaido. Barrett, Blackbeard's ambition swelled. His laughter boisterous. Not interested. I've already formed a pirate alliance. Kaido was indifferent, though he was curious about Marineford. You two aren't actually forming a pirate alliance, are you? Blackbeard inquired, astonished. Is that a problem? Barrett's gaze was sharp. The feeling of wielding power so freely was exhilarating. Marineford, a monumental war that would be etched in history, is about to erupt. They were eager to witness the downfall of the world's strongest man. Whitebeard, Magellan, having just dealt with Funkray, arrived panting. Impel Down had seen a significant reduction in its forces, destined to be a solo fight for justice. The toxin coiled around his shoulders like a dragon. His gaze growing ever colder. Blackbeard, Kaido, Barrett, and others he gasped, the toxin spreading, slowly eroding the 6th level. You villains who destroy justice and harm countless lives, what right do you have to exist? The group of monsters turned to him, their eyes filled with disdain. Shiryu of the Rain possessed the antidote. With so many powerful foes using haki, 3 Magellans would not suffice. Shiryu of the Rain, unleash what I did wrong. Magellan clung to his will. The purple toxin transforming into blood red, a gigantic skeleton attempting to consume all sin and evil. Toxic giant, judgment of hell. Let it be. Cleanse the sins of Impel Down with the powers of the poison fruit. Thunderclap. Dark hole. You seek death. The 3 monsters attacked simultaneously, lightning surging forth, and Magellan was swiftly drawn in by the dark fruit, while Barrett's fist, charged with haki, struck toward his heart. Who will you judge? After the assault, Magellan, already staggering, coughed up black blood and stumbled a few steps. Nearly losing consciousness, he clenched his fists, struggling to remain upright, taking a deep breath to force himself awake. I shall judge you, damned villains. He shouted with all his might, aware that another attack would render him unconscious. Suddenly, the predatory gazes that had been intent on devouring him vanished, replaced by intense wariness. The sound of footsteps was crisp, as if walking on air, unaffected by the poisonous gas that a youth approached. Yawning, apologies everyone, I just dealt with some ways trying to escape. I'm late, he smiled brightly, igniting a spark of battle spirit in Kaido and Barrett. Shiryu of the Rain could hardly contain his desire to rip him apart. The prominent figure of the GM army, one of the men atop the world's power, the demon Lord Luo Ling. I heard you secretly escaped from Impel Down. I didn't expect to find you here. Blackbeard laughed heartily, unabashedly arrogant, confident that any ability user would be restrained before the powers of the dark fruit. Teach, your grand plans are about to fall apart. Luo Ling snapped his fingers, and an air gate opened in a corner of Impel Down. Outside Impel Down, in the waters leading to Marineford, a naval warship was speeding across the sea when the air gate suddenly opened on the deck, dropping the severely injured Funkray. Little Funk, Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, and everyone burst into tears of joy, the Candleman overwhelmed with excitement. It is said that this is Luo Ling's ability. The Fishman Jinbei had only heard rumors. He and Ace shared a close bond and often kept an eye on Luo Ling's news. How many brothers does a straw hat brat have, truly? Crocodile exhaled a smoke ring. You seem quite dissatisfied. Sand Crocodile, Luo Ling is a force within our GM army, capable of rivaling the 4 emperors and admirals. Ivankov stood with hands on hips, brimming with pride. Impel Down 6th level. Luo Ling patted Magellan's shoulder. What are you planning to do? Magellan endured the excruciating pain. Join the GM army, Magellan. In your dreams, the response was predictable. Luo Ling chuckled, shaking his head, and looked up at this temporary pirate alliance. The Demon Lord is here. The way ahead is forbidden. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point in an instant, yet he stood undaunted before this horde of monsters. Magellan clutched his stomach, yearning to voice his thoughts, but the words lodged in his throat. Swallowed back, deep within, he harbored but two words. Thank you. Chapter 42. You must wait for me, Ace. Ha ha ha. I greatly admire your audacity. Blackbeard roared with laughter, his mirth escalating until he realized that none of the crew, save for a few initial followers, joined in his amusement. Barrett and Blackbeard's new recruits had already felt the sting of Lorling's fists. The beast pirates, led by Kaido, had been personally cast into Impel Down by him. Lorling stood alone, yet not alone. As he faced this monstrous assembly, a single figure could rival 1,000 foes. With his disheveled hair and towering height of over 3 meters, he exuded a monstrous strength. His unruly grin concealed beneath a black cloak. As he unleashed his fists, he looked down upon the multitude with disdain. How astute was Blackbeard, who instantly discerned the underlying tension, silently retreating behind his comrades. A dark aura began to encroach, spreading across the ground in an attempt to envelop Lorling and Magellan in its shadow. His dark fruit bore a power akin to that of sea prism stone, capable of significantly diminishing the abilities of its users, even actively absorbing the powers of devil fruits. This young man was adept in every conceivable aspect. To defeat him, one must hold nothing back. Leaving him no chance to recuperate, as Kaido spoke, Barrett unleashed a formidable aura. The beast pirates, the Blackbeard pirates, Barrett. The atmosphere surged, a chaotic interplay of diverse auras weaving through the 6th level to in stark contrast. Lorling sighed, saw Magellan grievously wounded, his combat effectiveness negligible. You should tend to your injuries, lest you become collateral damage when I unleash my full power. Together, their strength could obliterate any kingdom. Magellan was acutely aware. Alongside Shiryu of Arain, there were the dual pillars of Impel Down, often regarded as possessing the might closest to that of an admiral, were it not for the frequent digestive issues stemming from his fruit side effects. His power would be significantly enhanced. Yet even so, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure when confronted by these monsters. The youth remained unfazed, traversing Impel Down as though it were but a walk in the park. He could have utilized his door fruit to escape first, yet he chose to prevent countless evildoers from fleeing. Scanning the scene from the 1st to the 6th level, corpses littered the ground. Each victim a pirate or villain who had met their end at Lorling's hands, though he spared none. Before rescuing Little Foam, Lorling had traversed the entirety of Impel Down. Arriving at the 6th level was not his first choice. It was merely his final step, shadow clone technique. Lorling chanted, and instantly, 36 replicas of himself appeared in every corner, all wearing broad smiles. Doors, hundreds of air doors manifested within the confined space. Heavenly unity. The clones and the original transformed in unison. Enveloped in mist, with a swish, they vanished through the air doors, re-emerging as streaks of light. Each clone possessed merely 1/10 of the original strength, yet this did not imply they were lacking in power. A mere 1/10 of an emperor or admiral strength was sufficient to overwhelm most adversaries. The only drawback was the limited stamina and haki consumption. When pushed to their limits, they would dissipate into nothingness. Not to mention, 1/10 of their strength would be riddled with vulnerabilities before Kaido and Barrett. If a fatal opportunity were discovered, they would surely fall. Remarkable. Bages could scarcely believe it. A single clone of Lorling could make him gasp for breath, overpowering him in speed and strength. Even a flying 5 struggled to parry his assaults. The battle swiftly tilted in Lorling's favor. Are we to continue letting him toy with us? Barrett expressed his dissatisfaction. I want to smash his head. Kaido seemed to be scheming something. Enveloped in darkness, Blackbeard, despite enduring dozens of blows and shouting in pain, remained unscathed, evidence of his formidable physique that Lorling's clones maneuvered through the doors. Launching relentless attacks, Magellan, astonished, realized that one man could intimidate so many powerful foes. His stomach ached fiercely, and just as he pondered a moment of relief, the ground trembled ominously. The legendary Conqueror's Haki. Kaido and Barrett unleashed their Conqueror's Haki within Lorling's domain. Yet he offered no response that moment. Blackbeard seemed to have prepared something. He clasped his hands together. Darkness surged from the outer circle, enveloping all the doors, swallowing them in an instant. After testing the waters, the three men frowned slightly. All clones, his true self is no longer in Impel Down. They replied in unison. Then he must be heading for Marineford. Chase him down. We must eliminate him. This revelation left the Flying Five in Baegis, who had just been thoroughly outmatched, feeling utterly ashamed. Had Lorling's true self truly slipped away long ago? If so, had they all been mere pawns in his game? The clash of Conqueror's Haki and the dark void shattered all the doors and clones, plunging the 6th level into an eerie silence. Their smiles turned sinister. Magellan clutched his abdomen, enduring the pain as he lamented, "We've been played." His moniker was the Demon King. He had faced defeat more than once. Yet each time he managed to turn peril into safety. That it was tragic to believe such a person could be truly sorrowful. Kaido hefted his kanabo, preparing to deliver another Emperor-level greeting to Magellan. The situation was dire. However, your Devil Fruit could serve the Grim Reaper well. Blackbeard was quite pleased. If the Grim Reaper, Poison Q, could obtain the Poison Fruit, it would be nothing short of perfect. Barrett had grown immensely powerful over the years. Even without the ability to wield a Devil Fruit, he thrived on the 6th level, yet that did not mean he bore no hatred for Magellan. Not to mention the others. Under such overwhelming assault, Magellan had but one option, to perish. Go. Magellan summoned a poison dragon. Preparing for a desperate battle, a massive hand seized him, dragging him behind a door. Kaido had merely been testing the waters, fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate Lorling. The instant that hand appeared, he activated his flame clouds, racing forth at maximum speed. "You truly are still here, you cunning one." Barrett activated his devil form at lightning speed. "We must capture Lorling's true self." The Demon King, a master of both strategy and strength, was indeed enviable. What a treasure the GM forces had acquired. Blackbeard cursed vehemently. Though he could counteract ability users with his dark fruit, he himself was also an ability user. Another door opened, this one colossal, encompassing the corridor of the 6th level entirely. Teach turned his head. Another door of the same size stood ajar behind him. Just as Kaido and Barrett attacked, the door swung wide. One strike is all it takes. The sea erupted violently, flooding every chamber of the 6th level, with Kaido and Barrett at the forefront. Dragon Breath, Fusion. The Azure Dragon unleashed searing flames, filling the already confined space with steam. The sound of evaporating seawater ringing in their ears, Barrett melded with all structures, his colossal form radiating a blue glow as his gigantic hand slammed towards another door. Dark Void. Blackbeard pressed his hand to the ground, creating a miniature black hole to consume both doors. Once again, the collaborative efforts to escape peril plunged the group into a stalemate. Was Lorling still on the ground, or had he vanished from Impel Down? The previous concealment had been clever. What of now? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Here, only Teach could afford to wait. He understood he must head to Marineford to acquire the Tremor fruit. A sense of intimidation quietly formed, a veritable miracle, in the sky. Amidst the ocean of clouds, Lorling soared through the air, while simultaneously sending 3 clones back to Impel Down to confuse them. "You must wait for me, Ace." Chapter 43. "Brother, I have arrived in the 6th level of Impel Down." Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of Lorling's true whereabouts. His absence made them hesitant to act. Remaining here would only invite death. Once the Battle of Marineford concluded, they would be besieged by the Marine Admirals. Barrett stepped forward, resolved to no longer wait, that a door appeared in the wall. Seeking death, he unleashed a Haki-infused punch, pursuing the exit. Draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. Blackbeard recognized this as Lorling's deliberate ploy, yet he could not afford further delays. Otherwise, the ambitious crowd behind him would surely turn on one another. "Let us go." Without a second thought, he charged forward, regardless of the impending chaos. Outside Impel Down, upon a wooden raft ship, Lorling awaited with crossed arms, biding his time. The specter lingers. Teach leaped down with his crew, surrounding him for an assault. The Blackbeard pirates united to destroy the Demon King. A mighty azure dragon roared to the heavens, its back laden with numerous members of the Beast Pirates. Brother Kaido. Might this not tarnish your reputation? Jin expressed concern over the potential damage to Kaido's dignity. The ship is too slow. If I say it can be done, then it can. Kaido's tail swung violently, seemingly on the verge of taking flight. Suddenly, it felt as if an immense force was anchoring it down. The beast's pirates turned to look, only to see Luo Ling soaring through the air. Holding on tenaciously mid-flight, Barrett struck Luo Ling, propelling towards Kaido's back. Who do you think you are, daring to stand on the back of Kaido-sama? Jack, filled with fury, drew his twin blades, ready to strike. However, Quinn intercepted him, asserting that this was a matter for the captain, and it was not for mere subordinates to meddle. You solitary wretch, shouldn't your alliance have fractured the moment you left Impel Down? Kaido realized that, given Barrett's disposition, their alliance would inevitably dissolve upon leaving Impel Down. This man, like Red Count, trusted no one. Yes, he said, we must hasten to Marineford. Barrett offered no explanation, turning his gaze to the two Luo Lings. Then glancing at the one entangled with the Blackbeard pirates on the SENIT, it appeared that all three were merely manifestations of his devil fruit powers. Your subordinates are no match for them. Kaido, so focus on your journey. He shifted slightly, and at the moment of his disappearance, he reappeared before Luo Ling, his fist enveloped in an overwhelming conqueror's haki. Swish! The Azure Dragon understood the implication. Barrett was in a rush and could not afford to deal with Luo Ling's manifestations. The calamities would be unable to subdue them, at best achieving a stalemate. Barrett had effectively purchased himself a ticket to the voyage. Dealing with the manifestations would take no more than 10 minutes. Yet they could not impede the monstrous advance towards Marineford. The sea began to churn violently. The Blackbeard pirates had successfully eliminated the lurking threats. The makeshift ships departed from the waters of Impel Down. The old man has made his move. Teach cackled maniacally, reveling in a magnificent power that was soon to be his. Boss, I want Luo Ling's door fruit. Beggars, wounded yet defiant, continued to provoke. It was suspected he possessed at least 2 devil fruits. Who would claim the other? The drunkard burped, causing everyone's eyes to light up. What a jest! Who wouldn't desire that unparalleled power? Let us set sail, lads. Ha! Blackbeard envisioned the moment he would seize the tremor fruit, claiming dominion over the world 10 minutes earlier at Marineford. The war on the summit had reached a fever pitch. Luffy and his companions burst on a battlefield, beginning their onslaught. In a critical moment, the conqueror's haki overwhelmed the execution soldiers. Thus far, it seemed little had changed. As the two brothers emerged from the flames, Whitebeard was gravely injured. Akainu, employing psychological tactics, sought to retain Ace. The Whitebeard pirates were steadily retreating, and Luffy collapsed to the ground. The wicked must perish. You remnants of the old era. What right do you have to live and commit atrocities? Molten lava dripped to the ground, melting stone and corpses alike. Die, son of a dragon. Straw Hat Luffy. If that punch landed, it could rupture even the sun god. Ace. Luffy turned, but Akainu's attack came too swiftly for him to react. Only his brother Ace could wield such speed. Flames surged towards him. He could have transformed into fire and hidden his true form. But to block that punch, he had to be corporeal. Otherwise, it would be his brother who was pierced. As the elder brother, how could he not risk his life to shield him? In that instant, the molten lava radiated intense heat, the fist drawing perilously close, unstoppable. Ace enveloped himself in armament haki, yet he knew he could not withstand that blow. That a memory flashed in his mind. When he was young, Luo Ling had told him more than once to train in haki, to grow strong enough. Over the years, his armament haki had reached a high level, capable of enveloping his entire body. However, since acquiring the flame fruit, he had devoted more energy to developing his observation haki. This moment, no amount of observation haki could allow him to evade a man. There are some things one must withstand with fortitude. Brother, he felt no regret, only a realization that he had failed to honor Luo Ling's teachings. If only his armament haki were strong enough to advance further, perhaps he could survive to see him again. In this world, only that young man could make him willingly call out brother. Swish! A tempest erupted as the punch seared Ace's back at a massive circular air door, twice the size of the fist. opened. With that punch unleashed, a gaping hole appeared behind Akainu. "Brother is here," Luo Ling gasped, bursting through the door, and scarcely a second after he appeared in view, a figure dashed forth like a shooting star, suddenly halting beside Akainu. Clad in a long trench coat, one hand wielded a steel pipe while the other morphed into a dragon claw, his awakened armament haki converging as he launched an assault. A legion of lost souls. Akainu, in a swift turn, parried the strike, his rage boiling over. What you are thwarting is an execution that could suppress an entire era of pirates. Do you have any idea how many innocents will perish because of this? How dare you still call yourselves the Marines? Sakazuki's chest heaved, unable to contain his indignation against the righteousness behind him. Hellhound! This punch was faster than that in Wano, aimed squarely at Luo Ling, who had just landed and was still regaining his footing. Luo Ling's expression shifted, his palm taking on a claw-like form as he executed Fishman karate, summoning a colossal wave of seawater, coalescing into the shape of a dragon's head. He launched it without hesitation. Dragon King. Boom! The sea surged relentlessly, evaporating under the scorching heat, yet the seawater Luo Ling expelled only multiplied, its speed increasing. Akainu faced the brunt of the punch, and Luo Ling's stored seawater was utterly consumed. The tidal fruit could control and devour water. He had seized the opportunity to store seawater while attacking Kaido and others in Impel Down. Little did he expect that Akainu's Hellhound would obliterate all. It held. The immortal bird Marco turned around. The previous scene had been astounding. Ace and Luffy had nearly perished at Akainu's hands. What manner of monster was that? The left and right arms of the GM army? What was their connection to Fire Fist Ace? Don Quixote da Flamingo reveled in his own delight, controlling a throng of pirates and marines with threads. There he was again, that man who always stood at the eye of the storm. Kizaru turned to look, casually kicking a Whitebeard pirate away to vent his frustration. "Can you withstand, Hellhound?" Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, clearly astonished by the outcome. Grrrra! Whitebeard was invigorated, though nearing death. He was elated to witness this moment. "Sons, set forth into the sea. This is your era." His muscles tensed, curving into an arc as he struck the air. A resounding crack echoed. Marineford shook violently, the sea engulfing all. Chapter 44. The war on the summit begins on the three admirals' chairs. The white-haired elder remained silent, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Ace was saved. The four foolish children had gathered. As their grandfather, he should be delighted. Ace was saved. The weight of justice bore down on him, suffocating. Should he take action? He gritted his teeth, the change in his gaze obscured. His longtime comrade, Sengoku, stepped down from the stone platform alongside him. The spirits of the once deflated Marines surged once more. Kapu. Sengoku is making his move, yet the main commander of the pirates, Whitebeard, remained grievously wounded. The battle had not ceased. They must continue fighting, unafraid, for the justice they bore was the hope of countless souls. Sengoku transformed into a great Buddha, radiating brilliant golden light. Each word he uttered seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, stirring the hearts of all that we have faced formidable foes before. The Pirate King, the Gold Lion. The Red Count, justice knows no fear. Fight to the end, Marines. Kapu, however, remained silent. He did not strike Whitebeard. Merely by standing there, no pirate dared to approach. For 30 years, it was not justice that shaped Kapu. It was this old man and his friends who upheld justice. Gurura, are we all destined to part ways? Sengoku, Kapu, Whitebeard grasped the air as if tearing apart the heavens and earth. Marineford tilted as if to collapse. They were not merely fighting, they were bidding farewell. Perhaps, since the battle at God Valley, they had become like-minded, both adversaries and allies. You little wretches, if you wish to commit atrocities, you shall have to step over my dead body. Kapu stood with arms crossed, bellowing at all the pirates and his four brothers. The four who had already fled were overjoyed, and no matter what, the old man would never strike against them. The earth trembled. Luffy had exhausted all his strength. Utterly drained. Sabo, you're still alive? Bang! Luo Ling delivered a punch. Fool, how dare you join the war on the summit in such a weak state? Ace helped Luffy up, smiling without uttering a word. Bang! Luo Ling punched each of them again. And you? Ace, if you don't properly train your armament hockey, will you still throw your life away in such a situation? Sabo, I told you to set out earlier. Had I not been delayed, you would be preparing to fight for your life against a Kainu to save Luffy. Lo Ling, filled with frustration akin to the feeling of iron that cannot be forged into steel, yearned to give those three a sound thrashing. In truth, they had longed to laugh and weep with joy at their reunion. Yet, this battle offered no such opportunity. Just a moment. Lo Ling positioned himself before Luffy and Ace as the Hourglass began to analyze. Extracting a plethora of attributes. Health 10, 000, Health 3, 800, Anger 3, for 06, Hatred 6, 000, Fear 7, 034, Pain 4, 380, Health 3, 80. Fourth, the analysis of the Hourglass was complete. Marineford was awash with various bubbles. Should he extract? Extract. Lo Ling siphoned the exhausted bubbles from Ace and Luffy, infusing them with health and fighting spirit that was larger than their own heads, that I feel my stamina recovering at an accelerated pace. Ace, who had been wounded in his previous battle with Blackbeard, began to sense a comforting warmth as his body accelerated its healing. Lo Ling, I no longer feel pain, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, bouncing back to life. You have yet to reach the pinnacle of perfect fusion. While your bodies may recover, it does not mean your haki has returned. Do not overexert yourselves. Lo Ling warned with a serious gaze directed upwards. The execution platform had long since collapsed, reduced to rubble. An elderly man with white hair, resembling a diamond, stepped forth. Hundreds of warships appeared on the horizon. The world government, someone gasped. This battle was not merely a conflict with the Navy, but even the world government had taken precautions in advance. Ironbone Kong, Whitebeard recognized this man, who had remained hidden behind Sengoku, as the former fleet admiral of the Navy during the era of Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku. The Grand Marshal of the world military. A man standing at the pinnacle of global power, with Sengoku and Garp taking action. Yet another admiral-level force had been added. From the GM army, the Demon King Lo Ling rescued Straw Hat Luffy, and Ironbone Kong had already set sail towards the Grand Line. From the beginning, we have been awaiting your arrival, Lo Ling, Akainu said, his complexion darkening. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and stood beside him. This is Marineford, almost at the center of the world, a symbol of justice. How could we allow you to exploit this opportunity? I intend to leave. You will not be able to detain me. The Whitebeard pirates found it exceedingly difficult to contend with such formidable forces. Garp, Sengoku, Ironbone Kong, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. With these six, regardless of how strong Whitebeard was, he would have to enter standing and leave horizontally. The presence of Lo Ling was tantamount to an additional corpse. Who do you think you are speaking to so audaciously behind the three admirals? Garp's voice resonated solemnly. He had no choice but to act. The weight of justice compelled him forward. Old man, Lo Ling dared not lower his guard, activating his Chi-Tion state, enveloped in swirling mist, using a door to replenish the seawater. Truly admirable are the Navy. Unless all four emperors are present, one cannot hope to withstand them head-on. He spoke as such, yet his fingers snapped nonchalantly. Doors of air materialized above the water and the ice surface. Let us depart. Remaining here will only lead to death. More monsters will soon arrive, and this will become the most terrifying melee in history. Lo Ling approached Whitebeard, expressionless, and directly tossed a health orb towards him. Boy, what have you done? Newgate's voice was low, sensing that Lo Ling's seemingly innocuous push had accelerated his recovery. Soon, a glimmer of incredulity flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, which he quickly masked with his own composure. Even my magma burns can heal, yet my internal organs and face have been reduced to ashes. Health signifies pure life force, as long as the brain and heart endure. One can cling to life and be reborn. The bubbles represent externalized attributes. The weak easily succumb to fear and injury. For the strong, it is much more challenging. Even when injured, they do not fear, and they can halt and lessen their own damage. For instance, the restoration of life is the essence of this state. Thank you for taking care of Ace. I am his elder brother. Ace, it is truly fortunate to have brothers like you. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He had previously doubted anyone could surpass Kaido in vitality. It was only when Lo Ling utilized that miraculous method to heal him that Whitebeard became convinced it was indeed possible. Do not overthink it. This will only aid you in returning to your prior state. Even with recovery, your aging and asthma remain that I can merely alleviate a portion. The health bubbles can restore injuries, whether to organs or nerves. Cells themselves are already aged and diseased that, if only there were youth-restoring and healing bubbles, then one could fundamentally resolve ailments and aging. What he achieved was solely alleviation. Yet that was sufficient. Whitebeard's face rapidly healed, the necrotic flesh from the gaping holes in his insides sloughing off as fresh tissue grew back. All hands retreat. Back to the sea. Newgate bellowed, issuing commands. Ace then led Luffy and Sabo in a cautious retreat. Hurry, old man wants to hold the rear. That is the captain's order. The immortal Marco stood behind his brothers, fending off the Navy's pursuit. Wonderful. Old man will not die, he will not die. Ace laughed loudly. His observation haki having awakened, his senses sharper than ever that Whitebeard's condition was improving, thanks to Lo Ling's power. Sabo also felt a surge of joy. He had been diligently training in martial arts and haki, both at awakening levels. Indeed, the man whose chest had been shattered was nearing recovery, his face restored to its former glory. The strong refrained from engaging in combat. Whether in the camp of Lo Ling and Whitebeard or the Navy, all seemed to be waiting for something. Their commonality lay in the fact that their perception through observation haki far surpassed that of others, and a multitude of monsters have arrived. Whitebeard could not help but smirk. Having been resurrected, Ace saved, he could finally fight with everything he had. No matter what monsters they were, they would taste the might of the Tremor fruit. Levelly had encountered significant issues. Ironbone Kong remarked disgruntledly. We, as old bones, might as well loosen up a bit. Sengoku stood on high alert. The three admirals remained silent, their expressions varied. Suddenly, Garp stepped forward. The crowd followed him as he took that step. It seems you all have been waiting for us. Blackbeard leapt down from above, his crew in tow. The sound of dragons echoed. Figures descended from the sky. Garp, Sengoku, I have missed you dearly. Barrett laughed maniacally. For 20 years, he had been consumed by hatred for Garp. Old man, you're still alive? Kaido surveyed the scene with disdain, transforming into human form that on the icy surface. The 7 warlords of the sea exhibited varying expressions. Terrifying indeed. How many monsters are embroiled in this battle? Doflamingo laughed even louder. Kaido, Moria bared his fangs, itching to turn him into a zombie. It appeared that Kaido was not included in the agreement. Mihawk showed no concern, no matter how formidable. He was merely a blade's edge away. Lo Ling, I feel as if I have seen him before. The Empress delivered a fragrant kick, sending the attacker flying at a myriad of curious gazes converged at ATC level. The Whitebeard pirates commenced a large-scale retreat. The Moby Dick had raised its sails, accelerating its voyage. Ace! Yamato embraced him tightly, filled with joy. Long time no see. Ace swung a punch, inadvertently turning away. They gradually distanced themselves from Marineford. That small island seemed to plunge into a momentary silence. Too quiet, an unusual calm enveloped the scene. It was unclear who first unleashed the Conqueror's haki, but soon, more and more of it surged forth, clashing violently. The largest war in history had begun. Kaido roared with laughter, swinging his club. Let the battle commence. Garp leaped into action, striking at Barrett. The war at the summit had commenced, the grand stage unveiled. If not at the pinnacle, do not enter this realm. Chapter 45, Legend Strike. 3 admirals assault. The winds howled and the sands flew. Elite marine soldiers fell unconscious. Even the naval colonels could not withstand the pressure, involuntarily spewing white foam. The Conqueror's haki was unleashed as if it were free of cost. Block 1, and another would strike. Merely standing upright was enough to be proud. To maintain one's fighting spirit before them was a daunting task indeed. The expressions of the ghost spider were strained. The weasel beside him had already begun to feel dizzy. A major general among the elite of the Navy headquarters, proficient in dual-color haki, he could only exert all his effort to remain conscious before this group of monsters. Truly a horde of terrors, this battle seemed to have little to do with us. Doflamingo seized a long thread, taking the opportunity to attack Moria. Nanny, Doflamingo, why are you attacking me? Moria squawked in a voice reminiscent of a duck. Clinging to a shadow, he had intended to observe the battle, hoping to deliver a finishing blow to Kaido. Shoo! Keep it down, Moria. Those who wish to kill you do not want to draw attention. Doflamingo gestured towards the sky with his eyes. Moria swallowed the shadow in a fit of rage, rising to his feet, genuinely believing that Moonlight Moria was someone who could be bullied by anyone. As they prepared to engage, Mihawk restrained his blade. This battle seemed to trigger something monumental, and he wished to observe earnestly. Remaining here was merely a waste of time. The Whitebeard pirates had retreated, and the Navy had effectively won. Hancock turned on her heel and departed, the ensuing battle no longer bound by any accord. The elderly lady observed the conflict with a detached demeanor, remarking, "Your victory seems utterly devoid of significance." As the chief of staff at the Navy headquarters, Crane possessed an unparalleled clarity regarding the true implications of the current clash that in the distance, a group aboard a vessel was cheering exuberantly. Ivankov and his companions had already retreated alongside small figures like Vaughn and Crocodile, leaving behind none other than a clown Buggy, truly worthy of the title Captain Buggy, who personally stands guard for the Whitebeard pirates. Even from my considerable distance, I could barely remain upright, yet Captain Buggy was soaring through the air. Such greatness! Only Captain Buggy could exhibit such formidable prowess. Little did they know that Buggy's legs were hidden within the ship's cabin. Trembling with fear, he hovered in midair, utterly paralyzed by terror, cursing inwardly. With so many Conqueror's hockey users around, if I don't flee, I shall surely meet my demise. Yet he clutched a live Den Mushi. Broadcasting this scene to the entire world that on screen, the world witnessed Whitebeard, Loring, Kaido, Sengoku, and Barrett unleashing their Conqueror's hockey, tearing Marineford into 5 distinct domains. The 3 admirals and Admiral Akainu stood resolutely beside Sengoku, locked in a standoff against these 4 waves of hockey. Suddenly, an imposing figure emerged. He exuded no hockey whatsoever, with neither armament hockey nor observation hockey perceptible. It was as if hockey held no meaning for him at all. In this moment, if anyone could breach the defenses of one of the hockey wielders, they could unravel the chaos of this grand spectacle. However, it also meant that this individual would be subjected to the most violent onslaught of hockey. He raised his head, his aura billowing his cloak, the word justice resonating powerfully. Whitebeard, soon to be Decay, your Conqueror's hockey has diminished significantly. Loring, a mere child, do not flaunt your meager skills. Kaido, the dregs among dregs. A loser among losers. Barrett, your Conqueror's hockey pales in comparison to Roger's. Those fortunate enough to shelter behind Sengoku felt emboldened by his remarks. He had always relished a carefree battle, unrestrained. Yet, in this moment, his words steadied the hearts of all Navy personnel. The golden, black, blood-red, purple, and white hues of Conqueror's hockey seemed to evaporate around him, as if they were non-existent, a flawless amalgamation of hockey and martial arts. The ultimate essence where body and spirit became indistinguishable. With fists forged through a lifetime of combat, he had once cornered Roger's crew into a dire predicament. He strode unwaveringly toward Barrett, who wore a defiant grin, seemingly confident he could subdue this old man. How acerbic, indeed, old chap, Barrett scoffed, acknowledging that being compared unfavorably to Roger was a valid critique. The elder offered no retort. He was merely an old sailor, unperturbed by being called old man. As long as the word justice still existed in the world, that sufficed. Over 30 years ago, a group had gathered on a certain island in a new world, claiming they could annihilate the world. Kapu, Sengoku bellowed, signaling him to refrain from uttering certain truths, for the time was not yet ripe. Damn it. Kaido realized he referenced the God Valley incident, the monumental event that had introduced him to Roger. Gulalala. Whitebeard laughed heartily. How amusing, is it not? We were all so young back then, yet now we are grizzled and decrepit, like withered wood. Do not be disheartened. Do not cower. Forge ahead and vanquish every foe before you. Regardless of who they may be, whether they are emperors, demons, or great pirates, as long as they are alive, they could be defeated. Kapu's veins bulged as he leaped forward, unleashing his indomitable iron fist toward Barrett. I am in my prime, whereas you're already old. 20 years, Barrett had believed that his painstakingly honed armament haki would surely surpass this elderly figure. He activated his devilish form and confidently countered with a singular punch. In the blink of an eye, Barrett's conqueror's haki was ruthlessly shattered. All waves of haki ceased to impede one another, converging upon Kapu with lethal intent. There was no trace of haki flowing. It was as if every breath he took was inherently imbued with haki. Boom! The thunderous roar rivaled that of a volcanic eruption. Four forces rent the earth asunder, sending debris soaring into a cloud of dust. Then, a towering figure was catapulted like a cannonball, crashing into the concrete and steel, leaving destruction in its wake. The distant structures were reduced to mere ruins. The offspring of the devil cackled madly. Rising to his feet, tilting his head, his gaze filled with palpable apprehension. The strongest marine in history, in the span of over 30 years upon the seas, only the pirate King Roger stood alongside him. Not relying on the powers of a devil fruit, yet occupying the highest echelon through haki, my bones nearly shattered. A smile lingered on Barrett's lips. He felt a sense of satisfaction, for only battling someone of true strength like Kapu could stave off boredom. Amidst the dust, Kapu emerged, unscathed and brimming with vitality. He laughed heartily. Who else wishes to challenge me? Mr. Kapu, Akiji murmured, recognizing that Kapu could never fall. He was the heroic Kapu. Old man. Loring was at a loss for words. Knowing he would soon become the target of Kizaru and Haku. The situation was in constant flux, and no one could predict what would unfold next. Old man, shall we collaborate? Kaido inquired with a grin directed at Whitebeard. Years ago, it was Newgate who had invited Kaido to join the crew in the Hive Island. After all these years, despite their rivalry, they were united against the Navy. Take care of yourself. Whitebeard swung a mighty punch, causing Marineford to tremble once more. Such enviable power. Teach's eyes glimmered with a yearning for the tremor fruit. Legends return, and fate hangs in the balance. Darkness, tremors, magma, ice, and light intertwined in a cataclysmic tableau. Loring found himself encircled by the admirals. The old man's solo display was complete. Now it was time for Loring's battle. Unfazed, he activated his Chi Tian state, and portals to the sea hung suspended in the air. The stabilizing needle, as Loring struck the ground with his golden staff. 13 portals unleashed colossal columns of seawater that he stood within, forming a perfect barrier. The water coalesced into a massive bell, shielding him as it spiraled continuously. He intended to employ the Fishman karate to directly target the ability users. Iron Bone Kong, witnessing Loring for the first time, sent Poison Q flying with a single punch, deducing Loring's intentions. Stay inside. Akiji stepped forward, the chill instantly enveloping the great bell of seawater, transforming it into an ice sculpture. Your actions will hinder my chance to kill him. Akainu smashed a large hole through the ice. You dare face 3 of the Navy's mightiest alone. Such confidence. Fearsome demon Lord Loring. Kizaru, while appearing to jest, gradually grew serious. Are you two perhaps settling personal scores? Loring, not one to act honorably, chuckled and snapped his fingers. The seawater bell was merely a facade. The door beneath the bell was his true weapon. It was a circular portal with a radius of 50 meters. Gentlemen, good luck. Before his words could fade, torrents of seawater surged skyward. A miscalculation. Akiji exhaled frigid air, hastily condensing ice, yet the swift currents of seawater ascended too rapidly to be frozen. They may be above us, but let's engage first. Loring grinned mischievously, controlling the seawater that danced around his arms and fingers. The energy surged and erupted. Dragon Emperor, violent ice bird. The sea dragon roared, and the ice bird screeched. Chapter 46, Super Synthesis, Fruit Fusion. The ice bird soared, transforming into a cold wind that swept across the ground. The water dragon spiraled into the air, infused with haki. When the two forces collided, the water dragon, which should have been frozen, broke through the icy barrier due to the haki's protection. Akiji's ice specialized in freezing and slowing down foes, seemingly trivial, yet in the fray of the powerful. A single encounter could shift the tide of battle. Loring commanded the water dragon to charge forth, leveraging its agility for relentless acceleration. Break. The water dragon slashed with its claws, seeming to attack at the peak of its power, altering the situation. Can you see my ice bird cannot attack freely? Akiji recognized Loring's haki was sufficiently potent to stave off the icy assault. Rather than squander time, he opted for a self-resolution. Shatter, at his command, the ice bird fragmented, emitting a wretched cry, as thousands of ice feathers, sharp as blades, rained down. The piercing ice blades penetrated every crevice of the water dragon's scales, as the seawater flowed unceasingly. The haki too flowed, its coverage vast, and the fleeting openings lay therein. The penetrating ice blades rapidly froze the water dragon, causing the agile creature to halt abruptly, shattering into a swirling tempest of frost. Ice was not merely a means of freezing. Personal development was the essence of the devil fruit's true power. Luo Ling was also pleasantly surprised. Akiji's attacks were not solely reliant on elemental essence. This added an element of delight to the battle. The hourglass began to analyze. Characters detected: Whitebeard, Sengoku, Akiji, and Iron Skeleton Kong. The great Buddha descends, as one challenges Blackbeard alone. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, great Buddha form. Sengoku strikes, gathering shockwaves at the tip of his fist, delivering a blow that causes Blackbeard to spit forth dark blood. Sengoku, the Buddha of war, lives up to his name. Blackbeard, enduring the pain, swiftly expands his dark domain like flowing water across the ground. Even as the two engage in battle face to face, it is still Blackbeard lurking in the shadows, while Sengoku stands in the light. The dark fruit hold an advantage over the devil fruit users. This is his edge. Whitebeard finds himself in a dire situation, as the Blackbeard pirates and the Beast pirates, aside from their vice captains, surround Newgate to eliminate him. They continuously fire their weapons, leveraging their distance for long-range attacks, or executing multiple close-range assaults simultaneously. Jack, are you going to make your move? Queen exhaled a ring of smoke, looking disdainful. Whitebeard, just an old man. Of course, brother Queen, who do you think I am? Jack transformed into his beast form. Wielding dual blades like crescent moons, his appearance peculiar. How could the King of the Seas fear a mere man labeled as the world's strongest? At this moment, Jin and Reizo stood before Iron Skeleton Kong, both relying on speed, determined to capture the supreme commander of the world army. I see, I've been underestimated. Iron Skeleton Kong smirked, concealing his true abilities, as these young ones truly believed they could look down upon him. The battle erupted simultaneously. The surging sea currents from Marineford soared into the sky, eliciting varied expressions from several pirate ships lurking in the distance. Lord Luo Ling, why would he ally with Whitebeard? Kid pondered this unusual combination. Ace's brother. He naturally had to provide support from the rear. Killer, arms crossed, calmly analyzed the shifting dynamics of the battle. Meanwhile, in a submarine, Law maintained his aloof persona. This battle is sufficient to overturn the world. The victor will redefine the dynamics of the sea. On the opposite side of the sea, the gluttonous Bonnie sat on an oak barrel, devouring roasted meat. It's him again, always in peril. Does he think anyone would worry? Captain, you seem quite anxious since Luo Ling's appearance. Even your eating has slowed down. The crew members exclaimed in a panic. Shut up. He won't die. Set sail. We must not be caught in this. The World Army's warships are closing in. The Supernovas' pirate ships also turned away from the area. Analysis successful. Synthesizing in progress. The number of important figures is excessive, triggering a supersynthesis. Perfect supersynthesis, initiating fruit fusion. Fruit fusion perfectly merges the powers of all devil fruits to the highest level achieved so far, requiring a singular fruit with multiple abilities such as Qi Tian form, Tian Peng form, Wan Lian form, Jin Shan form, Neza form, Erlang Shin form, Great Buddha form. Successful fusion can further amplify the fruit's potential, allowing for perfect compatibility of abilities. Luo Ling thought to himself, isn't this just perfect? I happen to possess two of them. Shall we fuse? Fusion. As he spoke, the hourglass emitted a stream of golden sand. Flowing like the passage of time, the IT seeped into Luo Ling's skin, and he felt the devil genes within him repelling each other, only to soon synchronize perfectly. This was the excavation of the devil fruit's potential. Golden light erupted in Luo Ling's eyes as golden patterns enveloped his entire body. From the mist-shrouded red robe, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted. Tian Peng, the commander of the Galaxy Water Army, possesses wings and traverses weak waters. The phoenix wing purple gold crown extended once more, growing more than twice its size. The sea-stabilizing divine needle in his hand transformed seamlessly into a nine-toothed rake with a mere thought. My highest developed level is the Chi Tian fruit. After fusion, the MNMN fruit and Tianpeng fruit have also ascended to mid-level awakening. Luo Ling marveled at the unbelievable transformation. Ordinary individuals cannot consume multiple devil fruits due to the repulsion between the devil genes and human DNA. If a perfect fusion were achieved, one's body could extend even further. The mythical beast fruit is indeed unique. Only the mythical beast fruit possesses various extraordinary abilities, allowing it to perfectly merge with other devil fruits. Luo Ling exclaimed in delight as, in the brief moment of fruit fusion, Aokiji had already thrown 2 ice spears, charging forth like a raging tide. How marvelous! He felt he could accomplish anything strange. As the ice spears approached, his wings grew threefold, enveloping Luo Ling within, allowing him to hover in mid-air. The wings were indestructible. No matter how swift the ice spears, or how potent their freezing ability, not a single feather was disturbed. The nine-toothed rake and Tian Peng wings, controlling water and devouring, were among the primary abilities following the mid-level awakening of the Tian Peng fruit. Is this what the intelligence refers to as your suspected third devil fruit? A chill brushed against his cheek, slightly freezing before returning to normal. Aokiji's expression remained unchanged, hands in his pockets. His observation haki had sensed those 2 individuals. What do you think? Luo Ling understood that the so-called intelligence likely referred to Onigashima in Wano country, where CP0 had previously infiltrated, defining Luo Ling's ability to recover from injuries during the battle with Kaido as a third devil fruit would not escape the observation of Aokiji. A Marine Admiral, the fusion of Tian Peng's wings was designated as the third devil fruit. Luo Ling was also pleased, as the hourglass was mistaken for the Tian Peng fruit, which bore no adverse effect on him. Heavenly Cloud Sword, Inugami Red Lotus. The light sword transformed into a straight line in the hands of the fastest man in the world. Beside him, a massive lava dog head gaped wide to bite. Can you even hit me? Luo Ling did not evade. After the perfect fusion of the M and MN fruit, it had become part of his being. The light sword swept from his waist. As the dog head clamped onto his shoulder, he remained unfazed, as the struck area simply opened up, not elementalized, nor wounded. It was as though a fruit capable of fragmentation had directly created an opening. The door could open at any part of his body, allowing him to become a gateway himself. The surging sea currents were then violently obliterated by flashes of light and lava, as that massive circular door vanished along with them. Has he grown even stronger? Kizaru clicked his tongue, feeling quite irked. Do these young ones possess limitless potential? Is the mythical beast fruit truly so unrestrained? Akainu cursed. You and I, who among us is truly the natural type? Chapter 47. Fleeting Opportunity. How splendid, how many powerful secrets still lie in this world. Luo Ling initially believed that after perfect fusion, his physique, haki, and skills would reach the pinnacle of strength. However, he realized that individuals possessing multiple devil fruits are exceedingly rare. Those with unique capabilities or mutated constitutions, like Luo Ling and Blackbeard teach, emerge only once in a century. Moreover, having consumed a mythical beast fruit and reached an awakened state was an exceptionally stringent condition. Only upon fulfilling all requirements could one attempt perfect fusion. How marvelous! Luo Ling drew a circle, attempting to invoke the surging sea currents once more. That I shall not grant you this opportunity. Akainu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, itching to swallow Luo Ling whole. Next, I shall not give you any leeway. Kizaru, with hands in his pockets, appeared leisurely, yet his demeanor was unprecedentedly relaxed. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I do not exist? Kaido guffawed, guzzling down large gulps of liquor. With a smash of the wine jug, he declared, "What a lively affair! War is but a banquet. Power equates to status. Before you capture Newgate, you Marine Admirals should step aside." Thunderous 8 trigrams. Lightning flashed and crackled around his kanabo. Kaido wielded the club like a blade, his steps swift as the wind, as thunder roared into being. Damn it. Borisolino, this child poses a great danger. He must be eliminated. Fear not, Sakazuki. Just as Akainu made his move, Kizaru turned and delivered a kick toward Luo Ling. Impressive strength. Kaido praised, transforming into his dragon form, recognizing the need to show adequate respect in battle against the admirals and the 4 emperors. Akainu blocked the strike, feeling no pride in the accomplishment. Instead, his anger surged and his temperature climbed. Oh, you remember? Of course. Kaido's body ignited in flames, the temperature rising in tandem, as he was enveloped by a colossal fire dragon. The blazing dragon, the dragon's horns and head entwined with Conqueror's haki and armament haki. The massive fire dragon loomed over Marineford. None could have anticipated that the first to strike would be the beast Kaido, who drank alone. The fire god. Akainu's molten magma churned, flowing like the sea, until it transformed into a lava giant identical to Sakazuki. Boom! The two clashed with dragon claws and fists, battling fiercely in a scorching melee. The fierce confrontation of heat. Who would emerge stronger, the dragon or the giant? At Marineford, along the coast, Kaido's battle with Sakazuki was legendary. Did he learn this technique afterward? Kizaru mused, pouting as hundreds of laser kicks were unleashed in the blink of an eye. Luo Ling, empowered by his fiery eyes and nimbus cloud, kicked faster and faster, blocking each one. The 2 monstrous figures, the Marine Admiral and the Emperor of the Sea, appeared as if they had never crossed paths before. Ah, the sea is truly heartless. It easily forgets everything. Shinji took a single step. The area within 100 meters transformed into a slick, icy surface. Luo Ling's body was frozen in a heartbeat. And Huang Yuan seized the opportunity to deliver a kick that could shatter him into fragments. That a commendable coordination. Indeed, Admiral. Crack! Ice shards fell to the ground as wings unfurled. Luo Ling executed a side attack, morphing the Rui Jingu Bang into a 9-toothed rake, piercing Huang Yuan with 9 holes. That was perilously close. He almost lost his kidneys. By the time Huang Yuan materialized, he had already impeded Luo Ling for a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, Qingji launched a flying kick. All admirals possessed long legs, and this attack carried a chilling intensity. Dragon claw breath of the dragon. His 5 fingers struck the ground. Qingji's right leg shattered like a spider's web. Ice fragments scattering in the air, refracting sunlight. Whoosh! A domineering aura, akin to a dragon, surged forth from his right leg, attempting to wreak further havoc. The breath of the dragon was indeed arcane. As Qingji landed, his right leg regenerated once more. Elementalization in advance. Luo Ling was astonished. Truly, he was worthy of being a Logia user. Even Ace had deviated, developing an awakened level of observation haki. He was more intrigued by the magnitude of the battle between Kaido and Akainu, which had led to the creation of such a formidable awakened technique as the Fire Dragon Torch. The difference lay in Kaido's comprehensive development across physical combat, armament haki, and conqueror's haki, leaving no weaknesses. The admirals displayed certain biases in their haki, which was inevitable. After all, even their teacher, Zephyr, had remarked on the excessive reliance on devil fruits. How troublesome! Luo Ling understood that confrontations between powerful beings, especially in such grand melees, would never be prolonged. He steadied his breath, wielding the sea stabilizing needle, while an air gate opened beneath his feet, causing the seawater to surge upward. The admirals had made their move. How could they continue to trifle about? Gate, the youth shouted, and myriad gates appeared on the ground, in the air, and atop towering buildings. Upon opening, hundreds of currents converged, swirling in the air like a sea dragon, merging beneath his feet, standing upon the waves. Devouring the heavens and the earth, the great sage equal to heaven wreaks havoc in the dragon palace, and the sea-stabilizing needle commands the universe. The spectacle was no less formidable than the clash between Akainu and Kaido. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Huang Yuan conceived a plan. Ever since the battle at Sorbet Archipelago, he had been tirelessly studying their previous encounter with Luo Ling. He finally devised a true countermeasure against Luo Ling. That was to avoid entanglement and combat. instead engaging solely through the speed of light. The more flamboyant the techniques, the more futile they became in the presence of Luo Ling Kazan. Do not hold back. Use no techniques, attack with all your might. Huang Yuan chuckled. This was the best method to contend with Luo Ling faced with it being more comprehensive than Kaido. Any flashy technique would be superfluous. It was better to raise the temperature to the maximum, like a canoe, merging everything, even causing Haki to burn through with a significant hole. Why did Luo Ling always evade the Hellhound? Even when countering, he needed to swallow enough seawater in advance. It was simple. Without sufficient specificity and preparation, if he were struck by the Hellhound, his body would still suffer grievous wounds. Huang Yuan transformed into a mass of light, indistinct and devoid of a substantial form. Like the 8-foot-long jade hook, a rhomboid GNIT appeared to hover in place, yet was in constant, rapid rotation. Understood. Qingji replied, taking a breath, ceasing to use any techniques. The cold air incessantly eroded, rapidly freezing the seawater, which then merged with the new currents. Becoming part of the ocean, he no longer employed any techniques to attack, but unleashed his chilling aura with all his might. The temperature plummeted, and the speed of the seawater's impact gradually slowed, wildly freezing towards the gate of seawater. Absolute zero encapsulated hundreds of sea dragons within mere breaths, transforming them into ice sculptures of the world. The grand move had been frozen. Luo Ling felt a pang of regret, having already accelerated to his peak. In the mouths of the powerful, no truth exists. Whoosh! Huang Yuan morphed into a jade shuttle, racing towards him at blinding speed. Shadow clone technique. Protective incantation. 36 clones appeared before Luo Ling, activating the protective incantation. None could withstand the luminous gem, all succumbing to its purging annihilation, until the last one was pierced through the chest. No evasion. The speed was too rapid. Huang Yuan poured forth all his energy, devoid of any grandiose techniques. Fortunately, he was not arrogant. Caution is always prudent. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Ling manifested behind the luminous gem, striking with a club. The gem was sent flying, transforming into a humanoid form, revealing Huang Yuan. Initially, the clones served as his misdirection, while the gathering sea dragons were merely for show. Only through the clever use of abilities and a true sneak attack could one achieve results. It is said that for a swordsman to strike from behind is a disgrace. Qingji hesitated not for an instant. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. The cold air surged forth, delivering a kick. This kick would unleash absolute zero from a single point, permeating through Haki, directly encasing Luo Ling in ice, shattering his internal organs and blood vessels. Am I not a swordsman? Luo Ling pivoted, evading the attack while swiftly swinging his club. In that instant, Qingji had already arrived. Everything unfolded at a speed imperceptible to the naked as he jested. He had indeed been struck by Qingji's kick. The cold was chilling. The kick landed in the vicinity of his heart, slowing even the rhythm of his heartbeat. Luo Ling paused for a single breath. The air he exhaled was already frigid. This kick cost me 1/5 of my stamina, truly worthy of the title of Demon Lord. Qingji exhaled a breath of cold air, his fist already poised to strike. Underestimating the admirals was a grave mistake. Just as he steadied himself, the ice dragon beneath him suddenly shattered. The earth, the sky, the ocean, everything trembled. One wave had not yet settled when another arose. Whitebeard was unleashed. Chapter 48. The giant that shocked the world. Grrrra! A bunch of little devils dare to trouble me. An old ghost, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, spread his arms wide and suddenly clasped them. The sound of shattering echoed. The ocean fractured into countless pieces, surging upward, the waves towering hundreds of meters high, threatening to engulf Marineford. Above the firmament, the clouds ruptured into a vast net, descending and nearly suffocating all beneath. The center of the world, Marineford, trembled into dozens of fragments, seawater gushing through the crevices, stirring the hearts of all present. Bai coughed up a mouthful of black blood, feeling as though all his internal organs were irreparably damaged. His eyes tinged crimson, and as his pupils widened, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, looking beneath Whitebeard's feet. The black Luo Ling gradually regained his composure, plummeting rapidly. Fortunately, he had salvaged his life. Had he not healed Whitebeard to his old, peak condition back then, he would have likely faced peril. Whoosh! A radiant orb descended from the heavens as Kizaru surged forth once more. Even with Akiji momentarily out of the fray, Kizaru's follow-up strike remained a threat. Though the admirals appeared discordant, when they united, their combat prowess multiplied exponentially. Had you arrived a tad earlier, my demise would have been inevitable. Luo Ling smiled as he fell into the abyss, witnessing doors swinging open in response. His figure vanished accordingly. He must not be granted any opportunity. Kizaru steadied himself, harboring a hint of regret. He had sustained injuries. Even for a Zoan type, recovery required time, his heart freezing at its very core. Akiji coldly remarked, "It seems you all have quite the leisure." His voice resonated like a bell, imbued with the gravitas only a life steeped in experience could possess. A horizontal slash came forth, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. The two admirals were instantly cleaved in half. Yet in the next moment, they successfully healed, having preemptively elementalized to evade their corporeal forms. Whitebeard, you have ultimately aged. Your speed is decidedly inferior. Akiji's astute observation struck true, as it was indeed a fact. Were it Luo Ling wielding that blade, it would have been executed at a far swifter pace. Denying age is futile. Your years are evident, compounded by the asthma afflicting you, akin to that of Zifa, that I genuinely hope you remain unhealed until your final breath. Kizaru articulated these terrifying words with a remarkably tranquil tone. The blade retracted and Whitebeard exhibited no trace of fury. Words, too, serve as a weapon in battle. Akainu and Sengoku excelled in this art. One in provocation, the other in morale boosting. The younglings are quite loquacious, reveling in conversing with an old man like me. Why not converse in hell instead? The intent to shatter coalesced at the tip of his fist. He unleashed his utmost strength in a single punch, prompting Akiji to deftly evade in another direction with apparent ease. Laser kick! Kizaru soared into the air, executing a kick, forcing Whitebeard to raise his hand in defense, while Akiji mirrored with a flying kick from the opposite direction. Whitebeard, aged and burdened by injuries, could hardly match the speed of these two admirals at their peak. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. The admirals and the Yonko are all top-tier combatants, far superior to their vice-admirals. The recent encounter had swept away the elite of the Blackbeard pirates and the Beast pirates, revealing them to be merely mediocre. Even the calamities, save for Ashura, were but third-rate before the Yonko. Is it truly necessary for two hulking figures to bully an old man? As Luo Ling's voice emerged, a look of recognition appeared on Akiji and Kizaru's faces, as if they had anticipated his arrival. I have grown weary of schemes. Had my strength been a shade greater, I would never waste time with your convoluted tactics. Luo Ling materialized, exhaling a breath of frigid air. Fortunately, I could devour all that exists. It took considerable time to digest your coldness. He seemed to jest, yet his hands were already forming seals. Law of heaven and earth. His physique expanded continuously, towering until he matched the height of Akinu's magma giant, and still did not cease. Was he not merely presenting himself as a target? Kizaru found Luo Ling's maneuver utterly incomprehensible. Relying on sheer size, he unwittingly invited his own hardship. Akiji concurred with this assessment. However, the most perplexing revelation was the emergence of yet another giant. He absorbed many of Marineford's structures into his being, radiating a blue luminescence. Fusion, Barrett's fusion fruit. The three giants nearly occupied the entirety of Marineford. This the true power of the world's strongest. Those watching the live broadcast could scarcely believe their eyes. Despite being human, how could the disparity be so absurd? Chapter 49. Learning the Iron Fist of Love. The three titans stood firm and imposing. Merely a glance filled onlookers with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon the sea, Buggy was rendered speechless, raising his transponder snail to broadcast the spectacle. How terrifying! Is this the power of peak strength? With ease, they could annihilate the world. Unlike me, who can only feel pity for Captain. Look, Captain Buggy remains undaunted even now. It's remarkable. How strong must he be, enduring such trials to possess such an unyielding heart? I am nearly in tears. It is my honor to pursue Captain Buggy in this life." The fear of the crowd swiftly transformed into jubilant cheers. Nanny, Buggy had intended to flee, yet fear paralyzed him, rendering him motionless in mid-air. He thought to himself, how terrifying, regardless of the Yonko, Barrett, or the Admirals. One should remain cautious when confronting such monsters. How frightful. Marineford. This battle had devolved into a brutal melee. The dragon coiled, flames clashing against the fire giant. A massive club swung down. Despite its size, its speed had diminished considerably, allowing Kizaru and Aokiji to seize the opportunity to evade. Just as they intended to retreat, Whitebeard capitalized on the moment, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Consequently, Aokiji and Kizaru had no choice but to both counterattack and evade. "Have you noticed?" Aokiji calmly spoke. Indeed, Kizaru nodded. Through their encounters, they discerned that the one employing the law of heaven and earth was not the true Luo Ling. This individual had merely utilized a clone technique, sacrificing the use of a single clone to wield 1/3 of his original strength. His true self was likely concealed somewhere within Marineford, biding his time. Why would such a cunning individual choose to become a pirate? Aokiji cursed, exasperated by the prospect of battling such a frustrating opponent. He is not a pirate. Kizaru, having revealed himself, shared the same dissatisfaction. Ironbone Kong sent ranged Shiryu, flying with a single punch. The latter staggering several steps before collapsing amidst the ruins, struggling to rise. Even as thunder rumbled in the distance, he grasped Ashura, whose flames for healing surged wildly, but were continually repelled by Ironbone Kong's haki, ultimately discarded onto the ground. Ultimately, the disparity remained far too vast. Ironbone Kong assessed calmly before turning to the nearby Sengoku, who unleashed wave after wave of shockwaves. Teach spat out a mouthful of black blood, yet still endured the agony. Sengoku's expression was grim, his emotions inscrutable. "Do you think this is a place for your arrogance? To act recklessly in Marineford? Even if you are a legend, you shall still fall. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of worthless fools relying on their devil fruits. Imagine how dull Marineford would be without them." Blackbeard spread his arms wide, laughter growing louder. He had prepared for this from the onset of the battle. Even if the entire Blackbeard pirates were defeated, not a single obstacle would impede him. Time and again, he was battered by Sengoku, yet remained undeterred. Finally, at this moment, all darkness intertwined to create the perfect net of heaven and earth. Dark hole, realm of darkness, beneath Marineford, the essence of darkness erupted. "You fiend!" The expressions of Ironbone Kong and Sengoku shifted. Blackbeard had spread the powers of his fruit throughout the entire island. While the dark fruit possessed the powers of darkness and gravity, it could also mimic the effects of sea prism stone, hidden beneath Marineford and intertwined with the sea, entirely undetectable. Devour it all. Let this world become more intriguing. Boom! Marineford collapsed as the realm of darkness erupted, enveloping all ability users, the overwhelming gravity releasing without discrimination. The control of his fruit was akin to that of sea prism stone. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, his polearm firmly planted on the ground. Grounding his stance, "You dare!" Sengoku launched a punch directly at Blackbeard, and if you don't act soon, you might just be killed. Blackbeard laughed, blood staining the corners of his mouth. His laughter grew increasingly deranged, even as he excitedly raised his arms. Intensifying the realm of darkness, the shadows engulfed Luo Ling. Just as the world was about to plunge into oblivion, a lithe figure leaped forth. "Garp, I have awaited this punch for 20 years. Barrett remained in his giant form, in a massive bullet shape. The perfect fusion of haki, fruit, and martial arts unleashed a cataclysmic punch. He could not believe that such an all-out effort, even with the power of his fruit, would be insufficient to vanquish Garp. "You, an old man who has lived for decades, what give you the right to dominate the seas for so long? In an era filled with heroes, this age should be named after Barrett. Spare me your self-deceiving rhetoric." Garp leaped high, his form diminutive compared to even a single finger of Barrett in his fused state. "You brat, your tricks cannot deceive the monsters of Marineford," he bellowed. "Regardless of where you hide, remember this well. All swordsmanship, martial arts, and marksmanship are mere techniques. The 3 types of haki are all haki. Do not hesitate. Make your most instinctual judgment and unleash that punch. Without technique, without hockey, infuse your love for justice, love for freedom, love for ambition, love for dreams. That is the true iron fist of love, the iron fist of love. Upon hearing Garp's words, a figure emerged slowly from the ruins. It was none other than the true Luo Ling, who had concealed himself after employing the clone technique. Old man. Every word he spoke was etched in Luo Ling's heart, attentively observing each detail of his attacks. This may very well be the mightiest fist on earth. As Barrett's colossal fist thundered forward, Garp bellowed and retaliated with a punch of his own. That minuscule fist was scarcely comparable to a speck of dust. The overwhelming force, as formidable as a mountain, remained motionless. It was as if the white-haired elder embodied the very essence of justice in this world. Crack, snap, from the point of impact of Garp's punch. Fissures began to form on Barrett's fused fist, extending relentlessly to his shoulder, abdomen, head, and feet. None were spared. True and absolute power requires no embellishment. Garp descended, and the shattered structures plummeted from above. Barrett rolled his eyes. Unable to believe the unfolding events, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, forcing his eyes to refocus, extending a hand in defiance, exclaiming, "Why must I face such inexplicable defeat again? What reason could there possibly be?" Where Garp landed was precisely where Loring stood. I had already said, "You are incomparable to Roger." Before he could finish his sentence, Barrett rolled his eyes and fell silent. "Have you learned your lesson, you insolent brat?" Garp's punch reinvigorated the Marines of Marineford, many of whom were gravely injured yet still attempted to join the fray, only to meet with failure. An aura of darkness enveloped Marineford. Shrouding the sky, the flaming dragon clashed with the giant, determined to fight to the bitter end. The darkness descending. Garp remarked with a smile, unperturbed, "Dawn shall inevitably arrive." Loring gazed at the sky with a smile. This time, it was Kaido's turn, and Akainu unleashed his full power. On the vast sea, Marineford had become a black sun, collapsing, compressing, and unleashing an immense gravitational force in an instant. Tear everything apart. Chapter 50. The Domain of Darkness. An endless sea of flames. What is this power? Buggy drifted upon the sea aboard a warship, unable to navigate due to the monstrous waves stirred by the relentless battles. The darkness consumed Marineford. What transpired within? The transponder snails had lost their utility, rendering the true situation invisible. Those watching the live broadcast worldwide were filled with trepidation. Can they win? Will the Marines prevail? They had never experienced such profound dread. On a certain summer island in the New World, people stamped their feet under the blazing sun, and a child began to cry, quickly followed by others covering their mouths, choking back disbelief that they do not lose. We cannot afford to lose. Defeat the pirates and bring justice to this world. Mommy, will we die? No, we won tea. Absolutely not, the mother replied, tears streaming down her face. For the majority of ordinary people, the Marines symbolized justice. For those mired in suffering, the GM Army is their savior. Only the pirates remain the embodiment of evil. Their very existence is an egregious mistake that in those days, Nolan the Explorer traversed the Grand Line and the New World, only to be framed as a grand deceiver. This spirit of freedom has spawned countless pirates with inflated ambitions. Yet, true explorers have also blended in among them. Loring understood that this was an intentional burial of the spirit of adventure by him. Those who call themselves pirates, like Luffy and Roger, are essentially explorers at heart. The hero Tiger roamed the world as an explorer, yet his immense strength fell into the hands of the celestial dragons. If one were to argue that these free-willed explorers had not encountered deliberate deception, it would be utterly laughable. Kaido, however, is an ambitious, true pirate. Within the domain of darkness, gravity relentlessly tore at every structure, and people struggled to remain standing. Loring's manifestation of the celestial body had disintegrated, and his power returned to its core. Everyone felt a searing sensation. Even as gravity obliterated everything, it could not stave off the horrifying heat. The flaming dragon spiraled at the pinnacle of darkness, unleashing all its might alongside the giant. Flame Dragon Torch. Rising Dragon. Flame Bagua. Kaido's technique perfectly merged haki martial arts, and devil fruit powers. The searing heat rivaled Akainu. With Conqueror's haki entwined around the dragon's head. Hellhound. Akainu's fire god giant had lost its footing and could afford no further delay. It must channel all its energy to reach maximum temperature. The blazing canine head soared upward, battling fiercely against the dragon's head. The dragon, a creature of the skies. Kaido's dragon claws tore at the fiery clouds, striving to obliterate the darkness entirely. The dragon's body twisted, transforming into an unceasing flow of power, opening its massive jaws to seize the hound's nose. Absolute justice requires no elevated existence. The fire god giant, formed from Akainu, transformed into a molten, rolling celestial hound. Perhaps many would despise him, loathe him, viewing Akainu merely as a dog. Yet as a marine, he represents the hope of countless souls, and those who perished under the demon-slaying order. What judgment should befall Sakazuki? When Kaido and Akainu faced each other, it was the clash of the two most contentious figures in the ongoing battle between Marines and pirates. In such a moment, there was only one way to counter the other's assault while inflicting damage in return. One is the world's strongest creature. The other is the Marine's mightiest force. Fire against fire, dragon against hound. The roar of the dragon echoed deafeningly. The darkness pervaded, continuously tearing at the flames, causing the dragon's scales to warp. And the giant was incessantly divided. Should they not unleash their full strength now, there would be no second chance. Dragon God break. Kaido's fire dragon head opened wide, maintaining its form for but a moment before it suddenly erupted. Canine burial will. This molten giant hound harbored the intent of self-destruction, detonating without hesitation. In an instant, flames blossomed like a furnace. Initially, the two flames repelled each other, but upon detonation, the flames experienced a dramatic surge in temperature, consuming all available oxygen. The crowd felt the agony of asphyxiation, compounded by the dark energy compressing their standing space. In the next moment, the irreconcilable molten magma and flames compressed into a singularity due to gravity. The flames and magma coalesced in a flickering candlelight, shifting unpredictably. In that fleeting instant, an unstoppable sea of fire erupted, cascading throughout the entire realm of darkness. Block it with haki, or if that fails, jump into the sea. Sengoku roared, issuing commands. Iron block. The weasel attempted to shield himself with armed haki and iron blocks, only to be consumed by the searing heat and collapse to the ground, charred like coal. The iron blocks are a curse. Loring shook his head in resignation, decisively opening dozens of air gates. The seawater surged into the sea of flames, tumultuous waves attempting to douse the arrogant inferno. Steel melted into molten iron upon mere contact with the searing magma flames. Immersed in the flames, Loring's haki silently enveloped his skin, resisting the fiery ocean, yet unable to halt the high temperatures from scorching his body. He merged the three-colored haki into every inch of his being, blurring the lines between skin and flesh, between combat and defense. It was merely the fusion of haki and self. This sensation transcended mere haki and physicality. The body and haki became one, advancing and retreating together. A perfect elevation where no distinction remained between haki, strength, and corporeal form. The body itself became haki, and haki became the body. Loring allowed the sea of flames to engulf him, closing his eyes to keenly sense the subtle shifts. Feeling every cell of his body rejoicing, Garp stood beside him, equally composed. How wonderful it would be if one could further integrate their skills, entering this flawless realm. The youth spoke, then closed his eyes, understanding that the true mightiest blow of the domain of darkness was imminent. On the sole remaining foothold, Blackbeard spread his arms wide, laughter echoing endlessly. He cared not for the flames. Dark path. The domain of darkness obeyed his command, rapidly condensing into a singular mass, until the dark energy was concentrated even smaller than Marineford itself. Within it, Loring felt every limb being drawn and torn into fragments. Cast aside distractions, Garp gently patted his shoulder, and Loring immediately sensed a profound sense of reassurance. The fire dragon and fire hound both detonated, yet with the darkness collapsing and contracting, the speed of its shrinking did not cease, ultimately reducing to the size of a mere building. Still not halting its compression in the end, it was but a wisp of darkness behind Blackbeard Teach. During this time, temperatures soared, scorching all who were ensnared within. Wails of agony echoed. Even a Marine major could not withstand such excruciating pain. Dark path. Release. Blackbeard knew that Marineford had been reduced to rubble. Chapter 51. The final blow. Blackbeard Teach falls. Blackbeard's dark path was originally devised to devour all, absorbing them into the domain of darkness. The reason the dark fruit is classified as a special type of Logia is that its essence cannot elementalize. However, it can unleash darkness, conceal itself within it, and be omnipresent. Such formidable gravity, a counter to those with fruit abilities. Erosion causing damage. Marineford. Is this truly Marineford? Almost at the center of the world, Blackbeard's hands contorted into claw-like shapes. His shoulders heaving with manic laughter. Adorned with an array of colorful gemstone rings, he arrogantly surveyed the island, truly believing it to be devoid of any value. One by one, the elite Marines fell unconscious. The Admiral incapacitated and motionless on the ground. Their bodies bore horrific burns, and even upon regaining consciousness, they would require an extensive period for healing. Sengoku and Kizaru stood together, clearly unable to fathom the unfolding events. Kaido and Akainu, gravely wounded from the final explosion, struggled to maintain their footing. Akiji and Kizaru stood at a distance, exhibiting signs of fatigue and also bearing injuries. They had never anticipated that they would be ensnared by the gravitational pull and engulfed in darkness at the moment of the explosion. Their own devil fruit ability suppressed, leaving them with little chance of escape. The dark fruit proved to be exceedingly terrifying for users of natural type powers. Blackbeard, is this the strength that enabled you to capture Ace? Suddenly, Blackbeard's ecstasy was interrupted by a tremor behind him. Bang! A heavy blade struck the ruins. The tremors coalesced into a translucent energy sphere, accompanied by Whitebeard's innate divine power, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Damn it! Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of black blood, coughing violently. The pain was excruciating. He had nearly been killed. You are far too prone to arrogance, Blackbeard. Unable to move due to the agony, Blackbeard collapsed to the ground. His neck gripped firmly by Whitebeard's hand. Old man, cough, am I not your son? Are you truly going to kill me? Cough. Fearful instinct compelled him to surrender and plead for survival. This was Whitebeard, after all. If the opponent seized an opportunity, it would be sufficient to shatter his very insides. Do not attempt to deceive me with such flowery words. The tremors activated instantaneously, and Blackbeard felt an unbearable pain in his neck as he grasped Whitebeard's arm, attempting to suppress the power of the tremor fruit with the dark fruit. Old man. His legs trembled violently, and amidst his coughing, he repeatedly struck at Newgate. Over 20 years had passed since he had begged to join the Whitebeard pirates on that small island. He had traveled to many places alongside his shipmates, enduring countless hardships and battles. He had once believed he could endure until he realized his dreams. He had also witnessed the era of Roger and Whitebeard, memories that lingered painfully. The next era was supposed to belong to him. Blackbeard coughed blood desperately. You think by suppressing the tremor fruit, I am no longer Whitebeard? Newgate's three-color hockey, physical prowess, and immense strength remained intact. Even though he was battered and aged, he was still Whitebeard. He had never been weaker than anyone. He had merely succumbed to time, defeated by his former self at its peak. Whitebeard bore injuries as well. After being torn apart by gravity earlier, he realized that the tremor fruit would not be of much use against Blackbeard. Thus, he had been prepared, compared to the time in the original timeline when he was stabbed and suffered 2 gaping wounds. This injury was trivial. No. Old man. Blackbeard's eyes rolled back. Was he truly to perish in such a manner? He had fought tirelessly for the dark fruit, which rendered him formidable, having even wounded Shanks, but without the dark fruit. Without the tremor fruit, he would merely have been a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, suppressing his ambition, dedicating his life to upholding Whitebeard's glory. But he had triumphed, seizing the opportunity. Was he to die just like this? Life had reached its limit. His legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to a scrap of paper adrift. until with a snap his neck broke and his breathing, heartbeat, and pulse ceased. Clap. Whitebeard cast him to the ground, the body colliding with the ruins. Bouncing once before falling utterly silent, in the distance, the once mighty Barrett, having endured 20 years of restraint, was already beaten into unconsciousness by Garp. Among the combatants, only Whitebeard, Loring, and Kaido remained Ironbone Kong. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were all injured to varying degrees. Garp and Loring remained unscathed. It appeared that their calculations had gone awry. Sengoku felt a tinge of regret, but if this battle resulted in the downfall of Whitebeard, it would mean vanquishing 2 emperors and a former great pirate. Alongside the briefly notorious Blackbeard teach, the power in the New World would diminish by half. The Navy would gain unprecedented strength. Newgate, this time, you truly are on the brink of defeat, that Ironbone Kong rose. As a Marine Admiral of the legendary era of the 3 great pirates, he had long wished to eradicate this last remnant of the old era, Whitebeard. It was Whitebeard's continued existence that allowed the remnants of rocks to rise and become emperors many years later. After all, the red-haired Shanks truly became an emperor 4 years ago, claiming it 2 years later, having become an emperor 6 years ago, before maintaining the balance of the New World. The latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, had always been dominated by the era of Whitebeard, Newgate, Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. This could also be termed the era of Rock's remnants. Old man, you have accomplished what you set out to do. Marineford has been reduced to rubble, and the face you once bore has been lost. Now, I shall take action. Do you have any objections? Loring lowered his head, his aura steadily rising, his presence intensifying. Swish, a gust of wind whipped up, fluttering the boy's cloak. On his black cloak, there were neither the words for justice nor the banners of freedom. He was the GM Army's sole neutral party in the Marineford War. You little brat? I am merely an old Marine. Defeating Barrett while injured is only to be expected, Garp chuckled, revealing his teeth in a somewhat roguish manner. Old man, farewell. Loring glanced at the unscathed Garp, releasing a sigh of relief. He first moved toward Blackbeard's direction. There were still at least 5 injured admirals present, possessing combat prowess. He paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. Before the watchful eyes of all, he placed a foot upon Blackbeard's face. Playing dead. Are we? Cough. Damn it. How did you know? Blackbeard's eyes shot open. He had believed he could deceive Whitebeard and seize the opportunity to escape. Because of his unique physique, he could temporarily feign death. The broken neck was merely his most potent deception developed through his physicality. You can forever silence yourself. Loring's tail emerged, transforming into a tail gale. Striking at the dark acupuncture point, Blackbeard attempted to use the dark fruit to suppress his Zoan-type ability. Yet, it had no effect whatsoever. What? You discovered it too late. It was futile. Why did it not work against Loring? Who could counter all devil fruits? Blackbeard was filled with confusion. An overwhelming wave of terror surged within him as he exclaimed, "No!" In the next moment, the tail gale sliced through his neck, severing his head from his body. This needs to be checked. Without hesitation, Loring delivered a follow-up strike, creating a gaping wound in Blackbeard's heart. What kind of pirate would he be if he did not follow up? Oh, I'm not a pirate. So that doesn't matter. He scratched his head, the flow of hockey no longer present in his body. Gentlemen, allow me to put an end to this war. 5 fierce gazes converged upon him, brimming with combat intent. The Marineford War was far from over. Chapter 52, Advanced Awakening, the Unremarkable Fist. The tail swayed, and Loring entered a state of combat. This time, without the use of his golden staff, he approached his formidable foes relying solely on his Zoan form. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ironbone Kong stirred. To remain unscathed amid such a grand battle is a testament to one's formidable strength, but the most terrifying aspect lies in your potential. Sengoku rose as well. Discarding his cloak, striding toward him step by step. What a terrifying presence. Such an existence can only be eradicated. Kizaru's expression was exaggerated, his hands in his pockets, yet was a clear manifestation of his intense combat spirit. Akainu seemed unable to fight any longer. With Garp injured, the remaining combatants dwindled to Ford. Aokiji spoke nonsense, blatantly stating that Garp appeared unscathed. Yet he could utter such words. a testament to his years of following Garp as a powerful ally. Loring smiled nonchalantly, baring his teeth. Point 1 against 4. The advantage is mine. His words were clearly mocking, but given the circumstances, it was a fight to the death. What did it matter now? Swish! The aged Ironbone Kong launched the first punch, demonstrating that age had not diminished his strength. Too slow. Swish! The sound of air being sliced echoed as Loring effortlessly evaded the attack. I'm still standing here. Arrogant little brat. Sengoku, transformed into his Buddha form. A punch carrying a shockwave hurtled toward Loring's face. Loring dodged yet again with a swift movement. Kizaru remained silent. Having long discerned Loring's moves and characteristics to deal with this fellow, one must not employ any flashy techniques. Just strike. Directly strike. Any attempt to use skills against him would be akin to a fat cow wandering into a butcher's den, seeking its own demise. You're quite a bit faster. After all, you're still much younger. The light of the yellow ape's radiant fruit was easily evaded. A chilling aura followed closely behind. Luo Ling hovered in midair, deftly avoiding the encroaching cold, causing Akiji's attack to miss. His Conqueror's Haki became an extension of his being, and his movements grew increasingly fluid and instinctive. His earlier evasions were not due to a lack of opportunity, but rather an effort to adapt to his own burgeoning power. The three types of Haki melded seamlessly into his essence. As Luo Ling pondered, he sensed a peculiar transformation, as if his body were undergoing a constant metamorphosis. Even the data projections of the hourglass were shifting. The three types of Haki had ascended to a higher awakening. This subtle power was a success. Gone was the flowing cherry blossom aura. The Conqueror's Haki entwined him, and he no longer possessed the foresight of the observation Haka. An observer, he appeared utterly ordinary. Unremarkable. When one channel is opened, all channels open. Is this truly the iron fist of love? Luo Ling understood that the time had come to test his martial prowess, to see if he could transcend from the realm of perfection to the realm of selflessness. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, deftly avoiding 4 admiral-level attacks. It was no wonder that the highest level of skill was referred to as selflessness. Those who are overly fixated on techniques ultimately find it challenging to reach this stage. Only by embodying a state of formlessness, like Garp, can one truly forget oneself. Since the onset of the war atop the Red Line, Luo Ling had been diligently accumulating and refining his myriad powers, allowing them to erupt in true splendor. First, he fused all the powers of the devil fruit into himself, achieving a mid-level awakening that he reached a state of perfect integration with the fruit, through countless battles and confrontations with formidable opponents. And witnessing Garp in action along with his guidance, he elevated his 3 types of Haki from a mid-level awakening of 100 to a high-level awakening. More importantly, he had been training in the Iron Fist of Love for over a decade. It was only today that he finally comprehended it fully. Once the advanced Haki merged with his being, his senses, spirit, and perception became the observation Haki. His defense, recovery, and speed embodied the armament Haki. His aura, majesty, and will represented the Conqueror's Haki. Although the 3 types of Haki, upon reaching a high-level awakening, seemed devoid of special characteristics, they represented a perfect synthesis of qualitative and quantitative change. Now, it was time to test my fists. Luo Ling sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the yellow ape's sword slash. Establishing his stance, he launched a punch towards Ironbone Kong. The latter's speed and strength were formidable. Luo Ling easily blocked the punch and retaliated with a similar strike. Do you really think this old man can be underestimated without the armament Haki? Kong, known for his ironclad prowess, proved the terror of his strength. For one of Ironbone Kong's defining traits was that his fists appeared devoid of armament Haki. Bang! A thunderous crack echoed as their fists collided, and cracks emerged on Kong's fingers, blood streaming forth. You have indeed grasped this level. Ironbone Kong had initially thought Luo Ling was merely a youthful braggart, lacking armament Haki, but unexpectedly he had reached this echelon. The reason for the shattered fist was not Luo Ling, the newly awakened novice, but due to Luo Ling's Conqueror's Haki having also attained awakening. No, at this moment he shed any superfluous externalities. With each successive attack, Ironbone Kong's injuries deepened. The youth is formidable. One should not underestimate him, as Kong spat blood, Sengoku launched a punch from behind Luo Ling. The shockwave of the Buddha form, combined with the armament and Conqueror's haki, made every punch thrown by Sengoku a force of immense devastation. Admiral of the Navy, the embodiment of justice, Buddha Sengoku, as one of the rare possessors of Conqueror's haki within the Navy. His life had been marked by both glory and infamy. Yet, regardless of whether they were foes or high-ranking Navy officials, none could overlook one truth. He was the pillar of the Navy. If Garp's existence signified justice, then Sengoku's presence was a banner. As the saying goes, the ruler of the world, the iron fist of love belonged to the old man Garp, but I must integrate my own martial arts. Achieving a state of formlessness to truly transcend the self, Luo Ling's form became increasingly ordinary, devoid of any flowing haki. Merely standing there, he effortlessly evaded all assaults. Every punch he threw was effective, and each glance, each thought held lethal intent. Garp referred to this as the iron fist of love. Even Barrett would bleed, and Roger would be in awe. This was the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. A select few referred to it as the colorless haki. To face adversity is the spirit of our generation. Luo Ling's small fist met the colossal fist of the Buddha, reminiscent of Garp confronting Barrett in his ultimate combined form. Garp, as Sengoku's punch was easily blocked, the shockwave dissipated, causing his fist to throb with pain. This colorless haki was even more formidable than Iron Bone Kong's. Within the Navy, only one person had reached this level, Garp. In his prime, Iron Bone Kong had used this very strength to exhaust the seemingly invincible red count. Though he lost that battle, he had drained the red count's strength to the point where escape was impossible. Garp had captured the red count and imprisoned him in Impel Down, a man who had long since withered away, a mere shadow of his former self. Luo Ling had been unable to locate the red count in Impel Down, suggesting that the latter had deliberately concealed himself, appearing as an ordinary old man, had surely escaped to the sea, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Worry etched itself on Sengoku's face. He understood that Luo Ling's fists were now unstoppable. Natural system. Do not engage, he shouted. Just then, the yellow ape and Akiji arrived in succession. Luo Ling turned with a smile, launching his fists towards them. At this moment, the two admirals remained unaware of the formidable opponent they faced. A new legend was quietly being born. The best strategy was to avoid his sharp edge, preventing him from adapting and achieving complete awakening. Sengoku feared Luo Ling's rise. After all, Whitebeard was waning due to the recoil of the Tremor fruit, and Roger was suffering from illness and old wounds that, if Luo Ling succeeded, he would become the second Garp. Chapter 53. This war will be stopped by me, Buggy. Luo Ling lightly unleashed a punch at the yellow ape. The yellow ape, coalescing into a sphere of light, attempted to evade the attack using his observation haki. Without technique, without form, he refrained from confining himself within the confines of strategy, unleashing his punches freely, following his true intent. Dragon Claw Fist, Fishman Karate, Fishman Judo, Navy Six Styles, Sword Breaker, Iron Fist of Love. Luo Ling had perfected all these martial arts. When he forgot everything and integrated them as part of himself, he finally awakened. Reflecting on every punch, every step, every effortless act of bravery by Garp, he felt as though he had transformed into a seed adrift in the cosmos. Suddenly glimpsing a vast ocean, sweeping up the clouds for miles, the seed grew into a towering tree, rising from the sea. This tree was called the Treasure Tree, blossoming with flowers and yielding countless fruits. In this moment, Luo Ling felt he had become the supreme treasure tree of the ocean. Haki was the sea, continuously flowing, endless. His body was the treasure tree, and his martial arts were the fruits. Inseparable. You are me, and I am you. Martial arts require the body to propel them, and the fruits can only be born from the tree. Only in this moment did everything converge, becoming one. The sea bore the treasure tree, and the tree bore treasure fruits, known as the devil fruit, a marvel of the human form. All of this transpired in an instant as a dramatic transformation occurred within Luo Ling. The oceanic treasure tree had fully matured, and all the fruits were ready to be born. In a flash, he opened his eyes, delivering a punch with all his might. This punch was named Spirit. The spirit fist struck a point on the radiant fruit, allowing the yellow ape's true form to escape, but Luo Ling, in harmony with his own intent, struck his true form. His fist surged like a tidal wave, as if the radiant fruit and the yellow ape had become two separate entities. The yellow ape was sent flying from the sphere of light, soaring over 100 meters, followed by the light coalescing into countless particles that pursued the yellow ape's true form. The blood at the corner of his mouth seemed to symbolize his astonishment. How could this be? And you, having been apart for 3 days, are worthy of a new perspective. Luo Ling elbowed the yellow ape, rebounding with momentum. Akiji was poised behind Luo Ling, his icy aura terrifying. A moment's inattention could lead to becoming an ice sculpture. However, as the chill approached Luo Ling's body, it proved utterly ineffective. The absolute zero of his punch coalesced into a single point, attempting to penetrate through the hockey barrier and directly pierce Luo Ling's heart. Yet he countered with an elbow strike. Akiji's fist, intended to inflict a direct wound, was meant to freeze Luo Ling's small arm solid, rendering it lifeless. Instead, Luo Ling merely experienced a slight chill, a momentary shiver. With no lasting harm in Sengoku and Iron Bone Kong's eyes, this was the power of formless haki. Bang! Instead, it was Luo Ling's elbow strike that found Akiji, causing a sharp pain in his chest. An unbearable agony, as if countless needles were piercing his insides. Akiji felt this pain akin to something cold invading his body, layer upon layer of skin and flesh thrumming with discomfort. It was an ice spear. The very technique he employed against Luo Ling was turned against him. Luo Ling's punch, while striking Akiji's true form, simultaneously used his own ice against him. As a being of the natural system, the element of ice had become the very means of Luo Ling's counterattack. What power is this, truly? He staggered back several steps, yet despite the agony, he displayed no signs of abnormality, at the very least. He must maintain his composure, ensuring that Luo Ling remains oblivious. Was it mere coincidence, or was it intentional? If it were deliberate, the implications would be terrifying. Suddenly, Akiji became acutely aware, and no wonder Sengoku had earlier advised to keep a safe distance from Luo Ling. What extraordinary power has this young man awakened? If such power were to fall into the hands of a more seasoned and ruthless individual, what if the target of the attack were a Kaido? If one could find and capture his true form, reverting it to a normal human state, then the natural abilities of the user would shift from an advantage to a disadvantage. How dreadful! This phenomenon is not merely aimed at users of abilities, it targets any existence. All things possess a spirit, and thus, the spirit fist manifests, merely allowing your spirit to assault a form that cannot be elementalized at this moment. Luo Ling's words resonated with Akiji's inner understanding. Seemingly simple, yet profoundly complex. The observation haki must be honed to an inconceivable level to locate the true form of a natural ability user. The armament haki must be potent enough to injure from a distance, preventing the true form from elementalization, effectively enveloping the ability user like the ocean. That is to say, the true form is the true form, and the element is the element. The conqueror's haki must also reach extraordinary heights, able to intimidate even for a fleeting moment during this critical juncture, empowering the elemental counterattack against the true form. All of this appears feasible, yet it requires all three forms of haki to become intangible, which signifies a high-level awakening. Luo Ling has already adapted. He feels as though the fruit has become part of a treasure tree. His immortal Phoenix Marco, the Fire Fist Ace, the Flower Sword Vista, and Diamond Jaws, each captain comprehended the profound significance of Whitebeard's last punch. Farewell. This is the captain's final command. Marco, as the captain of the First Division, called out, "Old man, respond to the old man." The so-called response means that the captain-level figures of the Whitebeard pirates must unleash their might against the crashing waves. Fire Fist. Ace struck with a powerful punch. Flames erupting like towering mountains, evaporating the overwhelming waves into a mist of steam. Tears welled up, rendering them speechless, forever moved, forever fighting. Flames, oh flames, scorching the evils of the world. As the waves surged, countless bubbles floated skyward. Marineford lay in ruins, transformed into a grave. 5 years. At most, the old man could only survive 5 more years. Rather than succumb to illness in bed, it is better to empower my sons to grow stronger. They shall eventually carve out their own destinies. Whitebeard unleashed a devastating punch, and the already ravaged Marineford crumbled under the onslaught. All his haki and strength were concentrated within him, unleashed with fervor. Life returned, utilized in its most exalted form. Law, in disbelief, turned to gaze upon the elder. His headscarf flew away, golden hair billowing. The wrinkles on Whitebeard's face smoothed out entirely. His skin became refined and radiant. His slightly stooped form straightened, restored to its peak state, unmatched in strength. Do not be astonished. Only a mere 10 minutes remain, during which I shall expend all my remaining lifespan. Whitebeard spoke with an air of nonchalance. Having saved Ace and witnessed Blackbeard's demise, avenging Sachi, there were no regrets. The future should rightly belong to the new generation, to the young pirates. I shall take your corpse with me. Law understood that even if he forcibly took Whitebeard away, it would be futile, for he had already entered the countdown of life. Thank you, Whitebeard, invigorated and revitalized. Everything had returned. He strode forward, his form agile, free from asthma, aging, illness, or old injuries. He was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, possessing the power to annihilate the world. Move swiftly. Whitebeard is fighting with all his might. Do not concern yourself with him. Let him exhaust his last breath. Sengoku issued the command, yet after battling Law, their already wounded bodies suffered further damage. If they did not intervene, more would perish. Akiji rose to his feet, and Marineford split in two. A colossal wall of ice surged forth, standing like a tombstone, shielding everyone behind it. This is your concern. The magma melted a hole, the heavily injured Akainu heaving with each labored breath. He could not fight. He merely endured through sheer will. Newgate, can you endure? Kaido laughed heartily as he stood. An awakened Zoan-type beast, recovering at a faster rate, yet only managing to stand and walk. Such is the nature of top-tier warriors. Given the slightest opportunity, they can rise again. That you've been quite audacious these years. But I still do not require your concern. No one dared to oppose Whitebeard in such a state. He advanced, causing the entire island to tremble. A thunderous roar erupted, and horrifying cracks appeared on the ice wall. With a resounding crack, it shattered, collapsing into ruins. Kizaru stepped forward, his gaze no longer composed. The 3 admirals stood in a line, as if returning to the onset of the Paramount War. Sengoku and the iron-boned Zuki also advanced. The Paramount War had entered the final countdown of 10 minutes. One Piece truly exists. Only 9 minutes of life remained. Whitebeard, at his zenith, confronted the Navy headquarters' ultimate combat force. The long blade was entwined with Conqueror's haki. Armament haki flowing, the tremor fruit unleashed, purple, red, and black lightning intertwined. Who can withstand this strike? With Roger no longer in this world, who else can wield the goddess avoidance? Boom! Magma, ice, light, shockwaves, and haki intertwined, colliding with this unmatched power. What a thrill! Whitebeard did not retreat a single step. He leaped into the air, delivering another blow. The waves surged, the sky fractured. Even the admirals were repeatedly sent flying, the 2 former fleet admirals constantly falling to the ground. 7 minutes, 5 minutes. He grew ever more formidable. Chapter 55. Worthy of Roger. Law stood behind Whitebeard, in the direction of the Navy. Garp remained as the final bastion. The old and the young stood oppositely. A silent standoff. AS masters of martial arts and haki both understood the futility of participating in this war. Yet neither would allow the other to disrupt their stance. Outside the coast of Marineford, the 7 warlords of the sea had long since retreated, observing this scene from afar. How intriguing it would be to control the 4 emperors and the admirals. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, floated in the air, treading invisible lines. But where had Moria's body gone? It was peculiar. In such a short time, it had vanished, despite having been killed by him. Speaking of which, he tugged at a thin line and soared into the void. Mihawk sat in a small boat, legs crossed. What could be more shocking than witnessing the fall of the world's strongest man? Suddenly, the waves churned. lifting his small boat as two large ships appeared beside him. "Eagle Eye Myhawk," Buggy shouted, having just survived hundreds of cuts, emerging unscathed. "I asked at you." Myhawk remained stoic, yet another voice rang out with a hearty laugh that, "Red-haired care to join me?" Shanks leaned over the ship's edge, smiling at him with a warm expression. "And no need. I'm content just watching. Care for a drink? This is war, and you seem in high spirits." Myhawk found himself at a loss for words. The red force had sailed away with the wind. Once the large ship departed, Myhawk finally grasped the supreme sword at his back. The world's strongest black blade. He skimmed the water surface, ensuring the small boat remained balanced. "Ha ha ha." Across the sea, Moria's laughter emerged inexplicably. He had been saved by his subordinate, the Invisible Man, and even the ship had become invisible. Upon awakening, he beheld this scene and could not help but laugh. "Nanny, Myhawk, just wait." Moria screamed, then fell silent, clearly injured. In truth, Myhawk had long sensed the presence of Moonlight Moria, merely turning a blind eye. Too lazy to engage at "I you see it matters not. You seek death, yet insist on laughing out loud. Then do not blame me, the world's greatest swordsman, for being ruthless." Myhawk turned away, fixated on the unfolding war nearing its conclusion. This moment. Only 2 minutes remained. How delightful it is to feel young. Whitebeard unleashed punch after punch, and the already wounded Akainu was sent sprawling, bouncing like a pebble. The magma was on the verge of cooling into rock. Ice and cold air were repelled, shattering everywhere. Akiji was struck multiple times by peak Whitebeard, struggling to rise with one hand, only to see the great blade descending from his waist. How terrifying! Is this truly the Whitebeard of yesteryear? Kizaru attempted a flying kick to block, had it been the elder Whitebeard. This kick would have surely countered, preventing the blade from falling. However, Whitebeard had only 2 minutes left. He had forcibly diminished 5 years of his lifespan, all for this moment of power. Bang! Kizaru's flying kick. The so-called speed which equates to power was cleaved apart. The intense shockwave and haki caused him to cough up blood. Since the Paramount War began, they had all expended their strength, even sustaining injuries. With Law's appearance, further energy was spent, along with Blackbeard's gravitational pull, the dark pathways shrinking amidst the endless inferno. After the burning and tearing, Law's awakening further exacerbated their injuries. To this point, no one at Marineford was at full strength. Oh, save for the two evidently overpowered, Law and Garp. Even the 4 emperors Kaido and the Navy's strongest Admiral Akainu had heavily wounded each other at the cost of self-destruction, even with only 10 minutes. Whitebeard could truly dominate the battlefield. Newgate. Sengoku stood before him, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, filled with rage. You truly wish to witness the future new world in ruins, without the Navy support. Even your homeland shall face the flames of war. Sengoku, you are foolish. Your reign over the world, does it truly exist? Why endure? We both know the time has come. One day it shall be so. Whitebeard swung his blade. Haki and the tremors force erupted like thunder. Sengoku, the Buddha, met the attack with a golden fist. He originally aimed to stall for time, hoping Whitebeard would exhaust his remaining lifespan. Little did he expect the opponent to strike without hesitation. Cleaving through, cough. Sengoku's fist could not withstand the collision of shock waves and tremors. Their haki clashed as well. The result was that peak Whitebeard prevailed. Within mere seconds, the latter was sent flying, stumbling, shattering everything in his path. What answers does this world await? Who shall unveil the sealed past? Do not tremble, young one. Venture forth into the vast sea, for the grand treasure is indeed real. The roar of Whitebeard reverberated like thunder, single-handedly shifting the tides of battle to a point mere meters from Garp. Silence! Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Ironbone Kong, drenched in blood, stands as the legendary Marine Admiral of the pirate era. While Whitebeard remains the last remnant of that time, that he must be eradicated. Who is Roger awaiting? Whom does the Pirate King anticipate? What colossal waves shall the GM army unleash? Are you all fearful? Ironbone Kong, Sengoku. The war that will engulf the entire world is destined to arrive. The Marineford War was merely an appetizer. This time, it is the pirates who declare war upon the Marine headquarters. Next, it shall be the GM army that ignites a grand conflict against the world government. Fear, for fate is a tempestuous storm, unceasing in its fury. Boom! A strike fueled by all his might, more formidable than any before. In this moment, even at full strength, only Garp could withstand such a blow within the Navy. Aside from him, there stands their dear friend, Roger. Damn it. Boom! Ironbone Kong unleashes all his will, channeling every ounce of haki to counter this strike. There can be no retreat, not a single step. Justice cannot falter. Even if cloaked in dust and debris, it is for the sake of countless homes. Goo la 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 la. A resounding laughter echoes through the heavens as the blade slices through the air. The ferocity of Ironbone Kong dissipates in that moment. His haki ultimately spent, his body already weary from countless battles. After enduring tremendous tremors, he stands lifeless. Newgate has grown even stronger, the closer he nears death. The mightier the power he gains at the cost of his own lifespan. Only one figure remains. Garp, Whitebeard, you old fool. Garp, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite a while that I suppose I have not disappointed Roger's expectations. Though I have been at your mercy. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curl upwards as he chuckles. Teach, who, at over 70, seeks a young lad to be his son? Shameless. Garp crosses his arms, appearing stern and unsmiling. Goo la 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 la, Whitebeard bursts into hearty laughter, slamming his great blade against the rubble. His mirth abruptly ceases in that instant. The world falls silent. Chapter 56. The Legend's Conclusion, Dancing Cherry Blossoms. Newgate. Do you wish to uncover the secret of Dei? I can reveal all. Speaking of which, one of the children in my pirate crew also bears the letter D in his name. Beneath the cherry blossom trees, Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate share drinks. Perhaps one of the rare moments of joy in his life. Cherry blossoms flutter, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Fine wine and heroes. Who truly elevates whom? You are Whitebeard. Join my pirate crew. I have a grand plan. The God Valley. Do you know it? Is this not Hakanosu? Rocks. Ha! That day will surely come when I shall become the king of the world. On Hakanosu, the man's laughter resonates endlessly, as if the unattainable past unfolds before him. How many souls in this world possess the capacity to embrace the qualifications of kings aboard a ship? Newgate. After this, I shall retreat for a time, allowing this world to witness what it truly means to be a pirate, a band of children playing house. Golden Lion, what scheme are you concocting now? Goo la la la. They raise their cups in camaraderie, lifelong enemies, yet also lifelong friends. Once the left and right arms of rocks, they ultimately upheld a glorious era. You are Whitebeard. I shall defeat you. To make a name for myself. Fire Fist Ace. What a name. He remembers Roger once saying, if he had a son, he would name him Ace. How amusing. Ace bears such a resemblance to the young Roger that Whitebeard could not possibly fail to recognize him. I recognized you at first glance, child. The tumult of childhood, the frantic escape of youth, the countless battles of adulthood, each step towards glory in maturity. He reached the apex, achieving legend in middle age. He reigned over the new world. A sovereign of the seas in his twilight years. He has stood upon the throne for over 2 decades. Gee, la 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 la. What a magnificent, exhilarating, and painful life. He closes his eyes, never to open them again. Without regret, how could he not tightly shut his eyelids? Splash upon the sea. The waves crash violently. Tears stream uncontrollably from Vista's eyes, a flower blooming on his blade, dancing gracefully. Father. In their lives, they were sheltered by this elder. Yet he has offered them much more than mere protection. A true man, one who pursues his life's journey to the end. How could that not be considered admirable? Marineford. Utterly shattered, it gradually sinks beneath the waves. Soon, the so-called center of the world shall vanish from existence, that he is dead. Sengoku momentarily stares in disbelief. The losses from this battle are catastrophic. Whitebeard is dead. Ironbone Kong is also gone. The 3 admirals lack the strength to pursue further. He himself is injured and must tend to the marines and commanders on this island. Sunlight shines down. Whitebeard's towering figure obscures Garp's form. No one can witness his expression. Another has departed, perhaps, after leaving God Valley. Only Rayleigh remains to carry on the legend. Yes, And there is Garp. That old fool certainly chose a splendid way to die. Kaido laughs heartily. The elder brother who invited him to join the Rocks Pirates has perished. How solitary he feels. As a remnant of the old era, what dullness awaits him in the years to come? Splash! The azure dragon soars, encircling a throng of minions in the skies. This fellow truly possesses a hard life. Sengoku curses, yet he is powerless to pursue. Luffy glances at the sky, shrouded in mist, preparing to ascend. Trying to flee, do not pursue a cornered enemy that a hand rests upon his shoulder. The red-haired man, holding a griffin, is none other than first mate Ben Beckman, who aims his gun at Kizaru. Riki, munching on a large chicken leg, surveys the surroundings with a serious expression, while Jesus Burgess trains his gun on Akiji, who now wears a grave demeanor. A line of formidable officers stands ready. The red-haired pirates, also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, a pirate crew renowned for their formidable strength and lack of flaws. Come to seize the spoils. As Sengoku speaks, all are on high alert. To challenge an unscathed Yonko pirate crew in such a dire situation would be perilous indeed. No, we are here to prevent this war. If anyone wishes to continue fighting, let them contend with us. Whoosh! The current world's mightiest user of Conqueror's haki, merely standing here, instills fear. This statement undoubtedly signifies an intervention from a neutral party, indicating the optimal moment for all factions to halt and mitigate their losses. Only Luffy remains bewildered. He had assumed Shanks would arrive early, especially now that Kaido was no longer vying for Whitebeard's territory. What could have transpired? Something feels amiss. Everything seems unfathomable, defying logic. Why, when cornered, does Kaido not perish? Shanks is clearly an advantage, aside from Garp, who among the Navy possesses the strength to fight. It is not that Garp lacks power, but the deliberate nature of it leaves him perplexed. Only one possibility remains: balance. Shanks is devoted to maintaining the equilibrium of the seas. What does he truly understand? Why persist in upholding the final balance at such a moment? Luffy ponders when suddenly a voice reverberates in his ears. Sengoku speaks. The war is over. With a shout, Buddha Sengoku announces the cessation of hostilities. With Whitebeard's death and Blackbeard's fall, it signifies the end of an era. The clown Buggy, clutching a den mushy, shouts angrily, "Can we leave now, Shanks? I do not wish to remain with the Navy for even a moment. Of course, as a reward, I present this treasure map to you." "Nanny!" Buggy exclaims, clutching the treasure map, his excitement uncontainable. His followers gaze at him with admiration, spiraling into a frenzy. The captain is incredible. He and red-haired Shanks united to halt the war, for the sake of righteousness. He even relinquished the chance to claim Whitebeard's head. How moving. In my next life, I shall follow Captain Buggy. This tearful group remains unaware of the towering figure advancing step by step toward Whitebeard's location. "What are you doing?" The war has ended. Yet that was a conflict between pirates and the Navy. Luffy is part of the GM army. He still has one final task to fulfill that a door swings open. Slightly taller than Whitebeard himself, take your corpse is my promise that he acts, and none dare to intervene. On the other side of the door lies Ace and the others aboard their ship. He orchestrated all this, still maintaining composure, turning to walk toward Shanks, from pirate to Navy and back again. This is precisely his stance, confronting the red-haired pirates led by Shanks, alongside the clown Buggy. The Den Mushy continues to broadcast live to the world. "The balance of this world shall be shattered by my hand alone." As Luffy's words resonate, Shanks senses an imminent threat. He understands the weight of that statement. You intend to face the entire world alone? Do you have any idea how many are paying tribute to the celestial dragons up above? 19 celestial dragons residing in Mariewa remain silent, merely along the grand line to the New World. There are 33 kingdoms that support their dominion, with even more across the seas. Moreover, numerous kingdoms and factions ravaged by pirates and dominated by the 4 emperors exist within the New World. You alone cannot bear such burdens. Your strength and haki are finite. Shanks solemnly remarked. So, what do you imply? Luo Ling found himself somewhat adrift, nearly convinced that combat was the sole path forward. You are insufficient on your own. You must rally more to walk alongside you. The balance you seek to disrupt means the board has been overturned. That you possess enough pieces. The words of the red-haired pirate sent a tremor through Luo Ling's heart. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. He burst into laughter. Ha ha! Thank you. I nearly lost my way. Luo Ling turned his back to the transponder snail's lens, arms wide open. Esteemed generals, vice admirals, and the elite of the Navy. Who among you wishes to join my GM army? The war has ended. Luo Ling. Sengoku demonstrated his authority, flanked by Garp, his words imbued with strength. Yet the conflict between the GM army and the world government has only just begun. The era is spiraling out of control. Can you halt it? Upon uttering this, Luo Ling swiftly turned to face the lens. The entire world watching the live broadcast shuddered in fear. Someone screamed. The GM army is about to unleash an even more terrifying war. Whitebeard spoke no lies. Haha, the great treasure truly exists. I shall set sail. Those were Whitebeard's words. How could they be false? He is the man who has been closest to the throne in the past 20 years. What is this GM army? Isn't Luo Ling a pirate? Do not mention the GM army. It is perilous if the nobles hear. On this day, the existence of the GM army was unveiled to the world, becoming something the world government could no longer conceal. Surely, more will seek to pursue and explore, becoming part of it. Damn Luo Ling. Not only has he thwarted our suppression of pirates, but he has also thrust the name of the GM army into the spotlight. Sengoku, plagued by headaches, resolved to step down after the war, knowing the future would be fraught with even greater challenges for others to bear. From this moment forth, the GM army and pirates alike have become a term of intrigue for countless passionate youths. Farewell for now, my friends. There shall be no old man to greet you next time. Luo Ling chuckled as he stepped through the air gate, vanishing from sight. The war has concluded. In truth, it has only just begun. The curtain has been drawn, and no one can stop it. The Demon King Luo Ling shall become a figure as fearsome as the dragon, a world-class criminal to rival them. With a crash, the waves battered the harbor, and Mariehua sank beneath the waves. Standing on the warship, Garp and Sengoku felt a tumult of emotions within. Our era has come to an end. Garp Sengoku's hair turned white overnight. Newcomers shall always rise, challenging the established authority. Were you not the same once? Garp smiled as he gazed into the distance. The moonlight was bright. Cherry blossom petals, drifting and swirling, danced lightly like jade, carried away by the wind. The legend of the falling cherry blossoms concluded. Chapter 57. The Rising Tides of the World. The grass was lush, verdant as rain. The stone tombstones reflected the rays of the morning sun. The towering blade of the supreme sword stood nearby, its white cloak billowing in the breeze. Remnants of the Whitebeard pirates stood silently by the tombstones. The immortal Marco could no longer contain his sorrow, tears streaming down his face, which he gently wiped away. Marco, cease this. Do not seek vengeance, Shanks cautioned, as his crew followed him toward the port to by the harbor. Luo Ling savored a drink. The mythical beast had long since healed, calmly observing the scene before him. Your enemies are unprecedentedly powerful. Do not become overly complacent. The red-haired pirate advised Luo Ling. They are merely celestial dragons. At most, they oppose the world. What is there to fear? Luo Ling chuckled with even greater ease. The war had ended over a month ago. He had fully adapted to his newfound strength, merely opposing the entire world. Youth is truly delightful. Beckman jested. Truly, you're Luffy's elder brother. Yet, why did Luffy not attend the funeral? Locky Lu's curious gaze wandered. He has set sail. To meet now would breach our pact. Let us encounter each other at our respective peaks. Luo Ling stood, addressing the question. Sabo and Ace emerged from either side of the tomb. Before the eyes of many, Luo Ling walked between them, and the three sat beneath the tombstone, raising their drinks. Let this world be turned upside down. Clink, the glasses collided, and laughter erupted. Ace, tears of joy streaming down his face, exclaimed, Father once said, we are all free. So from this day forth, the tears of all the captains, crew members, and subordinate pirates of the Whitebeard pirates flowed freely. The Whitebeard pirates disbanded. They roared in unison, declaring the end. Suddenly, someone choked back a sob, weeping, while others wailed unabashedly, disregarding any semblance of masculinity. Aboard the red-haired pirate ship, Shanks wore a look of shock. That word, disbanded, reminded him of a day decades prior. Pirate King Roger issued his final captain's command in the same manner. Captain, the concerned Jesus Burgess sensed for the first time Shank's profound melancholy that I am fine. I merely recalled some old stories. The sails unfurled as the pirates set sail once more. After the sorrow, Ace turned with a smile. My adventures shall continue. Whether as a remnant of the Whitebeard pirates or embarking on my own journey, I shall set sail. His words were clear. The Whitebeard pirates have become a thing of the past. Just as the legend of Roger's crew, from this moment forth, they would part ways, each pursuing their own destinies. Ace, having followed father for so many years, I had indeed contemplated that one day the crew would disband, and I would become a lumberjack. Ace, at my age, it is time to retreat. Should you ever visit my hometown, I shall certainly treat you to a drink. After all these years, aside from being a pirate, what else could I do? Ace, count me in. Father approved of you. Even though the Whitebeard pirates are no more, you're still the new captain. Pirates are inherently free. With father gone, we are no longer anyone's crew. But should you ever need anything, we shall always be there. Each individual has their own choice. Some withdraw, opting for a reclusive life, becoming carefree wanderers. Others join Ace, continuing their adventures. Still, some remain as part of the now unfettered pirate crews. Naturally, a few captains expressed their desire to form a pirate alliance. Ace had yet to become one of the 4 emperors, taking Whitebeard's place. The New World was left with only 3 sea emperors. An indisputable fact. Farewell, everyone. The feast has begun. As sons, they understood that Whitebeard would never wish to see them in such profound grief. Before parting, let us drink once more. Being sake, it was unclear who initiated the song. But soon everyone instinctively joined in. The celebration lasted a day and night. Eventually, pirate ships began to depart from the island. In the end, Ace established the Ember Emperor Pirates, forming alliances with 5 other pirate crews, including the Immortal Marco, the Flower Sword Vista, and the Diamond Jozu. Among others, a dozen captains were present, with 5 opting to leave. It was known that Wano had opened its borders, and in accordance with their agreement from years past, they returned to their homeland. Compared to Whitebeard's time, their territories, power, and forces had significantly diminished. By the harbor, Luo Ling and Sabo had opened a door, preparing to depart. The GM army was engaged in battles and tasks across the globe, and the two were set to embark on their respective journeys. Ace, I have imparted to you the secrets of the 3-color hockey and martial arts. Whether you can grasp them is up to you. Luo Ling stated solemnly, as an elder brother. He was clearly adept at playing the part. In the battles to come, I cannot allow myself to remain weak. Ace jested, throwing punches in a playful spar with Luo Ling and Sabo. Farewell, Ace. Sabo waved as he and Luo Ling stepped through the air gate. The pirate world seemed to fall silent all at once. The dust settled. Yet, before calamity strikes, there is always a moment of tranquility. This is an unchanging truth. Whoosh, a flurry of newspapers and bounty notices spread across the globe. Major events unfolded before their eyes. Whitebeard's words drew more pirates to flock towards him, while the cryptic nature of the great treasure over 2 decades had left many disheartened and despondent. Until Whitebeard revealed the treasure's genuine existence, whispers of the GM army echoed among the suffering people on remote islands, yearning for the dawn to arrive. Some even took up arms, no longer willing to wait. Everything Luo Ling had said and done during the Marineford War was subtly reshaping this world. What? The clown buggy has become the new warlord of the sea. His background is terrifying. It is said he was an intern aboard Pirate King Roger's ship and shares a brotherly bond with Shanks. Moreover, this fellow caused chaos in Impel Down and personally prevented the escalation of the Marineford War. Crocodile, the Sand Alligator, and Moonlight Moria. How have they ventured out to sea once more? Truly, we find ourselves in a tumultuous era. Kaido has astonishingly managed to escape, and it is rumored that he has discovered a new stronghold. 3 emperors of the sea still reign over these waters. Our opportunity has arrived. To the new world we go. The Whitebeard pirates have disbanded, and does Fire Fist Ace truly believe he can restore past glories? It remains to be seen whether they can maintain their hold on Whitebeard's territory. I must have my share. In the new world, a colossal, mobile warship exists like an island, slowly navigating the vast ocean. The Golden Emperor, Tezelo, gazes with a smile at the tall man seated before him. Jin, Queen Jack, Shiryu of the Rain, and Burgess. High-ranking members of both the Beast Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have gathered here that I shall become the new pirate governor of Hive Island. Do you understand? Kaido, in a sullen mood, drinks his sorrows away. I comprehend, Belly. There is no limit to the amount of gold. Tezelo forces a smile. Laughter erupts among them, drowning out Tezelo's grin, and for a fleeting moment, he feels a sense of bewilderment. Soon after, he shakes off his fear and resumes his forced joviality. How much insincerity remains in this world? Golden City, a place of utmost prosperity. Observe the celestial dragons, so leisurely and carefree. Before the impending clash that will upheave the world, no one would believe that gods are but flesh and blood. That day will inevitably arrive. Chapter 58. The Year of Erasure Year. The entire world is aware. The demon lord, Loring, has been missing for a year. Sorbet archipelago. Ever since Marineford sank beneath the waves. The Navy headquarters has relocated to the New World. Beneath the red line, that a series of significant events have unfolded, gradually becoming mundane to the populace in a small tavern. Young pirates are indulging in merriment. Occasionally glancing at the tall man in the corner, he is surrounded by silent patrons. Lost in their meals, that a purple-haired man in sunglasses sips from a bottle of strong liquor. The Fishman with blood-red skin. Towel on his head, devours a special fried rice with great gusto. Another man, wrapped in long cloth and wielding dual swords, points at a flower pot, causing a rose to bloom instantaneously. Beside the tall man are two beautiful women. The beauty on the left has lustrous black hair, a high-bridged nose, quietly sipping coffee, her porcelain hand cradling her chin, legs crossed, seemingly waiting for something. The one on the right, with short blue hair, dressed in a cape, black stockings reaching her denim shorts, is enjoying a glass of orange juice. Boss, I need another glass of apple juice. The more sour, the better. All right. The middle-aged man nods repeatedly, hurrying to prepare the juice that he swallows hard. His hands trembling, it's terrifying. Can a person really eat this much? Over 30 plates, all emptied from seafood fried rice to pasta, then from grilled meat to sukiyaki. What on earth is this man's stomach made of? The taste is delightful. He downs the sour apple juice, his smile growing ever wider. The sound of footsteps echoes. Another blond youth enters the tavern, wearing a top hat and a blue suit, a pipe slung over his shoulder. The girl beside him wears a slightly lower hat, also donned in gloves and knee-high stockings, her figure exquisite. Upon their arrival, the already subdued atmosphere in the tavern grows even more oppressive. How could one not recognize them? These are prominent figures of the GM army, especially that gluttonous man, the demon lord Loring, who caused a stir during the Summit War just a year ago, shaking the world of GM since Whitebeard's demise. He has become another man capable of silencing children. Over the past year, he has traversed the seas, from the Four Seas to the Grand Line. The world government and Navy have repeatedly suppressed him, each time with force. The Navy has promoted 2 new admirals, their might as terrifying as that of monsters. After the battle between the new fleet Admiral Akainu and Akiji has since left the Navy. It is rumored he has joined the GM army, though whispers abound that this may merely be a rumor. As they ponder this, they hear the sound of heavy footsteps as a tall man in a coat strides into the tavern, exuding an overwhelming coldness that halts everyone in their tracks. An intense chill spreads throughout the entire room. Akiji, the Admiral of the Navy, has truly joined the GM army. How is that possible? What has transpired over the past year? First, the GM army surged forth, followed by a series of momentous events. At this point, even the original rumors have been validated. Just how powerful is the GM army now? I finally found you, Loring. Are you happy? Kazan, Loring, feeling comfortably full, lets out a contented yawn. Are we in the midst of battle? After all, Marineford is nearby. That is a thing of the past. Akiji exhales a breath of icy air, his freezing power swiftly encroaching upon Loring's feet. It's quite cold. Loring chuckles once more. Suddenly, he turns around and throws a punch. The ice shatters in an instant. He rises to his full height, towering an astounding 9 meters. Everyone is struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes seem to etch 2 words. Nanny, what is happening? Why does Loring possess the power of the Tremor fruit? Wasn't Akiji rumored to have joined the GM army? Why is he now pursuing Loring? And why are they present in the Cede archipelago? Let's head out and fight. Loring punches, causing the tavern to collapse into ruins in an instant. This world awaits my answer. Boom! The earth quakes, tearing the sky and sea apart. The waters churn, rising in a monstrous waves a year following the Summit War. Everything I have accomplished has been utterly erased. Well done, world government. I still stand by my words. Kazan, are you certain you will not join the GM army? Loring's seemingly simple words encompass a wealth of information. Over the past year, he has accomplished much, yet all has been concealed. How is this possible? How could the world government possess such power to erase all that a man with a bounty of 4 billion belly has achieved? Loring does not answer, instead casually addressing the woman behind him. Robin, today is the day that the little straw hat Luffy sets out to sea. Over the past year, he must have grown stronger, right? Yes, the captain must have become stronger another year. It dawns on everyone that the Straw Hat crew, who made such a splash during the Summit War, has also been missing for a year. Let us set sail. We are but a step away from gathering all our forces. Loring strides toward Akiji. Surrounded by marine soldiers and notable figures from the Navy, modified pacifistas, resembling Moria, appear on all sides. All the headquarters vice admirals, Fujitora, Akiji, Kizaru, and numerous commodores make their entrance. Even vice admirals from the Navy branches, such as Smoker and Tina, are present. Begin the demon suppression order. Outside the Cede archipelago, Akainu issues commands. Lines of worry crease his previously calm face. The sea breeze rustles his cloak, the word justice unwavering. Sakazuki, a voice crackled from the transponder snail. It is the 5 elders. You understand that the Cede archipelago belongs to the celestial dragons. Your actions are overstepping. Akainu grimaces at the discomfort in his ears. He remains silent for a moment, uttering only a single phrase. Over the past year, I have turned the world upside down for the celestial dragons. Once we defeat them in this battle, let them prepare to roll down from the red line. The 5 elders intended to retort, but ultimately fell silent. Root out the weeds. Nonsense. Akainu leaps into action, landing at port 1 of the Cede archipelago. If this battle is lost, then the celestial dragons should be ousted. Right? Will we win or lose? He fears that the GM army may become the new celestial dragons, that he cannot gamble. Akainu steadies his mind, quickly resolving himself. Absolute justice. Unshakable. He strides purposefully toward the man with a bounty of 5.5 billion belly. Akin to Roger himself, Loring stands silently, awaiting Akainu's arrival. That he extends a hand, wearing a smile reminiscent of Whitebeard's. Join us, Sakazuki. You madman, I am the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. I assent that even better. Loring spins around. A clone appears, and he blocks Akainu's punch with a single blow. All around, Akiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and numerous vice admirals engage in battle with his clone. Regardless of their strength, none can match even a single clone of his. His true self has yet to make a move. Is he already invincible? Akiji scoffed. We have forged the true demon lord with our own hands. Tung Hu, with a smile, drew his sword. The composed Luo Ling quietly observed the unfolding events. The gentle breeze was not oppressive. Indeed, it was a day that could turn the world upside down. Reflecting on that afternoon a year ago felt like a fleeting memory. 1 year ago, in a new world. On an island dominated by dinosaurs, Luo Ling had just bid farewell to Sabo and Ace, arriving here to reunite with comrades from the GM army. That a bounty notice and a newspaper fell into his hands. Ein picked up the newspaper, his face a tableau of disbelief, his lips murmuring in astonishment at a bounty of 3 billion berries for the new Sea Emperor, the demon lord Luo Ling. What? I am part of the GM army. Whose idea was this? Luo Ling, displeased, reclined his chair basking in the sun. Chapter 59. The pirate's Ein's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief, his lips curling into a smile that resembled the chime of bells. What are you laughing at? I barely survived the aftermath. Do you think anyone could emerge unscathed from the Paramount War? Luo Ling averted his gaze, simmering with frustration. The dragon has tasked me with cooperating with Bear on a mission in the New World. Sabo emerged from the room, a mission document in hand. Beside him stood a blood-red-skinned merman, the hero Tiger. It seems it's time for me to return. Otherwise, I might truly be mistaken for a pirate. Luo Ling stretched languidly. The GM army signified constant engagement with the world government, while pirates sought fame and fortune. Challengers emerged at every turn if he fell into the Navy's trap and became one of the so-called new emperors. Countless pirates would come to challenge him. Luo Ling feared no adversary. He merely despised the endless, senseless battles of Mr. Tiger. Won't you return with us? Luo Ling opened a door to see Sabo off, with Sabo's dual hockey awakened and his formidable martial prowess. He was undoubtedly reliable on the island. A Tyrannosaurus roared as it charged towards a Stegosaurus, the ground trembling beneath them. Yet an indescribable silence loomed. Tiger, the perpetually silent man, spoke. Luo Ling, do you know about Odoheim? Odoheim, of course I recognize that name. The queen of Fishman Island, mother of the Princess Shirahoshi, a great queen who advocated for coexistence between fishmen and humans, possessing the extraordinary observation haki. It was she who discerned Tiger's immense sorrow after his escape from the Red Line. Has something happened on Fishman Island? Indeed, my brother Jinbei has already set sail. We will meet on this island. Since becoming part of the GM army, Tiger had not returned to Fishman Island for nearly a decade. His lack of a direct response indicated the gravity of the situation. Luo Ling gazed out, merging his observation haki with his own perception, which extended as far as his sight, piercing through the water. He spotted a plump merman surging through the waves. In fact, just a week prior, Jinbei had attended Whitebeard's funeral, citing urgent matters concerning Fishman Island that required his departure. Now, it appeared to be linked to the events Tiger had mentioned. Wait a moment, Luo Ling pondered. Isn't Hody Jones supposed to appear in 2 years? He is still weak. No, something clicked in Luo Ling's mind. Arlong, how did you know? Tiger was taken aback that Luo Ling could predict so accurately. Was he some sort of oracle? It was surprising indeed. According to the original timeline, Arlong should have been sheltered by Jinbei, becoming the tyrant of the East Blue. However, due to Luo Ling saving Tiger, the timeline had distorted slightly. Arlong returned to Fishman Street, re-establishing his dominance. And if his assumptions were correct, the original minor antagonist Hody Jones had also become part of his faction. This my doing? Luo Ling chuckled helplessly. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had indirectly allowed Arlong to return to Fishman Island, continuously training and growing stronger through battles. As his thoughts spiraled, Jinbei burst forth from the waves, invigorated, evaporating the seawater around him. With one hand extended, he bowed to Luo Ling. I am but a humble pirate, known as the sea hero Jinbei. Brother, Luo Ling, it has been a long time. Bang, before Luo Ling could gather his thoughts. The two brothers embraced. He smiled softly, thinking perhaps this was a way to mend past regrets. Jinbei was the elder brother of Fishman Island and the Sun Pirates, while Tiger was Jinbei's elder brother, making him the elder brother of the elder brother. Ever since Tiger's departure, Jinbei had shouldered everything alone, especially after the passing of Queen Odoheim. He relied on becoming a warlord of the sea and Whitebeard's influence to protect Fishman Island. Later, as Whitebeard aged, young pirates began challenging his authority, and due to Fishman Island's unique geography, it became a coveted battleground. The role of the sea hero Jinbei became increasingly crucial. There are not lacking in righteous individuals in this world, yet they are rare to encounter. After several rounds of drinks, the two brothers remained silent. Ein passed Luo Ling a glass of freshly squeezed green apple juice, which he found delightful. Why can't we simply speak our minds? He broke the silence. Suddenly, Jinbei stood, his broad frame bowing deeply, performing a genuine Fishman martial arts salute. Mr. Luo Ling, have you heard of Queen Odoheim of Fishman Island? Why is this question being raised again? Luo Ling turned to Ein, who deliberately averted his gaze. Clearly aware of the incident, it was just Luo Ling who remained in the dark. Come on, wasn't he supposed to be the right-hand man of the dragon? The second in command of the GM army? At the very least, he should be one of the 4 emperors. Speak plainly. I can't take this anymore. Luo Ling felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Wishing to cut through the ambiguity 8 years ago, after Queen Odoheim was assassinated by humans, Fishman Island has grown increasingly weak, and the rift with humans has reached an irreparable state. just a month ago. With Whitebeard's passing, Fishman Island lost its protection, and I too lost my special status as a warlord of the sea. Fishman Island has become a target, with Big Mom of the Nation claiming she would bring Fishman Island under her control. The Navy has dispatched elite Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, and a multitude of pirates have surged in, including the Straw Hat Luffy, the Four Emperors, and the Supernovas. Is it truly this convoluted? Can't we just fight back like Whitebeard did? Luo Ling proposed. While that sounds easy, it is far from simple, for Fishman Island also has Fishman Street, where Arlong, who followed Brother Tiger, now advocates for a break with humanity, inciting a war. As Jinbei spoke. Even Tiger felt a sense of shame. They were not angry or ashamed, but mourned the fate of Fishman Island. They questioned Arlong, countless fishmen, pirates, and this world. Now, with Arlong added to the mix, these fishmen harbor an extreme hatred for humanity. Luo Ling sighed, a wry smile forming. It was utterly absurd. Fishman Island seemed doomed. You wish for me to intervene? Thud! Jinbei knelt before him. Mr. Luo Ling, the new Four Emperor, the Demon Lord Luo Ling. Only by bringing Fishman Island under your wing can you quell the current chaos. Quell? Bring under my wing. What a jest! Luo Ling laughed, aware that Jinbei was ultimately a pirate. Unlike Tiger, who valued righteousness, Jinbei lacked certain ideological depth. You were mistaken, as was Odoheim, and previously, Tiger was wrong too, and Arlong is even more misguided. To renew Fishman Island and free it from oppression cannot rely solely on others. Only with a firm fist can one silence the dissent. That is exceedingly difficult. The sea hero Jinbei understood that no matter how strong Fishman Island became, it could not withstand the relentless tide of pirates pouring into the New World. Unless there was a name to suppress them, they would dare to run rampant. The fishmen are limited. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of countless foes? Especially when most fishmen are merely ordinary. Ein. Yes, Ein, as Luo Ling's adjutant, rose to attention. Let us set forth and give these naive fishmen a lesson. Understood. The door opened to the seabed, positioned at the water surface. Luo Ling leaped down, followed resolutely by Ein. Brother Tiger. Jinbei was baffled by Luo Ling's actions. Shouldn't they discuss tactics? You should have some awareness by now, Tiger admonished, feeling exasperated. The sea hero Jinbei looked utterly perplexed. Had he not always been seen as a reliable figure, renowned for his righteousness? Why was he making mistakes today? Chapter 60. Why stop fighting? Fishman Island was bustling with activity, though today the excitement seemed excessive. In the tavern, people were discussing the recent significant events. The Straw Hat crew, who shone brilliantly during the Paramount War, had landed on Fishman Island yesterday. These pirates are truly brazen, ever since Whitebeard's death. They have become increasingly unruly. I heard that Fire Fist Ace has taken most of Whitebeard's sons under his wing, and after the Paramount War, his bounty soared to 15 billion berries. Can't that suppress these pirates? 15 billion. The Demon Lord Luo Ling boasts a bounty exceeding 30 billion berries and has been recognized as one of the new Four Emperors. He also has former Marine Admiral Zephyr among his ranks. Or rather, are you referring to Brother Tiger? He was presumed dead for many years, only to later resurface as part of the GM army, having not returned for so many years. He must have forgotten us long ago. The incessant chatter soon fell silent as a tall woman, whose body seemed to be composed entirely of legs, strode into the tavern, adorned with purple lipstick and a fringe that obscured one of her eyes. She coldly approached the bar. With a swift motion, she seized a pirate who had just muttered insults under his breath and, with a twist of her wrist, reduced him to pulp. Protection, as long as enough cake and berries are offered. Fishman Island can certainly become one of Mama's sanctuaries. Having spoken, she turned away, seemingly without having found her target, and slowly departed. Once she left, all eyes in the tavern were fixated on the unfortunate pirate, now resembling a mere rope. Such a brutal demise. To be juiced to death is quite the fate. It was indeed the juice minister, Smoogie, one of the sweet commanders under Big Mom. Her arrival indicated that Fishman Island's allegiance to Big Mom was all but certain. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. This matter is not yet settled. You know, another beauty from the Navy, Momonosuke, has also arrived on Fishman Island. Could it be that they are searching for one another? It is said that Momonosuke's reputation has soared in recent years, with whispers claiming she is worthy of becoming the next admiral. Indeed, with the news of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's impending retirement circulating, one of the three admirals will surely fill that vacancy. At 8T that time, the most likely candidates for the new admiral will be either Momonosuke or Kaido. Momonosuke and Kaido, the mere thought of one of them ascending to the rank of admiral would elicit laughter from Loring. The Navy is teeming with hidden talents and formidable forces. With numerous branches and divisions, once Akiji departs, a new admiral will be selected from across the globe. Point 2 will be chosen. Currently, both Momonosuke and Kaido are seen as promising candidates, having fallen short of their expectations, which speaks volumes of the Navy's robust foundation. This is precisely why Shanks remarked to Loring that the enemies of the GM army are the entire world. Ever since the battle with Loring, Momonosuke, who was originally accumulating strength, has undergone further transformation, continuously campaigning across the seas, achieving a remarkable evolution. She undeniably possesses the qualifications for a stable admiral position. Otherwise, such rumors would not have proliferated to this extent. This intellectually astute older sister, Momonosuke, by age, would undoubtedly warrant Loring to address her as Annie. However, in terms of appearance and figure, calling her sister would not be an exaggeration. The Fishman Pfft. Sherry beamed at the sullen boy before her. As a member of the great blue shark Fishman tribe, she found Luffy inexplicably endearing. With thoughts swirling in her mind, she contemplated returning inside to consult her fortune. Her brother Arlong had recently become increasingly reckless, mercilessly slaughtering human pirates, and Luffy and his crew were surely in grave danger. Zoro, there's no meat here. I'm so hungry. Luffy had collapsed onto the floor. The Fishman Pfft does not serve meat or fish, which could very well starve Luffy. Usopp wore a worried expression. The current atmosphere on Fishman Island was tumultuous, rife with conflict. Were it not for Madame Sherry's status as the ruler of Fishman Street and Arlong's sister, this place would have already suffered dire consequences. In the center of the room lay a crystal ball, sparkling and translucent. Sherry extended her hand, attempting to commune with it through her own power, seeking a glimpse into the future. Over the years, she had successfully prophesied on several occasions, having foreseen the arrival of the great pirate era when she was merely 4 years old. The crystal ball shifted, gradually revealing a scene engulfed in flames. The inferno consumed Fishman Island, and a silhouette of a boy emerged from the flames, his gaze fierce. It was none other than Luffy. What? The future is so terrifying. What has Straw Hat Luffy done? Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically, the flames extinguishing like mere embers. The colossal hand reached out. Nothing could be seen, merely a hand that rivaled the size of Fishman Island itself. Not even giants could reach such proportions. This was no giant, but a monster. Could the fins of Sea Kings rival the size of Fishman Island? Could it be that Straw Hat Luffy would bring about the destruction of Fishman Island, subsequently attracting an exceedingly terrifying enemy, a giant, an unprecedented giant capable of traversing the seas, even more fearsome than Sea Kings? She felt a surge of panic. Luffy must be driven away. He is the source of disaster for Fishman Island. As Sherry resolved to intervene, a cacophony of curses erupted outside the CF. If the Straw Hat crew is hiding in the CF, come out. Hody Jones, once the ruler of Fishman Street in the original timeline, had now become a lackey under Arlong. Half an hour earlier, Nami, Sanji, and Chopper had encountered this group while resupplying, inadvertently inflicting severe injuries upon them. Someone had informed them that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were hiding in the CF. Due to Sherry's presence, they dared not storm inside, resorting instead to shouting from outside. Get out here, Straw Hat Kid, just as Hody Jones was about to vent his anger with a few choice words. His hand was met with a slash of sword energy. In an instant, the blade sliced through his wrist, severing a hand that fell to the ground. Ah, it hurts. Who did this? Who on earth? The pain was excruciating. Hody Jones was drenched in cold sweat, while his underlings fled in a panic. Soon after, a tall figure appeared before him. Standing at 4'6", Smoogie effortlessly seized him and, with a slight twist, transformed the malevolent Hody Jones into juice. With a resounding thud, the twisted, lifeless corpse was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, not even bouncing upon impact. Finally found you. Momonosuke, the audacity. It was I who found you. Momonosuke chuckled as she drew her sword. She had long since transcended her former self. Not to mention facing one of the sweet commanders, even Big Mom herself would face a formidable opponent in her. Both were tall beauties with legs surpassing those of ordinary humans, the perfect blend of strength and beauty. Their mere presence rendered the mermaids in the CAF dim and overshadowed. The tension in the air was palpable. A fierce battle could erupt at any moment. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Momonosuke immediately became alert, instinctively glancing over. Fortunately, it was only a wooden door, not an air door. What? She turned her head again, confirming that the door posed no issue. The one stepping out, however, was problematic. It was not Straw Hat Luffy, but the Demon Lord Loring. Loring, Luffy joyfully patted his back, a force that could easily crush someone weaker. Just the person I was looking for. I didn't expect to run into you on Fishman Island. Loring, unfazed, smiled, rendering the impending clash between the two formidable beauties rather awkward. Following him were Tiger, Jinbei, Zoro, and Usopp, each gazing at them in confusion. Are we not going to fight? Why has the battle ceased? Loring inquired curiously. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. With his appearance, who would dare to make a move? Blackbeard had been slain without mercy. In the next moment, someone suddenly shouted, "He's back, Brother Tiger. He back. The GM army has made its move. All forces have converged here. Fishman Island, already a powder keg ready to explode, had its fuse ignited, as if the very waters surrounding the island were boiling." Chapter 61. To provide an example, I come with but one purpose: to dominate Fishman Island. All who dare to encroach upon my territory shall meet their demise. Loring's straightforward declaration caused the sea warrior Jinbei's expression to shift dramatically. Absolutely not. What is going on? You promised to teach me how to proceed, and in the blink of an eye, you seem to be operating just like the four emperors or the Navy. Is this how the GM army conducts its affairs? Just watch closely and learn, Tiger replied calmly, arms crossed. In previous years, Loring had been elusive, and the Navy had exerted considerable effort to gather intelligence, ultimately laying ambushes in the homeland of the tyrant Kuma. That battle marked the only occasion when Kizaru managed to defeat Loring. After being imprisoned and Impel Down, he seemed to have gained extraordinary growth, surpassing all expectations. The reason for all this was singular. During his silent days, Loring had traversed the world, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of the so-called four emperors in the New World, a mere Pfft. In reality, he had become a beacon of hope for those suffering across the seas, much like a savior. Tiger had witnessed Loring single-handedly confront and dismantle a kingdom plagued by malevolence, transforming it into a bastion of virtue. Even within the GM army, he was regarded as the Demon Lord, and rightfully so. He instilled fear in the hearts of those villains who managed to escape from Impel Down. Furthermore, the battle at Impel Down left countless individuals in awe and admiration, while simultaneously instilling fear and loathing. All of this constituted merely a fragment of his life's journey over the past decade. Some would say, I've only been at sea for a month. I only show up for a few days at a time. Loring approached Momonosuke, standing at the center of the battlefield. A smile gracing his face, he spread his arms wide, exuding an air of arrogance. The world is mistaken, blissfully naive. How could I have only been at sea for a week? Aside from slaying celestial dragons in the East Blue and the Marineford War, most of my exploits have been erased from history. So, what exactly have I done? Allow me to provide an example. What? Don't even mention Jinbei. Even Smooji is utterly bewildered. An example. We are currently vying for dominance over Fishman Island. You're telling me to provide an example. Do you take me for mere child of 3? Zoro, who had encountered Loring on multiple occasions, felt that Luffy's eccentricities were closely tied to Loring's influence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Ling rolled up his sleeves and extended a fist the size of a sandbag. Clearly, according to the prevailing logic thus far, the larger the fist, the more justified the owner. Should an individual be too feeble yet, out of fear, fail to resist, and shamelessly place me in peril, I would never acquiesce. With that, he strode toward Smuggy. For reasons unknown, Smuggy instinctively retreated a half step. This individual was a monster, renowned as the Demon Lord, standing alongside Big Mom as one of the new emperors. Single-handedly, he was akin to an emperor's crew. After Whitebeard's departure, whether Luo Ling was the world's strongest man remained uncertain, yet he undoubtedly belonged among the most favorable candidates. "You go first, Smuggy," as Luo Ling stepped forward. Smuggy's observation haki attempted to discern his next move, only to be utterly unprepared for the imminent strike. The Demon Lord had never been known for his tenderness. His fist, as hard as iron, could only be described as a devastating force that could extinguish the will to live. Cough. Smuggy attempted to shield himself with armament haki, but ended in failure, leaving him no time to utilize his devil fruit abilities. With just a single punch, Smuggy rolled his eyes back and stumbled a few steps before crashing to the ground. "Not bad. You managed to utter a word. It seems you possess considerable potential," Luo Ling remarked earnestly. The members of Big Mom's crew, accompanying the star Smuggy, included numerous offspring and elite warriors. Upon witnessing the terrifying might of Luo Ling's punch, they dared not retaliate. It was said that the most fearsome aspect of the Demon Lord was when he was enveloped in mist, radiating a golden glow. Yet this was merely a single punch. Smuggy was among the strongest of Big Mom's forces, and yet he couldn't withstand even a standard blow. The pirates nearby and Arlong's subordinates felt their throats constricting, struggling to swallow. Some began to gasp, attempting to stave off the dizziness that accompanied their racing hearts. "Long time no see, Mama no Sook." Luo Ling turned and smiled slyly at the sword-wielding Mama no Sook. "The last time you managed to survive in Wano was merely due to fortune. This time, there shall be no second chances." Mama no Sook seethed with rage. Given her status and position, she was acutely aware of the peril Luo Ling posed as a member of the GM army. Consequently, she would spare no effort to subdue him. "My swordsmanship may not be exceptionally strong, but it surpasses yours by a smidgen. Out of respect, I shall use my fists." Luo Ling advanced, each step eliciting a heightened sense of alertness from Mama no Sook. For a month now, following the conclusion of the Marineford War, the Marine headquarters had convened multiple meetings to announce the further strengthening of Kaido's beast pirates, which had established a more significant threat from their stronghold at Hive Island. On the other hand, there was the Demon Lord Luo Ling, who was often likened to a one-man crew. Historically, the title of emperor implied at least three criteria: the ability to contend with a nation single-handedly, the command of a force capable of dominating the New World, and a formidable reputation built through countless battles. Luo Ling was an anomaly. Perhaps only the Red Count of yesteryear could rival him. A man reputed to withstand an entire legendary pirate crew alone, that a bounty of 3 billion berries was merely a desperate measure. The world government wished for Luo Ling to be defeated, branding him a villain, yet simultaneously sought to prevent his notoriety from escalating, thereby amplifying the GM army's influence. Mama no Sook was acutely aware that if she were to lose, it would matter little, as long as today's events did not leak. In that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of fear. Without engaging in battle, she had already succumbed to defeat. She could not afford to wait for Luo Ling to strike, summoning all her strength. She drew her sword, Kinpyra, transforming it into a graceful arc, seeking to exploit Luo Ling's vulnerabilities while resolved to deliver a fatal blow. The line snapped. Boom! As Luo Ling merely took a step forward, Mama no Sook lunged at him with astonishing speed. With a natural swing of his fist, the pink line abruptly ceased. Subsequently, her lithe form transformed into a swift curve and crashed to the ground. She lost consciousness. The special transponder snail she had activated in haste began to ring. "I had hoped to weave a tale with two beautiful ladies. Yet alas, you both succumbed to intoxication far too soon." Luo Ling thoughtfully poured them a glass of green sour apple juice, akin to a farewell ceremony. Turning away, he gazed at the two groups hastening along the street. One side was comprised of the royal faction, led by Neptune, the Knight of the Sea, while the other was the Fishman Street faction, headed by Arlong, the embodiment of hatred towards humanity and the world. The primary forces of both the Marines and the pirates had reached an agreement. And now, he would provide an example. His innocent smile belied a devilish malevolence. How detestable! Who truly is the villain? Through years of struggle and training, Arlong's bounty had surged from 20 million berries to 270 million. Commanding a crew of 100,000 Fishman pirates, bolstered by formidable forces from Fishman Street, he had believed that this voyage would grant him dominion over the seas. Yet, standing before this man, he found himself bereft of the courage to advance. "Arlong, do you remember me?" Luo Ling smiled as he approached, taking his first step that Arlong's loyal subordinates instinctively retreated a step. With another step, Luo Ling's carefree grin instilled fear in Arlong's followers, causing their legs to tremble. "Hey, why not greet me? It's been ages." With his third step, Luo Ling vanished without a trace. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire Fishman pirate crew fled in terror. "What are you afraid of? He is but one man. We are 100,000, Arlong shouted, yet he failed to recognize the trembling of his own legs. Luo Ling had awakened the advanced level of Conqueror's Haki, uniting spirit, energy, and mind. Every word he uttered, every glance he cast, even the mere presence he exuded, silently radiated Conqueror's Haki. Such fear was only natural. "Arlong, I hear you aspire to become the Pirate King," the dear demon lord whispered sweetly in his ear. Bang! Arlong felt a sudden surge of pain as his face collapsed, consciousness slipping away. Luo Ling reappeared, glancing back at King Neptune. "That I provided my example. May I elucidate my theory? Could you all be a tad quieter?" Swish! Fishman Island fell into a profound silence. Chapter 62. Fishman Island is mine. Fishman Island, the kingdom of Ryugu. There are 5 major factions: the pirate Smuggy, Fishman Street's Arlong, Marine Momonosuke, King Neptune, and the GM Army's Luo Ling. With a single strike, he had sent 3 factions reeling. Only Neptune remained. Locked in a gaze with Luo Ling, the pirates on Fishman Street remained speechless, while the Marines assisted the unconscious Momonosuke, who showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Luo Ling sought to impart a lesson, presenting 2 choices: to listen or not. That Neptune's expression was grave. Did he truly intend to ally with the GM army? That would mean enmity with the world government. What are you hesitating for? Is this truly the great Knight of the Sea? In your youth, you two were a force to be reckoned with, coexisting in the same era as Whitebeard, yet now, with age, your heart has grown weary. Luo Ling smiled, his demeanor becoming even more chilling. We shall remain in our respective waters. After all, the kingdom of Ryugu is under the world government's jurisdiction, though we have not participated in world meetings for many years. It has merely been due to our overwhelming busyness that it was no small feat for Neptune to speak. Standing before Luo Ling was a tremendous strain, often leaving him with a tingling scalp. Ever since Odoheim's passing, the kingdom of Ryugu had declined invitations to world meetings, yet they had never dared to openly declare their severance from the world government. The disparity between the two was stark. He had little choice but to comply. Just as Tiger had become part of the GM army in the last decade, he too had not dared to return to Fishman Island lightly. Jinbe had become a warlord of the sea, all in an effort to safeguard Fishman Island as much as possible. If one does not provoke others, they will still come to strike you. Rather than yield, it is better to rise up. That if you cannot stand, there is still Fishman Island behind you. If that is not enough, then add the New World. Before the New World lies the Grand Line. The 4 seas, Luo Ling proclaimed passionately, leaving Luffy utterly bewildered. While Luffy may not have comprehended the words, he sensed that Luo Ling's Conqueror's Haki was extraordinary. It not only emanated from his emotions and words, but also from every action he took. Or even when he simply stood there doing nothing, it wielded influence. What a marvelous power! Once Luo Ling's battle concluded, he was determined to learn this technique. No one dared to utter a word. This declaration was truly one only the GM army could make. Anyone else who dared to speak thus would either be bounty hunted or perish on the spot. Beads of sweat the size of peas began to form on Neptune's forehead. He could not be unaware that aligning with the GM army was the correct decision in accordance with his true desires. However, before that, he could not risk the countless lives of those on Fishman Island in a gamble. As the king, he must prioritize the lives of all. It was common knowledge that the celestial dragons are the nobility of the world, yet what I aim to do is eliminate nobility from this world, or ensure that everyone becomes noble. Those who dare to obstruct my path shall meet their demise. You too, King Neptune. In a relentless torrent of words, Luo Ling uttered a phrase that sent pulses racing and drew sharp intakes of breath from all present, causing the temperature in Fishman Street to rise suddenly. Everyone shall become nobles. Let this world be devoid of aristocracy. Such audacious words beg the question. What kind of grandiosity could inspire such a declaration? Nanny, does that mean everyone is free? Luffy found himself perplexed, yet he formed his own understanding. Yes, Luo Ling smiled. That cannot be, Luffy exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. That I want to be the freest person. That's how one becomes the Pirate King. A collective gasp echoed through Fishman Street, expressions twisted in shock. Are you seeking death? Did you not hear the Demon Lord say there are no nobles in this world? Why are you so stubborn? Will you not be crushed with a single blow? They dared not utter another word. Luffy, the freedom we speak of is not quite the same. Yet, it is similar enough that in that era, you could indeed aspire to be the Pirate King. Or even the King of the Universe, for it was a time when all were free to pursue their dreams. Luo Ling declared, his intense gaze once more fixed upon Neptune. I offer you two choices. 1. Step down and become an ordinary member of Fishman Island. 2. Allow all of Fishman Island to rise to the nobility you enjoyed at this a declaration of war. Neptune inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure through controlled breathing. How should he respond? I refuse to abdicate my throne. I do not wish for all of Fishman Island to share my status. How did it sound as though he were the villain? As that thought crossed his mind, a wave of terror washed over him. Like the instinctive fear that gripped Peach Rabbit before Luo Ling, he felt he might indeed lose, but he inexplicably perceived himself as the antagonist. After all, Neptune was the king of Fishman Island. How terrifying. What kind of power was this? Ladies and gentlemen, let us reason. Which choice do you favor? Luo Ling scanned the crowd, where expressions fluctuated between hope and despair. He tempered his aura, reducing the impact of his conqueror's Hakai. As he ceased to exert pressure, some individuals collapsed, utterly spent. Brother Tiger, this approach only backfires, deepening the hatred Fishman harbor for humans. Jinbei, the Fishman hero, argued, believing this brute force would change nothing. Silence. To make Fishman Island a better place, you must abandon your pirate mindset. Tiger's words left Jinbei bewildered. Did Luo Ling possess means beyond merely forcing the king to step down? Very well. Luo Ling nodded, his tone resolute. Since the king is unwilling to relinquish his throne, and none among the people wish to stand with dignity, the answer is clear. From this day forth, Fishman Island shall become my sole domain, and you shall all become my slaves. Passing pirates must pay tribute in gold and belly, and you will construct grander palaces for me, including the treasures meant for the celestial dragons. What? Jinbei, who had been subdued by Tiger, could no longer contain himself. That this the GM army. No wonder he is called the Demon Lord. It is quite fitting. Fishman Island has barely escaped the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. Fine, then I shall slay the king, his sons, and the Princess Shirahoshi, hidden in the tower. I've heard she is breathtakingly beautiful and still young. She would make for delightful company. Luo Ling strode towards the Dragon Palace, his gaze cold and brimming with murderous intent. You dare. The fierce Shark Star charged forth, wielding a long knife, attempting to strike Luo Ling yet. Mere inches from his target, the blade shattered. Both Shark Star and the Royal Star roared in unison. Father, do not hesitate. Will you forsake your sister? They were aware that death awaited them, yet they had no choice. These few wished to defeat me. Luo Ling merely flicked his wrist, and they lay motionless upon the ground. And you, Neptune, absolutely not. The brave knight Neptune could endure no longer. He had to act, get lost. Another punch sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Luo Ling continued his unwavering march towards the Dragon Palace. In the CF, Charlie could hardly believe her eyes. It was not Luffy who would bring devastation to Fishman Island, but rather his brother, the Demon Lord Luo Ling. Protect Princess Shirahoshi. Drive this fiend from Fishman Island. Ain, hiding amidst the crowd, raised her hand and shouted. Jinbei recognized her as Luo Ling's aide and was immediately struck with shock. Soon, others, fueled by rage, stood up, their anger erupting forth in a chorus of shouts. Defeat Luo Ling. Protect Princess Shirahoshi. Protect Fishman Island. They refused to become slaves, unwilling to allow the beloved Shirahoshi to perish, nor would they betray Tiger, Odoheim, or Neptune. They surged towards the Dragon Palace, seeking to vanquish the Demon Lord. Ein was the first to charge forward, followed by the Fishman pirate crew from Fishman Street and the human pirates who had just arrived on the island, along with the kingdom's soldiers and the subordinates of Big Mom's pirate crew. All rushed forth in a frenzy. At the CAF's entrance, Jinbei was left bewildered. This a self-directed performance by Luo Ling. Would a rational person rally others to defeat themselves? Brother Tiger, what does this mean? He could not comprehend the situation. It was utterly baffling. Without destruction, there can be no creation, Tiger asserted, his gaze steadfast. At last, he could witness Fishman Island's journey towards a brighter future. Chapter 63. Shirahoshi weeps. Sea kings arise. You wish to defeat me. Then let us see. Luo Ling walked at a measured pace, yet the crowd could not keep up, as if he alone could foresee their every move. Luffy, the Straw Hat crew pursued closely behind, with Zoro poised to draw his sword and Sanji hastening his pace, eager to perform a hero's rescue. Do not interfere. This is Luo Ling's battle. Luffy followed. Not to engage Luo Ling, but to observe the outcome of this confrontation. He sought not only to see Shirahoshi, but aimed to claim Fishman Island for himself. How could such a person be part of the GM army? Nami found it hard to believe. It seemed no crowd was without its share of miscreants. I must rescue the legendary mermaid princess. Sanji's eyes sparkled with affection, longing to rush to her side. As Luffy sprinted, he declared, I do not know what Luo Ling intends, but trusting my comrades should be the simplest thing, right? Trust in Luo Ling. Even at this juncture, Luffy chose to believe in Luo Ling. Jinbei could not help but feel admiration for their brotherhood. Ace had once stated, even in dire straits during the Impel Down, that if his brothers were alive, they would surely come to his aid. Especially Luo Ling, whose strength surpassed even his own. Jinbei had mused that Ace was already formidable as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. If Luo Ling were stronger, he would be a Yonko. Little did he expect, not long after, Luo Ling indeed became one of the Yonko. This was a title forcibly bestowed upon him by the world government. Any individual with a modicum of sense could discern that it was not a mark of affirmation, but rather a response to his overwhelming threat that a person could only be deemed a Yonko by posing a significant threat to the world government. Dragon Palace. Hardshell Tower. The kingdom's guards fell before Luo Ling without so much as a single exchange. As he swept through like a deity of death, unstoppable. Within this tower resided the princess of Fishman Island, Shirahoshi. The entrance was fortified with axes, blades, and various defenses, all the handiwork of Vanderdecken 9. A man driven to madness by his infatuation with Shirahoshi, bang. Luo Ling smashed the door open with a single punch, striding forward without a backward glance towards the reclining figure of Shirahoshi. Princess Shirahoshi. The fishmen wept, yet they could not advance. Luo Ling had enveloped himself in a domain of conqueror's haki and armament haki that extended 30 meters around him. Those lacking strength would faint upon stepping inside. Nanny, the timid Shirahoshi, had long heard the sounds of battle outside, but everything ceased in an instant. When Luo Ling appeared, the cries and fury of the people only served to keep them at bay from this man. It was evident that even the unprecedented unity of Fishman Island and all allied forces could not withstand a single blow from Luo Ling. Absolute power was the unassailable truth of the pirate world. Whoosh! At that moment, a flying axe fortuitously soared through the in annoyance. Luo Ling coldly uttered. His eyes erupted with a fiery golden light, and his observation haki expanded over 30-fold. After confirming his target, his figure vanished into thin air. Hearts collectively halted. What had just transpired? What was this man intending? Bang! In the next instant, Luo Ling reappeared. An air portal opened behind him, revealing a ship adrift at sea. Seeking death, you dare to touch my people? With a swift motion, Luo Ling seized the man by the neck, halting his breath. Initially stunned, the crowd soon comprehended. This man was Vanderdecken 9, the one obsessed with Shirahoshi, who had frequently threatened her safety with his terrifying abilities. He likely never imagined that, due to a thrown axe, Luo Ling would locate him amidst the vast ocean using his observation haki. He is dead. The menace that has plagued Fishman Island for years has perished just like that. The fishmen were at a loss, unsure whether to rejoice or mourn. You can only belong to me. How can such detritus tarnish the atmosphere? Luo Ling rose, a wicked smile gracing his lips, and strode purposefully towards a mermaid princess. Bai Xing, do not lay a finger on her. You wretched scoundrel, demon Lord Luo Ling. May you meet a grim fate. The crowd's hesitation evaporated. Even in death, they were resolute in safeguarding the dignity of Fishman Island. The weak surged forward to confront Luo Ling, yet all fell at the periphery of his formidable domain, collapsing at a distance of 30 meters. Weak, far too weak. Luo Ling shook his head, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the trembling Bai Xing. Are you intent on killing me? Bai Xing recoiled in terror, her throat parched and hoarse as Luo Ling approached, closing the distance to less than a meter. The aura of power receded, but none dared advance to intervene. Those capable of pursuing Luo Ling, those who had rushed to Dragon Palace, had long since lost consciousness. Had her father and brother also succumbed? Bai Xing, seemingly inheriting her mother Iji's observation haki, sensed the chilling malice deep within Luo Ling's heart. Overwhelmed by fear, the little crybaby could no longer suppress her tears, wailing uncontrollably. Her grief was profound, and the unprecedented terror ignited her observation haki and latent potential in an instant. Vander Decken 9. A long-standing menace fell before Luo Ling like a chick. Witnessing this, Bai Xing's heart nearly ceased to beat. Whoa! Tears gushed forth like a fountain. From Bai Xing, a mysterious power began to emanate. Soon, the Sea Kings, possessing the sensory acuity of ordinary beings, surged forth. Their forms dwarfed even Fishman Island, and a single glance could instill abject terror. Someone speaking. Luffy heard strange sounds near his ear, outside Fishman Island. The Sea Kings had already encircled it. Poseidon had awakened fully. It was astonishing. What catalyst could evoke the complete emergence of such tremendous power? Yet the timing was not ripe. Joy Boy, the one destined to fulfill the covenant, had yet to reappear. How long has it been, old mates? I feel as if the moment is nigh. The Sea Kings loomed above, casting their gaze upon Fishman Island. With a mere thought from Bai Xing, she could raise the entire place to the ground. What moment? What Joy Boy? Luffy's head throbbed painfully. Who was speaking, and why did it feel as if it were resonating directly within his mind? Awakened, have we? Luo Ling laughed heartily. This world has become all the more intriguing. With a swift turn, he refrained from attacking Bai Xing, instead stepping out of the Dragon Palace and gazing upward at the skies above Fishman Island. The Sea Kings watched him hungrily. Dare to lay a hand on Bai Xing, and you shall await your demise. Do not even think of returning to the land alive. Oh. Luo Ling glanced into the distance, where people were fleeing. Even ordinary fishmen hastened to arrive, attempting to thwart him. Their haste and panic ignited a conflagration, the flames spreading and intensifying. Kill me. Do you believe you are worthy? Luo Ling understood that his objectives had nearly been achieved. The only remaining obstacle was the colossal Sea Kings, as immense as islands. After defeating you, Fishman Island shall bask in the sunlight. The fishmen rose in rebellion, fueled by rage and combativeness, precisely what Luo Ling desired. Only one last push remained, to crush the final trump card of Fishman Island, to make them utterly relinquish their illusions of the celestial dragons and the world government. No breaking, no standing. It had been a long time since he had utilized his devil fruit abilities. Yet thankfully he had not grown rusty. Luo Ling transformed, stepping on a Fishman Island, his form swiftly shifting. Law of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the currents of the ocean stirred, Tianping's water manipulation synergizing with the power of Qi Tian. Chapter 64. One punch for each Sea King. Luo Ling had long harbored an unspeakable secret. Though the Qi Tian form was powerful, it faced certain constraints from the Buddha form concerning his fruit abilities. The light of that Buddha seemed inherently suppressive to him. Even in the world of pirates, one must adhere to certain unique laws. Thus, during the Marineford War, he had avoided using the mythical Zoan form as much as possible. Unexpectedly, this had instead spurred a comprehensive awakening of his haki. After further adaptation during this period, he had attained perfect suppression over individuals, such as Peach Rabbit, aka this moment, on Fishman Island. Luo Ling found genuine combat interest facing the Sea Kings. Qiqian and Tian Peng joined forces, the law of heaven and earth merging with water manipulation, divine transformations, and the ability to devour all. Before long, Luo Ling's head made contact with the membrane of Fishman Island. Fear not, even at his peak, he is merely a devil fruit user, incapable of direct contact with seawater. Yet, would this lead to tearing the very sky asunder? The people watched Luo Ling anxiously. That was the sovereign among the Sea Kings. Surely, Luo Ling would be defeated. There was hope yet for Fishman Island. The great Poseidon, Princess Bai Xing, please issue your command. The Sea Kings spoke, their voices comprehensible only to a select few. Defeat him, protect Fishman Island. Bai Xing, in her fright, cried out loudly. Her words instantly captured the Sea Kings' attention. Battle. This was their resolute decision. Hearing the ancient weapon Poseidon's command was a boon for the Sea Kings. Die, human monster, they bellowed. Oh, I am the monster. And what are you? Luo Ling met the gaze of the Sea Kings, his eyes unwavering. You can understand our words. This is impossible. Are you the fated one? The Sea Kings clamored in confusion. No, I am not Joy Boy. I am Luo Ling. Luo Ling extended his hand toward the waters beyond Fishman Island, his aura surging ever higher. Your power will be significantly diminished. The sea will weaken you devil fruit users. The Sea Kings retorted disdainfully, does the sea dare to weaken me? I have yet to diminish it. Such arrogance. A mere mortal dares to presume to command the sea. The Sea Kings could no longer forgive Luo Ling. He must perish. This fellow could comprehend the voice of all things. The Sea Kings were indeed astonished. Yet more crucial was Bai Xing's command. Moreover, how could such a wicked being possibly beat Joy Boy? Oh, Luo Ling's hand had plunged into the sea, and with a swift movement, he swam through the waters. What? Luffy was utterly astounded. Can a devil fruit user swim? Having known Luo Ling for so long, he had never witnessed him swimming. He had always believed that, like himself, a devil fruit user could not come into contact with seawater. Yet upon reflection, during his childhood baths, Luo Ling had seemed unperturbed. Nanny, how on earth is Luo Ling achieving this? Even Zoro's composure faltered under the weight of such revelation. The human-resembling Chopper, a fellow devil fruit user, was similarly envious. Is it because his haki is sufficiently strong? Robin pondered, recalling the time Luo Ling had taught Luffy and Ace. This indicated a shift in certain timelines. Most of the Straw Hat crew had awakened their haki, yet the foes they had encountered previously had already made names for themselves, making their own growth seem inadequate. Sorbet Archipelago, Impel Down, Marineford War. Because of Luo Ling's involvement, their strength had seen a significant enhancement. Haki transcends all. Luffy, have you grasped the essence? Luo Ling floated calmly in the sea. The awakening of a devil fruit would further enhance the user, even permanently improving their physique. The stronger the user, the lesser the sea's restraining nature. As long as high-level haki and fruit awakening were in tandem, one could reign as the king of the sea and swim unimpeded. Is it possible? The concepts of haki awakening and devil fruit awakening reverberated within Luffy and the others. Watch closely, my foolish Oda. Luo Ling strode upon the waters, his form continually enlarging. That a devil fruit user who can walk on water. This is inconceivable. Can you feel the flow of his haki? No, but I recall that in recent years, a few humans have indeed reached the level where their haki is not externally visible. Are you referring to Pirate King Roger? Such words undoubtedly infiltrated Luffy's mind. He immediately found himself in agony. Kneeling on the ground, unable to move. The highest realm of haki is when it is not externally visible. What kind of nonsense is this? As little Luffy grappled with his headache, Luo Ling's form morphed to closely resemble that of the Sea Kings. Yet this was not the end. Human, you are exceedingly foolish. Just as a giant size increases its strength, it also limits its speed. You are sacrificing too much. Haki, strength, and speed are interdependent. Do you comprehend nothing? Luo Ling spoke unabashedly, allowing all to hear. After all, without sufficient potential and strength, hearing it would be of no consequence. The synergy of armament haki and strength would amplify the potency of each punch. 3 parts haki, 7 parts strength. When executed, this could elevate to 8 parts. Conversely, 7 parts haki and 3 parts strength would still result in a painful battle experience.